Su Yi traveled through time and space to a world where spiritual energy was revived and martial arts were prevalent. His biological father is one of the 7 great war gods of Donghuang, his mother is of distinguished family, and his sisters are both geniuses. He should have been invincible at the beginning, but because of his average talent, he was abandoned by his family for 18 years. The whole family only cared about the adopted son who took his place. Su Yi was forced to leave home. One day I will come back and let you feel my pain. At this moment, ding, killing system activated, power awakening, awakening successful, system activated. Host, Su Yi, power, vampire, rebirth, evolvable, cultivation, shadow art, Kaiyuan triple. Martial arts, basic fighting skills, mastery, talent, none, kill value, 444.4. Awaken the vampire physique, and become stronger by killing. Su Yi began to return to the slums, relying on himself to become the strongest, becoming the master of the Dark Knight, the king of killing. At this time, his family members who had once abandoned him came to him and said, Xiaoya, we were deceived and wronged you back then. Please come back, the Su family needs you. Su Yi smiled coldly. You ignored me back then, but now you can no longer reach me. At this moment in a luxurious and solemn hall, Su Ye's figure seemed particularly isolated and helpless. The patriarch of the Su family, Su Jingdao, threw the teacup hard to the ground, splashing porcelain pieces and the harsh sound filled the entire hall. Kneel down. His voice was as deafening as thunder. The Su family is the martial arts heritage, the pioneer in resisting star beasts. Everyone in our family is like a dragon. How could there be a waste like you? Su Yi was 18 years old when he just broke through the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, and there was no progress at all in half a month. And his younger brother Su Yang is the pride of the Su family and the future of the family. Xiaoyang, don't worry, Mom will always stand on your side. The lady next to her said to Su Yang gently. Xiaoyang, you will always be our son. The lady's voice was filled with unquestionable tenderness. But his eyes swept over Su Yi coldly, as if he was looking at a stranger. Su Yi's heart was broken. His father, mother, and even his 2 sisters. Everyone regards him as a stranger, but has endless love and expectations for Su Yang. That deep disgust and disdain permeated every corner, and Su Yi seemed to be abandoned by the whole world. But in the midst of all this silence, Su Yi felt a dull pain in his chest. Suddenly, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind, quickly bringing him into a strange world, a world full of star beasts, resurrected spiritual energy, martial arts and superpowers. Su Yi realized that he had traveled to a high-level martial arts world. And the father in front of him is none other than the legendary figure of this world, the Donghuang god of war. He, Su Yi, was the child who was lost among the people and was not found until half a month ago. But when he actually returned to the family, he was not greeted with a warm welcome, but with cold eyes and scolding. Laugh, you still dare to laugh. Su Jingdao roared angrily again. Seeing Su Ye's disdain and sneer, Su Jingdao's rage erupted like a beast, and the teacup flew to the ground again. Su Ye's face by the porcelain shard, but his expression remained indifferent. What did you teach me? Su Yi raised his head, anger flashing in his black pupils. What did you teach me? Are you going to teach me how to wag my tail and beg for mercy, and let you beat and scold me? Do you think all the wrongs can be blamed on me, Su Yi? Su Jingdao's face turned pale instantly, but he continued to accuse angrily. How dare you contradict me? You are simply courting death. You never treated me as your son. Su Yi interrupted his father, you lost me and never thought of finding me. Now you disdain to acknowledge me, but praise an adopted son to the sky, shouldn't I be angry? Su Jingdao was stunned and speechless. Su Ye's words were like a sharp blade that pierced deeply into his heart. This child who used to be obedient and submissive has finally stood up and no longer swallows his anger. Mother Xianyuan looked at Su Yi with bright eyes. How can you contradict your father like this? He is thinking about you. You should admit your mistake to your father. Su Yi interrupted the woman. Hypocrisy. You say it nicely, but I've been admitting my mistakes every day these days. But what is the result? More and more false charges are leveled against him. Besides, when have you ever treated me as your own son? You lost me 18 years ago. I don't believe that with the Su family being so powerful, you really can't find me after 18 years. It's just that you don't want to face the mistake of losing your own son. Have you ever really cared about me since I came back? I have been slandered and scolded so many times, but I said I didn't steal anything. I didn't hang out with anyone, and I didn't bully your dear adopted son, but have you ever believed me once? Have you investigated once? You just asked me to apologize and kept throwing mud at me. Do you think you deserve to be a mother? Disgusting. Everyone in the Su family's hall was stunned. No one expected that Su Yi would burst into such astonishing anger. And in this silent atmosphere, Su Yang, the most beloved young master of the Su family, finally spoke. His voice was low and choked. Su Yi, I know you resent me for taking away everything that you should have gotten. Although I didn't do it on purpose, since you are so angry, I am willing to compensate you. I will leave the Su family and give you everything back. As long as you stop hating your parents, they have worked so hard for us for so many years. After Su Yang finished speaking, tears flashed in his eyes. He stared at Su Jingdao and Xianyuan Mingmu, as if he was expecting something. Xianyuan Mingmu's eyes quickly softened, and she held Su Yang's hand. No, Xiaoyang, Mom will never allow you to leave the Su family. Her tone was full of determination. Su Mingyue also nodded repeatedly. Mom is right, fourth brother, you are the future of our Su family. You have the cultivation of the second level of the extraordinary world, while Su Yi is only at the third level of Kaiyuan, and cannot be compared with you at all. And Su Xingchen was even more sarcastic. Su Yi, you are just a waste, you don't deserve to stay in this house. Enough. Su Yang shook his head fiercely. Do you understand? Although Su Yi has ordinary talent, he has been working hard. He worked hard. Su Mingyue sneered. Fourth brother, you are too kind to even defend Su Yi with these words. He just stole the family's money and mixed up with a bunch of bad people. He is a complete loser. Su Xingchen's fingertips flashed with lightning, and purple lightning struck directly into Su Ye's body. Su Yi groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. Su Xingchen was stunned. She just wanted to warn Su Yi, but she didn't expect him to be so weak. Su Yi raised his head, coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and swept his eyes across everyone in front of him like an ice knife. Finally, his eyes fixed on Su Yang's face, which was full of guilt but also a little proud. Are you satisfied? What are you talking about, brother Su Yi? Su Yang looked confused. Heh. Su Yi sneered with a hint of sarcasm. Aren't these days the traps you have set? In this family, the one who wants me to leave the most is obviously you, right? You don't deserve the surname Su at all. His words were like a bombshell, hitting everyone's heart. Su Yang was stunned, his face turned pale, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. Seeing Su Yang's silence, Su Jingdao finally couldn't help it. He slammed the table hard, his face flushed with anger. You are such a rebellious son. How dare you put all the blame on Xiaoyang? Get out. Get out of the Su family. Su Jingdao's rage was like a storm. He never wanted to see his biological son again. Su Yi fell. He finally understood in his heart that all his hopes were completely wiped out by this cruelty. Hee hee. Su Yi coughed up blood violently with a sarcastic smile on his lips. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes. The kindness of the Su family was no longer a burden he could bear. Su Yi stood up, his eyes firm. Of course I will leave, and leave the Su family with dignity. I have long wanted to stop staying in this rotten place. Do you really think this is a treasure land? You never raised me, so I have nothing to repay you for. Su Ye's voice was cold and firm. From now on, Su Yi will cut ties with you. Everyone was stunned. This is the Su family. The Su family of the Eastern Huang god of war Su Jingdao. A top-notch wealthy family. Su Yi actually wants to betray his family. Is he crazy? But Su Yi did not look back. He calmly placed a black card and a necklace on the coffee table in front of Su Jingdao. These are the money you gave me since I came to the Su family, 368 yuan, I will return them all to you. He smiled slightly. We have settled our grievances. From now on, you go your way and I go mine. After saying that, Su Yi turned around and left without any hesitation. He walked out of the Su family, stood on the empty boulevard, and looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky and the twinkling stars. Is this my future world? Suyi took a deep breath. Just when he was confused, a system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding, the killing system is activated, ability awakening, awakening successful, system activated. Suyi was shocked and his heart was filled with surprise. System. He was stunned, his eyes fell on the translucent panel in front of him. Host, Suyi, Power, Vampire, Rebirth, Evolvable, Cultivation, Shadow Art, Kaiyuan Triple. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Mastery, Talent, None, Kill Value, 444.4. His injuries gradually healed. His eyesight became stronger, his hearing became sharper, and he seemed to be able to blend into the darkness. As his superpowers awakened, his skin turned pale, his handsome features became sharper, and a flash of blood appeared in his eyes. Is this the awakening of superpowers? Suyi took a deep breath. I, the killing king of the dark night. In the silence of the Su family mansion, when Suyi turned and left without any reluctance, the people of the Su family were completely stunned. Su Yang finally mustered up the courage and whispered, "Is brother Suyi really gone? Let me go find him." Xianyuan Mingmu raised her eyebrows, and she quickly rejected it. No. Don't contact him alone in the future. The child was hostile to you and you couldn't protect yourself at all. Su Jingdao also sat down on the sofa, his tone full of anger and confusion. Is that rebellious son really gone? Su Mingyue sneered, he must be pretending. He must be waiting for us to find him. If we go out to look for him, he will only be more proud. Her eyes flashed with contempt. However, Su Xingchen's eyes stayed on the black bank card. She whispered, he said there's only 368 yuan in this card. This could not help but shock her. As the eldest son of the Su family, Suyi only had this little money. Unbelievable. What surprised her even more was that Suyi did not use the money in this card. So how did he live during this period of time? Su Xingchen did not give an answer immediately. She turned around and picked up a necklace on the coffee table. With a click, the mechanism of the necklace opened, and a photo appeared on the pendant. Su Xingchen was stunned suddenly, and the family portrait in front of her made her heart stop instantly. In the photo, everyone in the Su family was smiling. Su Yi was also smiling brightly, standing aside. However, there was a hint of sadness in his smile that could not be concealed. This is Su Ye's wish. She recalled when Su Yi first returned to the Su family. He had made a simple request, hoping to have a family photo taken. However, as time went by, Su Xingchen had long lost interest in this matter. And today, when she saw Suyi carefully hiding this family photo in the necklace, a corner of her heart was quietly touched. She began to reflect on when her expectations for Suyi turned into disgust today. Su Xingchen touched the necklace and had a bad feeling in his heart. There seemed to be a deeper mystery behind Su Ye's departure. Uncle Zhong, where is Su Ye's room? Where are his things? Su Xingchen suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Butler Su Zhong came over and said, Master Su Yi lives in the basement. He doesn't have much of his stuff in the Su family. What? The Su family was shocked and puzzled. Su Xingchen's voice tightened, and he could hardly believe it. Are you saying that Su Yi has been living in the basement? She looked around in disbelief. The Su family was a top wealthy family. Everyone's room is extremely spacious and luxurious. How is it possible for a child to live in the basement? However, Su Zhong's eyes were firm. Yes. When Su Yi first came back, the room on the second floor was originally prepared for him. But because some things didn't work out, he ended up living in the basement. All this turned out to be true. Su Yang's face turned pale and he lowered his head in silence. Thinking back to when Su Yi first returned to the Su family, his situation really made people feel pity. But as time passed, Su Yang was gradually favored by his mother, and Su Yi became the ignored stranger. Even so, it was not until today that anyone realized that he had always been alone. Memories flooded back to Xianyuan Mingmu. When she first returned home, she did plan to arrange a room on the second floor for Su Yi, but due to some unexpected events, the plan was repeatedly postponed. She even neglected the child who once needed her care. Take me to see it. Su Xingqian's voice was firm, and there was a determination in his eyes that could not be ignored. A few minutes later, everyone followed the butler to the basement. The scene in front of him surprised Su Xingqian. This simple room was only a dozen square meters, and most of the space was filled with miscellaneous items. Even so, Sui still arranged the sundries neatly, trying his best to make this empty space look less shabby. In the corner of the room, there was only a bed and a set of chairs. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Not even a decent piece of clothing. He really lives here? Su Xingqian's voice almost trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. She turned around anxiously and looked at her mother. Mom, you haven't bought any clothes for him, and you haven't even prepared a laptop for him. Xianyuan Mingmu. She lowered her head and avoided her daughter's gaze. I thought someone would help him prepare. There was disbelief and disappointment in Su Xingqian's eyes, and even a hint of distrust in himself. Who in this family would prepare these for Su Yi? Half a month ago, Su Yi came to the Su family alone, without bringing anything. Half a month later, Su Yi left the Su family alone, taking nothing with him. What did the Su family mean to him? No. So, Su Yi really left. But where can he go alone? Su Yi was thinking, where to go next. Although he has a powerful system, the improvement of strength is never achieved overnight. He now doesn't even have a place to stay temporarily, and the only valuable thing on him is perhaps the cell phone. I opened my phone and saw the balance of the bank card bound to it, 219.8 yuan. This amount was earned by the original owner through hard work. It was originally more than 3,000 yuan, but he was in the Su family during this period. This amount of money was probably not enough to even stay in a hotel for a few days. Moreover, he had to spend time learning the martial arts of this world and how to become stronger. Just as he was looking worried, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and a familiar name, Mom, appeared on the screen. However, this mother is not his biological mother Xianyuan Mingmo. It was his adoptive mother, Ruxin Lu, who adopted him and raised him with endless love for 18 years. He swiped to answer the call. Xiaoya, are you available to answer the phone now? Ruxin's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. The familiar tone made Su Ye's eyes sour. Yeah, Mom, it's convenient. He suppressed his inner turmoil and responded lightly. It's convenient. Lu Ruxin's voice was full of tenderness and sobs. Xiaoya, tomorrow is your 18th birthday, and Mom wants to say happy birthday to you. Mom transferred 3,000 yuan to you, go buy some delicious food. Mom knows this amount of money is not much, but Mom still wants to do something for you. Su Ye's eyes felt slightly sore. It turned out that his mother's love had never been far away. Although his adoptive parents were just ordinary people, they gave him the most sincere love in the world. Xiaoya. Lu Ruxin's voice sounded again, with a hint of expectation. Can you come back in the future? Can you let us see you? Mom misses you. Taking a deep breath, Suyi replied, Mom, I'll go back now. Half an hour later, Suyi boarded the maglev train to Fangyuan City. Dawn gradually appeared in the eastern sky, and Su Ye's mood became more complicated. After arriving in Fangyuan City, Suyi walked along the street towards his former home, a 50-story building. This is the Su family's residence, or to be more precise, the place the Su family rents. This used to be a place where only the rich could live, but now it has become a standard for low-income people. Although the building is still majestic, the facilities inside are no longer dazzling. The elevator slowly stopped at the 32nd floor, the door opened, and Suyi walked out. Bang! A familiar voice came from the door. Xiao Yi. Lu Ruxin stood at the door excitedly, scanning Suyi anxiously. In an instant, her eyes were filled with tears. Mom, I'm back. Suyi took 2 steps forward and held her hand tightly. Lu Ruxin's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at him distressedly. You've lost weight. How come you've lost so much weight? Child, you've suffered a lot out there. Suyi smiled gently. Xiao Yi, this is your permanent home, you can stay as long as you want. This is his home since he was a child. No matter what he has been through, this is always the warmest harbor. The somewhat aged Su Xiangdong also walked out of the house and patted Su Yi's shoulder with tears in his eyes. Xiao Yi, I'm glad you're back. The tacit understanding between the couple was beyond words. Su Ye's safe return was the best news. "Brother! You're finally back." A lively little girl ran to Su Yi and hugged his legs. That was his sister, the 7-year-old little lowly Su Baobao. "Did the fat kid next door bully you again? I'll teach him a lesson for you later." Su Yi bent down and rubbed his sister's head. Okay, brother, you must make him run 100 laps and tire him to death." The little Lolita smiled happily and pulled Su Yi home. The Su family's house is not big, with only one bedroom, which contains a bunk bed. Lu Ruxin and Su Baobao lived on the lower bunk, while Su Yi slept on the upper bunk. Su Xiangdong placed a camp bed in the living room and slept there at night. Although this small house is nothing compared to the luxurious living room of the Su family in Yujing, Su Yi felt a long-lost warmth when he stood here. He finally returned to the place where he started, back to the home that gave him a sense of security. "Dad, Mom, I have severed ties with the Yujing Su family. From now on, I will still be the same Su Yi as before," Su Yi said with a smile. Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong smiled at each other and nodded knowingly. Okay, Xiaoya, I'm glad you're back. Brother, happy birthday. Mom bought you your favorite prawns, let's eat quickly." The little girl jumped excitedly, looking forward to this birthday dinner. Su Yi smiled and nodded his sister's head. "Okay, today I will show you my skill of making braised prawns." "That's great, brother is the best." The little girl clapped her hands happily and ran away jumping. Su Yi walked into the kitchen. Fengyuan City is close to the sea, where fresh seafood is abundant. Su Yi has loved eating seafood since he was a child, especially the fried prawns that Lu Ruxin is best at. At that time, the family conditions were not good, but my mother always used seafood to supplement the nutrition of the family. At this time, several large shrimps were placed in a basin of water by Lu Ruxin. They were jumping actively, as if waiting for Su Yi to deal with them. Since the revival of spiritual energy, everything in the world has changed. The world is filled with spiritual energy, and even ordinary seafood absorbs this energy. The meat has become more delicious and the size is much larger than before. Although the prawns in front of him were the most common kind in the market, their size was far larger than his hand. Su Yi picked up a big shrimp, and the shrimp's body twisted violently with great force. Su Yi threw the shrimp head hard, knocking it unconscious, and began to clean the shrimp thread. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Killing value plus 0.1, huh? Su Yi was stunned, seeming a little unbelievable. He looked down at the panel. It turned out that this could also accumulate kill points. But think about it, it makes sense. After all, this prawn is also a living being, although the spiritual energy it contains is extremely weak. As the cleanup continued, the numbers on the panel kept jumping. Kill value plus 0.1, kill value plus 0.1. In just a few minutes, his kill value increased by 1.2. Su Yi felt an inexplicable excitement. It turned out that even these seafood could be a source of his accumulated killing points. The functions of this system seemed to be much richer than he had imagined. During lunch, Su Yi sat with his family. Although the Su family was not wealthy, their laughter and joy were filled with warmth. "Well, the cake is a little sweet, baby, you can help your brother eat the rest." Su Yi pushed the cake away and said with disgust. Su Baobao, who was standing by, had already drooled at the sight. She immediately picked up the fork and excitedly began to enjoy her favorite cake. "Wow, so sweet and delicious," she said happily. Su Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw his sister so happy. Although he is no longer the helpless boy, the Su family is still poor and even a piece of cake seems like a luxury. He vowed to make more money and give his family a better life. In the afternoon, Su Yi came to Fengyuan City No. 2 Middle School. This school was his former home and the place he had fought for. In the teacher's office, Su Yi met Mr. Renko. Renko was his geography teacher, and Su Yi had some impression of him. I remember that he was a stingy person who liked to ask students to buy coffee for him, but he never paid a penny for the students. "You are, Su Yi." Renko looked at Su Yi in surprise, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Why are you back?" "You're here just in time, teacher. Can you please buy me 2 cups of coffee downstairs?" Renku smiled, seemingly unaware that he had once again asked his students to do something for him. Suyi smiled and responded, "Okay, teacher, what flavor do you want?" "I want 2 extra-large caramel macchiatos." Renku said without hesitation, obviously thinking that Suyi had good taste in ordering the most expensive drinks. Suyi smiled slightly, "Okay, teacher, please wait a moment." Then he walked out of the office and opened the class group. "Yi Shen, if you bought coffee for a stingy person but didn't collect the money, please send me the payment receipt." The class group instantly became active, with many students responding, some even attaching screenshots. It turned out that Suyi had been prepared and wanted to take this opportunity to make Renku pay back the money. "Uncle Xia is so awesome, damn, Suyi, you are finally back." "Yanyu Fei, welcome back to class, Su." "Yi Shen, I'm back." "Yi Shen, I have a way to make the stingy guy pay back the money, send me the certificate." A few minutes later, Suyi got 2 large cups of caramel macchiato from the cafe and returned to the teacher's office contentedly. At this moment, the head teacher Lan Jingfei walked into the office. She was wearing a light blue dress and exuded a fragrant scent, and appeared in front of Suyi. "Suyi. You're back." Concubine Lan Jing looked at Suyi in front of her with a look of surprise on her face. Lan Jingfei had a deep impression of Suyi. Although Suyi's martial arts talent was mediocre, but his academic performance has always been among the best, especially in science. I remember that when his senior year of high school started, she specifically recommended some non-martial arts universities for him. Unfortunately, in the second semester of senior year, Suyi suddenly dropped out of school, and Lan Jingfei felt very sorry about it. However, today he suddenly came back. "Teacher, I'm back to school," Suyi said lightly. "Everything has been dealt with?" "That's good." Concubine Lan Jing breathed a sigh of relief. "You've only been away for half a month, so your academic studies shouldn't be affected. Go to class this afternoon. If you encounter any problems, tell the teacher." Concubine Lan Jing originally planned not to ask more questions, but looking at Suyi's appearance, she was still a little curious. Suyi smiled slightly, "Teacher, actually, I have awakened my superpowers. According to the school rules, I should be rewarded, right?" After a moment of silence, Concubine Lan Jing was filled with surprise and excitement. "You have awakened? Have you really awakened your superpowers?" Suyi smiled slightly and nodded, "I'm lucky, I suddenly awakened." The first thing he did when he returned to school was to tell everyone that he, Suyi, was a genius. He never intended to hide the awakening of his superpowers, and he didn't need to play dumb to gain an advantage. Compared with the behemoth of the Yujing Su family, he seemed insignificant. In order to gain the attention of the school and obtain more resources and opportunities for promotion, showing your talents is undoubtedly the most direct way. Concubine Lan Jing looked at him with a speechless expression, and thought to herself, "This kid is really lucky, he is simply the chosen one by God." In this martial arts world, the probability of a psychic awakening is pitifully small, almost less than 1 in 10,000. The martial arts skills of those who have awakened their superpowers will often be greatly improved, and they will at least become intermediate practitioners. Some people with special abilities will be adopted by the government and foundations. "Wait a moment, I will tell the principal the news right away and take you to the Tower of Babel for a test," Lan Jingfei said, turned around and left in a hurry. Not long after, Principal Zhang appeared in the office with a smile on his face. Almost without any warning, he reached out to Suyi. "Is this classmate Su?" "Great. Let's go to the Tower of Babel." The Tower of Babel is the national treasure of Donghuan. According to legend, the real Tower of Babel is located in Yujing, but there are branches of the Tower of Babel all over the country. Whether you want to practice advanced skills or receive advanced inheritance, you have to go to the Tower of Babel. After awakening, the type and ability of the superpowers will be confirmed by the Tower of Babel, and the superpowers will be registered as superpowers. Suyi nodded slightly and was about to follow the principal to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "Principal, can the matter of the Tower of Babel wait a moment? I haven't delivered the coffee the teacher requested yet." As he spoke, he respectfully handed 2 extra-large cups of caramel macchiato to Renku. "Teacher Ren, this is the coffee you ordered." Renku's expression suddenly changed, and Principal Zhang couldn't help but frown. "Xiao Ren, why do you let students buy coffee for you? What does this mean? No, principal, please listen to my explanation. Renko waved his hands hurriedly. Suyi said calmly, Teacher Ren, can you reimburse me for these 2 cups of coffee? My family is not well off, and 70 yuan is enough for my food expenses for several days. Principal Zhang's eyes widened. What do you mean? You asked students to buy you coffee. Why don't you treat them to a meal? Renko almost collapsed and cursed himself in his heart for asking Suyi to help buy coffee, but the principal caught him. I asked classmate Xiao Su for a favor, but I forgot to pay. Suyi took out a thick stack of documents and said, since Teacher Ren is free now, can you transfer the money you asked the students to help you buy coffee? Principal Zhang's eyes turned cold, and he almost gritted his teeth as he looked at Renku. Explain to me clearly, what's going on? After half an hour of deep conversation, Suyi finally walked out of the office with Principal Zhang. Behind him, Renko was facing a bunch of classmates who were frantically transferring money and a bunch of fines and demerits, processing procedures. Principal, would you like some coffee? Suyi held 2 cups of coffee and looked at Principal Zhang with a smile. Principal Zhang was very clear in his mind, Suyi was definitely not a simple student, and he was probably not someone you could easily mess with. No. Then Teacher Lan, would you like a cup? Suyi handed the coffee to Lan Jingfei again. Lan Jing had a complicated look in her eyes and shook her head slightly, thank you, I'm not thirsty. In her impression, Suyi has always been a quiet and introverted child, and today's behavior is a little hard for her to understand. What's going on? Oh, then I'll drink it myself. Suyi lowered his head and took a sip, his face full of satisfaction. This coffee is really good. In the past, he used the cheapest black coffee powder to prepare for the civil service examination. He had never tasted such expensive things. After leaving the school, Principal Zhang took Suyi to the Star Energy Association in Fangyuan City. They passed through layers of security checks and finally entered the test area of the Tower of Babel. Don't be nervous, the Tower of Babel is right here. Principal Zhang comforted. Entering the hall, Suyi was somewhat surprised by the scene in front of him. In the center of the hall stands a tower that is more than 10 meters high and has a strange shape. It does not look like a tower. It was more like a giant tree trunk, with a sense of oppression emanating from it, making him feel a little heavy. Principal Zhang walked to the control panel and entered the password. The light screen flashed and an electronic voice sounded. Deep Blue system is at your service. The ability confirmation function is activated. Applicant, please move to a 3-meter range. Suyi stood at the cursor position and felt a wave of energy passing by, as if his whole body was scanned by something. The awakening of the superpower has been verified successfully, type, special physique. This physique has great strength, extreme speed, and excellent life recovery ability. It is more powerful at night. Suyi couldn't help but feel moved. No wonder this Tower of Babel could describe his vampire physique so accurately. Congratulations, Mr. Suyi, your supernatural power has been awakened successfully. The electronic voice continued, the skill upgrade has been passed, please choose the skill you want to learn. Suyi looked at Principal Zhang in front of him. Principal Zhang's face was filled with excitement and excitement. It's actually a special physique. Principal Zhang whispered to himself, and judging from the effects of this physique. Stronger power, faster speed, and greater recovery ability, it's simply born for battle. It seems that our Fangyuan City No. 2 middle school is going to cultivate another genius. Suyi had long known that his awakening was not simple, but when he saw Principal Zhang so excited, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Principal Zhang continued, this is a benefit given to you by the school. I just checked your information. The low-level technique you originally practiced, shadow technique. Obviously it is not suitable for you, so I have applied for permission to learn advanced skills for you. In the world of martial arts, resources are always distributed according to talent and strength, and martial arts are no exception. Suyi came into contact with martial arts when he was 16 years old. Due to his ordinary talent, he was only assigned a low-level skill at that time. And now, relying on his awakened special physique, the principal quickly applied for a more powerful martial arts technique for him. Thank you, Principal. Suyi said bluntly, then turned around and began to browse various skills on the light screen. Soon, his eyes stopped on a technique, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Technique. This technique is said to have been created by a human elder who had fought against an ancient beast, the Dark Hell Dragon. He drew inspiration from the aura and fighting style of the Dark Hell Dragon and eventually created this powerful advanced technique. The Dark Prison Demon Dragon Technique focuses on strength and killing. Practicing this technique can enhance physical strength by smearing the essence and blood of dragon-like star beasts. As soon as Su Yi confirmed that he had chosen this martial art, a stream of light shot into his forehead. In an instant, a huge amount of information about the skills flooded into his mind like a torrent, almost swallowing up his thoughts. And the artistic conception of the Dark Hell Demon Dragon also quietly flowed in his body and merged into his blood. All of this is a protection mechanism of the Donghuang system for advanced skills. The teaching of advanced skills is no longer through traditional texts, but through special methods. If you want to learn, you must apply and redeem through the system. When all the information disappeared, Su Yi finally opened his eyes. The light curtain disappeared, and Principal Zhang's extremely excited face appeared. "How do you feel?" Principal Zhang asked anxiously. "Not bad." Su Yi responded indifferently. Although he looked calm on the surface, the surging emotions in his heart were self-evident. Principal Zhang nodded and said, "Now that you have mastered the essence of the Dark Prison Dragon Technique, strike while the iron is hot and start practicing it." Su Yi smiled slightly, sat cross-legged without hesitation, and began to let the star power in his body flow according to the Dark Prison Demon Dragon Technique. The system prompt sounded, "Discovered Advanced Martial Arts Technique Dark Prison Dragon Technique. Do you want to burn 60 killing points to transform the martial arts technique?" At this moment, Su Yi raised a meaningful smile. The moment he had been waiting for finally arrived. Ever since he got the system, Su Yi has been waiting for this day, waiting for the opportunity to quickly increase his killing value. "Yes." He confirmed without hesitation. As a strange energy surged into the body, the star power in the body began to change rapidly, and the power of the shadow art quickly transformed into the power of the Dark Prison Dragon art. Just as Su Yi felt all this, the system's prompt sounded again, "Burn 40 points of killing value, increase cultivation by +1. Su Ye's body shook violently, and a powerful force burst out instantly. His cultivation level broke through to the Kaiyuan 4th level. But he did not stop, but continued to burn more killing points. Burn 50 points of killing points, cultivation increased by +1. Su Ye's momentum rose again, and his cultivation level was raised to the 5th level of Kaiyuan. Continue. Burn 60 points of killing value, increase cultivation level by +1. At this moment, Su Ye's cultivation level finally broke through to the 6th level of Kaiyuan. His panel data has undergone a dramatic change. Host, Su Yi, Power, Vampire, Rebirth, Evolvable, Cultivation, Dark Prison Dragon Skill, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Mastery, Talent, None, Kill Value, 235.6. Seeing this, Su Ye's cultivation had almost reached a shocking level, but he still chose to stop burning the killing value. He is a low-key guy who doesn't want to draw too much attention, especially in such a competitive environment. When he opened his eyes, Principal Zhang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "You actually completed the transformation of the technique so quickly? You advanced 3 levels in your first high-level technique?" Su Yi smiled slightly and said casually, "I'm lucky. Maybe this technique is very compatible with my physique." Principal Zhang nodded. Although he was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. "Well, the Dark Prison Dragon technique is indeed very compatible with your awakened supernatural physique, and those who have awakened supernatural powers will experience a rapid improvement when they first start practicing." Su Yi back to the principal's office again, with 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution, 2 bottles of Star Beast Essence blood, and a black bank card. "This is the school's resource subsidy for you. As an awakened person with special abilities, you will receive 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution every month. These 2 bottles of Star Beast blood essence are the blood essence of dragon-like star beasts. You can apply them on your body to enhance the effect of your cultivation. There are 600,000 yuan in this bank card, 500,000 yuan of which is the school's reward for those who have awakened their special abilities, and the other 100,000 yuan is given to you by Teacher Lan." Principal Zhang explained. "Teacher Lan." Su Yi was slightly stunned. Principal Zhang smiled and nodded. Teacher Lan also hopes that you can improve your strength as soon as possible. If you want to thank her, then work hard to get into the elite class and strive to get excellent results in the college entrance examination. Suyi put away a few things and nodded. Elite class. He will join. As the name suggests, it is a class where elites gather. Suyi remembered that when the second semester of senior year started, there were rumors about elite classes in the school. After all, the college entrance examination results of number 2 middle school in the past 2 years have not been ideal, so I think the school wants to select elite students for a try. Suyi returned to school and walked into class 37 of senior high school, just in time to hear the head teacher Lan Jingfei announcing the news. Each class nominates 10 people for the school's unified selection. The top 50 will enter the elite class. Our class's initial list is the top 10 in martial arts performance. If anyone wants to compete, they can challenge the top 10 in tomorrow's martial arts class. On Blue Star, where martial arts flourish, the grades of high school students are divided into 2 parts. Cultural subjects and martial arts performance. Obviously, martial arts achievements are more important. After hearing the news from concubine Lan Jing, the students who were originally ranked in the top 10 in martial arts performance showed proud expressions on their faces, while the students outside the top 10 were secretly thinking, can they dethrone the top 10? Among the top 10 martial artists, there must be my master Xia. Su Ye's deskmate Xia Jiqiu chuckled and patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Su, don't miss me too much when I go to the elite class. Xia Jiqiu, also known as Uncle Xia is so awesome in the class group, is the 3rd best martial artist in the class. Cultivation level, 7th level of Kaiyuan. Su Yi and Xia Jiqiu have been classmates since junior high school, and have been deskmates for more than 2 years in high school. They have a very good relationship. By the way, Su, how did you get that stingy guy to pay you back? Not long after Su Yi sent the message in the group, Ren Ku, the miser, actually paid back his classmates one by one, which became a great spectacle in their class 37 of senior high school. Many people called Su Yi in the group to ask the reason, but Su Yi popped up for a while at noon and then didn't say anything again. He didn't come back until several hours later. Xia Jiqiu rubbed his chin. Su, why do I feel like you look more handsome after not seeing you for half a month? Originally, Su Yi was so handsome that he could make half of the girls in the class faint. After not seeing him for half a month, he became even more handsome, and his skin was even whiter than the girls. Xia Jiqiu keenly discovered that almost all the girls in the class were secretly looking at Su Yi. Will this allow other people to survive? How can I answer so many questions you ask at once? Su Yi smiled slightly. But you want to know the answer. You'll know tomorrow. Damn it, Su, you've turned evil, keeping me on suspense. Night. Su family. Su Yi sat cross-legged in the living room. My parents took my younger sister, Su Baobao, for a walk downstairs. My current goal is to enter the elite class and get more resources. According to the last test of the senior year, to be in the top 50 of the whole grade, the minimum cultivation level must be Kaiyuan 5th level. As for the top student in the school, I heard that he is already Kaiyuan 9th level and is about to strive for transcendence. That is to say, with my current Kaiyuan 6th level cultivation, it is not difficult to enter the top 50. But cultivation is only one aspect, the most important thing is actual combat. After awakening my vampire physique, I am stronger, faster, and have a stronger recovery ability, but my combat skills are not enough. Burn the killing value and increase the proficiency of basic fighting skills. Su Yi made a decision quickly. Burn 100 kill points, basic fighting proficiency +1. Martial arts, basic fighting skills, perfect. To increase proficiency by 1 point, you actually need 100 points of killing points. This is more than the cost of improving cultivation. Su Yi felt a little distressed. But when he was improving his cultivation during the day, he found that the 4th level of Kaiyuan required 40 points, and the 5th level of Kaiyuan required 50 points. Obviously, the higher the cultivation level, the more points are needed for each improvement. Thinking about this, the core problem is that there aren't enough kill points. We need to find a way to earn more kill points. But now, come again. Burn 100 kill points, basic fighting proficiency +1. Look at the panel again. Host, Suyi. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, Evolvable. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Perfect. Talent, None. Kill Value, 35.6. Damn. My proficiency isn't improving any further. It seems that I have to continue burning the killing points, but I don't know how many times I have to burn it to increase my proficiency again. By the way, after reaching perfect proficiency, what level will it be next? Suyi rubbed his forehead. Getting the kill value is imminent. The next day. As soon as it was dawn, Suyi left home and ran all the way to the Haihe River. Fangyuan City is close to the sea, and a long Haihe River runs through the urban area. This Haihe River has also become the dividing line between the old and new urban areas. The old and chaotic Hadong. And the wealthy and technologically advanced Heshi. Standing by the Haihe River and looking at the completely different scenery on both sides, Suyi just wanted to move to Heshi with his family as soon as possible. After finding a deserted place, Suyi began to practice the basic fighting skills he had practiced yesterday. Call. Call. The wind was blowing. Suyi applied the countless experiences in basic fighting techniques gained after adding points bit by bit, and thoroughly integrated himself with this body. After 6 times, Suyi was sweating all over. Cool. The basic fighting skills that were originally a bit difficult to use now seemed as easy as pie in his hands. If he adds the 6th level of Kaiyuan Dark Knight Dragon skill, Suyi will be more confident that he can enter the elite class. Boom. Throw a punch again. Suyi blinked and slowly retracted his fist. Behind him, a white figure appeared behind Suyi at some point. Turning my head, I saw the girl was wearing a white school uniform with blue stripes and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. In the early morning, it is like dewdrops, clear and soft. Xiao Qiue. Suyi quickly recognized the girl's identity. The recognized school beauty of number 2 middle school and the well-deserved goddess in the hearts of boys. Moreover, the girl is not only beautiful, but also an awakened person, and her cultivation has reached the 8th level of Kaiyuan. It is said that her father is a high-level practitioner. All of this makes the halo above the girl's head even more dazzling. Hello, Suyi. Xiao Qiue smiled slightly. Just now when I passed by, I saw you practicing basic fighting skills, and I subconsciously stopped to watch for a while. Sorry for disturbing you. Suyi raised his eyebrows. Do you know me? Xiao Qiue nodded. In the last exam, you were the only one in the school who got all the marks for the last big question in the comprehensive science test. That's amazing. So it was because of this. Xiao Qiue paused and said, and, your progress in basic fighting skills is amazing. Speaking of this, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Qiue's eyes. She had seen Suyi practicing basic fighting skills before, and compared to before, it was really a world of difference. The most important thing is that Suyi's aura has also changed. Student Suyi, I want to fight with you, is that okay? Chapter 9, Lend me your school uniform. Men can't say no. Facing Xiao Qiue's gaze, Suyi nodded. Can. Although Xiao Qiue's cultivation is higher than his, Suyi also wants to fight with a master to test his true combat power. After all, what Suyi wants is not only to enter the elite class, but also to be admitted to the best martial arts university and become someone that all the Su family members in Yujing look up to. Only. Don't worry, classmate Su. I will suppress the star power. We will only compete in moves, not in cultivation. Xiao Qiue made a very considerate suggestion. Suyi. Okay. Bang. 2 figures quickly exchanged blows by the Haihe River. The more they fought, the more frightened Xiao Qiue became. Not only was Suyi's basic fighting skills proficient, but his foundation was also very solid. Xiao Qiue naturally didn't know that Suyi was cheating. After adding points yesterday, although the proficiency only increased by 1 level, there has been a qualitative change from mastery to perfection. What shocked Xiao Qiue even more was, she could feel that Suyi did not use star power, but when his fists and feet collided, the force coming from the opponent was incomparably huge. Su Ye's reaction speed and sensitivity are even more extraordinary. Soon, Xiao Qiue was completely suppressed. Be careful. Xiao Qiue shouted softly and suddenly changed his tactics. This time, Xiao Qiue no longer used basic fighting techniques, but a more sophisticated fighting skill. In an instant, he went from being suppressed to suppressing Su Yi. Su Ye's eyes lit up. What an exquisite fighting technique. You came just in time. Su Yi suddenly stopped restraining himself and pushed his basic fighting skills to the limit. Bang, bang, bang. A moment later, they punched each other again. Xiao Qiue took a few steps back and stopped, leaning against a tree. Okay, I won't fight anymore. Seeing this, Su Yi put down his hand with a little regret. The fight just now was really satisfying. Closing his eyes and recalling the battle just now, Su Yi felt that he had gained a lot. I just don't know what fighting skills Xiao Qiue used after she changed her tactics. When he opened his eyes again and saw Xiao Qiue, who was sweating profusely and still leaning against the tree, Su Yi stretched out his hand somewhat awkwardly. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Xiao Qiue took a deep breath and felt a little amused. It seemed like this was the first time someone ignored her so completely. This time I am not as skilled as you, thank you for showing mercy. The strands of hair on Xiao Qiue's forehead were wet with sweat and stuck to her white jade-like face. She seemed to be feeling a little uncomfortable. Xiao Qiue lowered her head and wanted to get a tissue. Then I discovered. After the fight, her body was soaked with sweat, and her white school uniform stuck tightly to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Ah! Xiao Qiue let out a low exclamation. Su Yi also followed Xiao Qiue's gaze and saw the towering mountain. He quickly turned his head away. But the scene lingers in my mind. Well, put on my clothes first. Su Yi handed the school uniform top that he had put aside to Xiao Qiue. Xiao Qiue's pretty face blushed slightly, and she took Su Ye's clothes and put them on quickly. Suddenly, a clean scent of soapberries fills my nose. This made Xiao Qiue's cheeks even redder. Well, thank you. I'll wash it and give it back to you later. Hearing the noise behind him, Su Yi turned around. The girl had already put on his baggy school uniform, which concealed her exquisite curves, but her little face was flushed and her eyes were sparkling. Kind of cute. It's okay, don't worry. School is almost over, how about going together? Xiao Qiue lowered her head and hummed softly. Fanyuan No. 2 Middle School. Su Yi and Xiao Qiue walked into the campus together. Student Su, let's go to the same place as today. I will bring your school uniform over tomorrow morning. Xiao Qiue said this with a slightly blushing face and quickly went to her class. Smelling the faint fragrance lingering in the air, Su Yi shook his head, as if trying to get rid of the beautiful thoughts that flashed through his mind. The most important thing for him now is to improve his cultivation so that he can give his family a better life. At the same time, there is also the Yujing Su family. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi walked into class 37 of senior high school. Then, ASU. Xia Zhiqiu was like a giant monkey, jumping over and trying to hug Su Ye's shoulders. Result. Su Yi took a step back, leaving Xia Zhiqiu empty-handed. Fuck, Su, when did you become so fast? Xia Zhiqiu exclaimed. But that's not important, what's important is. Su. Tell me, you actually know our beautiful schoolgirl. And tell me the truth, is the clothes that the beautiful schoolgirl is wearing your school uniform? I'm telling you, brother, I'm super strong, my eyesight is 5.2, you can't fool me. Su, what is your relationship with our beautiful schoolgirl? Even the clothes were borrowed, no one would believe me if I said it was okay. Su Yi glanced at Xia Zhiqiu's pair of 5.20 eyes that were full of gossip. Don't think too much about it, we just met on the road. TSK, Su, please stop hiding it from me. No wonder you look down on Liao Tingting from the next class. Who wants the class bell next door when there's a school bell? If I were as handsome as you, Su, I wouldn't even need to move, and the class bell or school bell would come up to me and confess my love. Xia Zhiqiu was so envious that he almost cried. Why isn't he as handsome as Su Yi? Speaking of which. Su, why why do I feel like you've become more handsome since you came back after being away for half a month? His skin became whiter and he seemed to have grown taller. Su Yi smiled helplessly. I've already said that Xiao Qiyu and I just met. If you have the energy, you might as well think about the top 10 martial arts competition in a while, so as not to be defeated at the critical moment. Speaking of this, Xia Zhiqiu's attention was indeed diverted. There's no way I'll be picked. I'm the genius Xia Zhiqiu. But you, Su, don't miss me too much since you won't have me as your deskmate anymore. Hee hee. Su Yi waited quietly for the competition among the top 10 martial arts students in the class to begin. But what he didn't know was that, the fact that he and Xiao Qiyu went to school together had been noticed by many people. Class 1, Grade 3. The handsome young man, Zhang Xian, who was being watched quietly by several blushing faces. At this moment, his eyes fell on Xiao Qiyu not far ahead. Looking at the girl's school uniform that was obviously a man's, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Master Xian, I found out that the man who came with Xiao Xiao this morning is called Su Yi, from class 17. He has good grades in academic subjects, but his martial arts are rubbish, and he came from the slums in Hedong. Zhang Xian's younger brother came over and quickly repeated Su Ye's information. Zhang Xian couldn't help but sneer, so he's a kid from the slums. When I heard this, I immediately understood. That's right, but a kid from the slums actually dares to compete with you, young Master Xian, for a woman. He is simply courting death. How about I take some people to teach him a lesson and make him stay away from school beauty Xiao in the future? Zhang Xian thought about it and finally shook his head. Forget it. I think he just happened to meet Qiyu. If I take action, it would be a sign of respect for him. Even if he appears in Qiyue's life, he is just a passing visitor. The younger brother next to him suddenly understood. Master Xian is generous. That's right. That kind of kid from the slum is not worth your effort. It will only dirty your hands. Just as Zhang Xian smiled and nodded. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Zhang Xian was stunned when he saw the caller ID, then he stood up suddenly. The surprise was mixed with ecstasy and disbelief. The caller ID showed Prince Suyang of Yujing. Chapter 10 Suyang, I just want someone to take care of Su Yi. Mr. Su. Zhang Xian quickly came to the corridor, and even though the person on the other end of the phone couldn't see him, he still looked respectful. After a moment, the call was disconnected. Su Yi. Young Master Su Yang actually knows this Su Yi. Who is this guy? But it's also bad luck for this kid to have provoked Master Su Yang. Zhang Xian shook his head, waved, and called his younger brother over. You said before that you would bring people to teach Su Yi a lesson. I am a little confused. He did suggest this, but didn't young Master Xian refuse? Why are you bringing this up again suddenly? But since young Master Xian has spoken. As a sensible younger brother, of course I have to understand. Then I'll take some people to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xian nodded with satisfaction. Added a sentence. Be more ruthless. Just when Zhang Xian was instructing his younger brothers to take action. Yujing. Su family. Su Yang, who was standing by the window, hung up the phone, still with a warm smile on his face. Just about to turn around. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaoyang, who were you talking to on the phone just now? Su Yang was startled and turned around to see his second sister Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue looked suspicious. I just seemed to hear you mention, Su Yi. That brat Su Yi actually left their Su family. And he ran back to his adoptive parents' home in the slums. Su Mingyue simply couldn't understand. But at the same time, he looked down on Su Yi even more. He actually gave up the Su family in Yujing and went to live with the people in the slums. It's just self-degradation. Su Mingyue could see through the future of that kind of person at a glance. He would probably have to stay in the slums all his life, worrying about today's meals and tomorrow's rent. How come the bloodline of their Su family appears in Su Yi instead of the outstanding Su Yang in front of him? Su Mingyue felt a pang of regret. But Su Yang's heart was lifted up for a moment. But there was still a warm smile on his face. Second sister, I heard that Su Yi returned to Fangyuan City. Since our family has some businesses in Fangyuan City, I want to ask someone to help Su Yi there. After all, he is the real young master of the Su family. As he spoke, Su Yang's expression became lonely. Su Mingyue felt distressed when seeing this. Xiao Yang, you are just too kind. Why would you care about that kind of person? Look, this is the child raised by their Su family. Even though Su Yi spoke badly to Su Yang still wanted to take care of Su Yi. Unlike that guy from the slums, he actually dares to talk back to his parents. And if we ask someone to look after Su Yi, someone will definitely doubt the relationship between Su Yi and our Su family. If people knew that our Yujing Su family had a son who lived in a slum, wouldn't they laugh at us to death? No, Xiaoyang, you are not allowed to be so kind in the future, and you are not allowed to ask anyone to look after Su Yi. Second sister, how can this be possible? Su Yi just can't figure it out for the moment. If we care about him more, he will definitely change his mind and apologize to mom and dad. Su Yang wanted to continue persuading her, but Su Mingyue was determined. In the end, Su Yang was defeated with a wry smile. Okay, second sister, can't I just stop asking others to take care of me in the future? Don't be angry, but Su Yi. Okay, today mom and dad will be back to guard the secret realm again, let's have a good meal as a family and don't mention the unhappy people. This, well, okay. Su Mingyue and Su Yang went downstairs hand in hand. After the two left, another figure appeared from the corner. It was Su Xingqian. Su Yi, has he returned to Fengyuan City? It seems that to him, the people who adopted him are better friends with his family than we are. It's just, even I didn't know Su Yi returned to Fengyuan City, how did Xiaoyang know? Thinking of what Su Yi said before he left home that the person in the entire Su family most wanted him to leave was Su Yang, Su Xingqian couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt in his heart. No, how could I doubt Xiaoyang? Su Yi must be too sensitive and overthinking. But, Su Yi is a member of the Su family after all. Even if he doesn't want to make progress, he still has the blood of our Su family flowing in his body. We should find someone to take care of him. After thinking about it, Su Xingqian made a phone call. Brother Zhang, I would like to ask you for help. Su Yi naturally didn't know what the Su family was doing. At this moment, he was standing on the playground. The top 10 martial arts students from class 37 of senior high school stood at the top, all with smug looks on their faces. Although the top 10 in the class may not necessarily rank in the top 50 in the school and enter the elite class, and it can even be said that the probability is very low, but it's great at the moment. Looking at the envious and jealous eyes of other classmates in the class. This feeling is so great. The homeroom teacher, Lan Jingfei, said, the top 10 martial artists in our class are Zhao Fei in first place, Wen Ran in second place, Xia Zhiqiu in third place, and Sun Shan in 10th place. However, in order to prevent mistakes, challenges are now open to everyone. Anyone who you think you can challenge can come up and try. As long as you can knock the opponent off his horse, you can take his place. As she spoke, concubine Lan Jing looked at the students below who were eager to try and smiled slightly. They are all energetic children, and it is a good thing to be energetic. Concubine Lan Jing is also willing to encourage these children to work hard for their goals. In particular, her eyes fell on Su Yi under the shade of the tree, and the corners of Lan Jingfei's mouth curled up slightly. Soon, this student will become a big hit. Su Yi stood under the tree, feeling a little lazy. The sun is shining brightly today and it was originally a good weather. But for Su Yi, he felt really uncomfortable under the sun. So, when concubine Lan Jing announced anyone who wants to challenge can sign up, Su Yi spoke a beat slower than others. I. In addition to Su Yi, there are two others who are eager to get into the top 10. Concubine Lan Jing was not surprised and pointed to the person who spoke first, Lu Jingren, you go first. Lu Jingren chuckled and looked directly at Sun Shan, who was ranked 10th. Grandson, come on. Sun Shan was depressed. He knew it would be like this. He was clearly in the top 10 in martial arts, but at this moment he became the soft persimmon and was the first to be bullied. Then let Grandpa teach you a lesson. Sun Shan and Lu Jingren walked directly to the open space on the playground and saluted each other with fists clasped. Start. Martial arts are prevalent on Blue Star, but most people only begin to formally learn martial arts at the age of 16, and in high school they mainly practice Kaiyuan Gongfa, constantly absorbing star power to temper their bodies. The combat skills school only taught basic fighting techniques, which were mainly for the purpose of strengthening the body and guiding the star power in the body. Only after reaching the 9th level of Kaiyuan and making a breakthrough in one fell swoop can one be considered a true practitioner and learn more advanced combat skills. So at this moment, Sun Shan and Lu Jingren were using basic fighting techniques. But after watching for a while, Suyi shook his head. It was obvious that Sun Shan was more proficient in fighting skills. Really? Bang! Fists and feet collided, and Lu Jingren took several steps back, his blood churning. I lost. Sun Shan smiled slightly and stood with his hands behind his back. Ranked 10th in the class, so terrifying. Chapter 11, 7th in the class, that's it. Sun Shan put his hands behind his back. Next. Immediately, Zheng Wang, who raised his hand second to challenge, leaped up and quickly came in front of Sun Shan. He smile. That's what you asked for. Sun Shan had just fought a fight and was exhausted. If he didn't seize the opportunity now, when would he seize it? Zheng Wang was originally worried that if he challenged Sun Shan right away he would be accused of taking advantage of someone's misfortune, but now it was Sun Shan who took the initiative to ask for it. Sun Shan. Damn, I was careless. In order to show off, he actually put himself in a passive position. Fortunately, the top 10 martial arts students in Sun Shan's class are still quite impressive. After fighting for 30 or 40 moves, Sun Shan finally used his more proficient basic fighting skills to knock Zheng Wang out of the fighting space. Sun Shan wins. Concubine Lan Jing announced loudly. Sun Shan was already leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. What to do? If there was another one, he would probably really go down. As he was thinking, Sun Shan just lay down on the ground. Ah! Seeing this, two people suddenly rushed out from the crowd. They were the two people who usually played well with Sun Shan. One is the 7th Shiji in martial arts, and the other is the 9th Zhen Xingyun in martial arts. Sun Shan, how are you? Concubine Lan Jing also came up to check, then looked at Sun Shan with a strange look. He must be exhausted from the continuous fighting. He just needs to rest for a while. Kids nowadays work so hard just to keep their status. He even pretends to be sick so skillfully. In fact, Concubine Lan Jing originally wanted to add a rule that continuous challenges were not allowed, but who would have thought that before she could say anything, Sun Shan fell first. Zhen Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Concubine Lan Jing say that Sun Shan was fine. I'm glad you're okay. Shiji snorted coldly. It's shameful to challenge you repeatedly. Then he looked at Suyi. Suyi, are you going to challenge Sun Shan too? Suyi. No, I challenge you. I was still hesitating about who to choose, but unexpectedly someone came to me and gave it to me. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. Shiji's blood surged, and he stood directly on the open space and hooked his finger at Suyi. Come. Let me tell you, the dignity of the 7th in martial arts cannot be insulted. Then. Bang! Fists and palms collided. A figure flew out directly. He fell heavily outside the open space, his head tilted and he fainted. Only. To everyone's surprise, the person who flew out and fainted was not Suyi, but Shiji, who was so arrogant just now. Instead, Suyi still stood there and clapped his hands in ease. That's it. The whole class. The whole class was silenced. Although Suyi is handsome, he is very weak. Isn't this recognized by their class? Otherwise, how could such a handsome guy be worth the confession of the class beauty from the next class? It had already been digested by their class. Isn't it because everyone knows that Suyi has no talent for cultivation and is inherently inferior to others in this world where martial arts is supreme? But what happened today? However, the class teacher Lan Jingfei had a calm expression, as she had expected this result. Su Yesheng entered the top 10 in the class in martial arts and will represent class 17 in the next elite class sprint. Zhen Xingyun, go check out the historical records. Classmates, you see, even though Su Yi has poor innate conditions, he can still break into the top 10 in martial arts in the class through his own efforts. It can be seen that talent is only one aspect, and hard work is more important. Now, is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Concubine Lan Jing's words immediately aroused the enthusiasm of these young students. Good. Even Suyi can do it, so they can do it even better. I. And me. The whole class was excited and stood up to challenge. Although they all knew the possibility was low, what if? Looking at this lively scene, Concubine Lan Jing smiled slightly, announced the new rule that one cannot challenge the same person repeatedly, and then began to host the next challenge. Only Su Yi was speechless. He actually became Concubine Lan Jing's teaching material. He is a man with a trick. He is a person with awakened superpowers. Su Yi originally wanted to openly announce his identity as an awakener, but seeing that Concubine Lan Jing was using him as a motivating factor, he could only shake his head and cooperate with Concubine Lan Jing's performance. However, no one chose Su Yi for the next challenge. The scene of Su Yi slapping Shi Ji away with one palm is still vivid in their minds. They will not lose their minds like Shi Ji. After a challenge, the result appeared. Except for Su Ye's successful challenge, there was no change in the other top 10 martial artists. After Concubine Lan Jing announced the result, Xia Jiqiu put his arm around Su Ye's shoulders with a sad look on his face. Ah Su, you are awesome, when did you break through? Needless to say, Su Yi must have made a breakthrough since he was able to defeat Shi Ji so easily, but he didn't even tell his good brother. Just broke through, I'm lucky. Su Yi smiled slightly, to make up for your broken heart, I'll buy you a Coke. Xia Jiqiu was instantly revived with full health. I want 2 bottles. Chilled. After school. Su Yi did not stay in the school training room to practice like the original owner, nor did he go home directly. Instead, followed the crowd and came to the most famous food street in Fangyuan City. This place is not far from the school, and it is already dinner time. There were crowds of people and the place was bustling with noise. Su Yi walked among the crowd, and from time to time some girls would secretly look at him. So handsome. And why is your skin whiter than girls? There was a hint of coldness about him, which made him seem more like a nobleman in the world. Just when the 2 girls were about to go up to Su Yi to ask for his contact information after some psychological preparation, Su Ye's eyes finally lit up. Found it. Golden Moon Seafood Restaurant. The largest seafood restaurant in Fangyuan City. The most important thing is, we're hiring here. Excuse me, is it okay for the kitchen helper we are looking for to come only at night? Su Yi asked the front desk. The most important job of a kitchen assistant in a seafood restaurant is to process the ingredients, which means killing animals. It fits Su Ye's system very well, doesn't it? This is just the right time for him to earn kill points. The lady at the front desk suddenly saw a super handsome guy asking her, and her heart beat faster than 150 times. Originally, the hotel was recruiting, not temporary workers, but, who cares about how handsome he is? I'll ask the manager. Okay, thank you. Su Yi smiled slightly and stood aside waiting for the receptionist and the manager to call. Just at this moment. Hey, isn't this our great talent Su? Is the great talent Su coming to work in the hotel? TSK, it seems that he knows that he has no hope in the college entrance examination and is preparing for a way out in advance. Su Yi frowned slightly, turned around, and saw a group of 7 or 8 boys and girls. The 2 people in the lead were a long-haired girl wearing a miniskirt, Liao Tingting, the beauty from the next class. The other man looked to be in his 20s, with blonde hair. He was hugging Liao Tingting's slender waist affectionately and looking at Su Yi with a mocking expression. Chapter 12, Meet the School Beauty Again, Part-Time Job at the Hotel. Su Yi quickly searched through the original owner's memory for a while and soon found information about the yellow-haired man in front of him. Zheng Feng. A senior who is 2 years older than Su Yi, he is studying at a local third-tier university. Like the original owner Su Yi, Zheng Feng's talent in martial arts training is not outstanding, and his academic performance is also very average. He has no idea how lucky he was to be admitted to a third-tier university. Logically speaking, this kind of person has no capital to be arrogant, but he has an uncle who runs a martial arts school, so he can be considered a rich second generation. And because there are many fellow disciples in the martial arts school, Zheng Feng usually behaves very arrogantly. If someone dares to offend him, he will ask his fellow disciples to teach the other person a lesson. Zheng Feng felt very inflated because of the large number of people and the lack of control. Logically speaking, people like Su Yi and Zheng Feng should have little in common. Only. Since childhood, Zheng Feng has liked Liao Tingting, the girl next door who grew up with him as a childhood sweetheart. But who would have thought that Liao Tingting confessed to Su Yi? Although Su Yi refused very straightforwardly, Zheng Feng still felt very unhappy with Su Yi. Very unhappy. He actually dared to refuse. No, Su Yi shouldn't appear. He must have used some means to confuse Tingting. For this reason, Zheng Feng even had someone cause trouble for the original owner. If he hadn't met a patrolman passing by at that time, the original owner would have had to stay in the hospital for at least half a month. But Su Yi didn't understand. Looking at the current appearance of Zheng Feng and Liao Tingting, it was obvious that they were already together. Why should Zheng Feng bother him? Su Yi turned around and didn't intend to say anything. However, Su Ye's indifferent attitude made Zheng Feng even angrier. Although Liao Tingting agreed to his pursuit, when they were together, Liao Tingting subconsciously mentioned Su Yi several times and even compared the two of them. Who can tolerate this? Zheng Feng felt that the yellow hair on his head was about to turn green. At this time, the lady at the front desk had already asked the manager using the internal phone and looked at Su Yi apologetically. Sorry, our manager said we are not hiring part-time workers at night right now. It's a pity that we can't see such a handsome boy every day. Su Yi felt regretful, but still nodded and said thank you, and prepared to find a part-time job and earn killing points at the same time. However. Oh, the talented Su is looking for a part-time job. Oh, the talented Su came from the slums. If he doesn't find a part-time job, his whole family will probably have nothing to eat. The people who came out of this slum smell really bad. Such a stinky person actually dared to walk into the Golden Moon seafood restaurant, which really polluted this place. Today, I will do a favor for the Golden Moon seafood restaurant and throw the garbage out. As he spoke, Zheng Feng pointed his finger, and two younger brothers rushed out from behind, ready to kick Su Yi out. Moreover, those two men were obviously skilled in martial arts, and the wind whistled when they attacked, and it was obvious that they were trying to injure Su Yi. Su Ye's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to pay attention to Zheng Feng at first. But some people took his disregard as fear. In that case, a flash of blood appeared in Su Ye's eyes. Just be prepared to fight back. Only. Stop. A cold shout. At the same time, a figure flashed by, and the two younger brothers who were about to attack Su Yi flew backwards in an instant, then covered their hands and cried in pain. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Who is it? Su Yi looked in the direction of the voice, and was surprised to see a familiar figure. Xiao Qiue. How did she get here? And there were 4 or 5 men in black suits who looked very impressive, surrounding her like a star. Su Yi, we meet again. Xiao Qiue walked quickly to Su Yi and was slightly relieved to see that Su Yi was not injured. Then she turned around and looked at Zheng Feng and others with a cold face. No fighting is allowed in Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. Please ask these people to leave and let the guard see them clearly. They are not welcome here in the future. Yes, miss. 2 men in black suits came out and were about to ask Zheng Feng and the others to leave. What are you doing? I'm here to eat. Do you dare to fight me? You, don't scare me. I'm not someone who can be scared. Okay, I'll leave, don't do anything. Grandpa, I was wrong. Zheng Feng started out shouting and protesting, but soon he started apologizing repeatedly and was successfully invited out by the 2 men in black suits, along with his younger brother behind him and Liao Tingting beside him. After the group left, Xiao Qiue turned around and looked at Su Yi with a smile. Su Yi, why are you here? Su Yi looked at Xiao Qiue, then at the golden plaque with the words, Jinyu Seafood Restaurant, above his head. You are. Xiao Qiue smiled slightly, this seafood restaurant is my family's business. I came here to eat and happened to come across it. I've heard that Xiao Qiue's family has an extraordinary background, but I didn't expect that the Jinhua Seafood Restaurant which is so famous in Fanyuan City, is actually her family's business. However, Suyi did not feel inferior because of this. He just told Xiao Qiuyue the purpose of his visit after she asked him. Suyi, do you want to find a part-time job? You are about to take the college entrance examination. Actually, Xiao Qiuyue originally wanted to persuade Suyi to spend more time on studying and practicing. It was not wise to find a part-time job to make money at this time. But halfway through her words, Xiao Qiuyue changed her mind. This was Suyi's own decision, and she shouldn't interfere. Moreover, Xiao Qiuyue believed that Suyi was not the kind of person who did not know his own limits. Since he made this choice, he must have his own considerations, or he must be in dire need of money, right? If you don't mind, Suyi, I can agree to let you work here part-time. Do you still want to come? Xiao Qiuyue asked Suyi what he meant. In that case, I won't be polite. Suyi didn't hesitate and agreed directly. You don't have to be a fool if you have connections. But I have to find a way to repay Xiao Qiuyue's favor in the future. Immediately, Xiao Qiuyue called the hotel manager and asked him to help Suyi with the onboarding process. As for the specific part-time salary, Xiao Qiuyue did not say much. She believed that the hotel manager would definitely not dare to let Suyi suffer any loss. Suyi and Xiao Qiuyue thanked them and were about to go to the kitchen with the manager. But after taking 2 steps, Suyi turned around and returned to Xiao Qiuyue. I come here part-time because I need it for the technique I'm practicing. It is correct to say that the dark prison dragon technique requires the concentration of evil energy. Xiao Qiuyue blinked in confusion, as if she still didn't understand why Suyi suddenly turned around and said these to her. But soon, a flash of enlightenment appeared in Xiao Qiuyue's eyes. Suyi came here not to make money, but to practice. Although she didn't know what kind of martial arts skills were required to do this kind of part-time job in the hotel, Xiao Qiuyue couldn't help but smile up, and her eyes curved into 2 bright moons. I see. Then I look forward to your improvement in skills and cultivation, and your admission to the martial arts university. Suyi nodded. Must. Chapter 13, Killing Value Increased, Someone is Following. Mr. Su, this way please. Manager Lu, I'm not a gentleman, you can just call me Xiao Su. Then I'll call you Classmate Su. What are your requirements for part-time job, Classmate Su? As long as I can kill you. Manager Lu. Manager Lu looked at the handsome young man in front of him and never expected that such a handsome face could say such a cruel word. However, the other party turned out to be the friend that the eldest lady liked, so of course his needs had to be met. So Manager Lu took Suyi directly to the back kitchen and pointed at the barely adequate fish tank. Student Su, after you place your order, the chef will directly send you the information about what ingredients he needs. You just need to follow the instructions on the screen to get the corresponding seafood and process it. Manager Lu pointed to a screen nearby and personally introduced the workflow to Suyi. He even called over a strong man nearby. Lao Zhao, this is our new part-time student Su Yesu. He is new here and isn't familiar with many things. Please help take care of him. Old Zhao, who was standing by, saw Manager Lu Yongming personally bring a handsome young man over and explain the job content to him. He had already realized that this handsome young man had an extraordinary background. Hearing this, he nodded immediately and said happily. No problem, Manager Lu. I will definitely take good care of Su. Suyi familiarized himself with the workflow a little bit and couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed the #1 seafood restaurant in Fanyuan City. The kitchen is not only clean and tidy, but also has modern processes. Just then a batch of demands appeared on the screen. 10 silver-scaled fish. Suyi immediately used a fishing net to catch 10 silver-scale fish from a fish tank. He was skilled in knocking the fish unconscious, gutting it, removing the internal organs and scraping the scales. Kill value plus 0.2. It really got the kill value. And the kill value you get is more than that of killing prawns. Suyi was encouraged, and he quickly cut the fish with his knife. In a short while, the 10 inly fish were cleaned. Then he put the 10 processed fish into a box and put it on the conveyor belt. When the conveyor belt started, the processed silver scale fish would be delivered to the chef. There is no need to deal with the chef in the kitchen, and perhaps the efficiency of the killing value can be improved a lot. Su Yi was quite satisfied. Bite. A reminder tone sounds. A new demand order has been sent. 20 black tiger shrimps. Before old Zhao on the side could ask how to distribute them, Su Yi had already diligently fished out 20 black tiger shrimps and started processing them skillfully. Kill value plus 0.1. Old Zhao standing by was stunned. This classmate Su looks handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. I thought he was a young master from some family who came here to experience life. I didn't expect he could work so efficiently. But it's better this way, as he doesn't have to worry about the young master making mistakes in a hurry and causing trouble for him. Old Zhao happily started to do his work, but he would glance at Su Yi from time to time to avoid making mistakes. I was busy until 11 o'clock at night. Only then did Su Yi stop what he was doing. After one night's hard work, Su Ye's kill value directly increased by 24.2. This speed. It only takes 3 or 4 days to increase your cultivation level. It only takes 5 days to increase your martial arts proficiency by 1 point. There are still 3 months left before the college entrance examination. Doesn't that mean that he can improve his cultivation to the 9th level of Kaiyuan before the college entrance examination, or even break through to the extraordinary level? It's a pity that the path after becoming extraordinary can only be systematically studied after entering university. However, the remaining kill points cannot be wasted, and can be used to continue improving basic fighting skills. The Blue Star Martial Arts University College Entrance Examination results are composed of 4 parts. Cultural courses plus basic theory of martial arts. Physical fitness. Fighting skills. Combat capability. Obviously, fighting skills and actual combat ability are closely related to basic fighting techniques. Su Yi was quickly calculating how to use the killing points in the future, but he didn't notice that manager Lu Yongning had already walked over. Student Su. Su Yi was distracted and came to his senses. Manager Lu. Lu Yongning, as expected of you, the eldest lady's friend. It's so natural for you to look down on others. Student Su, thank you for your hard work today. This is the fee for your part-time job today. As he spoke, Lu Yongning took out his cell phone and transferred money to Su Yi. Part-time job fee? Su Yi was stunned. He was so focused on coming to the seafood restaurant to earn killing points that he even forgot to ask about the part-time job fee. Open your phone and confirm the payment. $300. There are so many. If you work part-time every night for a month, wouldn't you be able to earn 9,000 a month? You know, Su Xiangdong works hard for a month and does hard labor on the construction site, but he can only earn 7,000 yuan a month. This money. Su Yi knew without thinking that the other party must be taking care of him on purpose because of Xiao Qiyue. Manager Lu Yongning had been paying attention to Su Ye's expression. When he saw that Su Yi had even forgotten his part-time job fee, he became more certain that this was the young master who came here to experience life. The smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. Student Su, I'm sorry that I forgot to discuss the part-time salary with you before, so I will pay you according to our normal part-time salary at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. According to the rules, part-time salary is paid on a daily basis, 300 yuan per person per day, please don't mind. By the way, it's not very safe at night recently, so please be careful on your way back, Su. Su Yi. I didn't mind at all, and even wanted to introduce this job to my father Su Xiangdong. However, this thought only flashed through my mind. Su Yi felt really embarrassed to keep taking advantage of Xiao Qiyue. If you really want to change the current situation of family poverty, you have to rely on yourself. Okay, thank you, Manager Lu. Su Yi put away his phone. However, he secretly decided in his heart that if he had the chance in the future, he would pass this information to Xiao Qiyue. Speaking of which, in just one night, he already owed Xiao Qiyue 2 favors. Farewell Manager Lu. Su Yi brought a hotel benefit, a seafood barbecue. Walking all the way home. Although he had already sent a message to his mother Lu Ruxin to tell them that he would be back later and ask them to rest first, Su Yi also knew that with Lu Ruxin's personality, she would definitely wait for him to return home. Thinking that there was a light waiting for him in the dark night, Su Ye's heart was burning with excitement and he quickened his pace. Only walking and walking. Su Yi paused slightly. Someone is following you. Could it be the serial killer who was rumored to be killing young girls at night in the city during this period? Suyi couldn't help but think of Manager Lu's reminder. But soon Suyi shook his head. Having awakened his vampire physique, Suye's hearing improved significantly in the dark. Although the other party tried his best to conceal it, Suyi still sensed the other party's presence from his light footsteps and the sound of the wind. There are two groups of people following us. The group had heavy footsteps and was large in number. The other wave consisted of only one person, and his footsteps were very light, which made Suyi feel even more dangerous. These two waves of people came specifically to target him. But obviously none of them looked like the murderer who specifically targets young girls. That's interesting. Suyi slowly stopped. A group of 7 or 8 young men blocked his way. At the same time, 5 or 6 people behind him cut off his retreat. Suyi. Good. Boy, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Someone wants your legs. Be good and let me love you. Oh, so much nonsense. Chapter 14 Suye's politeness is waiting for you. Boy, you're looking for death. Brothers, go. Break both of his legs and give him an arm as interest. With a loud bang, more than a dozen people rushed directly towards Suyi. These people are all small-time hooligans in this area. Their martial arts talent is very ordinary, and most of them have the cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th level of Kaiyuan. Relying on their large numbers and some fighting skills, they have been dominating this area. The sponsor who found them said that Suyi was just a student at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. For these little gangsters, this business was too easy. However, don't come over here. After a while, the screams of these gangsters were heard in the quiet night. In response to their screams, Suye's quick and decisive actions. Bang, bang, bang. Kill each crying monster with one punch. After a while, there were gangsters lying all over the ground at Suye's feet. That's it. Suyi frowned. Fighting a dozen thugs was easier than fighting Xiao Qiue alone in the morning. Too weak. Suyi was a little dissatisfied. The little thug on the ground. Elder brother. Dear brother. You beat us up, and you still think we are too weak? Don't bully people like this. Suyi walked up to the gangster who was leading the group. Who asked you to come? The gang leader closed his eyes stubbornly. If you want to make a living, you must have moral principles. You must never betray your employer. Oh. Suyi nodded and didn't make things difficult for anyone. After all, he is gentle. He took the gang leader's cell phone directly from his pocket. Come on, open your eyes. The gang leader opened his eyes subconsciously. Facial recognition successful. Suyi took back his phone, opened the communication method, and found the top conversation. The leader of the gangsters was very professional. He pinned the conversation with the sponsor and also noted the other party as Sponsor Daddy, which made it very convenient for Suyi to find him. Click on it. Suyi immediately confirmed that this was the person who asked these gangsters to break his legs, but the other party did not introduce himself, and Suyi was not familiar with the contact name and profile picture. But it's not difficult. Suyi made a video call directly. The other party was probably waiting for a reply from the gangsters, and the video call was picked up immediately after it was made. Suyi immediately saw a slightly familiar face, seemed to be a student from their school. I don't remember who it was specifically. But now that I have seen this face, it won't be difficult to find the other person. But on the other side of the video call, Zhang Xian was completely stunned. You. Suyi nodded politely, hello. Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian hung up the phone immediately. But I regret it deeply in my heart. How did he just answer the phone? Looking at Suye's appearance, he seemed to be fine. It was obvious that those gangsters had failed and exposed him. Only. After being nervous for a while, Zhang Xian quickly calmed down. When he suddenly saw Suye's face just now, he felt nervous as if he was caught. So what if Suyi knew his identity? What can a poor student from a slum do to Zhang Xian? Humph, Suyi, you have offended young Master Su Yang, and you will suffer in the future. No matter how Zhang Xian adjusts his mentality. On the dark street, Suyi looked at the hung-up phone and shrugged. How rude. You didn't even say goodbye. Not like him. Suyi held the gang leader's phone in one hand and his own phone in the other. Add friends. Initiate a transfer. Smiling, he lifted up the gang leader's hand and said, "Come on, give me a fingerprint." The transfer was successful. Delete a friend. The series of actions seemed natural. Put the phone back into the gangster's pocket. Thinking of the more than 10,000 yuan he had just received, Suyi said very politely. Thanks. The gang leader. The little gangster was a little disheveled. And Suyi had already started looking at the gangster next to him. This is all money. Suyi did the same. Just after 7 or 8 consecutive transfers. When Suyi walked towards the next gangster. Whoosh. There was a sound of wind behind me. Suyi smiled slightly. Been waiting for you for a long time. Bang. Fists and feet collide. The man who attacked from behind was beaten back repeatedly with an expression of disbelief on his face. How can this kid defend against his sneak attack? Does this guy have eyes behind his back? Or, did he already know that I was right next to him? This kid is weird. The attacker was alert. Suyi quickly turned around and rushed forward, quickly performing perfect basic fighting skills. There is no time for the attacker to react. At the same time, Suyi also saw the other person's appearance. He looked to be a man in his 40s, with a long scar on the left side of his face, making him look very fierce. The opponent's fighting style was indeed very fierce. Su Ye's plan was unintentional. After his successful attack, his offensive continued and he had already gained the upper hand. But even so, Scarface, apart from being a little hesitant at first, quickly calmed down, and his punches and kicks were very methodical, making his defense impenetrable. Even while defending, he kept looking for opportunities to counterattack. Feeling the force of the opponent's fist, Su Yi was secretly shocked. What a strong force. The punching force definitely exceeds 800 kilograms. The other party is Kaiyuan Sr. At least the 8th level of Kaiyuan. When Su Yi was shocked, the scarred man opposite him was also shocked. This boy has great strength. Obviously, this young man's skills were not as good as his, but he was able to fight with him without losing. Could it be that the other party was born with supernatural powers? Moreover, this young man's speed and reaction agility far surpassed those of ordinary people, and his basic fighting skills were extremely powerful. If we continue to fight like this, we will definitely not be able to defeat him. Scarface made a quick judgment. It seems, that's the only thing I can use. Bang, bang, bang. The two men exchanged more than 10 moves, and the fight had moved from the thugs lying on the ground to the corner of the wall. Taking advantage of the cover of the corner, Scarface suddenly bent down. Suddenly, a hint of silver appeared under his t-shirt on the back. Call out. A silver light suddenly flew out. It turned out to be a hidden weapon. Danger. Su Ye's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. If he was pierced by this silver light, he would probably die on the spot. At this moment, Su Ye's blood began to flow faster and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Boom. 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 A silver moonlight poured down. At a certain moment, Su Ye's heartbeat seemed to resonate with the entire starry sky. A powerful force suddenly emerged in the body. Make him stronger, faster and more responsive. Brush. At the critical moment. Su Yi turned his head at a speed far beyond the limit of human reaction, just avoiding the silver light. At the same time, a punch was thrown out fiercely. Boom. This punch hit Scarface's chest hard. The burly scar-faced man flew backwards, hit the wall behind him heavily, and then slid down weakly. Thump. Like a dead dog. Chapter 15. Do you dare to kill me? I dare. Thump. Scarface fell heavily to the ground and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Broken ribs. But Scarface is also a ruthless man. He doesn't care about the pain in his chest and stands up and fights back immediately. However. Click. A shadow flashed, and a hand had already tightly grasped Scarface's neck. It was Su Yi whose strength and speed had been greatly improved. While strangling the man's neck with one hand, Su Yi grabbed the scarred man's arm with his other hand. Click. Click. With two crisp sounds, the scarred man's two arms hung limply on both sides of his body, having been twisted off by Su Yi. Lift your foot. Boom. Boom. With two dull thuds, Scarface's knee was broken by Su Ye's kick. Su Yi then looked up and stared into the scarred man's eyes. Who asked you to come? You won't be able to get any information from me. Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was a smile on his face. Your strength and speed far exceed those of ordinary people, as well as your explosive power. It turns out you are actually a genius, but geniuses are what I hate the most. Boy, I've got my eyes on you, and you'll definitely die in my hands. It was obvious that Scarface had his limbs broken and his neck strangled by Su Yi, but the other party was unscrupulous and even threatened to kill Su Yi. Su Yi couldn't help laughing at such a ridiculous scene. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you directly? Scarface glanced behind Su Yi. The two consecutive robberies caused quite a stir, and some residents in the surrounding area had already called the police. Scarface could see a group of people running quickly towards them from the intersection in the distance. Seeing this, Scarface showed a wild smile. Do you dare? Boy, you don't even dare to kill a chicken, right? Do you dare to kill someone? You are a good student, are you willing to ruin your future by killing me? You don't dare, so you can only be stared at by me, and you will never have peace. I will drain your blood and watch you die bit by bit. Then I will take out your bones and wash them clean as a souvenir of my killing of a genius. This is also the only proof that you will remain in this world. Will you thank me? Genius. They all deserve to die. The footsteps behind me are getting closer. We are patrol officers from the Patrol Bureau. Those in front of you, put down your weapons and raise your hands. Scarface's smile became even more rampant. Boy, the patrol team is here, do you still dare to kill me? In response to him, Su Yi gave him a polite smile under the moonlight. I dare you. Snap. Su Yi exerted force with his hands, and the scarred man's neck suddenly twisted into a strange arc. There was still arrogance and disbelief in his eyes, but the look in Scarface's eyes gradually faded away. Thump. The Scarface's body was thrown to the ground casually by Su Yi. Kill value plus 11.2. Sure enough, killing people can also gain kill points. Su Yi curled the corners of his mouth. Turn around. Raise your hands. Facing a group of nervous patrol team members, he smiled gently and behaved politely. I'm Su Yi, a senior student at Fangyuan City No. 2 Middle School. I was robbed on my way home from work. I was just acting in self-defense. There were 7 or 8 patrol team members rushing over. Look at the gang of hooligans howling on the ground, and then look at the motionless and distorted body in the corner. The patrol team members all had strange expressions on their faces. Is this self-defense? Fangyuan City, Jiangdong Inspection Bureau. Zhang Baichuan, the director of the Inspection Bureau, who is in his early 40s and has deep wrinkles between his brows, stands in front of a one-way mirror, looking at the calm teenager in the next room. Is this Su Yi? The person that Su Xingchen from the Yujing Su family called specifically to ask him to take care of? Just then, the door of the room was pushed open and a young man in his 20s walked in quickly. Boss, the situation has been clarified. What's going on? Those people lying on the ground wailing were indeed the hooligans from that area, and they also admitted that they did come to rob Su Yi, but were subdued by the other party. Well, what about the other one? The identity of the other scarred man has also been found out. His name is Song Si, and he is the coach of the Heshijing Family Martial Arts School. He has reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan. According to the confessions of those hooligans, Song Si did suddenly rush out and attack Su Yi when Su Yi subdued those hooligans. Moreover, the scarred man is obviously a master. He also carried a lot of prohibited weapons, including daggers, short knives, crossbows, and poisons. The crossbow has already been used. Oh. It seems that Su Yi was not lying when he said he was acting in self-defense. The young man looked a little strange. He was indeed defending himself, But, let's not talk about those hooligans for now. Song Si's body is very problematic. His limbs were broken, and his ribs were broken. The fatal injury was his broken neck. Based on the appearance of the body, it is obvious that Suyi had completely subdued Song Si at the time, but he still killed him before we arrived. This is not self-defense. Definitely over-defense. Boss, what should we do next? Zhang Baichuan raised his eyebrows. He was quite ruthless. Zhang Baichuan did not answer the young man's question, but looked at Suyi in the next room with interest. Shaoli, what do you think Suyi is thinking about right now? Maybe, worried. This Suyi was indeed a senior student at Fangyuan City No. 2 Middle School. His home was in the old city of Hedong. His mother was in poor health and his sister was young. The whole family relied on his father to make money at the construction site. A child like this would definitely be panicked if suddenly faced with such a thing, right? Zhang Baichuan chuckled. Worried? I don't think he's worried at all. Ever since confirming Su Ye's identity, Zhang Baichuan has been keeping an eye on Su Ye, and he found that this kid is really not shy. He looked natural and even asked to use his cell phone to call his family and teacher. Later, he even took his midnight snack from working and ate it all up. After eating, he carefully packed up the takeaway boxes and wiped the table clean. Is this what it means to be worried? This is clearly a show of confidence. Zhang Baichuan became curious and prepared to meet this mysterious Su Yi. Student Su Yi, I noticed that you have excellent academic performance in school, so you must know the difference between self-defense and excessive defense, right? Do you have anything to say? Su Yi pondered for a moment. I'm a bit unlucky. Zhang Baichuan, unlucky enough to run into 2 robberies. Su Yi, unlucky as it is, I just turned 18 yesterday. Zhang Baichuan. What you said makes a lot of sense. Aren't you afraid that it will be considered excessive self-defense? Su Yi smiled slightly but did not answer. Just when Zhang Baichuan wanted to say something, the door was pushed open again. Shaoli, who just came over to report the situation, looked a little surprised. Boss, someone is coming. Principal Zhang of the 2nd Middle School, and Su Ye's homeroom teacher Lan Jingfei. They're all here. Shaoli looked at Su Yi in disbelief. Who is this little classmate? Chapter 16, the principal of No. 2 Middle School personally bailed out. The principal of No. 2 Middle School came in person. Zhang Baichuan also had to take it seriously. A conversation. Zhang Baichuan quickly led Principal Zhang and concubine Lan Jing to the room where Su Yi was. Student Su Yi, you can leave now. Zhang Baichuan did not mention the word excessive self-defense again. It seems like there is no such option. Su Yi was not surprised by this result. After all, he is a person with awakened superpowers. Scarface thought Su Yi didn't dare to exchange his bright future for his life. But he had no idea. As a person with awakened superpowers, not only can he receive preferential treatment in distributing resources from the school, but his authority is also above that of ordinary warriors of the same level. For example, this time's excessive self-defense. It may be a little troublesome for ordinary warriors. But for those who have awakened their special abilities, ensuring their own safety is the first priority. Violence may be used if necessary. Although I don't know why Donghuang and even the entire Federation attach so much importance to those who have awakened superpowers. But after Su Yi came back from the Tower of Babel, he carefully read the manual on awakened people with special powers with the attitude of preparing for the civil service examination and gained a deep understanding of it. So after the incident, Su Yi not only told his family that he would be back late, but also immediately notified the school. Really? Principal Zhang came in person. He walked out of the police station accompanied by Principal Zhang and concubine Lan Jingfei. Su Yi turned his head. Director Zhang, can I ask the identity of that scarred man? Zhang Baichuan paused, then said, Song Si, the coach of Zheng's martial arts school. Zheng's martial arts school. Zheng Feng. Just because of a small dispute at Jinua's seafood restaurant, Zheng Feng wanted someone to kill him? This is illogical. Su Yi frowned and found that things were not simple. The more likely possibility is that Zheng Feng asked Song Si to teach him a lesson. But after fighting with him, Song Si wanted to kill him. This also explains why Song Si did not use any weapons at the beginning and was just unarmed. After the two men fought, Song Si suddenly used a back crossbow. Thinking of Song Si's murderous intent towards the genius, and the other party's madness in collecting human bones as souvenirs, Su Yi reminded politely. Director Zhang, maybe you can search Song Si's residence carefully, maybe there will be new discoveries. Old Town. Su Yi returned home. Sure enough, Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong were not asleep, but were sitting in the living room waiting for him. However, the little lowly Su Baobao, who was originally shouting that she wanted to wait for her brother to come back, could not resist Zhou Gong's call and fell asleep early. Xiaoya, are you okay at school today? Lu Wuxin stepped forward and saw that Su Ye's coat was gone, and there were a few red marks on his white school uniform. It's blood. Lu Ruxin's heart suddenly rose in her arms. Xiaoya, are you okay? Are you hurt? Even Su Xiangdong, who had been able to remain calm, couldn't help but become nervous. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm not injured, this blood. It should be Scarface Song Si's. It must have been accidentally rubbed against me while I was killing fish while working part-time. I'm glad you're not hurt, I'm glad you're not hurt. Wait, Xiaoya, what part-time job? Su Yi smiled slightly and told his friend that he had found a part-time job at Jinua's seafood restaurant, where he could earn 300 yuan a day just by going there after school. However, when she heard the high salary of 300 yuan, Lu Ruxin did not feel happy, but frowned instead. Xiao Yi, the college entrance examination is only 3 months away. You should spend more time on studying. Why don't you just give up this part-time job? Although 300 yuan is a lot, if you work for a full month, you can earn more than Su Xiangdong. But Lu Ruxin didn't want Su Yi to waste the most important time of senior year in high school just to make money. Living in the old city of Hedong, Lu Ruxin knew best that the best, or even the only way to escape from this so-called slum, was to take the college entrance examination. If you get into a good university, you can make a big leap forward. What's more, Su Ye's academic performance is so good, Lu Ruxin is even more reluctant to let Su Yi ruin his future for a little money. Su Xiangdong on the side also nodded repeatedly. That's right, Xiaoya, your mother is right, the most important thing for you now is to study. Seeing this, Su Yi smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, I went to work part-time at Jinua's seafood restaurant not for the money, but for cultivation. Practice? Yes, because I have awakened my superpowers. What? Under the incredulous and surprised gazes of Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin, Su Yi briefly told them about the awakening of his supernatural powers. Then he took out a card. It was the black card awarded to him by the school. Mom and Dad, here is 600,000 yuan. It's the school's reward for my awakening of my superpowers. With this money, Mom can go to a better hospital for a physical checkup and buy some supplements to replenish the body. Dad doesn't have to work so hard at the construction site. We can also rent a bigger house so that Dad doesn't have to sleep on the sofa every day and get a backache. We can also prepare a separate room for the baby. She's already this big, and other children have their own rooms. Our baby can't be any worse off than others. As for buying a house, Su Yi shook his head. 600,000 was not enough. How can this be possible? This is a reward from the school. Xiaoya, this is the most critical time for you. Use this money to buy some resources. Lu Ruxin put the bank card back into Su Ye's hand. Oh, this is really great news. Xiaoya, you have awakened your superpowers. You will become a powerful warrior in the future. That's great, that's great. After Su Yi started practicing in high school, Lu Ruxin also often paid attention to information in this regard, knowing that once Su Yi awakened his special powers, he would definitely become a warrior. Moreover, people with special abilities are more valued than ordinary warriors. Even if they join a company after graduation, their salaries are higher than those of warriors with the same level of skills. It can be said that once you awaken, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the future will be smooth. He truly is worthy of being the son of the god of war Su Jingdao. When Lu Ruxin thought of Su Ye's life experience, she suddenly felt a little lost. Xiaoya, do you think you should tell your biological parents about your awakening of superpowers? Although I don't know why Su Yi returned from Yujing to a small place like Fanyuan City, but with Su Ye's current qualifications, if he has the support of the Yujing Su family, his future will definitely be better, right? Mom, don't mention those unhappy people on a happy day. You can take this money. My skills are special and I don't need any resources. With the system, Su Yi can continuously improve his cultivation in martial arts as long as he keeps killing. Resources that are very necessary for others are dispensable to Su Yi. Although Su Yi said so, Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong did not accept the 600,000 yuan in the end. They just said that they would look for houses in the near future and ask Su Yi for more if they did not have enough money. All right. Su Yi nodded. It seems that his parents will not spend the money freely just by giving it to him. He should find a way to buy some more supplements or something. Chapter 17 Talent, Extreme Explosion. Night. Su Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. It was his first time killing someone, and Su Yi thought he would be upset. But in fact it is not. Su Yi felt calm. The only ripple was probably, why did his strength and speed suddenly increase when facing Scarface today? I guess I'm really suited to killing. Su Yi smiled slightly and called out the system panel. Host, Su Yi. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, Evolvable. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Perfect. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 71. The kill value increased by more than 30 points. And beyond that. In the talent column, there is an additional, Extreme Burst. At the same time, a line of reminders appeared at the bottom of the system panel. Activate the vampire's Extreme Burst state in advance. In the Extreme Burst state, various states will be increased by 2 times and last for 1 second. The Extreme Burst state consumes the body's potential energy. Nutrition needs to be replenished in time after the Extreme Burst state is activated. It turned out that the sudden surge in strength and speed when he was fighting with Scarface just now was because he had activated the Extreme Burst state in advance. A flash of enlightenment came to Su Ye's mind. And precisely because of the extreme explosive state that Su Yi felt very hungry when he was in the inspection bureau, and ate up all the food that he originally wanted to take home. But even so, Su Yi rubbed his stomach. It still feels a little bit insufficient. Turning around, Su Yi took out 2 small bottles from the school bag hanging on the chair next to him. Primary nutrient solution. Tons of tons. Su Yi raised his head and drank the entire bottle of primary nutrient solution. Suddenly. After having a midnight snack, my body was still very hungry, but at this moment I felt a sense of fullness. Is the effect so good? It seems that I should keep 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution distributed by the school with me in the future, so that I can replenish nutrition immediately after an extreme outburst. Su Yi thought secretly in his heart. As for the remaining bottle of primary nutrient solution. After thinking about it, Su Yi tilted his head back and drank the bottle of nutrient solution again. Su Yi had previously told Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong that he didn't need resources, but, what if they were useful? It never hurts to try. After drinking another bottle of nutrient solution, Su Yi was preparing to practice the Dark Prison Dragon technique. But who knows? After the warm current flowed into the body, it disappeared in an instant. What's going on? What about energy? Su Yi felt it carefully. The energy is indeed gone. Wait, the panel. Su Yi summoned the panel again. Host, Su Yi. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, 1 out of 100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 6th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Perfect. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 71. On the panel, in the ability column, after Vampire Rebirth, the content in brackets changed from, can evolve, to, 1/100. Su Yi had been curious about how his superpowers would evolve, but he had never figured it out. Now he knows. It turns out that resources are needed. A bottle of primary nutrient solution can bring 1 point of progress. So, if you want to evolve, all you need to do is take 100 bottles of primary nutrient solution. Su Yi was delighted. Just find a way. But turn on your phone. Search for primary nutrient solution. Bang! Suyi immediately threw the phone away again. Depend on. A bottle of primary nutrient solution costs 10,000. 100 bottles would cost 1 million. I used to think that the 600,000 in the card was a lot. But now. Hee hee. Still have to make money. When Suyi was worried about money. Inspection Bureau. The gang leader Huang Mao and a group of small gangsters were finally released. Of course, it was mainly because someone bailed. Tell me about it. Zhang Xian frowned and looked at the yellow-haired man. You said you had important information about Suyi to tell me, so I bailed you out. If you, hee hee. Master Xian, don't worry, I really have news to tell you. The yellow-haired man hurriedly came over with a smile, but after seeing Zhang Xian frowning slightly, he stopped and kept a distance from Zhang Xian before continuing. Master Xian, you told us before that Suyi was only at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, but who would have thought? I took my brothers to pick a fight with Suyi, but we couldn't even take a single move from him. He is really too powerful. Zhang Xian looked unfriendly. You mean, I gave you the wrong information? Are you blaming me? No, how dare I blame you, Master Xian? You came all the way here for us in the middle of the night. I can't thank you enough. I mainly want to remind Master Xian that Suyi is hiding too deeply. He is definitely not at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. He is a master cultivator. Zhang Xian's expression looked better now. Nod. Well, you gave a good reminder. If these little thugs can't even take on one of Suye's moves, then Suye's cultivation level definitely can't be just the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. Are there still people who deliberately hide their cultivation in school these days? Play the pig and eat the tiger. Are you stupid? Or, something suddenly happened to Suyi, causing his cultivation to increase dramatically. Thinking that it was young Master Su Yang of the Yujing Su family who asked him to take care of Suyi, Zhang Xian felt a bad feeling in his heart. This Suyi doesn't seem to be just a boy from the slums. Master Xian, there is one more thing, which is very important. Huang Mao lowered his voice subconsciously. In fact, we were not the only ones who robbed Suyi tonight. There was another person, and he was a master. Master? That's right. I don't know how high it is exactly, but he was not at a disadvantage in a fight with Suyi, and he almost killed Suyi. What? Murder? That's right. As soon as the man lowered his head, a crossbow arrow shot out from behind him. It was definitely aimed at Suyi's life, but Suyi dodged it. And the most important thing is, Suyi killed the man in return. What? Suyi killed someone? Yes, and after committing murder, he was successfully released on bail. Zhang Xian was really surprised this time. The direction of things seems to be getting weirder and weirder. How could a person who came out of the slums have such great energy? How can he get the attention of Su Yang, the young master of the Su family in Yujing? Zhang Xian suddenly felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have been so hasty in letting these little thugs teach Suyi a lesson. He also let Suyi know of his existence. Thinking about it this way, it's actually a good thing that these little thugs failed to really teach Suyi a lesson. Very good, your information is indeed useful to me. Please pay the balance. I will contact you if I have any problems in the future. Zhang Xian took out his mobile phone and transferred the money directly. The yellow-haired boy suddenly grinned with joy. Thank you, Master Xian. Master Xian is so generous. After Zhang Xian left, Huang Mao was surrounded by a group of adoring gangsters. Boss, you are really awesome. You were able to get the final payment. It's a pity that the money in our cell phones was wasted. Boss, why don't you tell Master Xian about this? Maybe he can give us the money. Humph, what do you know? Suyi is not only very skilled, but more importantly, he has a great background. He is not from the same world as us. It's a good thing that we didn't succeed tonight. Otherwise, we would have made money but not been able to spend it. Huang Mao shook his head. What do these people know? The little money they have is literally their life-saving money. Asking for back the money that bought your life, does that mean you don't want your life anymore? The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about the ways of the world. Come on, share the money. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Chapter 18 Drinking Coke with the School Beauty, The Secret of Extraordinariness. The next day. Suyi got up early as usual. Came to the open space by the Haiha River where I visited yesterday. But I saw a white figure already waiting there. Suyi. Xiao Qiuyue smiled and waved to Suyi. The early sun fell on the ends of her hair, as if giving Xiao Qiuyue a layer of golden light. Suyi paused slightly, then quickened his pace. Have you been here for a long time? No, I just got here not long ago. As he spoke, Xiao Qiuyue handed a bag to Suyi. Thank you for the uniform. It's just a small matter. It happened last night. I have to thank you for it. Xiao Qiuyue couldn't help laughing. It seems a little strange that we are saying thank you to each other like this. Suyi. It seems to be true. You're here anyway. Suyi and Xiao Qiuyue looked at each other. Xiao Qiuyue, another fight. Suyi, it's my honor. A great battle. Xiao Qiuyue was sweating profusely and waved her hands repeatedly to stop. No, I can't fight anymore. Suyi, why are you so strong? Suyi stopped. Good physical strength? Probably because of his awakened vampire physique. Even without entering the extreme explosive state, his physical strength, power and speed are far beyond those of warriors of the same level. I took a look and saw that it was Xiao Qiuyue who was leaning against the tree and didn't want to move. Are you okay? I think I did hit him too hard just now. I'm sorry. You know that, too. Xiao Qiuyue rubbed her sore wrist. Well, if you buy me a Coke, I'll forgive you. That's it? No problem. Xiao Qiuyue rested for a while, stood up, and the two of them walked directly to the convenience store on the side of the road. After a while, Suyi took out 2 bottles of Coke. It's strange, even if it's a different world. Carbonated drinks still exist in this world and are still very popular. What's even more amazing is that it's still a red can. Crack. Pull off the tab. Just hearing this crisp sound, I feel refreshed all over. Xiao Qiuyue held the red can and drank it in small sips, feeling extremely satisfied. When I was little, my father didn't allow me to drink carbonated drinks. After I got my lucky money, I would secretly go to a convenience store far away from the community to buy Coke. Every time I heard the sound of the pull ring being opened, I felt so happy. Xiao Qiuyue took the initiative to share with Suyi the story of her childhood battle of wits and courage with her parents for drinking Coke. In front of Suyi's eyes seemed to appear the image of a mischievous little girl secretly drinking Coke. I didn't expect that the school beauty who is regarded as cool and elegant by everyone would actually have such a quirky side. Suyi couldn't help but take a sip of Coke. The cold liquid flowed down my throat and into my stomach. It really tastes good. The two walked to school together. Xiao Qiuyue suddenly spoke. Suyi, after fighting with you, I found that your strength, speed, and agility are far beyond ordinary people. I feel that you have great physical talents. So I suggest that after you enter the elite class, you can take another fighting technique as an elective. Suyi raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything like, how do you confirm that I can get into the elite class, or something like that. He was able to fight back and forth with Xiao Qiuyue, so Xiao Qiuyue naturally knew his strength very well. Just a little confused. Choose another fighting technique. Suyi had originally planned to increase his killing value as quickly as possible and then push his cultivation to the extraordinary level. If there was still plenty of killing value left, he would add points to the basic fighting skills and see if there were any more proficiency levels above perfect. But I didn't expect Xiao Qiuyue to give this suggestion. Xiao Qiuyue nodded seriously. That's right. Before you achieve a breakthrough to the extraordinary level, you should practice one more martial art, preferably a more advanced martial art, and practice it to a higher level of proficiency. This will be of great benefit to your future breakthrough to the extraordinary level. As if seeing the confusion in Suyi's eyes, Xiao Qiuyue thought about it and said. Your class teacher should have reminded you that you should try not to break through to the extraordinary level before entering the martial arts university. Yes, that's true, but the head teacher didn't tell me the reason. After all, The highest cultivation level in their class is only the 8th level of Kaiyuan, and he has just broken through, and there is still some distance before breaking through to the extraordinary level. Well, that's because breaking through to the extraordinary is actually an important process of breaking the genetic chains in the body and transforming from a mortal body to an extraordinary body. During this process, the body will absorb a large amount of energy to build its own martial arts foundation. It's a bit like building a foundation in fantasy novels. In this process, the more energy you absorb, the deeper your martial arts foundation will be, and the higher your chances of breaking through to a high-level warrior in the future will be. If you can get into the martial arts university, the university will provide a foundation-building training room with abundant star power, so that students can make a better breakthrough. Moreover, this foundation-building training room is provided free of charge, which can be regarded as the country's support for young warriors. However, if people in society want to break through to the extraordinary level, they need to apply for a foundation-building training room from the Star Energy Association. Each opening costs 1 million. 1 million. Suyi suddenly opened his eyes wide. This is too expensive. Compared to this, it is indeed more cost-effective to go to university to achieve a breakthrough. But this shouldn't be the main reason why Xiao Chuyue reminded herself, right? Really? Xiao Chuyue smiled slightly. Price is one aspect. In fact, the main reason why students of Kaiyuan 9th level can only break through to the extraordinary level in college is that after entering Kaiyuan 9th level, they all practice fighting skills. Why? Because martial arts can develop the genetic potential of the human body and improve the body's cells' ability to absorb energy. The higher the proficiency in martial arts, the deeper the genetic potential developed, and the stronger the cell's absorption capacity. When you break through to the extraordinary level, you will be able to absorb more energy, thus building a stronger foundation for martial arts. I see. Suyi nodded. No wonder Xiao Chuyue reminded herself to practice a more advanced fighting technique. I think that during the previous fight, the agile moves that Xiao Chuyue used after changing her tactics were another fighting technique that she had practiced. Thank you. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known this. Xiao Chuyue smiled and gently shook the Coke in her hand. Just say this as a thank you for buying me a Coke. In fact, the teacher will remind you of this information when you enter the elite class or break through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan. No. If it wasn't for Xiao Chuyue's reminder, Suyi might just rely on his killing points to push his cultivation to the extraordinary level. When you know all this after the breakthrough, you will be really dumbfounded. But, if what you said is true, doesn't it mean that the more fighting techniques one practices and the longer one practices, the stronger one's martial arts foundation will be? If someone stays in the 9th level of Kaiyuan for 10 or 8 years, wouldn't they be able to build an extremely strong martial arts foundation? Puff. Xiao Chuyue couldn't help laughing. Suyi, you and I are similar. When I heard about this before, I also asked my father this question. In fact, the human body has its limits. After practicing martial arts to a certain level, the body's potential and cell absorption capacity will stop developing. At that time, it is time to break through to the extraordinary. It's just that there doesn't seem to be a detailed standard for judging the physical limit. Well, my father just told me at the time that when I cultivate to that point, my body will tell me itself. Chapter 19 Elite Class Selection begins. Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. Class 37 of Senior High School. As Suyi walked into the classroom, Xia Zhiqiu came over immediately. ASU, I saw it again. What did you see? See, you're here with the school beauty again. My sixth sense as a man tells me there must be something wrong between you two. You think too much. It was just a coincidence. Suyi didn't plan to continue discussing this issue with Xia Zhiqiu, so he just asked. Today should be the elite class selection competition. Has the process been announced? Yesterday, each senior class submitted the list of top 10 students, and today should be the official selection. Sure enough, when Xia Zhiqiu heard Suyi mention this, his attention was instantly diverted. I've been following this matter since yesterday, but there's been no news so far. The school must be causing trouble. What Xia Zhiqiu said was absolutely right. Soon, the homeroom teacher, Lan Jingfei, brought the top 10 martial arts students in the class to the school gymnasium. The population of Blue Planet has exploded, and its population far exceeds that of Earth. There are 30 classes in the senior year of number 2 middle school. There are 5 martial arts high schools like number 2 high school in Fangyuan City, and there are also several ordinary high schools that cater to students who have no talent for cultivation. Visible population base. At this moment, the top 10 martial artists from the 30 classes gathered together, totaling 300 people. Suyi casually looked at the people around him, most of whom he was unfamiliar with. But Suyi also saw several familiar figures in the crowd. Xiao Chiyue, and the handsome boy standing next to Xiao Chiyue. This was exactly the person Suyi saw in the video call yesterday. Who is that? Xia Jiqiu followed Suyi's gaze and a teasing smile suddenly appeared on his face. You said you had nothing to do with the school beauty, but now you're paying attention to the school beauty's suitors. Suitor? Yes, that's Zhang Xian from class 1. He's a cultivation genius and has now reached the 8th level of Kaiyuan. But in my opinion, his talent is average. His cultivation level is all built up with resources. By the way, the famous Shenyuan construction company in our city is owned by them. I heard that they have very strong connections. It turns out his name is Zhang Xian. Notice that Zhang Xian's eyes were always on Xiao Chiyue. So, he asked the gangster to teach him a lesson because of Xiao Chiyue. So boring. Suyi didn't like this kind of jealousy over women, but, since someone wanted to break his legs, he, Suyi, had to show some courtesy. On the side, Xia Jiqiu pulled Suyi and pointed at him. Su, do you see that cool little guy with a crew cut over there? He is Meng Li, the top martial artist of the grade, 9th level Kaiyuan. He is so amazing, and he has also awakened supernatural powers. He is extremely powerful, and he is born with supernatural powers. And the girl with super long legs over there, Mu Wanru, looks delicate, but she is actually the top martial artist in class 3, 8th level Kaiyuan. I heard that she has also awakened superpowers. She is one of the only 3 people in our senior year who has awakened superpowers, and it seems to be in the field of healing. She is really beautiful and kind. Suyi glanced at Xia Jiqiu, whose eyes were shining. What is the relationship between awakening superpowers and being beautiful and kind? Old Xia, you said that 3 of our seniors have awakened their special powers. Besides Meng Li and Mu Wanru, who else is there? Oh my god, Su, you haven't paid attention to her before. The third person is of course our beautiful school belle Xiao Chiyue. But the school belle is very mysterious, and no one knows what her awakened superpower is. Suyi. The original owner used to be a bit of a loner. In class 17, except for his deskmate Xia Jiqiu, he didn't communicate much with anyone else. Not paying attention to other people. What does it have to do with him if other people awaken their special powers? It won't help him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, Suyi did not expect that Xiao Chiyue had also awakened her special powers. Ahem. A voice came from the speakers, and Principal Zhang stood on the podium and raised the microphone. Classmates, you are all the elites of our number 2 middle school. You are the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and you are the flowers of our Donghuang. Principal Zhang spoke passionately for half an hour. Suyi almost fell asleep while standing in the crowd. Principal Zhang finally got to the point. The selection for the elite class is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, there will be random matches. Each person will be randomly matched with 5 other people to play against. After 3 wins out of 5, they will advance to the next round. The second round is the ring defense competition. There are 50 rings in total. The first person to enter the ring is the ring champion. If you win 3 consecutive ring defense games, you can lock in the ring and win the opportunity to enter the elite class. Everyone has 1 chance to challenge. If you fail the challenge, you will be out. The third round is the qualifying round. After 50 champions successfully defend their positions, they can challenge champions with higher rankings than themselves. If they succeed, they will take over the ranking of the other champion. Each person only has 1 chance to challenge. Principal Zhang quickly explained the rules. Then, on the screen behind Principal Zhang, the numbers of the top 10 martial arts students in each class began to scroll, and eventually the battle information was formed. While the students below were paying attention to the battle information on the big screen, the teachers of each class and the school leaders on the stands were paying attention to the students below. A teacher looked at the head teacher of class 1 and complimented him. "Old Chen, I heard that there are 2 students in your class who have awakened superpowers this time, and one of them has even broken through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Your class is destined to shine this time." Class 1's head teacher, Chen Zhe, smiled slightly. "Old Chen, Mu Wanru from your class is also very good. She has awakened a healing ability. She will definitely be taken seriously once she enters university in the future." Class 3's head teacher, Lao Qian, suddenly broke into a smile. No, Wanru has awakened a healing ability. Although it is also a high-level ability, she is not good at fighting. I have already told Wanru that as long as she can get into the top 50, the ranking is not important. Besides, no matter how powerful Wanru is, she can't compare to Mengli and Xiao Qiyue. I won't compete with you for the limelight this time. Listening to the head teachers of Class 1 and Class 3 bragging about their business to each other, everyone else resisted the urge to roll their eyes. Isn't it just teaching a few students who have awakened their special powers? That's because the students are good. What does it have to do with them? Princess Jing, you were originally arranged to be the head teacher of Class 1, but Chen Zhe snatched you away. Now he's showing off. Humph, a villain is getting what he wants. The head teacher of Class 6 is a generous and wealthy female teacher, who has a good relationship with Lan Jingfei. Seeing Chen Zhe's smug look at this moment, he couldn't help but feel unfair for concubine Lan Jing. Isn't it because Chen Zhe is the vice principal's nephew? Concubine Lan Jing smiled slightly. Class 17 is also very good. What's good about that? Princess Jing, you're just too easy to talk to. All students will take a martial arts potential test when they are promoted from junior high school to high school. Only those who have martial arts potential, that is, those who can absorb star power, can be admitted to martial arts high school. Otherwise, you can only enter an ordinary middle school. As for the allocation of students by the martial arts high school, although it is not explicitly stated, the higher the potential for martial arts, the higher the class number. Therefore, there is no doubt that the students in Class 1 have higher potential. Sure enough, 3 students awakened in their class, 2 of whom were in Class 1 and the other was in Class 3. Concubine Lan Jing couldn't help but look at Suyi in the crowd below. Class 17 is really good. Maybe her failure to teach the class was a blessing in disguise. Chapter 20, Insufficient Cultivation. On-site breakthrough. Below. Suyi quickly found his student number. The first match, arena number 11. I'll go first. After saying hello to Xia Jiqiu, Suyi quickly arrived at the number 11 ring. There was a girl with an apple face and twin ponytails on the stage. When she saw that it was Suyi coming up, her eyes suddenly lit up, and then she kept stirring her ponytails with her fingers. Su, classmate Su. You know me. Then I'll be gentler later. What? Beep. The whistle sounded. Bang. The figure flew out. Suyi flashed and appeared next to the girl, and then, the girl flew away. However, Suyi controlled the strength very well, and when the girl landed, the force disappeared, allowing her to stand easily. His body was stabilized, but he was still in a mess. He's so handsome, how could he be so cruel? On the ring, Suyi stopped and smiled slightly. Don't thank me. I was such a gentleman to be so measured in my actions. Second game. The opponent assigned to Suyi was a little fat man who looked very serious. When he saw Suyi, hatred appeared in his eyes. All handsome guys must die. Regarding this. Bang. Suyi kicked out, and the vampire exploded with super strong force. In an instant, the fat boy was as if someone tied a rope around his waist and pulled him off the stage with force. Thump. The fat boy fell heavily to the ground. Towards the little fat boy, Suyi was obviously no longer as gentlemanly as he was towards the girl with the apple face and twin ponytails. The third game. This time, Suyi's opponent is a bit stronger. He is the second in martial arts in class 3 to 4 of senior high school, with the 8th level of Kaiyuan cultivation. His name is Lu Shanjin. After Lu Shanjin came on stage, he glanced at Suyi casually and shook his head. You are no match for me, get off. Lushan Town does not despise Su Yi. But it's because he is at the 8th level of Kaiyuan. Moreover, he was practicing an advanced technique, the Jinshan Ju. Such cultivation level is simply incomparable to that of Su Yi, an unknown person. Su Yi thought about it seriously. Well, what you said makes sense. I am indeed still a little short of that now. Wait a moment. Lushan Town. Wait. What are you waiting for? Then, Lushan Town saw that Su Yi on the opposite side suddenly became more aggressive. Burn 70 points of killing points, increase your cultivation by +1. Boom. The aura of the 7th level of Kaiyuan suddenly burst out from Su Yi. Lushan Town. Su Yi stretched his body. The 7th level of Kaiyuan is so terrifying, well, it feels good. Okay, now I can knock you away. Su Yi waved to Lushan Town, indicating that Lushan Town could start. Lu Shanjin looked at Su Yi deeply, and stopped saying harsh words. Instead, he became serious. This Su Yi is not simple. He actually said that a breakthrough would happen. Kaiyuan's 7th floor is no longer unknown in the 3rd year of high school. But his cultivation level is still 1 level lower than mine. Only. When they really fought, Lu Shanjin realized that he had not paid enough attention to Su Yi. How can he be so strong? Why is it that the power of a person at the 7th level of Kaiyuan is greater than that of a person at the 8th level of Kaiyuan? Why is he so proficient in basic fighting techniques? It was obviously a basic fighting technique that Lu Shanjin was very familiar with, but in Su Ye's hands, it actually gave him a feeling of amazement. Lushan Town was not the only one who was surprised. In the stands, a group of teachers couldn't help but pay attention to the fight here. Originally, they focused on Lushan Town. I thought Lushan Town could defeat the opponent as easily as before. But who would have thought? It turned out that Lushan Town was suppressed. The face of the head teacher of class 4 was full of confusion. Is there something wrong with his eyes? Lushan Town was actually beaten by a Kaiyuan 7th level cultivator. And the opponent broke through on the spot. But these people were teachers after all, and after the initial shock, they quickly figured out the reason. It's actually a perfect level basic fighting technique. Where did this genius come from? Yes, although basic fighting skills are just the most common fighting skills and cannot even be considered as real martial arts, but being able to practice basic fighting skills to this level proves that this child has developed his genetic potential to a very high level. If he can build a foundation. The teacher of class 2 had a look of amazement on his face. This is even more amazing than reaching the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Now I have reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan, but my training speed is only half a year to a year faster than others. But if one could practice basic fighting techniques to perfection, that would mean the development of genetic potential at a higher level, and in the future when building the foundation one would be able to absorb more energy, thus laying a stronger foundation for future practice. That means there is the potential to break through to a higher level. The teacher of class 3 standing nearby also nodded seriously. It is indeed a perfect level basic fighting technique. If I am not mistaken, his strength, speed, and agility are far beyond that of ordinary people. Is this a natural physique, or? The teacher of class 3 couldn't help but look at Lan Jingfei, who was standing aside with a smile. Teacher Lan, this is a student from your class, right? Could he have also awakened his superpowers? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but look at concubine Lan Jing. Awakening of superpowers. If it's true, it's really amazing. Concubine Lan Jing smiled slightly and did not deny it. Or there is no point in denying it. With Su Ye's performance, he will definitely be able to enter the sprint class in the future and will be vigorously trained by the school. By then, the fact that he has awakened his supernatural powers will definitely be known to others. Su Yi did awaken his superpowers, but the time of awakening was too short. He just awakened a few days ago. What a pity. As concubine Lan Jing said it was a pity, the corners of her mouth kept rising. Otherwise, considering the speed at which Su Yi broke through 3 small realms immediately after awakening, his cultivation level could be even higher, and he wouldn't just be at the current Kaiyuan's 6th level. Oh, no, he just broke through another level and is now at the 7th level of Kaiyuan. In 3 days, I have broken through 4 minor realms in succession. The speed is pretty good. Teachers. Show. You are so awesome. I used to think that Chen Zhe, the head teacher of Class 1, and Lao Qian, the head teacher of Class 3, were already quite impressive. Unexpectedly. The real boss is concubine Lan Jing. Chapter 21, Defending the Tournament, Lushan Town flees. On the ring. Su Yi and Lu Shanjin had already fought 40 or 50 moves. The expression on Lu Shanjin's face had changed from initial shock to panic, and then to numbness. Boom. Lu Shanjin took a heavy step back and was already standing on the edge of the ring. Su Yi smiled slightly. Thank you. Boom. With a punch, Lu Shanjin fell weakly to the stage. With a wry smile, Lu Shanjin clasped his fists towards Su Yi. I lost, Su Yi, your basic fighting skills are indeed very strong. Let's fight again in the elite class in the future. Lushan Town had no doubt at all that Su Yi could enter the elite class. Although he lost this time. But next time, he will win back. After winning 3 games successfully, we have passed the first round of selection. Round 4. When facing a long-legged beauty, Su Yi still behaved like a gentleman and punched her off the ring. 5th round. Su Yi looked at the person opposite him strangely. I never expected that the person I met was Xia Zhiqiu. It's just that Xia Zhiqiu looked a bit miserable at the moment, with a red bump on his forehead and his school uniform distorted, as if. Hey, Lao Xia, what's wrong with you? Xia Zhiqiu was almost crying. Asu, I'm being bullied. I met Meng Li in my first match, and he was so fierce. I wanted to resist, but who would have thought, he took a punch with my head, and I'm still dizzy now. Su Yi held his forehead. Using your head to catch the fist, Xia Zhiqiu, you are a ruthless person. Xia Zhiqiu was still crying about his tragic experience. I was still dizzy, and in the second round I met Mu Wanru. She was not gentle at all and beat me down directly. Asu, I've already lost 2 games. It looks like we brothers have to go back to class 17 together. Elite class, there's no hope. By the way, ASU, how are you? Su Yi, lucky, I won 4 games. Xia Zhiqiu was so envious that tears were about to come out. ASU, you are so lucky. Win 4 games and you advance to the next round. Although the possibility of continuing to advance is not very high, it's already very impressive. I can go back and brag about it. You're lucky too. Su Yi simply jumped off the stage. As a good friend, I'll give Xia Zhiqiu 1 point. The first round of random matching took the entire morning, so Principal Zhang simply notified those who won 3 or more games in the first round to have lunch and return to the gymnasium in the afternoon. At lunchtime, Xia Zhiqiu went out for a walk and soon brought back the news. Asu, do you know? There are only 3 people in our class who made it to the afternoon's defense match, Zhao Fei, me, and you. On the other hand, Wen Ran, the second place in martial arts in our class, had bad luck. He met the first place in classes 5, 7 and 8 successively. He lost 3 games in a row and was eliminated directly. As for classes 23, 26, 29, and 30, they were completely wiped out. Not a single one made it to the afternoon. Xia Zhiqiu shared the news he received with Su Yi. I heard that after the random matching in the morning, only about 120 people entered the defending station in the afternoon. More than 120. Shouldn't there be 150? Su Yi was a little confused. Hey, didn't someone tie it? Xia Zhiqiu chuckled. You are really nice, Su. Otherwise, I would have been too exhausted to fight you in the last round. I would have ended up with a tie at best, but I wouldn't have been able to enter the afternoon's defending station. Alas, but in my current state, it may be difficult for me to defend a ring this afternoon. Xia Zhiqiu originally thought that he had a sure thing entering the elite class, but who would have thought, if it weren't for ASU's leniency, he would have been eliminated in the first round. Stadium. In the afternoon, more than half of the people in the gymnasium were gone all of a sudden, making it seem a lot less crowded. 50 arenas are spread across the stadium. Following Principal Zhang's order, many figures immediately jumped directly onto the stage. Su Yi raised his eyebrows. He thought that most people would just wait and see, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, all 50 arenas were occupied. But Su Yi thought about it and quickly understood. Now there are only about 120 people left, and they are going to fight for 50 rings. It seems that only 2 or 3 matches are needed in each ring. But in reality, the remaining 70-odd people would only pick on the weak and challenge the weaker ones among the 50 people occupying the arena first. As for those strong ones, for example, Meng Li, who is the best in martial arts in the grade, and Mu Wanru and Xiao Qiue who have awakened their special powers, I am afraid that no one will challenge them. In that case, why not just occupy the stage directly? You may not even need to do anything to get a place in the elite class. Damn, so fast. Xia Zhiqiu exclaimed from the side. Asu, let's move back quickly to make sure we don't get any spoils. There are obviously many people who share the same idea as Xia Zhiqiu. The lower the ranking, the more people there are waiting to challenge in front of the ring. Some rings even have long queues in front of them. On the contrary, there are very few people who want to challenge the top-ranked arenas. Meng Li even sat cross-legged in the center of the arena and began to practice. Soon, Xia Zhiqiu also chose an arena. Arena number 42. A bit strong. But Xia Zhiqiu wanted to give it a try. And there aren't that many people queuing here, only 5 or 6. Xia Zhiqiu stood at the back of the team. ASU, what about you? Su Yi was still a little hesitant. Just then, a figure slowly walked towards the back. When Xia Zhiqiu saw that figure, his eyes widened immediately. Lushan Town. He didn't just occupy the ring but wanted to challenge. My god, this is a master of the 8th level of Kaiyuan. Don't come over here, don't come over here, don't come over here. Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but pray repeatedly. However, what you fear will come to you. Lu Shanzhen actually came here for this arena. Just when Xia Zhiqiu was about to despair and was thinking about finding a new arena to challenge, Lu Shanzhen suddenly stopped. Staring at Su Yi who was at the end of the team. Lu Shanzhen turned around quickly as if he had seen a ghost. It ran away quickly, almost like flying. What the hell? He didn't dare to occupy the ring directly before because he didn't see Su Yi and was worried that the other party would challenge him directly instead of fighting an experienced one. So he deliberately didn't dare to occupy the arena, wanting to avoid Su Yi. But who would have thought? Su Yi is actually here too. Why don't you run? Seeing Lu Shanzhen being scared away, the people queuing here also showed puzzled expressions. Still a little curious. It looks like Lu Shanzhen was scared away. Who is so powerful that he could scare Lushan Town like this? Could he be a super expert? Xia Zhiqiu scratched his head. ASU, I have a bold idea. Explain. Just now, Lu Shanzhen seemed to glance at me and then ran away immediately. Su Yi. Su Yi was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Old Xia, you're right. Lushan Town was scared away by you. Boom. Suddenly, the people who were originally queuing around Xia Zhiqiu quickly dispersed and directly chose other arenas to queue up. Can't afford to offend. This is the master who made the people in Lushan Town flee. Chapter 22 Selection is over, Elite Class. Su Yi bid farewell to Xia Zhiqiu, who had suddenly become a master that made everyone in Lushan Town flee. Walk forward little by little along the edge of the ring. 42. 36. 28. Finally, it stopped in front of stage number 22. The defender is Zhang Xian. Su Yi smiled slightly. It's you. With a light leap, Su Yezhan stepped onto the stage. There was no one else who wanted to challenge Zhang Xian on the stage. At this moment, Zhang Xian was standing on the stage with his eyes slightly closed and his arms folded. Hear the sound. You are very brave to challenge me, Su Yi. Zhang Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Hello. Su Yi nodded politely. Nice to meet you again. How's your leg? Zhang Xian subconsciously took 2 steps back and felt his leg starting to hurt. Does Suyi want to break a few of his legs? Thinking that even the martial arts coach of the 9th level of Kaiyuan was killed by Suyi. Although, there may be an element of sneak attack. But it is enough to prove Suyi's strength. Zhang Xian bowed without thinking. It turns out to be classmate Suyi. I am not as good as you. I admit defeat. Having said that, Zhang Xian jumped off the stage by himself. Joke. If it was a second later, he wouldn't be able to jump. After jumping off the stage, Zhang Xian did not dare to stay for long, but took several steps back again. Student Su succeeded in his challenge and has now become the champion. I wish you all the best and a bright future. Suyi, who was about to chase down the ring. I almost forgot. In this competition, each person only has one chance to challenge. Success means becoming the champion and continuing to face 3 challenges. If he chased off the stage, it would be equivalent to giving up his status as the champion and he would not be able to enter the elite class. This Zhang Xian is very interesting. Seeing that Suyi stopped chasing him, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, boom! Zhang Xian bumped into someone while retreating. Lushan Town. Lu Shanjin was beaten and fled, feeling unhappy. When he was bumped by someone, he looked at him angrily. Then, he happened to see Zhang Xian and Suyi on the stage behind Zhang Xian. Liashanzhen. Lu Shanjin turned around and left. Depend on. How come I met that Suyi again? Lushan Town has begun to doubt life. Should he just give up and not enter the elite class? Otherwise, wouldn't I have to meet Suyi every day? Lushan Town had just walked some distance away. Student Lu, wait, please wait. Zhang Xian quickly caught up with Lu Shanjin. Lu Shanjin looked impatient. What? Zhang Xian didn't care about Lu Shanjin's attitude, but asked in a low voice. Student Lu, you seem to know Student Suyi. Lu Shanjin frowned. What does it mean? To mock. Zhang Xian quickly added. I originally occupied the ring and wanted to defend it, but, you saw the result. It turned out that he was also beaten by Suyi. Lu Shanjin was in a good mood instantly. Alas, you are unlucky to be chosen by him. I met him this morning and was beaten so hard that I almost doubted my life. You should have occupied the ring directly without challenging him before, right? You still have one more chance to challenge him, but you must be cautious. Suyi actually defeated Lu Shanjin head-on. Zhang Xian was stunned. I really didn't expect that classmate Suyi is so amazing. Lu Shanjin also sighed. Yeah, I've never heard of his name before. Who would have thought that he would suddenly rise? But he is an awakened superpower, so it's no wonder. Zhang Xian, what? A person with awakened superpowers? You do not know. Lu Shanjin was stunned at first, then suddenly realized. That's right. You just met him. After I lost to Suyi this morning, I asked the teacher for information about Suyi. I learned that he had just awakened his superpowers in the past few days, and he broke through 4 levels right after awakening. He must have a high-level superpower, so it's not unfair for me to lose to him. It was no secret that Suyi had awakened his special powers, all the teachers knew about it. Lu Shanjin just said it directly. After saying that, he patted Zhang Xian, his fellow sufferer, on the shoulder and left gracefully. He also needs to find a champion to challenge as soon as possible. Zhang Xian stayed where he was, lost in thought. Suyi is actually a person with awakened superpowers. Moreover, his superpowers had just awakened a few days ago. Just a few days ago, Master Su Yang of Yujing asked him to look after Suyi. Could it be that Suyi's awakened supernatural power is extremely extraordinary? Or is there another reason? But no matter what the reason is, Suyi obviously cannot be offended. Zhang Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment, and gradually an idea came to his mind. Arena number 22. Not long after Zhang Xian and Lu Shanjin left, someone came over again. When the visitor saw Suyi standing with his eyes closed on the stage, his eyes suddenly lit up. This person looks unfamiliar. Definitely not in the top 50 in martial arts grade. Haven't even seen the first 100. I guess I got into the afternoon competition by chance. Sure enough, I knew that someone must have taken advantage of the situation and occupied the top-ranked arena in advance, thinking that no one would challenge them and they could enter the elite class smoothly. The man chuckled, indicating that he saw through it all. He immediately jumped onto the stage, looking as if he was afraid that someone would snatch the item from him. Hee, I finally found a loophole. Suyi opened his eyes slightly. Congratulations. Boom. The man was knocked off the stage by Suye's punch. The only chance to challenge. That's all. The person didn't even leave his name, and he has lost the chance to enter the elite class. Seeing this violent scene, several classmates who had originally followed to take advantage of the situation were a step late. At this moment, he kept secretly thanking his luck that they were a step late. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be blown down. The champion of ring number 22 is quite fierce. No. Change it. Suddenly, the area in front of Su Ye's ring became empty. Even after all the challenges in all the arenas were over, no one came to challenge Su Yi. Alas, loneliness is like snow. The second round of challenge is over. The 50 places for the elite class have been officially confirmed. The loser left the gym. The third qualifying round begins. Each champion has one chance to challenge a champion who ranks higher than him. As long as you win, you can swap rankings with your opponent. Although the school didn't say what the benefits of a high ranking are, but a high ranking brings face. Quite a few people have raised challenges. But Su Yi was not interested in this. After a challenge, the top 50 rankings changed slightly. So far, the selection for the elite class is finally over. Ahem. Principal Zhang picked up the microphone again. Congratulations everyone, you have successfully entered the elite class. In the next 3 months leading up to the college entrance exam, the school will allocate more resources to the elite class to help you improve your cultivation and strength as quickly as possible. But entering the elite class is just the beginning. Whether you can get more resources depends on your efforts. Another half hour of speech. In this regard, Sui only remembered 3 points. Enter the elite class and get 5 bottles of primary nutrient solution for free every month. For students entering the elite class, the school provides a special free star energy training room. After entering the elite class, every student can practice one more fighting skill for free. This elite class, it's worth joining. Chapter 23 Sitting with the School Beauty, Police Fighting Skills. The selection for the elite class is completed. The 50 people returned to their respective classes, packed up their things, and came together to the elite class which was set up separately at the back of the school. I have to mention here, there were 2 people from class 37 of senior high school who entered the elite class. One is Su Yi. The other one is Xia Jiqiu. Instead, Zhao Fei, who was originally the best martial artist in the class, was unfortunately eliminated. Su, you don't know that Master Xia is famous. Ever since I successfully challenged ring number 42. No one dares to challenge me again. Master Xia immediately entered the elite class. I am so awesome. Xia Jiqiu was very proud. Although I don't know why others don't dare to challenge him again, I just have to believe that he is too powerful. Well, you're awesome. Su Yi was very supportive. By the way, Su, which ring are you in? I didn't see you around later. Su Yi, lucky, arena number 22. Oh, it's ring number 22, that's not bad. Wait, number 22. Xia Jiqiu's eyes almost popped out. Su, you said you were on stage number 22. You. When did ASU become so powerful? Su Yi rubbed his nose. Luckily, I had a breakthrough during the random match this morning. Now I am also at the 7th level of Kaiyuan. Xia Jiqiu. Su Yi, and after I got on stage 22, no one challenged me. I guess I just got lucky. Xia Jiqiu. Su, I will never brag in front of you again. Why? Because you're better than me. Since night was born, how can autumn be born? As they were talking, the 2 had already arrived at the elite class. The entire elite class is an extra-large room. As soon as you walk in, you can feel the strong star power. It is more powerful and purer than the star power in the night sky. Suyi subconsciously looked up and saw a dozen silver-blue fist-sized stones inlaid above the room. There were cushions placed around the room, which were obviously used for people to sit cross-legged and practice. Oh my god, a meteorite, what a big gift from the school. Xia Zhiqiu let out a low exclamation. What is a meteorite? A meteorite is a crystal stone that contains rich star power. The star power in it is purer and gentler than the star power between heaven and earth. It is very suitable for warriors to absorb and use. The efficiency of practicing with a meteorite is far higher than absorbing the star power between heaven and earth. However, this kind of meteorite is very expensive. A piece of meteorite the size of a fist costs more than 200,000, and it is gone after it is absorbed. I said before that people with money can use resources to build up their cultivation, and the most important resource is meteorite. I see. When Suyi looked at the meteorite above his head again, his eyes were different. There are a total of 16 star meteorites. Even if each one is only worth 200,000, that would be 3.2 million. You can buy a house in the old town. The school is really generous. At the same time, Suyi also understood why Xia Zhiqiu had previously disdained Zhang Xian's cultivation level of the 8th level of Kaiyuan. With Zhang Xian's family, resources like meteorites are definitely not scarce, but he is only at the 8th level of Kaiyuan. Just as he was thinking about it, Xia Zhiqiu beside him exclaimed softly again. Good, so beautiful. Following Xia Zhiqiu's gaze. Xiao July. And there is Mu Wanru. Two beauties, both of whom have awakened superpowers, standing together are indeed eye-catching. Suyi has noticed that many students who have entered the elite class are paying attention to the two beauties. It was just that they had just formed a class, and everyone was still rather reserved. They just stared at the empty seat next to the beautiful girl, but no one stepped forward. There was no one around the two beauties. Perhaps the gaze from the door was too intense. Xiao Qiyu looked up and met Su Ye's gaze. She immediately smiled and waved to Suyi. Xia Zhiqiu's legs went weak instantly. Fuck, the beautiful schoolgirl is waving at me. Oh. Suyi nodded, and pulled Xia Zhiqiu directly to Xiao Qiyu and Mu Wanru. Excuse me, is there anyone here? No. Good. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, as if they were facing an enemy, Suyi leisurely took up a cushion. Mu Wanru asked in a low voice with some curiosity. July, who is this? Xiao Qiyu chuckled. Let me introduce you. This is Su Yi from class 17, and his friend. Xia Zhiqiu, my name is Xia Zhiqiu. Yes, and classmate Xia Zhiqiu. Xiao Qiyu smiled at Xia Zhiqiu, and immediately Xia Zhiqiu felt as if he was in a dream. Ah, the school bell sounds so nice when she calls my name. Suyi, Xia Zhiqiu, this is Mu Wanru. We are all classmates from now on. By the way, Wanru, Suyi is also an awakened person with special abilities. Upon hearing that Suyi had also awakened his superpowers, Mu Wanru's gaze towards Suyi suddenly became different. Awakening superpowers, entering the elite class, and being valued by July. Most importantly, he is so handsome. Mu Wanru nodded slightly to Suyi with a friendly attitude. However, Suyi didn't care too much about this. At this moment, Suyi had closed his eyes and began to practice the dark prison dragon technique. Sure enough, the pure and powerful star power of the meteorite poured into his body, making his skills run faster and his cultivation more efficient. But Suyi frowned. Still too slow. At this rate, it would take him at least 1 or 2 months to make another breakthrough. And if you level up by killing monsters, it only takes a few days to break through a small realm. After experiencing the rapid increase in his cultivation level, Suyi was a little uncomfortable with relying on absorbing star power to slowly improve his cultivation level. It seems that the training room provided by the elite class is not attractive enough to him. Suyi stopped practicing and turned to ask Xiao Qiyu. I was told before that if I enter the elite class, I can apply for another martial art. How will this be fulfilled? Well, I think the elite class teacher will tell me when he arrives, but I can give you a recommendation first. Thank you very much. There are advanced fighting techniques beyond the basic fighting techniques, and there are also various fighting techniques with different focuses. For example, the one I practice is swift fighting, which is a fighting technique that focuses on flexibility. There is also Tyrant Bear Smash, which focuses more on strength, and the Wave Slash, which focuses on continuous combat. Xiao Chuyue explained to Suyi in detail about the choice of martial arts. But for you, Suyi, I would rather recommend that you learn police fighting skills. Why? Police fighting technique does not focus on a certain aspect, or rather. Police fighting technique focuses more on how to kill the enemy at a faster speed without injury or with minor injuries. It exercises every part of the body. With your understanding of martial arts training, Suyi, if you can improve your proficiency in police fighting technique to a higher level, it will be more beneficial for you to break the genetic chain and achieve extraordinary success in the future. Police combat skills. Suyi nodded secretly, that must be him. Chapter 24, a 10 million reward. In the elite class. Some people are practicing and feeling the boost in their practice brought by the meteorites. Some people were also talking to each other and getting to know each other. At this moment, the door of the elite class was pushed open again. A familiar figure walked in. Hello, students. I will be your homeroom teacher for the next few months. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. The school will do its best to meet your needs. What you need to do is to practice hard and achieve the best results in the college entrance examination. Suyi looked at Principal Zhang, who was talking at the door, and fell silent. So, the principal is personally the head teacher of the elite class? Principal Zhang's speech lasted 30 minutes. Just when everyone was falling asleep. Okay, that's all I have to say for today. The school has opened an elite class, and there is only one requirement, the college entrance examination score. As long as you can get good grades in the college entrance examination, the school will dare to reward you. The top 10 in the city will be rewarded with 200,000 federal coins. First in the city, reward of 500,000 federal coins. The top 10 in the province will be rewarded with 1 million federal coins. First in the province, reward of 10 million federal coins. Su Ye's eyes lit up instantly. 10 million. He wants the 10 million. 10 million is the goal. Practicing martial arts is the reality. After Principal Zhang gave his speech, Suyi immediately went to apply for the remaining 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution and martial arts for this month. There is no need to go to the Tower of Babel to practice martial arts in the Kaiyuan stage. Suyi applied for the qualification to learn police fighting skills at school. After entering the school's smart classroom, when Suyi came out, he had a lot more information about police fighting techniques in his mind. On the system panel, the content in the martial arts column has also changed. Martial arts, basic fighting skills, perfect, police fighting skills, beginner. Police fighting techniques appear directly on the panel, and once learned, proficiency is entry level. Police fighting is a martial art I just learned. I'm starting from scratch. This is a good opportunity for me to try and see how much killing points are needed to master a martial art from entry level to perfection. Look up at the sky. No, part-time job. Suyi rushed out of the school and went straight to Jinue's seafood restaurant. Zhang Xian, who was standing guard downstairs of the teaching building and originally wanted to have a friendly conversation with Suyi, just watched helplessly as a figure flew past him. Didn't even look at me. Is it that awesome? Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Get out of campus. A white luxury car was already waiting. Seeing Zhang Xian coming out, the old butler who was standing straight beside the car immediately smiled. Master, you have worked hard in class. Uncle Fu. Zhang Xian nodded, let's go to Jinue's seafood restaurant. Yes, master. Half an hour later, Zhang Xian sat in the luxurious box of Jinue's seafood restaurant. Lu Yongning, the manager of Jinue's seafood restaurant, also hurried over after hearing the news. Master Zhang, long time no see, you are still as charming as ever. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Manager Lu, there's no need to say such polite words. Huh, Master Zhang, you are wrongly accusing me. I am telling the truth. Master Zhang, what would you like to eat today? A level 2 crab monster just arrived at the restaurant today. How about preparing a crab feast for you? Resurrection of spiritual energy. Not only are there star beasts coming out of secret realms on the blue star, but local animals will also mutate and become monsters under the abundant spiritual energy. Manager Lu, don't worry. I came here today to look for someone. Who? Su Yi. Is it him? Lu Yongning naturally remembered very clearly the person who was personally arranged by the eldest lady to work. Lu Yongning also knew that Zhang Xian was a suitor of his eldest daughter. Could he be here to teach his love rival a lesson? For a moment, Lu Yongning was very conflicted. On the one hand, he didn't dare let the person that the eldest lady took special care of be bullied by him, and on the other hand, he didn't dare to offend a young master like Zhang Xian. Master Zhang, from what you said, there is no one named Su Yi in our Jinhua seafood restaurant. Manager Lu, you don't have to fool me. I came to see Su Yi for no other reason than because we are classmates. I came here, to apologize to him. Just tell Su Yi why I'm here, and he will come naturally. Lu Yongning's eyes widened instantly. What? The young master of Shenyuan Construction actually came to apologize to Su Yi? Sure enough, he knew that Su Yi must be no simple person. Okay, since young master Zhang said so, I'll go look for Su Yi in the back to see if there really is such a person as Su Yi. Lu Yongning backed out of Zhang Xian's box and ordered someone to serve Zhang Xian the best tea and the best fruit snacks. Although Zhang Xian didn't order anything, he couldn't just let people sit there and do nothing. At the same time, Lu Yongning quickly went to the kitchen, ready to tell Su Yi the news to see his attitude. Just as Zhang Xian was quietly waiting for Su Yi, the group also came to Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. Master Feng, this is the legendary Golden Moon Seafood Restaurant. I heard that this is the most famous restaurant in Fangyuan City. If it weren't for Master Feng, we would never have the chance to come to such a place. Look, that white car parked at the door. I saw it online. It's the latest model of the Fergana Motors. It costs at least 30 million. More than 30 million. It's a robbery. What do you know? This is nothing to the rich. Rich people all come to Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. Master Feng can bring us here. Master Feng is really awesome. Yes, Master Feng is the best. Jing Feng, with blonde hair, glanced proudly at his younger brother. It's just a car, isn't it? What's the big deal? We are here to do serious business today. You guys should work hard to beat people up. If I am happy with the beating, I will bring you here to spend money. Don't worry, Master Feng, we will definitely beat that Su Yi so badly that he won't even recognize his mother. That Su Yi actually dared to kill the instructor of our martial arts school. Didn't he know that the martial arts school belongs to Master Feng? He is so bold. Humph, Su Yi is only at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. He must have used some dirty tricks to kill Instructor Song, and he was even released on bail. Don't worry, Master Feng. We are well prepared today and will definitely not let Su Yi succeed in another sneak attack. That's right. You dare to provoke our Master Feng, you really don't want to live. Jing Feng looked at the white car parked in front of Jinhua Seafood Restaurant with a bit of envy. He was afraid that he would never be able to afford a car like this in his lifetime. But it's more important to vent. Take your eyes away. Jing Feng brought a group of his younger brothers and broke into Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. Where's Su Yi? Call Su Yi out to me. If he doesn't beat Su Yi so hard that his mother won't recognize him today, he's not named Zheng. Chapter 25 1 million, I have never heard such a shameless request. When Lu Yongning found the kitchen, Su Yi was killing fish diligently. Boom! The fish head was chopped off with one knife. Kill value plus 0.3. Lu Yongning. Lu Yongning touched his neck and told Zhang Xian that he wanted to see Su Yi, and also emphasized that Zhang Xian came to apologize. Is it about what happened last night? Su Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay, let's meet, but my job. Lu Yongning waved his hands quickly. Meeting guests is also part of a chef's job, so part-time wages will still be paid. Su Yi frowned. Who said anything about salary? I mean, killing fish is my job. Let's go quickly and come back quickly. I will come back later to continue killing fish. Lu Yongning. How could he forget that the person in front of him is the eldest lady's friend? Damn the rich second generation who don't care about money. Yes, yes, Su is right. I am so touched by Su's dedication to his job. Zhang Xian's box. After Lu Yongning brought Su Yi over, he tactfully left the room and carefully closed the door. When only Su Yi and Zhang Xian were left in the room, as well as the silver-haired butler Fu Bo who stood straight behind Zhang Xian. Student Su, sit down. Zhang Xian smiled and poured Su Yi a cup of tea. This is the Bichuan tea that is unique to the Jinhua seafood restaurant. It tastes mellow and has a strong spiritual energy. Warriors can accelerate the accumulation of star power when taking it, and even ordinary people can strengthen their bodies when taking it. Su Yi glanced at the green tea in the cup in front of him. The tea leaves unfold in the teacup like a painting. The aroma is indeed strong. However, Su Yi did not move, but spoke directly. Simply put it simply, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Student Su is indeed a quick-witted person. I'll just say it straight away. As he spoke, Zhang Xian reached out and took a bank card from the butler Fu Bo behind him. Student Su, it was my fault that those hooligans came to trouble you last night. There is 1 million in this card. It is my apology to you, classmate Su. I hope you can accept it. 1 million. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. 1 million is enough to buy 100 bottles of primary nutrient solution. It was enough for him to fill up the evolution value of his superpowers and complete the evolution. However, although Su Yi was tempted, he did not immediately take the bank card handed over by Zhang Xian, but looked at Zhang Xian quietly. Su Yi originally thought that Zhang Xian let the gangsters embarrass him last night because he was jealous, because of Xiao Qiue. But looking at Zhang Xian's actions now, he is not such an impulsive person. Then what happened last night was a little strange. Meeting Su Ye's inquiring eyes, Zhang Xian gave a bitter smile. Student Su, I really can't tell you the whole story. Anyway, I was not fair in handling this matter. I will never embarrass you again in the future. Zhang Xian would rather give money than bring up the name of the Yujing Su family. Can't you say it? Su Yi seemed to understand something. It seems that the Yujing Su family has taken action. No, to be precise, it was Su Yang who took action. After the original owner returned home, he also encountered similar tricks. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll take the money. Su Yi put the card away. Zhang Xian immediately smiled. Thank you for your respect, Mr. Su. If you encounter any trouble in Fangyuan City in the future, please let me know. I appreciate your kindness. Su Yi was in a good mood as he patted the bank card in his pocket. When I got home, I went to the online mall and ordered the primary nutrient solution. By the way, you should also buy some of Lu Ruxin's nutritional supplements. By the way, buy some candy and snacks for Su Baobao. Well, the little girl seemed to be envious of the toys of the fat boy next door before. Arrange. Thinking about preparing gifts for his family, Su Ye's steps became lighter. However, Su Yi, you really dare to come out? Su Yi looked up. What caught my eye was a head of eye-catching yellow hair. Zheng Feng. Before he had the chance to cause trouble for Zheng Feng, he came here first. Song Si, who tried to kill him last night, was the one brought here by Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng, along with a group of his younger brothers, were clamoring in the hall to find Su Yi. But he was stopped by the security guard of Jinhua Seafood Restaurant, and the situation was at a stalemate. Who would have thought that Su Yi would actually come to him on his own initiative? Zheng Feng was overjoyed. Everyone, come and take a look. This man is called Su Yi, and he's a murderer. He used vicious means to kill the coach of our Zheng's martial arts school, and he even came to work in the hotel with such brazenness. Today, I am here to represent our martial arts school. It was a restaurant at this moment, and there were quite a few guests in the lobby of Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. When they heard Zheng Feng's voice, they all looked over, and their eyes towards Su Yi were full of vigilance and disgust. In response, Su Yi just smiled coldly. If I were really a murderer, I would have been taken away by the patrol long ago. How could I appear here safely? It was clearly the coach of your Zheng's martial arts school who robbed people at night and wanted to kill people to silence them. I accidentally killed him when I was defending myself. After all, I was getting rid of harm for the people. Who knows how many people have been killed by him before me. Suyi originally disdained to pay attention to people like Xingfeng. But Jinua's seafood restaurant is where he works, and Suyi also wants to accumulate more killing points here. This was more of an explanation to the people at Jinua's seafood restaurant than to Xingfeng. Sure enough, after hearing Su Ye's words, the eyes of both the guests and the staff of Jinua's seafood restaurant in the hall turned towards Su Yi with a much calmer look. Good. As Blue Star's martial arts flourished, more unstable factors did appear than before the revival of spiritual energy. But in Donghuang, one of the 4 major countries in the Federation, the Inspection Bureau is not just a decoration. It is even more impossible that after killing someone, he would show up brazenly to cause trouble. Seeing that Su Yi changed everyone's opinion with just a few words, Xingfeng was furious. Self-defense? Who are you kidding? Coach Song is a 9th level Kaiyuan master, and you are only a 3rd level Kaiyuan master. You can't kill Coach Song in self-defense, so you must have used some sinister means to deliberately kill him. Oh. You saw it with your own eyes. How do you know so clearly? Did you instruct Song Si to attack me late at night? You are talking nonsense. How can you possibly kill Coach Song if you can't even beat me? How do you know I can't beat you? Then hit me. Bang. Throw a punch. Xingfeng suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew out. He flew directly out of the gate of Jinua's seafood restaurant and fell heavily on the concrete floor outside. He slid for a long distance, relying on the brakes on his hips before finally stopping. Under the surprised gaze of everyone at Jinua's seafood restaurant, Su Yi rubbed his wrist. I have never heard such a brazen request, and I couldn't help wanting to satisfy him. Chapter 26. Want me to fight on the stage? I have to pay extra. Su Yi. Xingfeng shouted loudly. Since he was a child, Xingfeng had never been insulted like this before. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch him. He wanted to tie Su Yi up and beat him hard, to avenge the sliding on the ground. The younger brothers brought by Xingfeng immediately surrounded Su Yi, but no one dared to take the first step. They also saw what happened just now. Su Yi knocked Xingfeng away with one punch. If they go up, I'm afraid they won't be able to defeat them. Seeing this, Xingfeng became even angrier. Why don't you guys make a move? Come on. Whoever captures Su Yi will be given 100,000. 100,000. The eyes of all the younger brothers lit up instantly. With so many of us, we can wrap him around his thighs and break his arms. I don't believe we can't subdue him. Then we'll share the money. Even if we divide it together, each person can get tens of thousands of dollars. They usually help out in martial arts schools, and they can't even be coaches, and they only make 3,000 yuan a month. Thinking about it this way, let's give it a try. Seeing this, Su Yi sighed and clenched his fists. It seems that I have to fight. I hope it won't affect my part-time job that earns me kill points. If you are not afraid of death, come on. Su Yi was just about to strike first. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Uncle Fu, thank you for your help. Yes, master. Swoosh. A dark shadow flashed by. All the thugs who had surrounded Su Yi just now flew out instantly. They were lying neatly on the ground outside Jinua's seafood restaurant. Only then did the black shadow stop. But it was Uncle Fu who had been following Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian walked to Su Yi with a smile. Student Su, are you okay? Zhang Xian, thank you very much. We are classmates and friends. This is just a small thing. It's only natural. Zhang Xian smiled slightly and looked at Xingfeng, who was glaring at the door. Su Yi is my friend. His business is my business. I will take responsibility for this matter. Zhang Xian thought very clearly. Su Yi was able to attract the special care of the young master of the Su family in Yujing, and he also awakened his special abilities, and he was even able to get the principal of the No. 2 middle school to come and bail him out in person. I'm afraid the identity is not simple. Since I have already decided to make peace with Su Yi, I might as well do one more step and help Su Yi solve this little trouble at hand. Completely sell Su Yi out. Xingfeng glanced at Zhang Xian. Who the hell are you? How dare you say you're responsible for this? Do you know what this is? Su Yi killed someone. Zhang Xian's smile remained unchanged. Isn't it just killing a person? And it was a thief who robbed people in the middle of the night. I think that not only did Su do nothing wrong, but he was also getting rid of harm to the people. You know. Zheng Feng was stunned. Who are you? Zhang Xian didn't answer. The butler standing behind Zhang Xian raised his voice. The one standing in front of you is the only young master of Xianyuan construction, Zhang Xian, Master Zhang. Xianyuan Architecture. That Fangyuan city's leading super construction company. Zheng Feng, who had been so arrogant just now, was instantly sweating profusely. I started to back off. He just wanted to cause trouble for Su Yi, but he didn't dare to provoke the young master of Xianyuan construction. Can. Zheng Feng looked at his younger brothers. Then look at Liao Tingting, who rushed over after hearing the news. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to give in now? Just then. Mr. Zhang, you can't afford this. A rough voice sounded. Under Zheng Feng's surprised gaze, a strong figure strode towards him. The man was in his 40s and over 2 meters tall. The thin t-shirt seemed to be bursting by the muscles. The muscles of the exposed arms were knotted and knotted. When he stepped on the ground, he felt that the ground was shaking. Master, this is the owner of Zheng's martial arts school and Zheng Feng's father, Zheng Wuxiang. He is a peak warrior of the second heaven, and the martial art he practices is the extremely domineering dragon elephant stomping technique, which is extremely powerful. If we really fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you, young master. Uncle Fu beside Zhang Xian reminded him in a low voice. Uncle Fu's voice was very low. But Su Ye's hearing, whose vampire physique had awakened, was greatly enhanced, and he easily heard what Uncle Fu said. Second heaven. After a warrior reaches the transcendent level, each breakthrough will lead to a breakthrough of 1 level. Therefore, the realm of warriors after becoming extraordinary is divided into 9 levels. The first level is the lowest and the 9th level is the highest. In a small place like Fangyuan City, a master at the peak of the second heaven is already a rare sight. Otherwise, Zheng Wuxiang would not be able to open a martial arts school in Fangyuan City and recruit disciples. I'm in trouble. Su Yi frowned slightly. Really? Zheng Wuxiang looked directly at Su Yi. You are the Su Yi who killed Xiaosong. Zhang Xian wanted to continue to mention the name of Xianyuan construction, but Su Yi patted Zhang Xian on the shoulder. Zhang Xian, this is my business, let me handle it. Su Yi walked forward. Yes, I killed him, but it was Song Si who killed me first. Zheng Wuxiang looked at Su Yi deeply. Song Si failed to kill you and was killed instead. That's because he is incompetent. But Song Si is from my Zheng's martial arts school after all. He was killed in the street. As his schoolmaster, I naturally have to make the decision for him. What do you want? Boy, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you must come to the door of my martial arts school and confess your sins for 3 days. Admit that you killed Song Si with vicious means. Su Yi rolled his eyes. The second one. Asking him to choose one is simply impossible. The second one is that you and my fellow martial arts disciples go to the fighting arena and fight in public. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. My disciple is also at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Since you can kill Song Si, who is at the peak of the 9th level of Kaiyuan, I think you are not afraid to fight with my disciple at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Then let's see whether the disciples of my martial arts school are useless or you, who can defeat the genius of the 9th level of Kaiyuan, are just a facade. Zheng Wuxiang smiled coldly and waited for Su Ye's consent. In fact, this second choice is the one he really left for Su Yi. A coach in his martial arts school who was at the 9th level of Kaiyuan was killed by a student who was only in the 3rd year of high school. The news spread. Can his Zheng's martial arts school still continue to operate? At this point, for Zheng Wuxiang, the incident was no longer a matter of his son's jealousy with someone else, but rather the martial arts school's signboard being smashed. Su Ye's shame must be exposed in public. Let people know that Su Yi has no ability to defeat a master of the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Only then can the reputation of the martial arts school be restored. As for this Su Yi, No one can predict what will happen in the ring, and if someone accidentally gets injured or disabled, there is nothing you can do about it. On Blue Star, as long as both parties are on the fighting stage, there is no need to take responsibility if an accident occurs. The worst that can happen is that they have to pay some money. Even the inspectors who are specifically responsible for fighting between warriors and incidents involving monsters in the city have nothing to say. Suyi looked at Zheng Wuxiang steadily. You want me to go to the fighting arena? Zheng Wuxiang smiled slightly and deliberately provoked Suyi. What? You don't dare. If you don't dare, then you should confess your guilt and admit that you used a shady trick to kill Song Si. Oh. Suyi shook his head. Who said I don't dare? Zheng Wuxiang's eyes suddenly lit up, so you agree? But Zhang Xian on the side suddenly became anxious. Suyi, what are you thinking? You don't have to agree to either of these two things. Suyi is only at the 7th level of Kaiyuan. If he fights someone at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, isn't that courting death? Suyi patted Zhang Xian comfortingly and turned to look at Zheng Wuxiang. If you want me to go to the fighting arena, you have to pay me more. Chapter 27, Life and Death Arena, invited by the Chief of Inspection. What? Add money? When Zheng Wuxiang came, he thought of countless possible reactions of Suyi. You might refuse with indignation. Or a tearful apology. But I never thought it would be money. The stern look on Zheng Wuxiang's face almost collapsed. Money? How much? Suyi said casually, it's okay, 1 million. Oh, right, the fighting arena is still not exciting enough, why don't we just go to the life and death arena? The life and death arena costs 3 million. Zheng Wuxiang. What? A life and death arena? In the arena of life and death, no matter life or death. Even Dong Huang admitted that killing in the life and death arena was not a crime. Zheng Wuxiang stared at Suyi deeply. Are you sure? This Suyi took the initiative to propose to go to the life and death arena. Does he have any confidence? If he were to be defeated by Suyi in public in the life and death arena, then his Zheng family martial arts school would truly lose face in front of everyone. At this moment, Zheng Wu seemed a little hesitant. Suyi curled the corners of his mouth. Of course, as long as I get enough money, I can go on stage. How about this? I'll give you a month to find a disciple in your martial arts school who dares to go on stage. We'll meet in the life and death arena in a month. 1 month is enough time for you to publicize this matter and attract enough attention. What do you think? Am I considerate? Suyi saw through it at a glance that Zheng Wuxiang came here today not to avenge Song Si. It is not to make him apologize for his crime. Instead, he wanted to prove the strength of his Zheng's martial arts school. Jichangshan was defeated in seconds by a student. Impossible. Absolutely a rumor. We need to use a fight to refute the rumors. Since he has received the money, Suyi must of course provide good service. Of course, more importantly. 1 month is enough time for him to improve his cultivation and evolve his supernatural powers again. However, the others didn't know what Suyi was thinking. Zhang Xian suddenly grabbed Su Ye's arm and tried to wake him up. Suyi, are you crazy? You want to go on a life and death arena with a Kaiyuan 9th level? Suyi is only at the 7th level of Kaiyuan. Even if he breaks through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan in a month, it's only a 50-50 chance. Only. Seeing Zhang Xian so nervous, Zheng Wuxiang felt relieved. Great, it turns out Suyi was playing the empty city plan. Pretending to be confident, she wanted him to back down. So insidious. I guess this is how Song Si was tricked by him. Okay, then let's go to the life and death arena. As for the 1 month, although it was delayed a bit, it was just enough time for him to publicize the matter of the life and death arena. By then, maybe this could bring more attention to his Zheng's martial arts school and attract more students. After all, in this day and age, traffic is king. But, boy, since you took the initiative to propose the life and death contest, don't even think about running away. I'll get someone to keep an eye on you. Zheng Wuxiang chuckled, pointed his index and middle fingers at his own eyes, and then at Suyi. By the way, you still have parents, right? I heard you have a younger sister, she's only 7 years old, and she's very cute. Swoosh. The smile in Su Ye's eyes suddenly disappeared, and he slowly clenched his fists. Zheng Wuxiang actually threatened him with his relatives. Court death. Just as Su Yi silently looked at Zheng Feng, who was still confused, preparing to let Zheng Wuxiang taste the pain of his loved one's death first. Hey, who is this? How dare he threaten people in the street? A lazy voice came out. A middle-aged man in a dark blue patrol uniform walked over leisurely. The moment he saw the person coming, Zheng Wuxiang's pupils dizzied. Then he lowered his head without hesitation. Director Zhang. The person who came was Zhang Baichuan, the director of Fangyuan City Inspection Bureau. If he is a martial arts gym owner with some strength. Zhang Baichuan is the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He could be killed at any time. Zheng Wuxiang dared to threaten Su Yi in person, but when he saw Zhang Baichuan, he didn't dare to say a word and had to quickly take it back. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Oh. Director Zheng, you are allowed to go to other people's shops and show off your power and threaten them, but I am not allowed to come over and see what's going on. Zheng Wulian quickly shook his head like a rattle. No, 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 how dare I threaten anyone? Zhang Baichuan, are you saying I heard it wrong? No, I don't dare. I was actually concerned about Su Ye's family just now. Is that so? I thought you wanted to threaten our little hero in Fangyuan City for the sake of Song Si, the extremely evil person in your martial arts school. As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Wuxiang's expression changed drastically. The people around who were watching the fun looked at Su Yi in surprise. What on earth did this handsome student do to be called a little hero of Fangyuan City by the director of the Inspection Bureau? It was Su Yi, on the other hand, who had a glimmer of realization in his eyes. It seems that Zhang Baichuan should have already investigated Song Si. Really? Zhang Baichuan laughed, walked to Su Yi and took Su Ye's hand. Student Su Yi, thank you for subduing the lunatic Song Si and providing important clues that allowed us to discover Song Si's true identity. We investigated Song Si's residence and found more than a dozen ornaments made of victims' bones in his basement. After investigation, we found that Song Si was actually a murderer who specifically targeted talented students from Wugao High School. He would brutally kill them and then make ornaments out of the victims' bones to admire every day. Because Song Si had previously targeted those students outside the city, he was able to succeed more than a dozen times in a row. I came here today specifically to thank you, classmate Su Yi. Speaking of. Crash. The 8 inspectors who followed Zhang Baichuan lined up in 2 rows. The 2 banners were pulled apart in an instant. City heroes. Intelligent and courageous. Su Yi. It's so embarrassing. Give him a crack in the ground. When we first met, I never thought Zhang Baichuan would be so amazing. He responded to Zhang Baichuan's enthusiastic thanks and the warm praise from the onlookers around him with an expressionless face. Just when Su Yi was about to lose his politeness, Zhang Baichuan finally stated the important purpose of coming here today besides expressing his gratitude. But before he opened his mouth, Zhang Baichuan waved his hand, and a star power shield suddenly formed around the 2 of them, wrapping them up. Star power leaves the body. Su Ye's pupils shrank slightly. This is the sign of entering the 4th heaven. Zhang Baichuan is actually a 4th-level master. Student Su Yi, this way, people outside won't be able to hear us. Student Su Yi, the main reason I came here this time is to invite you to join the Inspection Bureau on behalf of the Inspection Bureau. Su Yi was surprised, join the Inspection Bureau? But I haven't graduated yet. That's not a problem. Su Yi can first become a trainee inspector of the Inspection Bureau, and then officially join the Inspection Bureau after graduation. As he said this, Zhang Baichuan chuckled. If Principal Zhang hadn't come over last time, I wouldn't have known that you, Su Yi, had awakened superpowers, and that you were best at fighting because of your physical innate superpowers. If I had known you were a person with superpowers, there would be no need to say anything. Song Si is simply courting death by attacking you. It is not unfair for him to be beaten to death. Forget it, let's not talk about that unlucky person. Classmate Su Yi, a talent like you, of course our Inspection Bureau must take action in advance. As long as classmate Su Yi is willing, from now on, you are a member of our Inspection Bureau. Chapter 28, Trainee Inspector, Big Gamble. Zhang Baichuan's words are full of bandit spirit. Suyi fell into deep thought. Star beasts invaded and opened up channels to higher planes. In fact, Blue Star has been in a state of war over the years, but ordinary people living in cities don't feel this way very obviously. But if you choose to be a warrior, you will definitely participate in wars in the future. Donghuang warriors usually join the military after reaching high levels. The military also has three major directions. First, join the expeditionary force, enter a higher plane, and fight on the front line against foreign invaders. Second, join the Secret Realm Army, stay in Blue Star to guard the Secret Realm, or respond to new secret realms that appear at any time and resist the crazy star beasts in the Secret Realm. Third, join the Inspection Bureau to guard the city and solve crimes committed by star beasts, demon beasts, and warriors that roam the city. Relatively speaking, the work of the Inspection Bureau is less dangerous. But in fact, Suyi is more inclined towards the Expeditionary Force and the Secret Realm Army. Although it is dangerous, only through constant fighting can one hone oneself. Most importantly, he's a man with a system. The more enemies he kills, the stronger he becomes. What does the Inspection Bureau mean? Can I encounter a star beast in a month? Probably realizing that Suyi wasn't too impressed, Zhang Baichuan's eyes rolled. Student Xiao Su, although the Expeditionary Army and the Secret Realm Army are impressive, they are also dangerous. If you join the Secret Realm Army at the 3rd or 4th level, you will be cannon fodder. If the 7th or 8th heaven goes to a higher plane, it will still be cannon fodder. As warriors, we should hide when we need to. Now you can be a patrol officer in the city and develop yourself. When you really break through to the 9th heaven in the future, it won't be too late to go to the higher planes. At that time, our patrol bureau will definitely not stop you and will send you there with drums and gongs. Suyi. Can you still describe Go in such a fresh and refined way? Zhang Baichuan put his arm around Su Ye's shoulders. Xiao Su, as long as you join our inspection bureau, according to the treatment of the inspection bureau, even if you are just an apprentice inspector, you can receive supplies from the inspection bureau every month. Our inspection bureau is much more generous than the school. And most importantly, as long as you join the inspection bureau, you can directly bring your parents to live in the inspection bureau's family quarters. You can live in a 200 square meter house for free, and your parents can enjoy the treatment of military dependents, with guaranteed medical care and personal protection. If anyone dares to harm your parents and sister, that's harming military dependents, and we in the entire inspection bureau are ready to take action. How is it? Are you excited? Su Yi. Director Zhang, I won't say anything more. I will just follow you from now on. Hey, that's right. Xiao Su, we are a family from now on. I will help you if you have any problems. Zhang Baichuan felt very happy. There are only one person with superpowers among thousands, not to mention Su Yi who has superpowers suitable for combat. Every time a person with superpowers appears in the world, different branches of the military will scramble to get him. For example, the 3 people with special abilities who appeared before number 2 middle school. Meng Li was recruited by the Secret Realm Army long ago after he showed his talent. Mu Wanru's aunt was an expert in a scientific research institution, so naturally she went along as well. As for Xiao Qiue, forget it, she's the boss's daughter, I can't afford to touch her. Now that Su Yi has finally emerged, Zhang Baichuan must take him down before the news gets out. And since Su Yi is already one of his own, Zhang Baichuan naturally has to support him. With a wave of his hand, the star energy shield was removed. Zhang Baichuan hugged Su Yi and looked at the anxious Zheng Wuxiang. I heard that Master Zheng wants to have our Inspector Su from the Inspection Bureau on the life and death stage. Zheng Wuxiang. When did Su Yi become an inspector of the Inspection Bureau? He is just a senior high school student, how could he become an inspector? But Zhang Baichuan would never talk nonsense. The fact that he could announce this in public clearly showed that this was what the two of them had just talked about in the star energy shield. Even Zhang Baichuan's previous actions of speaking for Su Yi and sending him banners, were all preparations for recruiting Su Yi into the Inspection Bureau. This Su Yi. How could the director of the Inspection Bureau be so concerned? A bad premonition flashed through Zheng Wuxiang's mind. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is not a misunderstanding. Zhang Baichuan waved his hand. As men, we should keep our word. But for only 3 million, you want us, Inspector Su, to go to the life and death arena. You are looking down on us, the people of the Inspection Bureau. The price is 5 million. In a month, I will bring the people from the Inspection Bureau to the life and death arena to watch the competition and see how powerful Master Zheng's disciple is. Master Zheng, please don't let me do it for my sake. We will accept it even if it means we fight to the death. There will be no hesitation, absolutely. Zheng Wuxiang. Zheng Wuxiang just felt completely exhausted. Zhang Baichuan was present in person. How dare he let someone kill Su Yi? If Su Yi gets a little bit of heat, Zhang Baichuan will bring his men with guns to attack him. But in this case, wouldn't it be like him spending 5 million to admit defeat? Zheng Wuxiang wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to say something else, but Zhang Baichuan had already walked into Jinua's seafood restaurant with a few of his men. Come on, we are so happy today. Let's eat here tonight. It's my treat. Xiao Su, come and have a meal together. Su Yi smiled slightly. Everything is up to the leader. Zheng Wuxiang came with great pride and left in despair. Zhang Xian, who witnessed everything, fell into deep thought. The luxurious sedan slowly stopped in front of a villa. When Zhang Xian walked in, he saw his father, Zhang Deyuan, who seemed to have just returned from a cocktail party. Father, I have something to tell you. Zhang Xian quickly told the story about Su Yi, especially emphasizing that Master Su Yang of the Yujing Su family took special care of Su Yi, and that the director of the Inspection Bureau, Zhang Baichuan, personally came to invite Su Yi to join the Inspection Bureau and supported Su Yi. Zhang Deyuan, who originally didn't care much, became more and more cautious as Zhang Xian spoke. Finally, he looked at his son approvingly. Xiener, you did the right thing. In today's society, fighting bravely is useless. The most important thing is connections. You were able to repair your relationship with Su Yi as soon as possible after the incident. You did a great job. You are worthy of being my son, Zhang Deyuan. Praise my son. Zhang Deyuan's expression became more serious. You must not only make friends with Su Yi, but you must also make friends with him with all your strength. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Father, why? And there is also Master Su Yang from Yujing. It is precisely because of Su Yang's call that Su Ye's importance is proved. Zhang Deyuan subconsciously looked around before speaking in a lowered voice. Do you know that Zhang Baichuan invited Su Yi to join the Inspection Bureau not only because Su Yi awakened his superpowers? Did Zhang Baichuan also lead a team into the secret realm to fight? And Zhang Baichuan's teammate at the time was the third daughter of the Yujing Su family, Su Xingchen. And the most important thing is, half a month ago, a big shot from the Yujing Su family came to Fangyuan City in person, and your classmate Su Yi also left Fangyuan City half a month ago. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. Father, are you saying, Su Yi is related to the Yujing Su family? Zhang Deyuan was unfathomable. I once heard a rumor that Master Su Yang of the Yujing Su family was only the adopted son of the Su family, and the real master of the Su family. The father and son looked at each other. This time, the Zhang family might have to take a big gamble. Win the bet and soar to the sky. Chapter 29. The inspection director comes to move. The next day, Lu Ruxin got up early as usual and went to the nearby vegetable market to buy vegetables. Thinking about how my son has to work after going to school every day, it must be very hard. When her son came back last night, she couldn't help but fall asleep on the sofa. Lu Ruxin felt a little guilty. Her son has to work so hard because she and Lao Su are incompetent. Otherwise, Xiaoya should have been enjoying the life of a young master in the Su family in Yujing. Thinking of this, Lu Ruxin gritted her teeth and bought a few more prawns, preparing to braise them for her son to nourish his body. When I was almost downstairs with the basket of vegetables, I ran into Aunt Wang, my next-door neighbor, who was coming back from buying breakfast. Aunt Wang glanced at the basket in Lu Ruxin's hand. Hey, Ruxin, are you buying prawns again? These prawns are good and look really fresh. Lu Ruxin smiled. Yes, our Xiaoya likes to eat shrimps. I bought some because they were fresh. He is studying hard now and needs to eat some. Aunt Wang nodded. Yes, your Xiaoya is a senior this year, right? But I remember that Xiaoya's martial arts performance doesn't seem to be very good. Lu Ruxin, our Xiaoya has very good grades in liberal arts, and he has also made great progress in martial arts recently. Their Suyi has also awakened his superpowers. Aunt Wang shook her head disdainfully. What's the use of liberal arts scores? You have to be able to fight for this idea. Look at our Wang Dong. He broke through to the 7th level of Kaiyuan some time ago and was hired by the Zheng's martial arts school in Xincheng. That's the Zheng's martial arts school. Many families send their children to them to practice. Aunt Wang couldn't hide the smug look on her face, and her voice became much louder when she talked about her son being hired by Zheng's martial arts school. Immediately, neighbors who were passing by or taking a walk downstairs came over to express their gratitude. Oh, Wang Dong's mom, Wang Dong actually found a job in Xincheng, that's amazing. That's right, Wang Dong has been smart since he was young. From now on, your family will be residents of the new city. Once you leave the old city, you will become a superior person. Mother Wang Dong, don't forget us old neighbors when you become rich. Aunt Wang smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. Aunt Wang has been in a state of excitement since her son came back last night and told her the good news. I was so excited that I didn't sleep well that night. Look, he came out early in the morning to show off. Receiving everyone's envious eyes at this moment, Aunt Wang felt so relieved. Look at Lu Ruxin next door. I couldn't help but feel even more proud. Over the years, the two sons have been compared a lot. Suyi is handsome, good at studying, and filial, and Lu Ruxin has been envied a lot. But later his son showed a talent for martial arts and is now employed by a martial arts school in Xincheng. Looking at Suyi again, he is totally no match for her son. In an instant, years of unhappiness were reversed. How can I describe it in one word? Ruxin, we have been neighbors for so many years. If Xiaoya doesn't do well in the college entrance examination, he can just follow our Wang Dong. If he does well, he might be hired by Zheng's martial arts school. Swoosh. The neighbors who were originally complimenting Aunt Wang suddenly changed their eyes when they looked at Lu Ruxin. Full of jealousy. For people like them, who live in what they call the old town and what others call slums, isn't their biggest wish in life to leave here and live in the new town? Now Aunt Wang is actually willing to let her son take the initiative to help Suyi. How can this not make people jealous? But Lu Ruxin smiled bitterly in her heart. Suyi has awakened his special powers, and his future in martial arts will be smooth. How could there be a martial arts school? That was what delayed Suyi. Seeing that Lu Ruxin didn't respond, Aunt Wang immediately looked sullen. Ruxin, for the sake of our long-term neighborliness, I'm kind enough to let my son help your son. Why do you look so dissatisfied? Lu Ruxin waved her hands quickly. No, actually. Before he could finish, a sudden noise came from the distance. Then. Squeak. A line of 3 military jeeps drove slowly up and stopped downstairs. Military jeep? This can only be opened by people in the military. Why did he come to their neighborhood so early in the morning? Could it be that someone in their community has committed a crime? Suddenly, the people around no longer cared about complimenting Aunt Wang, nor did they care about finding fault with Lu Ruxin. They all fell silent. Afraid of getting into trouble. Snap. The car door opened and several people in blue patrol uniforms walked out. The leader was in his early 40s, with deep wrinkles between his eyebrows. It was Zhang Baichuan. Look at the address. Zhang Baichuan confirmed that it was correct. Only. The address Suyi left last night only had the specific building, but it didn't seem to have the floor or number written on it. But it's okay, just ask and you'll know. Zhang Baichuan looked at the nearest person. Excuse me, Suyi, the student from the second middle school, does he live here? The words fell. Swoosh. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lu Ruxin, who was standing beside them. Aunt Wang quickly distanced herself from Lu Ruxin. She is Su Ye's mother. If anything happens, arrest her. Lu Ruxin was also a little panicked. Did something really happen to Xiaoye? I am Su Ye's mother, So you are Ms. Lu Ruxin. When Lu Ruxin was panicking and at a loss, Zhang Baichuan was already walking towards her quickly with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm Zhang Baichuan, the director of Fangyuan City Inspection Bureau. Last night, Suyi accepted the invitation from our inspection bureau and became an inspector. Our entire inspection bureau welcomes Suye's joining us. Look, I brought some people here to help classmate Su and his family move. Lu Ruxin was still a little confused. Suyi became an inspector. Is he the respected inspector in the city? This. I didn't know about this, and, moving. Zhang Baichuan laughed. This was decided yesterday. I guess classmate Su hasn't had time to tell you yet. As for moving, since classmate Su has become a member of the inspection bureau, of course our inspection bureau will give him housing and benefits. I had someone clean out a large, spacious flat in the staff building of the inspection bureau last night. It has all the necessary appliances and furniture. We can move in today. How about we go up and meet classmate Suyi? Just to confirm. Lu Ruxin nodded dazedly. Oh, okay. I watched Lu Ruxin and a group of inspectors in neat uniforms go upstairs. Wait until the figure disappears. The scene, where one could hear a pin drop, suddenly became an uproar. Oh my god, the Su family is moving to a new city now. Suyi actually became an inspector. The staff quarters of the inspection bureau are located in the best area of the new city. Is Suyi from the old Su family some kind of genius? Why did he ask the director of the inspection bureau to come and move the house himself? There's smoke coming out of the Su family's ancestral grave. Some people couldn't help but look at Aunt Wang. Mother Wang Dong, it seems that Suyi doesn't need your Wang Dong support at all. Instead, it's your Wang Dong who should go and hug his thighs. You're just pretending to be so awesome. Aunt Wang's face flushed with embarrassment and she glared at everyone fiercely. What are you laughing at? I asked our Wang Dong to help Suyi out of kindness. Ruxin will definitely not misunderstand. Ruxin and I have been neighbors for more than 10 years, you can just be envious. Having said that, Aunt Wang ran back quickly. The Su family is moving, and as a good neighbor for so many years, of course she has to help. Chapter 30 Moving, Smart Devices, Welcome to the Inspection Bureau. The jeep drove all the way to the family quarters of the Inspection Bureau. Safe Community. The name is simple, but it carries good wishes for the inspectors. At the gate of the community, 4 guards armed with real guns stopped the jeep. Even though Zhang Baichuan's face was seen in the car, they carefully checked the identities of Suyi and others. After confirming that everything was correct, he raised his hand to salute. Welcome home, Inspector Su. The car restarted. Zhang Baichuan laughed. Pinyin Community is the family housing of the Inspection Bureau. Many people inside are actually ordinary people who do not practice cultivation, so the inspection will be particularly strict, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. However, after registering once, it will be much more convenient to enter and exit in the future. In addition, since outsiders are not allowed to enter, every time a patrol family moves in, our patrol team members help move in. This is also an old practice. Talking. The jeep stopped in front of a small Western-style building about 8 or 9 stories high. This is it. A group of people got off the bus. The Su family didn't have much belongings to begin with, and the new house was fully equipped with appliances and furniture, and there was no need to move large items, so they basically just packed some clothes and daily necessities, and several people each carried a little and finished the move. The house allocated to Su Ye's family is on the 7th floor. 1 elevator per household. Standing on a large flat of 200 square meters. Lu Ruxin almost cried for joy. Su Xiangdong stood in front of the spacious floor-to-ceiling window and laughed excitedly. I never thought that I, Su Xiangdong, would be able to live in such a mansion one day. Little lowly Su baby was flying around the room like a happy little bee, her little face flushed with excitement. Then she ran to Su Yi, hugged his thighs, looked up at his little face and asked expectantly. Brother, can you give me a room? Of course, except for the largest master bedroom for my parents, you can choose the remaining rooms. You can live in whichever one you like. Wow, brother is awesome. Bao Bao Su happily went to find his dream room. Suyi took out the card given to him by the school and handed it to Lu Ruxin. Mom, although the new house is fully equipped, you still have to buy your own sheets and blankets. You can use this money. This, Xiaoya, you don't need it. We still have money at home. Just take it, Mom. I have more here. As he spoke, Suyi took out the card that Zhang Xian gave him yesterday. There's still 1 million in this card, which is enough for me to use. Besides, I've become an inspector. Are you still worried that I'll be short of money? Just use this money and buy something for your home. Also, the baby will go to elementary school in September. I have already informed Director Zhang that the baby will go to the kindergarten affiliated with the Inspection Bureau first, and then go to the elementary school corresponding to the Inspection Bureau with her peers. You must buy some new clothes and stationery for the baby. You can't let her be looked down upon by other children. As for your health, you are now considered a military dependent, and it doesn't cost much to go to the military hospital for treatment. You and my dad should have a thorough checkup later, and listen to the doctor's advice to see how to replenish your body. I, your son, will make more money in the future, so you must take good care of yourself so that you can always be with me. Suyi persuaded her patiently, and Lu Ruxin finally grabbed the card, but her eyes were a little red. Well, Mom will take good care of herself and watch our Xiaoya become a great hero, get married and have children, and then Mom will take care of the children for you. Suyi. Although Lu Ruxin was finally willing to spend money on herself, there was no need for her to take care of the children. After chatting with his family for a few more words, Suyi said goodbye to his excited family and went downstairs to find Zhang Baichuan who had not left yet. Call. Zhang Baichuan blew out a smoke ring. How's it going? Have you arranged everything for your family? Everything has been arranged. Thank you, Director Zhang, for coming to help me move. You are a genius who has awakened superpowers, so this treatment is what you deserve. Come on, follow me to the Inspection Bureau. We have to formally complete the job registration process, and there are some things we need to explain. Good. Suyi called the school early in the morning to ask for leave. There was no need to hide the fact that Suyi had joined the Inspection Bureau early, so Principal Zhang agreed to Suye's request for leave without any hesitation. He even said that if necessary, I could take 2 more days to get everything done before coming back to school. Come to the Inspection Bureau. The feeling was completely different from the last time I was locked in a small dark room. The atmosphere of high technology and seriousness is everywhere. Personnel Department. Suyi quickly completed the onboarding procedures. Zhang Baichuan handed a new cell phone to Suyi. This is the military system's latest smartphone and smartwatch. It comes in a set of 2 and not only has basic communication functions, but also has many other uses. Suyi had learned before that the level of intelligent devices in this world was obviously higher than that on Earth. There really was an artificial intelligence that belonged to him alone, and it could be connected to Donghuang's Deep Blue system. Zhang Baichuan directly used his own smart device for demonstration. The screen is bigger and clearer, and it can also swoosh. With a slight wave of his hand, an enlarged light screen appeared in front of him. Your phone has recorded your information. Only you can open it. It also gives you higher authority. You can directly access the military system to check the information. But for us, these functions are the most practical. First, location positioning and intra-team communication can upload your location at any time, and when a star beast or a rioting warrior is discovered, troops can be called and allocated according to personal strength in the first place to quickly eliminate hidden dangers. Of course, if a patrol encounters danger, they can also ask for help from the nearest patrol or a high-level warrior registered with the military. Since having this smart watch, the speed, efficiency, and safety of action have been greatly improved. Zhang Baichuan briefly introduced the usage to Suyi, and Suyi quickly mastered it. Second, the recording function. If the army wants to exchange resources and materials for skills, they need merit points. For us patrolling, the biggest source of merit points is killing monsters and people. When performing tasks, the smart watch will start recording and automatically upload. Donghuang's Deep Blue System Intelligent Brain Center will automatically calculate the merits and distribute them. You know, the distribution of merits is the most troublesome, but with this function, it can minimize the wrangling. Suyi couldn't help but nodded. This feature is really good. And the third function is automatic recognition. Zhang Baichuan pointed his phone at a pot of plants nearby. Identify. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen in front of him. Xingyan grass purifies the free star energy between heaven and earth and makes it more gentle. See? Having this thing is like having an encyclopedia. When the spiritual energy just revived, many strange plants and mutated monsters appeared on Blue Star. Many people who were exploring and reclaiming wasteland in the wild did not die at the hands of monsters, but died from food. Some mutated plants and animals were more powerful than mushrooms. Later, with this smart watch, it became much more convenient to be in the wild. This thing is also very convenient for identifying the information of demon beasts and star beasts. It can also roughly judge their level based on their body shape and performance characteristics. It is very convenient in actual combat. As he said this, Zhang Baichuan shrugged. After all, you can't expect all these rough guys in the military to memorize such thick encyclopedias, plant encyclopedias, monster encyclopedias, and star beast encyclopedias. Su Yi. What you said makes so damn sense. This smartwatch is indeed useful. After introducing almost everything that needed to be introduced, Zhang Baichuan retracted his light curtain and smiled at Su Yi. Then, Su Yi, welcome to join the inspection bureau. Chapter 31. Did that bastard Su Yi awaken his special powers? Watched Su Yi leave the inspection bureau. Zhang Baichuan nodded with satisfaction and then made a phone call. A moment later. Yujing. Su family. Su Xingqian hung up the phone and stood in front of the window, lost in thought. Third sister, what are you daydreaming about? When Su Mingyue came out of the room, she saw Su Xingqian standing in a daze at the window with a lost look on his face. What happened? Su Xingqian looked at her sister, Su Yi has joined the inspection bureau. What? That ghetto bastard? How is that possible? Su Mingyue exclaimed, totally unable to believe it. How could a loser like that who is only at the third level of Kaiyuan at the age of 18 join the inspection bureau? Third sister, did you ask someone to take care of him? No, it must be that bastard Su Yi who is using our Su family's name to swindle people in Fangyuan City. He is indeed a bastard from the slums, he only knows how to use the back door. Humph, didn't he have the guts to betray his family? He should be left to fend for himself. Oh, I remember now, the director of Fangyuan City's inspection bureau, his name is Zhang Baichuan, and it seems that he was the captain of the team when you went to the secret realm. It must be him who recruited that bastard Su Yi into the inspection bureau. Isn't this favoritism and perverting the law? Where is the discipline? No, I have to call him. Su Mingyue said as she was about to use her smartwatch to call Zhang Baichuan. Second sister. Su Xingqian stopped the excited Su Mingyue. There was a look of disbelief and disappointment in his eyes. Second sister, Su Yi joined the inspection bureau not through a back door, but based on his own strength. Cut. Su Mingyue sneered. How is it possible? Just that bastard. Su Xingqian smiled bitterly. Su Yi is not a jerk, he is an awakened person with special abilities. What? The mocking smile on Su Mingyue's face gradually froze. That Su Yi actually awakened his superpowers. Su Xingqian nodded. And the awakened ability is the physical ability that is best suited for combat. In fact, when Su Xingqian heard the news, he was only surprised for a moment, but soon believed it. The higher the martial artist's level of cultivation, the more deeply he develops his body's genes and blood. Therefore, the descendants of high-level warriors are often more likely to have a talent for cultivation, and the probability of people with awakened superpowers is also higher. For example, the sisters of their Su family have actually awakened corresponding superpowers. As for Su Yang, although he has a good talent in martial arts, he has not awakened any special abilities. As a child of the Su family, it is not surprising that Su Yi awakened his special powers. Su Mingyue obviously thought of this as well. Humph. It's such a waste to give the Su family's bloodline to that bastard. He's only at the third level of Kaiyuan. So what if he awakens his special powers? Su Xingqian shook his head again. Second sister, Su Ye's cultivation has now reached the 7th level of Kaiyuan. What? How is this possible? How long has it been since he returned? It's been less than a week since Suyi left the Su family. In other words, he only took 7 days, no, even less than 7 days, to break through 4 minor realms in succession. Even Xiaoyang didn't have such a fast cultivation speed back then. Su Xingqian even suspected that Su Ye's cultivation speed was slow before because more of his body's energy was used to activate his superpowers. Therefore, once his superpowers were awakened, his cultivation level immediately increased rapidly. As for why Su Ye's supernatural powers awakened so late. Thinking that Su Yi had lived in the slums before, Su Xingqian felt a little uncomfortable. Without the various nutritional potions and medicinal baths that the Su family had taken since childhood, he had to work and earn money by himself. No wonder Su Yi didn't awaken his supernatural powers until he was 18 years old. If Su Yi could have grown up in the Su family since childhood, maybe, it will be completely different. After the initial shock, Su Mingyue quickly shook her head violently. Xingqian, you actually compared that slum bastard with Xiaoyang? It's an insult to Xiaoyang. Humph, even if he breaks through to the 7th level of Kaiyuan, so what? Xiaoyang is the same age as him, but he has already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the extraordinary world. Besides, Xingqian, why are you so concerned about that little bastard? Since he betrayed our family, he is no longer a member of our Su family. Whenever she thought about how Su Yi dared to attack her beloved brother Su Yang, and even mocked Su Yang for being fake, Su Mingyue felt a surge of anger in her heart. Su Xingqian shook his head. Second sister seems to have forgotten, Su Yi has the blood of their Su family flowing in his veins, how could she really not care about him at all? But what my second sister said is not wrong. Su Yi has betrayed his family. And even if he has awakened his superpowers now, he can't compare with Xiaoyang. This is how cultivation works, one step slow, every step slow. I just hope that he can live a peaceful life in the future and not bring trouble to the Su family. The two sisters simply stopped mentioning Su Yi and went downstairs together. Little sister, you should not be distracted by other things recently, but practice more and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. I heard that the place is about to open. If you can get the opportunity there, your chance of becoming a god of war in the future will be much greater. Well, second sister, I understand. I am also on the verge of a breakthrough recently, and my mind is in turmoil. I will go into seclusion after this to completely calm my mind. I will not come out until I have a breakthrough. Little sister, you are right to think so. The biggest proof that our Su family can become one of the 7 major families of Donghuang is our own cultivation. As the two sisters gradually left. At the corner, a figure slowly emerged. It was Su Yang with a gloomy face. Su Yi actually awakened his superpowers. No wonder Zhang Xian said he encountered trouble and couldn't go on. It turned out to be because Su Yi became an inspector. No wonder, how could a small merchant's son dare to provoke an inspector who has awakened supernatural powers? Su Yang's words only showed contempt for Zhang Xian, but he did not vent his anger on him. Compared with Zhang Xian's incompetence, Su Yi, who suddenly awakened his superpowers, is more important. Su Yi, since you've left, why can't you just wait to die quietly? Why do you have to jump around? Su Yang clenched his fists. As long as Su Yi exists, he will be reminded all the time, Su Yi is the true bloodline of the Su family. And he is just a fake. Just like the 5 children of the Su family, including Su Yi, all of them have awakened superpowers. But he didn't. Bloodline, is it really that powerful? No, once a person dies, no matter how powerful their bloodline is, it will be useless. At the same time. Southeast Battlefield. The news that Su Yi awakened his supernatural powers and joined the inspection bureau also reached the ears of Su Jingdao and Xianyuan Mingmu. Upon hearing the news, Su Jingdao was delighted at first. As expected of his son, Su Jingdao, he did have some talent. But he soon frowned again and waved his hand to ask the person who delivered the message to leave. Humph, that rebellious son who ran away from home. Who wants to hear from him? Xianyuan Mingmu sneered. You actually joined the inspection bureau? You are really afraid of death. Chapter 32, Evolution of Superpowers. Unlocking Talents. Su Yi naturally didn't know that someone was paying attention to him. Don't care about other people's gossip. After leaving the inspection bureau, Suyi made a phone call. Soon, Xia Jiqiu at school answered the phone. Su, I heard that you entered the inspection bureau ahead of schedule. Damn, that's amazing. Did the news spread so quickly? Suyi raised his eyebrows. Actually he wasn't too surprised. What's the school schedule this afternoon? Arrangements? In addition to free practice, there are also cultural classes. Xia Jiqiu let out a strange cry on the phone. Su, we have already entered the elite class, why do we still need to take cultural classes? Lao Zhang is misleading me. If Principal Zhang knew you called him Lao Zhang, you'd better wait for him to start lecturing you. It will take at least half an hour. Hey, let me talk in private. By the way, Su, why did you call? Are you planning to come back? Suyi subconsciously turned around and glanced at the inspection bureau behind him. I'm still busy here, so I'm just asking, bye. Cultural courses? Never mind. Not going back yet. Suyi thought about it and just called a car. Go to Blue Sky Commercial Bank. Pa. The phone hung up. Xia Jiqiu felt a little regretful. ASU didn't even come back to attend cultural classes with him. Are we still good brothers? On the side, Xiao Qiue looked over subconsciously. Is it Suyi? Xia Jiqiu couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. The school beauty is talking to me. Oh, yes, it's Su, but Su said he has some unfinished business at the inspection bureau, so he might not be able to come to school today. After saying this, Xia Jiqiu was a little stunned. Why should I report Su Ye's situation to the school bell? But before Xia Jiqiu could react, he understood. Mu Wanru at the side couldn't help but look over curiously. Come to think of it, why do you call Suyi Su? Xia Jiqiu's heart beat faster suddenly. Speaking of which, gentle, long-legged girls like Mu Wanru are his type. Well. Su and I are good friends. We have been in the same class since junior high school and have been desk mates in high school, so it's natural that we have to address each other differently. Mu Wanru was still a little confused, but isn't it common to address people with something like little or old? Xia Jiqiu chuckled. That's because Su Ye's name is too weird. Try adding a small character or the word old in front of his first or last name. Mu Wanru blinked. Xiao Su, uncle. Xiaoye, master. Lao Su, uncle. Old Knight, master. Well, it seems that calling you ASU sounds better after all. Squeak. The taxi stopped. Suyi looked at the 5-story shopping mall in front of him and walked in. Blue Sky Trading Company is considered to be the largest chain trading company in Donghuang, and its presence can be seen in almost every city. The quality is guaranteed, the price is fair, and there is no hassle in after-sales service. These 3 points alone are enough for Blue Sky Trading Company to gain a firm foothold. Especially for resources for martial artists to practice, Blue Sky Trading Company has the most complete products and the best quality. It is said that there is the official shadow of Donghuang behind Blue Sky Trading Company. After entering the Blue Sky Trading Company, Suyi went straight to the Kaiyuan Warrior Training Resource Area on the first floor. He took out the $1 million black card that Zhang Xian used to apologize. 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution, please. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The beautiful young lady quickly brought a box of 10 bottles of nutrient solution and gave Suyi 1 hour of free use of the training room. Blue Sky Trading Company also has an online store, and the prices offline and online are exactly the same. The reason why Suyi chose to shop offline was for this training room. As long as a certain amount of money is spent, or the purchased items need to be tested, Blue Sky Trading Company will provide the corresponding venue. Enter the practice room. Suyi didn't say anything and directly drank a bottle of primary nutrient solution. Open the panel. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, 12/100. As expected, the evolution value has increased a little. In that case, Suyi didn't hesitate. Tons. He drank 10 bottles of nutrient solution in succession. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, 11 out of 100. The progress has reached 11/100. But Look at the 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution left in my hand that the school distributed after I entered the elite class. Burp. Suyi burped. An indigestible feeling of satisfaction spread through the body. It's confirmed. The primary nutrient solution can indeed continuously bring me evolutionary value. Unfortunately, my body has a limit to what it can absorb. It seems that at this stage, my body can only absorb 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution a day. Suyi put away the remaining 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution and prepared to drink them tomorrow. As for now. Anyway, he didn't want to go back to attend the cultural classes, so he just took a taxi to Jinhua seafood restaurant. Killing value. I want to earn kill points. Although joined the inspection bureau. But Suye's life as a nominal trainee inspector has not changed much. Go to school during the day and go to Jinhua seafood restaurant at night to earn killing points. After returning home, drink 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution to increase the evolution value. A few days later. Night. He sat cross-legged in the training room in his new home that Lu Ruxin had specially prepared for him. Suyi drank another bottle of nutrient solution and then opened the panel. Host, Suyi. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, 100/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 7th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills Perfect, Police Fighting Skills Beginner. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 312.3. Evolution progress has reached 100%, superpowers can evolve. Do you want to start evolving now? Note 1. Performing a corresponding ritual when the ability evolves can unlock a talent. Note 2. Items for this evolution ceremony: 1 first-level star core, 3 half-moon Ganoderma, 10 drops of yellow bamboo root leaves, 20 grams of jade demon glue, 1 drop of blood essence. Note 3. The opening of talents is full of uncertainty. If you take the essence of a certain creature during the ceremony, the direction of your talent can be affected based on the genetic advantages of the creature. Note 4. Because the talent, Extreme Explosion, has been activated in advance, the direction of this evolution is set. If you hold a ceremony, please choose the essence and blood of a power explosive monster to take. Swish. Suyi stood up suddenly. It was in his plan to gather enough evolution points tonight, so Suyi was not surprised. He was surprised. His abilities can not only evolve. Can new talents be born with each evolution? This is too strong. After Suyi awakened his superpowers, he searched for information about superpowers in the school and the inspection bureau's databases. Once the superpowers are awakened, they can only be continuously strengthened but are extremely difficult to evolve. The several evolutions of superpowers recorded in Donghuang and even the entire Federation are extreme cases and difficult to replicate. Either by absorbing extremely precious natural treasures, or being in extreme emotions, or being in some extreme environment, there is a very small probability that the superpowers can evolve. And the direction of evolution is extremely unstable. There have even been cases where top-level superpowers evolved into garbage superpowers. However, Suye's supernatural power can evolve as long as it accumulates enough energy. And every time it evolves, there is a certain probability that a talent will be born. One can even influence one's talent by consuming the essence and blood of other creatures. This. 6. Suyi took more than 10 deep breaths before he finally calmed his excited heart. This wave is definitely about to take off. Chapter 33, School Experience, Catching Voles. After the excitement, Suyi removed the panel first. He would definitely not awaken directly rashly, he would have to hold a ceremony first. Take out your cell phone. Suyi logged into the official website of Blue Sky Trading Company and began to look up the prices of the resources needed for the rituals. Then. Bang! Suyi fell backwards. The look of despair. The price of materials such as half-moon Ganoderma is not particularly expensive, adding up to more than 20,000 yuan. A portion of the blood essence of the Golden Lion Star Beast, which is famous for its explosive power, costs 45,000. But a first-level star core, even the most common one, costs 200,000. The star core is a special crystal born in the brain of a star beast, containing a large amount of pure energy. Generally, crystals are born in the brains of monsters at the peak of the corresponding level. They are the energy reserves for star beasts to break through the realm. After the breakthrough, the star core will disappear. So Suyi had thought before that star cores might be expensive. But I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Most importantly, Suyi took out the black card that Zhang Xian had given him as an apology. In order to evolve his superpowers, he bought 95 bottles of primary nutrient solution. Now there is only 50,000 yuan left in this card. In addition to the more than 30,000 yuan extorted from the gangsters before, and the more than 3,000 yuan earned from working in the past few days. Altogether, it's less than 100,000. There is still a shortfall of 200,000. What to do? Do I have to ask for the money I gave to Lu Ruxin back? No. Suyi shook his head. He couldn't afford to lose face with this person. Then we have to find another way. No. Let's go to the inspection bureau and see if there are any tasks. Suyi took out his cell phone and started searching the inspection system. The next day, Suyi came to school with a pair of red eyes from staying up late. I spent a long time browsing the inspection bureau's system last night and read a lot of information on wanted criminals, but I couldn't find a suitable task to make money. But when he arrived at school, Suyi got a big surprise. ASU, have you heard? The school is taking us on an outing. Zhang Xian came over naturally. What kind of outing? It's obviously to give us more practical experience. After saying that, meeting Su Ye's puzzled look, Zhang Xian smiled and explained. The school can't just let us practice as long as we are in the elite class. They must do something fancy. No, there was news this morning that the school was going to take us to the outskirts of the city to kill mutant monsters. This would give us some practical experience. Is there such a good thing? Suyi became more energetic. But, if a mutant monster appears, shouldn't the inspection bureau be responsible for handling it? Why would they let us students go? Because the mutated one this time is a field mouse. After Zhang Xian's explanation, Suyi finally understood the general idea. The voles on a farm on the outskirts of the city mutated for unknown reasons. However, the strength of these mutated voles was not very strong and was far from being extraordinary. The attack power is equivalent to the strength of a human warrior at the 5th or 6th level of Kaiyuan. But because these voles are fast and nimble, they burrow into the ground at the slightest disturbance, so they are very difficult to deal with. It would be a waste of talent to let the inspection bureau deal with this mutated monster, so Principal Zhang simply took the matter over, which could also be regarded as giving the elite class some practical experience. And there are rewards for killing voles this time, 300 yuan for killing one. A field mouse of the 5th or 6th level of Kaiyuan. Killing one will give you about 5 or 6 points of kill value, and you can also earn extra money. This wave is not a loss. Suburban farms stretch as far as the eye can see. Xia Zhiqiu opened his mouth in surprise. It must be 100 acres, which is too big. Zhang Xian came over with a long sword in his hand and shook his head when he heard this. 100 acres. That's too much of an underestimation. This farm is more than 2,000 acres, including the large area at the back. Blue Star has a large population, and warriors have a greater demand for food, so there are large farms around each city to ensure food supply. Xiao Qiyu looked at the fields in the distance. A dark gray field mouse, about 40 centimeters long, flashed by and burrowed into the soil in the field, never to be seen again. With only 50 students from our elite class on such a large farm, can we capture it? It turns out that the school was prepared. The farm was divided into different areas long ago. The 50 students in the elite class can form teams freely, with 5 people in each team. Each team is responsible for voles in an area of 200 acres. Even to inspire people. The school also issued a rule. At the end of tomorrow, the team that kills the most field mice will receive a training resource worth 50,000 yuan for each member. 50,000 yuan may not be a big deal for many students in elite classes. But this is the first class activity after the establishment of the elite class. For honor. Many people are already gearing up for it. And Su Ye's eyes were shining. Another 50,000. It must be taken down. Xia Zhiqiu was obviously more concerned about the information about team formation and spoke with some anticipation. Su, how about we team up with the school beauty? Xiao Qiuyue looked over subconsciously. Suyi nodded. Xiao, Mu, are you willing to team up together? Xiao Qiuyue and Mu Wanru looked at each other. Okay, now I'm in trouble. Xia Zhiqiu smiled brilliantly. No trouble, no trouble. And Zhang Xian came over again. We are short of one. Please add me. The 5-man team assembled successfully. Su Yi and the other 3 went to Principal Zhang and were given an area. The vast farm. Mu Wanru pulled Xiao Qiuyue to a patch of lavender. July, please take a picture for me. Crack. Let's take another photo together, a cute one. Crack. Wow, it looks better from this angle. Come July, let's take another one. The 2 beauties are addicted to taking selfies and can't extricate themselves. Xia Zhiqiu watched with great interest. Su Yi took a look. Today's outing. So the 2 girls did not wear loose school uniforms today. Xiao Qiuyue wore a tight white t-shirt, paired with light purple sweatpants and dark purple sneakers, and a white baseball cap, looking youthful. Mu Wanru wore a light green sports vest and dark green yoga pants, which outlined her long, slender, and straight legs. The 2 stood together. Well, it is indeed beautiful. However, Su Yi just took a glance and then looked away. Beauty is not as good as making money. At this moment, a gray vole poked its little head out from the edge of the field, and seemed to be bewitched by the beauty. Su Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and rushed forward directly, holding the long knife issued by the school. However, bang! The long knife hit the ridge of the field heavily, but did not leave any rat head. The field mouse was so slippery that it retracted at the last second before the long knife came down. Then he poked his head out from a hole about 6 or 7 meters away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It seemed as if it was mocking Su Yi. Su Yi. You little bastard, I'm going to fight with you. Chapter 34 Rapidly Increasing Killing Value. Bang, bang, bang. Voles kept popping up. Su Yi chopped continuously. Here comes a real-life version of whack-a-mole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fields were filled with the cheerful calls of voles. Obviously it regarded teasing Su Yi as an interesting game. Just as the vole retracted its head and poked its head out from another hole. Swish. This time, the long knife did not chop on the hole, but slashed directly across the hole horizontally. Squeak. Blood spurted out. A rat head with the happiness still in its eyes flew out. While hunting the field mouse just now, Su Yi had already figured out how many holes there were below. He used his super hearing to determine the direction of the field mouse's movement and guessed the next hole it would emerge from, thus successfully killing the mouse. Kill value plus 5.2. Su Yi put away his knife. 5.2. Not bad. Wow, Su, you're amazing. You killed a field mouse so quickly. Xia Zhiqiu ran up with a smile on his face. He did not even look down on the decapitated vole and simply picked up the remains with pliers and put them into the bag distributed by the school. This is the first field mouse our team has killed. Xiao Qiuyue and Mu Wanru had stopped taking selfies long ago and only came over after seeing Su Yi succeed. However, both women avoided the vole's corpse. Mu Wanru couldn't help but wrinkled her nose. Su Yi shook his head. It's too inefficient. If the vole hides in the burrow and doesn't come out, we can't kill it. We have to find a way to lure it out. Xiao Qiuyue observed the situation on the ground and nodded. That's right. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. I support Su Yi. Zhang Xian on the side shook the phone in his hand. I checked when Brother Su killed the field mouse just now. Luo beast meat is the most attractive to field mice. Even field mice that are mutant monsters still can't resist the aroma of Luo beast meat. I have asked the housekeeper at home to send some over. It will be here within half an hour. Luo beast meat. Su Yi couldn't help but check it out. That turned out to be a second-level star beast. It is said that the meat is very delicious and has mild energy, making it very suitable for warriors. A pound of meat costs 30 or 40,000. Suyi, as expected of a rich second generation. Half an hour later. The butler, Mr. Fu, arrived in a formal black suit. Not only did they bring a whole insulated box of frozen luo beast meat, they also brought folding chairs and parasols for resting, and even a sumptuous meal. It was as if Su Yi and the others were not here to complete the school trial, but were here for an outing. Su Yi, as expected of a rich second generation. Have a hearty meal. Now that Uncle Fu has taken his men away, it's time to get down to business. A small piece of luo beast meat, about half a pound, was taken out from the incubator. Placed in a special box. When the lid is opened, the fan below will blow, allowing the smell to dissipate faster. Closing the lid can directly seal in the smell of the luo beast meat. Turn on the fan. After a while, Suyi heard a rustling sound coming from underground. Here it comes. Suyi took 2 steps forward and blocked Xiao Qiue and Mu Wanru behind him. The 3 of us will be outside to resist the field mice. Please ask Xiao and Mu to provide support at any time. If there are too many field mice, please collect the luo beast meat. Suddenly, the 3 boys stood in a triangle, surrounding the 2 girls and luo beast meat in the middle. Mu Wanru looked at Suyi with some appreciation, then moved closer to Xiao Qiue. This Suyi is quite a gentleman. He even knows how to take care of girls. Qiue, you have good taste. Xiao Qiue was filled with anger and resentment. What nonsense. Okay, I was talking nonsense. But Suyi is a gentleman, but he is too cautious. How many voles can be attracted by such a small piece of luo beast meat? Oh my god. Mu Wanru's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. What did she see? Vole. Countless voles. Running towards them madly. Mu Wanru could even see crazy red light in the eyes of the voles running in the front. Mu Wanru didn't know that luo beast meat was not only a delicacy for these field mice, but also an opportunity for them to grow again. The creature's instinct made them have no other thoughts in their minds when they smelled the meat of the luo beast. Just one thought. Eat. Oh my god, so many voles. Xia Zhiqiu's legs were also shaking a little. Each of these field mice has a combat power equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of Kaiyuan. If he faced a vole, he could easily deal with it. But suddenly so many of them came, Mr. Xia is finished. Even Zhang Xian standing by was a little nervous. Only Su Yi smiled slightly after seeing so many field mice. Good thing you came. That's a lot of killing value. But look at Xia Zhiqiu, whose legs are weak, and Zhang Xian, who is nervous. Su Yi still turned around and gave a warning. You can put away the luo beast meat first. After killing this batch, you can lure the next batch. Oh, okay. Mu Wanru put the lid down without saying a word. The smell of luo beast meat was still lingering, but these crazy field mice seemed to have lost their direction. One by one they stopped in confusion, looked around, and tried to smell the smell of luo beast meat lingering in the air. However, at this moment, Sui had already rushed forward with a long knife in hand. While the voles were still searching for the scent in the air, Sui raised his knife and slashed. Swish, swish, swish. Kill value plus 5.6. Kill value plus 5.1. Kill value plus 4.8. Kill value plus 6.1. In just a few moments, more than a dozen voles' corpses were found on the ground. And Suyi also got 97 kill points. In mid-air, a drone just happened to record this scene. Yes, it's the little guy named Suyi. Principal Zhang looked at the images sent back by the drone, then compared them with the images sent back by another drone nearby, which showed a team of 5 being toyed with by field mice, and nodded with satisfaction. You were able to use bait to lure the voles here, which greatly improved the efficiency. You did a good job, Princess Jing, you have taught a good student. Of course, the school will not really ignore the students in these elite classes. More than a dozen drones in the air have been paying attention to the situation of students in various districts, and many teachers are providing support. Once students anywhere are in danger, they can arrive at the first time. Concubine Lan Jing looked at Su Yi and Xia Zhiqiu in the picture, and couldn't help but smile slightly. But still modest. To achieve such an effect, it is mainly due to the Luoluo beast meat provided by Zhang Xian. An. Concubine Lan Jing shifted her gaze and looked at another screen. On the screen, Meng Li, a sturdy man with a short flat head, was holding an iron pole as thick as his arm in his hand and poking it hard into the vole hole on the ground. Suddenly, a huge force created an air wave. Not far away, a vole was blown out of the hole by the air wave, and then collided head-on with the iron pillar swung by Meng Li. As expected of a natural born with supernatural powers. Chapter 35, Rat Killing Ranking, ranked 5th. The performance of the elite class students was monitored one by the drone. Principal Zhang, with a bright head, rubbed his increasingly thinning hair and chuckled. Sure enough, we still need some real action to get these little guys excited. But this excitement is not enough, let's add some more fuel to the fire. As he spoke, Principal Zhang posted information on his smart watch. Send the results of each group to the little guys below in real time. Oh, and here are some more exciting moments. Principal Zhang's smartwatch flashed. Soon. Drop. Ding ding. The students below immediately felt the communication equipment vibrate. Many people took out their mobile phones to check messages. Oh my god. Xia Zhiqiu let out a strange cry. Look. The school has come up with a rat-killing ranking list. Our group didn't even rank first, but only 5th. Hearing this, several other people also started to check. Xia Zhiqiu clicked on a video of a wonderful moment and was about to share it with everyone. Then I saw. Xiao Qiyu, Mu Wanru, Zhang Xian, and even Su Yi, all took out the latest smartphones. Zhang Xian even summoned a curtain of light in a showy manner. Xia Zhiqiu. Good man, it turns out he is the one who doesn't fit in. Su, now that even you have a smartphone, can we still have fun together? Su Yi pulled Xia Zhiqiu to his side and looked at the light screen in front of them together. This was issued by the Inspection Bureau. I really couldn't bear to buy it myself. But when you are admitted to university and enter the extraordinary stage, the school will naturally equip you with a smartphone. I just got it a little earlier. That's right. When I reach the transcendent level, I will also be able to have a real smartphone. This light screen is so cool. It's much bigger than a mobile phone screen. Xia Zhiqiu soon became happy again and watched the light screen in front of them with Su Yi. Just as Xia Zhiqiu said, Su Yi and his team killed 17 voles, ranking 5th among all 10 groups. The first-ranked group has achieved 32 kills. Xiao Qiyu spoke to cheer everyone up. Although we are temporarily behind, that is because we spent time eating and waiting for the Luo beast meat to arrive. Now we have everything ready. Every time we use Luo beast meat, we can attract a lot of voles. We can harvest a lot of voles in one wave. We can do it 2 or 3 more times. I believe our ranking will definitely not be bad. Mu Wanru nodded upon hearing this. Qiyu is right. With the Luo beast meat, our efficiency in killing field mice is unmatched by other teams. Zhang Xian couldn't help but frowned. Have you watched those wonderful videos? Not yet, what's wrong? Then I suggest you watch the first and third videos. Zhang Xian would definitely not do anything without a purpose. Everyone clicked on the video and started watching. When the first video was opened, the protagonist was Meng Li. Watching Meng Li knock the field mouse out from the ground with one punch, watching Meng Li swing the iron pole in his hand with great vigor. Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, his divine power is infinite. Su Yi didn't have the strength to shake a vole out of the ground. And the third video. The owner of the video is Shangguan Lin, the former top martial artist of Class 2. The same Kaiyuan 9th level cultivation as Meng Li. What shocked Su Yi was that Shangguan Lin actually had a long sword shining with cold light in his hand. His companions poured water into the vole hole, and as soon as the vole emerged, Shangguan Lin cut off its head with a sword. What a fast sword! Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Zhiqiu shook his head. Su, you are being too modest. Your sword is obviously not slow either. No, it's different. When Su Yi uses a knife, he actually relies more on his own strength, speed and agility. But Shangguan Lin. This is because Shangguan Lin, in addition to practicing basic fighting techniques, also practiced a second martial art, the Qianjun sword technique. Xiao Qiue came over and explained. Su Yi was puzzled. Swordsmanship? Isn't Kaiyuan realm only about training fighting skills? The so-called Kaiyuan realm is to constantly temper the body so that the body can accommodate more star energy between heaven and earth. Generally speaking, practicing martial arts can exercise every muscle in the body. Things like sword and knife skills usually require one to reach the extraordinary level before they can be practiced. Xiao Qiue smiled slightly. The Shangguan family is a martial arts family, and they have practiced swordsmanship for generations. The 1,000-pound sword technique that Shangguan Lin is practicing now is a martial art that is specially practiced in the Kaiyuan realm. It can not only strengthen the body and cultivate the 1,000-pound strength, but also familiarize oneself with swordsmanship in advance. In the future, when he enters the extraordinary realm, he can directly switch to practicing the Shangguan family's super martial art, the Qilin sword. So that's how it is. Su Yi and the others couldn't help but nod. It turns out that there is a sword technique that is specifically practiced in the Kaiyuan realm. It is truly eye-opening. Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Shangguan Lin's swordsmanship is so fast. Not good. With his swordsmanship, if the other teammates fully cooperate with him, wouldn't it be very fast to kill the field mice? If we don't speed up, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with them. This immediately aroused everyone's sense of crisis. Of the 4 people with awakened superpowers in the elite class of number 2 middle school, 3 are in their team. It would be such a shame if they couldn't even rank in the top 3. Suddenly, Xiao Qiue and Mu Wanren no longer hated the field mouse, but actively took out the box containing Luoluo beast meat. Hurry, hurry, let's attract another batch of voles. This time, attract more. We will kill them too. Only. Su Yi walked to Xiao Qiue. Student Xiao, besides martial arts like the Qianjun sword, are there any other martial arts that can help people master swordsmanship in advance? Xiao Qiue was stunned at first, then quickly reacted. You want to learn weapon-related martial arts? But haven't you already learned technical combat and police fighting? Just a little understanding to deal with the current situation. Su Yi looked at Xiao Qiue expectantly. After this period of contact, Su Yi discovered that Xiao Qiue's understanding of the cultivation system and various martial arts techniques was far superior to his, so it would be right to ask her about such questions. Xiao Qiue pondered for a moment. There are indeed several weapon-related martial arts that can be practiced in Kaiyuan realm. There is one within your inspection bureau, the basic sword skills. Although the name is simple, it is a very practical and powerful martial art that focuses on improving strength and body movements. But in my opinion, this martial art is not as good at developing the body as the police fighting technique. It's okay to just have a simple understanding of it, but if you spend too much time on it, it's not worth it. Xiao Qiue was worried that Su Yi would waste too much time on this martial art, and couldn't help but remind him again. The key to Kaiyuan realm martial arts is quality rather than quantity. Practicing one martial art to perfection can be far more effective than practicing 3 martial arts to mastery. Su Yi naturally knew Xiao Qiue's good intentions. But he has a cheat. No matter how many martial arts there are, as long as the killing value is enough, they can be stacked up. It would be more beneficial for him to learn a martial art. Just right. After joining the inspection bureau, one of the benefits is that you can apply for a martial art for free at each level. Just in time to use up this benefit. Chapter 36 Basic Sword Skills, Mastery. The box is opened. The aroma of Luoluo beast meat spread. While waiting for the voles to arrive, Su Yi actually had the mind to open the smart light computer, enter the internal network of the inspection bureau, and directly exchange for the basic sword skills. The optical brain directly received the information of basic sword skills. But this time, Su Yi didn't have time to check it carefully. Because squeak, squeak, squeak. The voles have arrived. There were more voles this time than last time, and they rushed over with red eyes. At this point, Mu Wanru, who was guarding at the back, closed the lid. At the same time, Su Yi was the first to rush out. Swish, swish, swish. Kill value plus 5.8. Kill value plus 5.3. Kill value plus 6.8. Kill value plus 4.9. The killing value continued to increase, and there were fewer and fewer field mice around Su Yi. After losing their target, the voles gradually came to their senses and ran away quickly. Su Yi could only speed up and kill as many voles as possible before they escaped. However, there was one that, after burrowing into the ground, actually came out from a hole behind Su Yi, squeaking strangely and rushing towards the box containing Luo Luo beast meat behind him. Obviously, this vole is much smarter than the other voles. If he were to knock over the box and expose the Luo Luo beast meat, Su Yi is fine, but if the others are exhausted after the recent killing, it would be dangerous for them to face new field mice. Su Yi immediately turned around and prepared to kill the vole first. But call out. The small stone, with a whistling sound, hit the vole's head faster than Su Yi. But it was Xiao Qiue, who was holding a slingshot and looking heroic in the distance. The field mouse suddenly staggered while running and fainted. At the same time, swoosh! A whip shadow flew by, and the tip of the whip rolled up the box containing Luo Luo beast meat and flew directly into the hands of Mu Wanru, the owner of the whip. Su Yi glanced at the dizzy field mouse that seemed to want to escape, and stabbed it again. Kill value plus 7.8. After this little accident, everyone quickly got rid of the voles in all directions. Su Ye's kill value increased by 84 points again. Although more voles were attracted this time than last time, since everyone participated in killing voles, the number Su Yi killed was less. Xia Jiqiu laughed while carrying a big knife. Our team has killed 32 voles this time, and our ranking has risen to 4th place. Zhang Xian was holding a long sword, looking extremely handsome and much calmer. The number of kills by the first and second groups also increased quite a bit, and we didn't catch too many. Su Yi swung the long knife in his hand. Everyone, take a break and recover your star power. We will lure another wave of voles over here in half an hour. As he said this, he looked at Xiao Qiue who was standing beside him. Xiao, thank you very much for what you did just now. Speaking of which, Su Yi had never imagined that Xiao Qiue's weapon of choice would be a slingshot. And the accuracy is so high. We are a small team, you're welcome. Xiao Qiue smiled slightly, walked aside with Mu Wanru, and recovered her star power. Su Yi also sat cross-legged and opened the panel while practicing. The kill value has reached 393.3. Su Yi directly invested 100 killing points into basic sword skills. Suddenly, a lot of information about basic swordsmanship flooded into Su Ye's mind. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 1. Martial arts, basic swordsmanship, entry-level proficient. From entry-level to proficiency, you only need to add points once. Su Yi took note of it secretly. Then continue to lose kill points. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 1. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 1. Martial arts, basic swordsmanship, proficient mastery. To go from proficient to mastery, you need to add points twice. Sure enough, as proficiency increases, the number of points added each time will also increase. I just don't know how many times I need to add points to go from proficiency to perfection. Su Yi glanced at the panel. Host, Su Yi. Superpower, Vampire, Rebirth, 100/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 7th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Perfect, Police Fighting Skills, Introduction, Basic Swordsmanship Mastery. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 93.3. There are only 93.3 points left in the kill value, not enough to continue adding points. We have to continue killing monsters. Su Yi stood up. The other 4 also finished their training. Without saying a word, he used the Luo Luo beast meat again to attract the voles. This time, Su Yi was still the first to rush out. Only. Huh. Xiao Qiue looked in Su Ye's direction in surprise. Su Ye's knife became faster. It was clearly the same long sword issued by the school, but in Su Ye's hand, it seemed even sharper. The blade swept past, bringing up a rain of blood. Wherever it went, voles surrendered. Each blow seemed to be calculated, and every change in the blade's trajectory could take the life of a vole. Oh my god, ASU is so awesome. Xia Jiqiu couldn't help but let out a strange cry. It feels like we're all useless. Mu Wanru smiled bitterly. Who is the genius after all? This Su Yi was unknown for the first 2.5 years of high school. How come he suddenly emerged when the college entrance examination was approaching? Mu Wanru, who has always been hailed as a genius, still finds it a little difficult to adapt. A strange look flashed across Xiao Qiue's eyes. Has he really mastered the basic sword technique? And, is this really his first time practicing the basic sword technique? The same question was also asked by Principal Zhang. Mastering the basic swordsmanship, did he really just start practicing? In the monitoring room, the teachers had sharper eyesight than Xiao Qiue and they recognized at once that Su Ye's basic swordsmanship had reached the mastery level. Only half an hour had passed since Xiao Qiue introduced the basic swordsmanship to Su Yi. Principal Zhang took out his cell phone and didn't know who he was chatting with. He quickly looked up to confirm. That's right. Su Yi did exchange the basic sword skills in the system of the inspection bureau half an hour ago. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the monitoring room was dumbfounded. What kind of evil enlightenment is this? Maybe, he was just a little faster when he first got started. After all, martial arts become more difficult to comprehend as time goes by. Mastering it in half an hour, how is that faster? It's supersonic, okay? My number 2 middle school has also produced a martial arts genius. Quick, send this video to everyone. Principal Zhang laughed out loud. These geniuses in the elite classes need a little stimulation. Look, if Su Yi hadn't come out to kill field mice, he wouldn't have shown such a terrifying talent for martial arts. My decision, Lao Zhang, was indeed correct. Chapter 37 A Perfect Day, Add Some Rules. Su Yi naturally didn't know how excited Principal Zhang was in the monitoring room, or how shocked the other teachers were. At this moment, he was immersed in the pleasure of killing. Swish, swish, swish. Kill value plus 5.4. Kill value plus 5.1. Kill value plus 3.1. Kill value plus 5.7. Kill another vole. Su Yi looked up and around, and there was no living vole except for the corpses of vole on the ground. And this time the killing value. A full increase of 119 points. Kill value, 212.3. You can add 2 more times. With the improvement of basic swordsmanship, the speed and efficiency of killing are greatly improved. In the limited time between when the vole wakes up and when it escapes, the number of kills he can make increases significantly. ASU, you're too fierce. Xia Jiqiu jumped over and put his arm around Su Ye's shoulders. Look! Our ranking has risen by 1 more place, and we are now ranked 3rd. And the video of you killing a field mouse just now was rated as a highlight and was pushed to everyone. Ah Su, you are famous. Su Yi glanced at Xia Jiqiu's phone. Sure enough, I saw that their group's ranking rose by 1 place again. I also saw my own video. Quite handsome. There are only 50 people in our elite class. What's so popular about it? TSK, Su, you don't know this. Our elite class only has 50 people, but they are all influential figures in number 2 middle school. I wonder how many people are paying attention to the elite class. Do you believe that if there is any disturbance here, someone will immediately move the news out and post it on the school forum? So Su, you must be famous in our school. Xia Jiqiu smiled with pride. His brother became famous, how could he not be happy? Zhang Xian came over. Shake the smartwatch in your hand. Above the light curtain is the school forum of number 2 middle school. Just as Xia Jiqiu said, someone had already reposted the video of Su Ye's crazy killing on the school forum. Countless people are queuing up to worship below. Wow, big guy. Isn't this Su Yi from class 17? He's so powerful. Mom, come out and see God. I'm Su Ye's desk mate. Is it too late to curry favor with him now? Su Ye's video quickly soared to the top of the forum, and the number of replies continued to increase. On the one hand, it's fun to kill, and on the other hand, it's probably because appearance is the greatest productivity. Su Ye's image is obviously much better than Meng Li and Shang Guanlin. However, Zhang Xian's focus was not on the worshipful remarks below, but on the author of the post. Xia Zhiqiu, this super awesome host called Mr. Xia must be you. While Su Yi and others were chatting and laughing. Other students in the elite class also saw the wonderful videos pushed by the school. Watching Su Yi killing crazily in the video, killing one field mouse with one knife, many people in the elite class frowned slightly. Meng Li, the top student in the elite class, leaned on a thick iron pillar and watched Su Ye's video carefully. What a sharp knife! Why haven't I heard of this person's name before? Shang Guanlin, the swordsman from the elite class, stared at Su Ye's swordsmanship with shining eyes. There is actually someone in the elite class who has practiced swordsmanship at the Kaiyuan realm, and his swordsmanship is so proficient. If there is a chance, I must find him to learn from him. On the other side, Lu Shanzhen laughed as he watched Su Yi in the video. I knew that classmate Su would definitely make a splash. He's actually a swordsman. Fortunately, classmate Su didn't take out the sword during the previous competition. Otherwise he would have lost even more miserably. At this moment, Lu Shanzhen actually felt a little relieved. No matter what other people think. Su Yi burned another 200 killing points and added points twice. Countless information about basic swordsmanship flooded into his mind, making his mastery of basic swordsmanship more mature. However, the proficiency has not changed and is still in a state of mastery. Su Yi was not surprised by this. He just practiced silently, quickly recovering the star power consumed in his body, and preparing for the next round of killing. Killing voles can gain kill points much faster than working in a seafood restaurant. Su Yi wanted to fight for every minute and every second to earn more killing points. Not to mention, there are cash prizes and ranking rewards for sand voles. It lasted till evening. Kill the field mouse, practice and recover. Kill the field mouse, practice and recover. And so on. Even the luo beast meat had to be replaced twice because its flavor had dissipated. Su Ye's killing value also increased significantly again. Kill value, 334.9. You can add more. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. Martial arts, basic sword skills, mastery perfection. After burning 200 points of killing value, he finally upgraded his proficiency in basic swordsmanship. Plus the previous 2 points. That is to say, it takes 4 points to go from mastery to perfection. 1, 2, 4. Su Yi vaguely found some pattern. Every time you increase your martial arts proficiency, the number of points you gain is twice that of the previous level. If that's true, then if you want to improve your martial arts to perfection, you need to add 8 points. Is there a new level of proficiency above the highest level? If so, wouldn't it require 16 points to reach the highest level? However, if you calculate it this way, the killing value required to max out your martial arts skills is much greater than the killing value required to simply improve your cultivation. If that were the case, just working part-time as a fish butcher at Jinhua seafood restaurant. When will I be able to upgrade all 3 martial arts to the maximum level and achieve a breakthrough? Su Yi shook his head. Too slow. On the side, Xiao Qiyu looked over with some curiosity. What do you mean too slow? Hasn't our group score improved to second place? Su Yi, are you still not satisfied? Well, it can indeed be sped up a bit, let's do it again. Come again. Xia Zhiqiu let out a strange cry. ASU, you're too persistent. Having said that, everyone still stood up and opened the box containing the luo beast meat again. It's just the liver. Who is afraid of who? Only. After the drone transmitted the images from Su Yi and the others back. Principal Zhang, Lan Jingfei and others in the monitoring room stood up immediately. Perfect basic swordsmanship. A day, perfect. Xiao Qiyu and others had not noticed it yet, but Principal Zhang and others who had been paying attention to Su Yi quickly discovered that Su Ye's swordsmanship had improved again. The generous and wealthy head teacher of class 6 couldn't help but cover his chest. In less than a day, he went from beginner to perfect master. This Su Yi is a monster. This time, everyone around couldn't help but nodded subconsciously. That's right. He must be a monster. Or maybe there's something wrong with their eyes. In short, no one dared to believe that there was really someone who could master a martial art to perfect proficiency in less than a day. You know, many students may not have mastered perfect martial arts even after entering university. Take a deep breath. Principal Zhang stood up. No, this news must be reported immediately. The talent Su Yi displayed was truly terrifying. This news must be reported and the inspection bureau notified. Once the higher-ups know about this kind of talent, they will definitely increase their efforts to train them. Chapter 38 Su Yang's killing intention, grabbing monsters at the border. Inspection Bureau. Zhang Baichuan put down the phone, the shock on his face had not yet faded. A perfect day. No, not even a day. Su Yi actually improved his proficiency in basic swordsmanship to perfection. I actually recruited such a super genius to the inspection bureau. Zhang Baichuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Immediately informed superiors of the news. By the way, I also applied for a higher-level resource package for Su Yi. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Su Xingchen. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to pay attention to Su Yi in the first place, and I wouldn't have been able to get him to the inspection bureau first. Zhang Baichuan thought about it and simply took out his cell phone to thank Su Xingchen. Who would have thought that the call was not answered? It looks like he's in seclusion, so forget it. Su Xingchen did not receive Zhang Baichuan's call. However, Su Yang, who was casually browsing his phone in the living room, suddenly saw a video. Watching Su Yi killing everyone in the video, Su Yang clenched the water cup in his hand. Su Yi. In less than a day, the basic knife skills were perfected. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Su Yang's eyes. Su Yi, I didn't expect you actually have a talent for cultivation. If we allow Su Yi to develop as he wants, won't we have to constantly remind the Su family that Su Yi is the real Su family member? In that case, then you should disappear completely. Snap. The water cup exploded. Hearing the noise, the maid Wang Ma rushed over and saw the broken glass on the ground. She became worried. Master, are you okay? The murderous intent on Su Yang's face had disappeared when Wang Ma walked over. At this moment, his face was full of innocence and apology. Auntie Wang, I accidentally dropped the cup just now. Please help me clean it up. I'm sorry to bother you. Mother Wang immediately waved her hand with a smile and took out 2 tissues and handed them to Su Yang. It's no problem. I'll clean it up right away. Master, I'll give you some paper to wipe the water off your hands. Mother Wang was filled with emotion. Young Master Su Yang is really gentle and polite. I am so lucky to be a servant in the Su family. Su Yang walked out of the door holding the 2 napkins and looked at them with disdain. The star power surges. The thin tissue turned into ashes in an instant. Discarded casually by Su Yang. It's like something dirty. Su Yi. Su Yi. Xia Zhiqiu was dejected. What should we do? It seems that all the field mice in our area have been killed. It's getting light. Su Ye's team just worked all night. As warriors, their physical fitness is quite good, and there is no sign of fatigue on their faces even after staying up all night. Only. They are not tired and can continue, but the field mice can't bear it anymore. Even though the rat plague was serious, the number of voles was always limited. After most of the day in one night, all the voles on the land assigned to Su Ye's team were basically wiped out. But we've worked so hard, how come we're still ranked second? Xia Zhiqiu stared at the rat-killing rankings until his eyes turned red. I don't know which bastard actually spread the news about Luoluo beast meat. Wow, the top teams all used Luoluo beast meat, and our advantage was wiped out in an instant. Zhang Xian shrugged helplessly. It's that wonderful video. Now everyone knows that Luoluo beast meat is extremely attractive to field mice. The other groups are fine, but the key is Meng Li's group, who also used Luoluo beast meat. Meng Li has infinite power. Before, he had to work hard to blast the field mice out of the hole. Now he can directly use Luo Luo beast meat to attract field mice, and the efficiency has increased immediately. As a result, even though their group worked hard all night, they still couldn't catch up with Meng Li's group. Do we really have to watch the first place fly away like this? Su Yi glanced at the panel. Kill value, 423.8. If you add points to martial arts, you can add points 4 times. But if Su Ye's guess is correct, in order to improve a martial art from perfection to a higher level of perfection, it would probably require adding points 8 times. The current killing points are far from enough. More kill points are needed. However, there are not many opportunities to quickly earn kill points by killing voles. Can't waste it. Su Yi picked up the long knife, chose a direction at random, and walked over with the box containing Luo Luo beast meat. Su Ye's actions were immediately noticed by others. Xia Jiqiu was the first to jog after him. ASU, where are you going? To the border. Border? Why go to the border? Everyone was stunned at first. However, these people are not fools and they will understand after a little thought. Su Yi is going to rob the monster. The voles assigned to their side were all killed, but the situation of the neighboring group might not be the same. If you reach the border and open the box of Luo Luo beast meat, the smell knows no boundaries, so it will naturally attract the voles in the other side's range. In this way, wouldn't they have voles to kill again? Damn it, Su, you are really smart. Come on, let's go. Xia Jiqiu chased after him excitedly, and did not forget to call on others to follow quickly. Mu Wanru and Xiao Qiyu were at the back. Looking at Su Ye's figure in front of her, Mu Wanru couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that Su looked gentle and polite at ordinary times, but when he took action, he was full of murderous intent. Qiyu, do you think Su has a strong murderous intent now? Xiao Qiyu smiled slightly. Aren't we practicing to improve ourselves and protect the weak? If we want to resist the star beasts, or even those three-eyed demons, how can we not kill them? Mu Wanru couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qiyu. July, why do I feel like you really admire classmate Su? Xiao Qiyu, I admire all excellent people. Isn't Su excellent? Mu Wanru. Well, what you said makes sense. The two women quickly caught up. Soon, everyone came to the edge of the area they had divided, near the location of another group. Xia Jiqiu had already opened the box containing the Luo Luo beast meat with a smile. If there are field mice this time, they will only come from one direction. I think Su can kill them all by himself. That's awesome. Xia Jiqiu is right. As the aroma of Luo Luo beast meat spread, soon a field mouse came running over with red eyes. For these voles. Su Yi rushed forward with a knife in hand, killing each one of them. These field mice could not break through Su Ye's sword light as sharp as water. The others had no use at all, and they didn't even need to put away the Luo Luo beast meat. They just left it open to smell the food, constantly attracting voles. Half an hour later. Su Yi finally stopped the knife. No more voles were attracted. The ground was covered with corpses of voles. Xia Jiqiu picked up the bag and happily packed the corpses one by one. This is all money. Su Yi shook off the blood on the knife. Next. Chapter 39 Kaiyuan 8th Level, Victory over Shangguanlin. 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Ye's team has changed directions several times. Asu, we are only 3 field mice away from Meng Li's group. Come on, kill one more time and we will definitely be able to overtake. Xia Jiqiu cheered Su Yi happily. There is only 1 hour left before the 24 hours. With Su Ye's speed in killing field mice, the first place will definitely be theirs. The other 3 members of the group nodded in agreement. Although Meng Li's side continued to increase rapidly, overall, Su Ye's killing speed was still faster. Only. When they arrived at a border again, they found. There's already someone here. Shangguanlin. It was Shangguanlin who had practiced swordsmanship in the Kaiyuan realm. Shangguanlin was not surprised to see Su Yi and others coming, or rather, he was waiting for them, to be precise, he was waiting for Su Yi. Su Yi, I want to challenge you. Su Yi frowned. He didn't want to waste time with Shangguanlin. Xia Zhiqiu became even more popular all of a sudden. Shangguanlin, what's wrong with you? Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Shangguanlin just stared at Su Yi. Fight with me. You can kill as many field mice as you want in our area. Otherwise, I will stop you. It will be impossible for you to catch up with Meng Li's group. Even if Su Yi and the others could use Luo Luo beast meat to attract the voles were all in the area where Shangguanlin was, so they had to pass Shangguanlin first to come over. With Shangguanlin blocking his way, Su Yi would indeed not be able to achieve his wish. If I defeat you, will you give way? Shangguanlin smiled immediately, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Yes, let me see your perfect swordsmanship. He started learning kendo since he was a child, and later devoted himself to practicing the Qianjun sword technique inherited from his family. But till now, he has only practiced swordsmanship to perfection. And Su Yi. Shangguanlin thought of those wonderful videos. From randomly swinging the sword in the beginning, to practicing basic sword techniques later, and then practicing the basic sword techniques to perfection. It took less than a day. When Shangguanlin saw the last video, the fighting spirit in his heart was already rising. Su Yi drew his knife. Stop talking nonsense and get started. I'm in a hurry. However, before the two men could fight, Zhang Xian stood between them. I say. Shangguanlin, you are a Kaiyuan 9th level, but you come to challenge our Su Yi who is a Kaiyuan 7th level, do you have the nerve to do that? Shangguanlin. I really haven't thought that much about it. How about we not use star power and just compete in swordsmanship and saber skills? Su Yi waved his hand. No need to bother. System, add points. Burn 80 points of killing points, increase your cultivation by +1. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 8th level. As the killing value burned, the star power surged in Su Ye's body. Then, under everyone's attention, there was such a magnificent breakthrough. Xia Zhiqiu. Su, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Zhang Xian. As expected of classmate Su, I'm not surprised at all. No wonder. Mu Wanru. Can you break through just by saying so? Xiao Qiyue. As expected of you, Su Yi. Compared to Su Ye's group, the other four just opened their eyes wide in surprise. Several people from Shangguanlin's group on the opposite side almost popped their eyes out. This. Is it that easy? They were all senior high school students, and they were all students in the elite class. They naturally knew that it would be more difficult to break through the Kaiyuan realm as one progressed. All of them had to practice desperately to reach their physical limits and then consume resources to break through. Not like Su Yi at all. Breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking. Su Yi moved his wrists, feeling more abundant energy in his body, and nodded with satisfaction. He also discovered a benefit to the system. When he breaks through a small realm, his physical condition will return to its peak. If this point is used well, it may be of great use at a critical moment. The long sword pointed at Shangguanlin. I'm at the 8th level of Kaiyuan. It won't be a problem for me to beat you, who is at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Come on, I'm in a hurry. Shangguanlin laughed. Okay, cool. Here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguanlin rushed over with a sword in hand. Bang! Bite! Boom! The swords kept clashing. So heavy. Su Yi could clearly feel the heavy force coming from Shangguanlin's sword. It is worthy of being called the Qianjun sword, it is indeed of great power. No wonder the Shangguan family was able to achieve extraordinary breakthroughs after practicing this sword technique. It seems that this sword technique focuses on strength, and is also very good at tempering the body and improving explosive power. Su Yi sighed inwardly. Shangguanlin on the opposite side was frightened. What a strong power. Su Yi looked thin, but the power from the long sword was far beyond his imagination. You have to know that Su Yi is at the 8th level of Kaiyuan and has just broken through. After all, there is a small gap between him and me. But Shangguanlin felt that Su Ye's strength was almost equal to his. Is this the superpower that Su Yi awakened? Physical talent. In addition to Su Ye's tremendous strength, his speed and agility are also very good, and the long sword in his hand flies like a flying arrow. Chop, hack, lift, chop, pick, cut, push, and stab. Every movement is done effortlessly yet just right. Good job. Shang Guanlin became more and more excited as the fight went on. Su Ye's swordsmanship is indeed perfect. There is not a single flaw. While fighting with Su Yi, Shang Guanlin could feel that his swordsmanship was constantly improving. It's such a great feeling to meet a worthy opponent. Shang Guanlin even hoped that this battle could continue. However. But Su Yi didn't think so. He is in a hurry. Shang Guanlin's swordsmanship is also perfect, and even closer to perfection, and his proficiency is higher than mine. And his cultivation is higher than mine. Although his vampire physique can make up for the difference in cultivation, it is not enough. If you want to win, you have to take them by surprise. Bite. The swords collided again. However, this time, Su Yi used his right hand to hold the knife to block Shang Guanlin's sword, and punched out fiercely with his left hand. Black Tiger rips out heart. Basic fighting techniques. Shang Guanlin was caught off guard. He never expected that Su Yi would suddenly punch out while using the knife, and was hit directly in the chest by this punch. He took 4 or 5 steps backward before he could steady himself. Shang Guanlin. Shang Guanlin's opponent, who was watching the fight, hurriedly supported Shang Guanlin and glared at Su Yi. You're cheating. We are classmates, Su Yi, why are you so harsh? That's right, it's too rude. Xia Jiqiu was the first to jump out to support Su Yi. It was Shang Guanlin who proposed the contest, and we, ASU, agreed to it. But now you're accusing ASU of cheating. So Shang Guanlin has to win. Then why are we still fighting? Just let us admit defeat. Zhang Xian was also standing on the other side of Su Yi. If you don't admit defeat, it's not a martial arts ethics thing. You. Shang Guanlin's companions were still indignant, but Shang Guanlin waved his hand to stop them from speaking. I lost. Besides, Su Yi had shown mercy just now, otherwise I would not have retreated a few steps, but would have been seriously injured. As he spoke, Shang Guanlin looked at Su Yi. I lost this time. I didn't expect you to be able to use basic fighting skills while using swordsmanship. But I won't make the same mistake again next time. Su Yi put away his knife. Thank you. Chapter 40, Killing Rats First, Good Things Are Coming Soon. Swoosh. Countless figures rushed over quickly. However, in a short period of time, dozens of students had gathered at the farm gate. As the last group returned, Principal Zhang touched Mingliang's head. Kids, you all performed very well in this one-day practical training. A long half-hour speech. Su Yi couldn't help but yawn. He had worked all night without feeling tired, but now he felt a little sleepy. Fortunately, Principal Zhang's speech reached the final stage. During this training, one group performed particularly well. They killed 512 voles and ranked first in the rat-killing ranking. Swoosh. Everyone in the elite class couldn't help but look in one direction. They are, Su Yi, Xiao Qiue, Mu Wanru, Zhang Xian and Xia Jiqiu team. That's right. At the last moment, Su Yi and others attracted a dozen voles to the area of Shang Guanlin's team and killed them successfully. Just at the last moment of the 24 hours, they surpassed Meng Li's team by 2 in number. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Su Yi and the other 4 walked forward, ready to accept the reward they deserved. When passing by a team, Meng Li was carrying a heavy iron pole, and his pair of copper bell-like eyes were staring at Su Yi. Su Yi, I look forward to a real fight with you. There will be a chance. This time, Su Ye's team killed a total of 512 voles. Among them, Su Yi contributed 312. 300 yuan each, that's almost 100,000 yuan. In addition, the school also provides a resource quota of 50,000, which can be redeemed at the school's resource library at will. Only. Su Yi looked at the money in his hand, thought about it, and then stuffed it into Zhang Xian's hand. Su Yi, what are you doing? I was able to get first place this time thanks to the Luo beast meat you got, Zhang Xian. That meat may not mean much to you, but we can't let you suffer the loss alone. Zhang Xian felt relieved. He really doesn't care about the 100 or 200,000. But Su Ye's action clearly showed that he did not treat him as a sucker. This made Zhang Xian look at Su Yi with a higher opinion. After all, he had investigated Su Ye's background and knew that Su Ye's family was not well off. These hundreds of thousands of yuan were not a small amount of money for Su Yi. This money. Just keep this money. Xia Zhiqiu also handed the cash he received to Zhang Xian. A pound of luo beast meat costs 30 or 40,000. We used up almost 5 pounds this time. Wow. We killed more than 500 mice, which was just enough to buy luo beast meat. It's like we worked for a whole day for free. Xiao Chuyue and Mu Wanru also gave the cash they received to Zhang Xian. But we also received a cash reward from the school, so it's not a loss. Okay, I'll take the money. I'll treat you tonight at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. Zhang Xian laughed. Xia Zhiqiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Golden Moon Seafood Restaurant? That's the best seafood restaurant in Fangyuan City. We won't be polite to you. We must treat you, a rich man, to a good meal tonight. Zhang Xian has to pay for the luo beast meat, but he also has to eat the food invited by the rich man. Because many students in the elite class stayed up late last night to work hard, after distributing the rewards, Principal Zhang gave all the students a day off to arrange their time freely. Zhang Xian immediately called the housekeeper to drive over. Su Yi, let me take you back. This place is some distance away from Fangyuan City, and public transportation is not convenient. Zhang Xian took the initiative to invite Su Yi to ride in the car with him. Su Yi. Su Yi was still heartbroken. Su Yi was generous when he gave the money just now. But after giving it to her, I still feel heartbroken. With the more than 110,000 yuan, half of the 200,000 yuan gap for supernatural power evolution was filled, and all he needed to do was earn another 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. But now. Just when Su Yi seemed calm on the surface but in agony inside. A phone call came. Zhang Baichuan, Su Yi, come to the inspection bureau quickly, there's something good going on. Half an hour later. Zhang Xian's family's luxurious sedan stopped in front of the inspection bureau. Su Yi, see you at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant tonight. Good. Su Yi waved his hand and strode into the inspection bureau. There were people coming and going in the lobby on the first floor of the inspection bureau. Su Yi saw many inspectors looking anxious, as well as a crying middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man with a sad look. After listening briefly, I heard that another young woman was killed on her way home from get-off work last night. It is very likely that the serial killer has struck again. Su Yi shook his head. It seems that I have to remind Lu Ruxin to try not to go out at night when I get back. And if you want to better protect your family, you have to keep getting stronger. Bite. The elevator door opened. A boy of 18 or 19 years old walked out of it. The moment they passed each other, Su Ye's eyes flickered. He actually felt a sense of oppression from the other person. This feeling is even stronger than the one coming from Meng Li. He is a master. And after Su Yi walked into the elevator and closed the door, the young man also slowly stopped. That person just now is very strong. I have never seen him before. Could he be the #1 martial artist in #2 middle school, Meng Li? Su Yi, you're finally here. Ha ha ha. The way Zhang Baichuan looked at Su Yi was as if he was looking at some priceless treasure. One day for perfection. One day for perfection. Su Yi, you only took 1 day, no, less than 1 day to perfect the basic swordsmanship. You are simply a genius. Su Yi smiled modestly. Luck. No, you don't understand. Zhang Baichuan waved his hand. Low-level warriors are judged by their aptitude, while high-level warriors are judged by their comprehension. The fact that you were able to improve your basic swordsmanship to the perfect level in just 1 day is enough to prove that you, Su Yi, have a strong comprehension. It's like Donghuang and even the entire Federation give special treatment to those who have awakened their special abilities, just because, well, I'm getting off topic. In short, Su Yi, you have shown a strong understanding, which is worthy of our inspection bureau investing more resources in you. Originally, I had already applied for a training resource package for you, but when I heard about your perfect day yesterday, the training resource package I applied for was not only approved immediately, but also added more resources. This is the list of the training resource package, which I sent to your phone. Su-yi was delighted. It's indeed a good thing. There is actually a training resource package provided for joining the inspection bureau. But, thinking back to Zhang Baichuan's subconscious words just now, it seems that there is some relationship between psychics and comprehension, and it also involves high-level cultivation. Su-yi has never understood the reason why the Federation gives preferential treatment to those with awakened superpowers. Now it seems, there seems to be a bigger secret. However, this is obviously not something Su-yi can access now. Keeping this in mind, Su-yi opened his phone to check the list of resource packages. When he saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 41, Training Resource Pack, Let Go of That Sea Urchin and Let Me Do It. There are really a lot of good things in the cultivation resource package that Zhang Baichuan applied for him. Primary nutrient solution, meteorite, monster blood. They are all resources that can be used to improve in the Kaiyuan realm. This training resource package actually includes a set of mithril inner armor, a first-level long sword, a storage bracelet with 5 cubes, and 500,000 in cash, allowing Su-yi to purchase resources freely. In this way, the evolution of superpowers can be arranged immediately. Su-yi was in a very good mood. Joining the inspection bureau was indeed the right choice. Because you are still in the Kaiyuan realm, you don't have many cultivation resources available to you. Considering that you are practicing the Dark Prison Dragon technique, the most abundant resources in your cultivation resource package are monster blood essences, especially dragon-like monster blood essences. Zhang Baichuan introduced. In addition, for your personal safety and combat effectiveness, the Inspection Bureau will grant you a storage bracelet and weapons, as well as a mithril inner armor in advance. The mithril inner armor is made of a special metal called mithril, which has good ductility and can disperse force. Although the mithril added to the mithril inner armor given to you is not much, it is enough to withstand attacks below the third heaven. Of course, this mithril inner armor also has its limits. The more attacks it receives, the more it will be worn out. This mithril inner armor can help you withstand a fatal attack from a peak second heaven realm cultivator. If it is a peak first heaven realm cultivator, it can withstand about 10 attacks in a row, provided that the opponent's attacks are directed at the mithril inner armor, not your exposed head. Obviously, the most precious item in this training resource package is this mithril inner armor. I think the Inspection Bureau also knows that Su-ye's cultivation is too weak now, so the most important thing is to stay safe and not waste time. So he was given this mithril inner armor to increase Su-ye's safety. Thank you, Director Zhang. I will pay attention to it. Su-yi directly dripped blood on the storage bracelet to recognize its owner, and then put the contents of the training resource package into it without hesitation. Director Zhang, can you exchange the monster blood you gave me for the monster blood I specify? Zhang Baichuan didn't quite understand why Su-yi asked this, but these were all minor questions. No problem. You can exchange it by submitting an application in the internal system of the Inspection Bureau. If the blood essence you specify is not available locally, it can be transferred from other places. However, if the blood essence you need is very rare, you may need to pay the difference yourself. That's great. Su-yi smiled slightly. He needs to think carefully about what kind of essence and blood will be most effective for this evolution. After saying goodbye to Zhang Baichuan, Su-yi took out his cell phone and searched for a while, and soon found the target. Velociraptor two-horned ant. This is also a dragon-like star beast, famous for its strength. It can lift objects 400 times its own weight. When it bursts out with all its strength, it can exert strength far beyond that of star beasts of the same level. That's it. Su-yi immediately applied for a transfer in the Inspection Bureau system. The swift dragon two-horned ant is extremely powerful and rare in number. Even if it is exchanged for the essence and blood of other dragon species, a difference of 38,000 will still need to be made up. Su-yi transferred the money quickly and then received a notification. The essence and blood will be delivered to him within 3 days. What's left is the star core. Su-yi logged into the official website of Blue Sky Mall and quickly selected a first-level star core for 250,000. As for other resources such as Ban Yueji, Su-yi plans to go to the school's resource library first to see if he can exchange them. If it is not enough, buy more from Blue Sky Mall. By purchasing in this way from different systems at different times, and mixing in some other resources, the composition of the evolutionary materials can be well concealed. Although, he had never heard of the idea that using materials and performing corresponding rituals could allow superpowers to evolve, it's better to be cautious. It's always good to have an extra insurance policy for yourself. Do all this. Suyi put on the mithril inner armor he had just obtained. This inner armor is very thin and light, and it feels as if it does not exist when worn close to the body. It does not affect his movements at all, but instead gives him a strong sense of security. Next, we just have to wait for the materials to arrive. Golden Moon Seafood Restaurant. Suyi went to the kitchen and killed the fish for a long time before washing his hands, changing his clothes, and coming to have dinner with his friends. The kill value increased by more than 20. It will soon break 900 points. Suyi was in a good mood. When listening to Zhang Xian and Xia Jiqiu who arrived earlier bragging, there were smiles on their lips. After a while, the door of the box was pushed open from the outside. But it was Xiao Qiue and Mu Wanru who came together. At this moment, both of them changed out of their sportswear. Xiao Qiue was wearing a light blue dress with her long hair tied into a ponytail, looking clean and neat. Mu Wanru changed into a pair of blue jeans, which perfectly outlined her long legs. After the two women walked in, the box seemed to become brighter. Well, now that everyone is here, I'll have them serve the food. Zhang Xian tried hard to take his eyes off Xiao Qiue and asked everyone to take a seat. Speaking of which, I'm really lucky today. Jinhua Seafood Restaurant just received a batch of purple star sea urchins. These are best eaten fresh, so I ordered them all. As he spoke, Zhang Xian clapped his hands. Lu Yongning, the manager of Jinhua Seafood Restaurant, walked in with two waiters pushing food carts and a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat. Today, Zhang Xian, the young master of Shenyuan Construction, is the host. Also coming to dine is his young lady Xiao Qiue, so of course Lu Yongning has to do it himself. On the dining cart were placed several purple sea urchins, about 20 centimeters in diameter and the size of volleyballs. There are also some other tableware and ingredients. Lu Yongning bowed slightly to the crowd and spoke with a smile. Thank you for your love for Golden Moon Seafood Restaurant. How would you like to cook this purple star sea urchin? Our chef will prepare it for you on the spot. Zhang Xian looked at everyone inquiringly. This purple star sea urchin is a first-level star beast. It tastes very delicious. It tastes even better when it is killed and eaten right away. It can be eaten raw, or steamed with eggs, or fried with rice. How do you want to eat it? Or a little bit of each? Speaking of which, this purple star sea urchin is not only delicious, but as a first-level star beast, it can also absorb star power, allowing us to improve our cultivation faster. Xia Jiqiu couldn't help but let out a low cry. It's actually a first-level star beast. Oh my god, this is too extravagant. He knew that Zhang Xian was a rich second generation and would definitely not be stingy when treating guests, but he didn't expect him to be so generous. Directly become a first-level star beast. I'm afraid even 150,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to stop this meal. Xia Jiqiu was amazed by Zhang Xian's generosity. Su Ye's eyes lit up. Kill and eat immediately. First-level star beast. Seeing that Zhang Xian and Lu Yongning had already agreed on how to eat it, the chef with the white chef hat was about to start. Suyi stood up suddenly. Wait, let go of that sea urchin, let me do it. Chapter 42, Stay Steady, Punch Out. Suyi stood up. Facing everyone's surprised gaze, he smiled slightly. I would like to serve you personally. I wonder if I can have this honor. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. If classmate Su is willing to do it, that would be great. Whatever the reason, support it first. As the host of tonight, Zhang Xian has spoken, so naturally others will not object. Suyi looked expectant. He learned from the chef beside him how to handle these purple star sea urchins. He immediately picked up a long, sharp knife and stabbed it hard at the center and softest part of the sea urchin's mouth. Buzz. The sea urchin began to tremble, but Su Ye's gloved hands held it tightly. What a great power. These sea urchins are not very big, only about 20 centimeters. But it is a first-level star beast after all. If it had not been treated in advance to make it lose its ability to move and attack, Suyi would have had to run away as soon as they met the sea urchin, let alone kill it. A moment later. The sea urchin finally stopped trembling. Kill value plus 33. Suyi was delighted. It's worthy of being a first-level star beast. The killing value is given simply. Killing this sea urchin is equivalent to killing 5 or 6 field mice. The next step is to use special scissors to cut off the sea urchin's shell and use tweezers to clean the internal organs, leaving only the golden sea urchin meat. At this time, the chef will naturally proceed to the next step. And Suyi set his sights on the next sea urchin. Kill value plus 33. Kill value plus 33. Kill all 7 sea urchins. The row of kill values on the panel changed again. Kill value, 1211.2. Enough for 12 top-ups. You can directly master a martial art to perfection, and even sprint to a higher level of proficiency. It would be great if someone could treat him to sea urchin every day. Suyi said, I'm going to wash my hands, and walked out of the box. After carefully washing his hands with sanitizer several times to make sure there was no odor, Suyi was about to go back. Then I heard a sound coming from the corridor outside the bathroom. Little sister, you have such long legs. Uncle will take you to see the goldfish. Don't come over here, get out of the way. You stinky cousin, you are so lucky that I like you, and you still dare to hide. Just let me go. Go away, help me. Suyi frowned. What an old-fashioned teasing scene. With Suye's personality, he doesn't want to cause any more trouble. But after all, Jinue's seafood restaurant is Xiao Chuyue's family business, and he works here, so he can't really do nothing. So, Suyi took out his cell phone. Hello, Manager Lu, something happened here. Putting down his phone, Suyi leaned quietly against the bathroom wall, waiting for Lu Yongning to come and solve the problem. Who knows the identity and cultivation level of that horny guy outside? Stay steady and don't waste time. However, Suyi was as steady as a rock. In the corridor outside, Liao Tingting heard a familiar voice in her panic. It's him. It's Suyi. Liao Tingting didn't know where she got the strength from, but she broke free, and the fat and big-eared man rushed into the men's restroom frantically. Suyi, save me. Suyi. No, it's the men's restroom. Why did you rush in? And it wasn't just Liao Tingting who rushed in. Following closely behind, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man rushed in and reached out to grab Liao Tingting's arm. But when he turned his head and saw Suyi standing against the wall, he was suddenly stunned. Girl, is this someone you know? Suyi frowned. He glanced at the 2 men in black who looked like bodyguards who followed the fat, big-eared middle-aged man in. He could vaguely sense a hint of danger from the 2 men in black. Both of them are warriors. The cultivation level is not low. Suyi calmed down and prepared to delay for a while until Lu Yongning came to deal with it. Sir, you've had too much to drink. Suyi spoke lightly. The fat and big-eared middle-aged man chuckled and actually let Liao Tingting go. Instead, he gave Suyi an even more obscene smile. Little handsome boy, uncle will take you to see the goldfish. Suyi. Liao Tingting. Bang. Suyi threw a punch. Damn it, this is unbearable. 5 minutes later. Lu Yongning, the manager of Jinue's seafood restaurant, brought people to the scene and managed to prevent the fat and big-eared middle-aged man from being beaten to death. And those 2 bodyguards in black. He is lying on the ground now, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Lu Yongning smiled bitterly. Suyi, you are too cruel. Didn't you call him? Why didn't you wait a little longer? The fat and big-eared middle-aged man had just been protected by 2 bodyguards, who blocked most of the attacks, and now he still had the energy to shout. Boy, do you know who I am? My brother-in-law is the CEO of Hengxiang Building Materials. There was a cold light flashing in Su Ye's eyes. Manager Lu, I've never heard such a shameless request before, and I couldn't help it. Lu Yongning. I have to say, the brother-in-law of the CEO of Hengxiang Building Materials was really swearing, and he couldn't help but want to take action. Sir, please calm down. Calm down. I can't calm down. I came here to eat and someone hit me. You must give me an explanation, or I will. What else can you do? A familiar voice sounded. Zhang Xian and others also arrived. Just now when Lu Yongning received Su Ye's call, he was serving everyone in the box, so Zhang Xian and others naturally heard it. Therefore, he arrived only half a step behind Lu Yongning, just in time to hear the threatening words of the fat and big-eared middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was stunned. This young man looks a little familiar. Zhang Xian chuckled. The brother-in-law of the CEO of Hengxiang Building Materials. If he has a brother-in-law like you, then the CEO of Hengxiang Building Materials doesn't look like a good person either. It seems that he has to tell me not to have any dealings with Hengxiang Building Materials in the future. The housekeeper, Uncle Zhong, appeared from somewhere and bowed slightly. Yes, master, I will tell the person in charge of purchasing later. From now on, Hengxiang Building Materials will not be on our purchasing list. The middle-aged man finally realized something was wrong and spoke in a trembling voice. You, who are you? The housekeeper, Uncle Zhong, smiled slightly. Let me introduce you. The person in front of you is the young master of Xianyuan Construction, Mr. Zhang Xian. His words are what our President Zhang means. Xianyuan Building? Isn't that the largest construction company in Fengyuan City? If Xianyuan Construction doesn't use their building materials, then my brother-in-law. The fat, big-eared middle-aged man has weak legs. In addition, Xiao Qiue came out. We at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant do not welcome people who harass our customers. Tell all our catering companies that from today onwards, they do not welcome him. By the way, what is this person's name? Lu Yongning bowed slightly. Miss, his name seems to be Ji Kenren. Ji Kenren? Xia Jiqiu sneered. I think we should call him Jukengren. Chapter 43, Supernatural Evolution, Adult Vampire. The fat and big-eared middle-aged man was carried out by the security guards of Jinhua Seafood Restaurant, including his two black-clad bodyguards who had already fainted. Su Yi, thank you so much for what happened just now. Liao Tingting came to Su Yi and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. I'm not doing this for you either. Su Yi waved his hand and returned to the box with his friends. Sit back down. Xiao Qiue handed Su Yi a hot towel and asked casually. Su Yi, did you just take action to protect Liao Tingting? Mu Wanru also became interested. By the way, I heard that Liao Tingting is the most beautiful girl in class 16 and she even confessed her love to you. Could it be that you were attracted to her and that's why you acted so cruelly? Su Yi shook his head. I don't have any thoughts on that for now. As for being ruthless, who would like to go watch goldfish with a fat, middle-aged man? Thinking of the disgusting appearance of the middle-aged man, Su Ye's fist became a little hard again. I should thank you very much. If you hadn't stepped forward, I'm afraid Ji Kenren would not have let it go. Zhang Xian laughed. That's because he doesn't know that you are a patrol officer, Su Yi. Otherwise, if you had revealed your identity, that person wouldn't have dared to provoke you even if he had 10,000 guts. Besides, we all want to follow the path of martial arts. The power in the eyes of ordinary people is nothing to us. When we become high-level warriors, let alone our small Xianyuan building, it is not impossible for us to control the economy of a city or even a province. That is why Zhang Xian wants to establish a good relationship with Su Yi. After all, Su Yi is a person with awakened superpowers, and is a genius who especially paid attention to by the young masters of the Su family in Yujing. Such people will definitely achieve great success in the future. Zhang Xian smiled slightly and raised the drink in his hand. Come on, stop talking about unhappy things, raise your glasses, raise your glasses. The next day, Su Yi received several packages. The essence of the swift dragon two-horned ant arrived earlier than he expected. The first-level star core purchased from the Blue Sky Mall also arrived successfully. As for the remaining materials, Su Yi directly exchanged them all from the school's resource library. This means, Su Yi can finally evolve his superpowers. For this purpose, Su Yi asked for leave directly from Jinhua Seafood Restaurant. After dinner with family in the evening, Su Yi said hello and went straight into his own training room. Lu Ruxin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xiaoya has been leaving early and coming back late lately. His training is so hard, I don't know if he can handle it. Su Xiangdong was cleaning up the dishes and laughed when he heard this. Our son is now a warrior, and he has awakened supernatural powers. Even the inspection bureau wants to admit him in advance, proving that our son is a genius. So you don't have to worry about his training. We suddenly moved to the new city area and had a spacious and bright house. Our son was also very successful and was recruited by the inspection bureau before he even graduated. Su Xiangdong, who is now middle-aged, has finally realized the beauty of life. During this period, the hardships of years of heavy physical work have been reduced, and his face is full of smiles. All this is thanks to his good son. But if you are worried about Xiaoya's health, why not make him some delicious food to nourish his body? Well, you are right. Lu Ruxin nodded and began to think about how to provide nutrition for the two children at home. Especially the eldest son Su Yi, who has to grow and practice at the same time, needs more nutrition. After Su Xiangdong finished washing the dishes, he wiped his hands and walked to his wife. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. I've been busy with the new home these days. Now that everything is basically stable, I was thinking, why don't I go back to work? What? Didn't Xiaoya tell you not to work at the construction site? That's so tiring. I've been doing this for so many years, I'm used to it, it's okay, and I'm only 40 years old, I can't always rely on my son for support, I make some money, although it's not a lot of money, but I can buy some clothes for you and the baby, and buy some resources for Xiaoya. How about we discuss this with Xiaoya later? Forget it. Xiaoya will definitely not agree. At worst, I can talk to the foreman and ask him to work less, earn less but also be less tired. Well, okay then. Su Yi naturally didn't know what his parents were discussing outside. In the practice room. Su Yi did not evolve his superpowers immediately, but instead practiced the dark prison dragon technique to adjust his state. He wants to evolve in the best condition. When the moon reached its zenith, Su Yi finally opened his eyes. During this period, he vaguely discovered that, every night, especially when the moon was full, his condition was always particularly good. This is probably because the supernatural power he awakened is the physique of a vampire. Bathed in moonlight. Su Yi took a deep breath. Then he swallowed the things placed in front of him one by one. Forget about the half-moon ginseng, yellow bamboo roots and leaves, and green magic glue. But the blood essence and first-order star core of the swift dragon bicorn ant. Su Yi closed his eyes and swallowed the two things. I hope the system doesn't lie to me. I don't know if I can digest this star core after swallowing it. Su Yi muttered to himself. However, the star core was also swallowed by him. Su Ye's body suddenly trembled. It felt like a fireball appeared in my stomach, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. As if it was going to burn through his body. Pain. It hurts. Su Yi curled up on the ground, feeling extremely painful. However, this severe pain not only did not make him faint, but made his senses even sharper. Can feel all the pain clearly. The fire started from the stomach, burning every inch of Su Ye's flesh, bones, and skin. Final. I don't know how long it took. Su Yi, who was curled up on the ground, moved. His eyes slowly opened. A hint of deep blood flashed across his eyes. Su Yi sat up slowly. I am successful. The severe pain has disappeared. And he. Su Yi checked the panel first. Host, Su Yi. Superpower, Vampire, Adult, 0/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 8th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Perfect, Police Fighting Skills, Introduction, Basic Swordsmanship, Perfect. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 1211.2. The superpower has changed from Vampire Newborn to Vampire Adult. At the same time, new information appeared at the bottom of the panel. Vampire Adult, normal physical fitness is 3 times that of humans of the same level. Under the cover of night, as the darling of the dark night, the corresponding physical fitness is increased by another 3 times. Extreme Burst, activate the Vampire Burst state. In the burst state, various states increase by 3 times and last for 10 seconds. The burst state consumes the body's potential energy. After the burst state is activated, nutrition must be replenished in time. Chapter 44, The Murderer, Saving People on a Moonlit Night. Superpowers, Evolved. Compared with the newly born vampires, the power of the evolved ones is fully demonstrated. Regular physical fitness is 3 times that of humans of the same level. Doesn't sound like much. But this means, the speed, strength, agility, and even endurance are 3 times that of humans of the same level. In this way, Suyi is completely invincible in the same level. Not to mention, if it is night, his physical fitness can triple again. That is 9 times that of humans of the same level. If I perform the extreme explosion in the dark, wouldn't that be equivalent to amplifying it 3 times? That is to say, I can burst out a combat power 27 times that of a warrior of the same level. 27 times. I'm afraid that will allow me to fight against opponents of higher levels. Suyi was a little excited for a moment. And this is just one evolution of the superpower. Suyi believes that, as his superpowers continue to evolve, they will bring him greater improvements. After the excitement, Suyi suddenly frowned. What's that smell? When I looked down, I saw that there was a lot of black stuff on my skin, and it was emitting a foul odor. This. Could it be the legendary cleansing of the tendons and marrow? Suyi could no longer bear the stench. I immediately rushed into the bathroom, took a nice shower, changed into clean clothes, and then I felt a lot more relaxed. Looking at the person in the mirror, Suyi frowned slightly. Feeling more handsome. The skin also becomes whiter. It really looks more and more like a vampire. Shake your head. Suyi grabbed his dirty clothes and walked out of the house. It's better not to use such smelly clothes. By the way, Suyi also wanted to go outside to adapt to his newly evolved superpowers. Not sure if it was because he had just made a breakthrough or because it was night time, but Suyi was extremely excited and didn't want to sleep at all. On the dim sidewalk. Zhengfeng, let me go, you're pinching me. Liao Tingting. You betrayed me. How dare you betray me? Zhengfeng, why are you mad? When did I betray you? Then why do you watch Su Ye's videos? Why do you keep following him? I know that you have always been thinking about Su Yi in your heart. Being with me again is just a compromise. Now that you know that Su Yi has awakened his superpowers and joined the inspection bureau, and has become a genius, you want to get close to him again. I tell you, don't even think about it. Zheng Feng looked crazy and held Liao Tingting's hand tightly. Liao Tingting pulled hard twice, but still couldn't break free from Zheng Feng's restraints. I was just browsing the school forum and I came across Su Ye's video. Is that wrong? And Su Yi just saved me yesterday, so what's wrong with me following him? It was you who took me out to dinner, but I couldn't find you when I was being bullied. Zheng Feng, I should be the one who is disappointed. Okay, you finally admitted it. You have been following Su Yi all along. You want to break up with me and then chase after Su Yi, right? Let me tell you, the current Su Yi doesn't like you. He is surrounded by the school beauty Xiao Qiue and the beautiful Mu Wanru. Zheng Feng, I don't want to discuss this with you. I'm tired. Let me go. I want to go home. The two of them struggled for a while. But he didn't notice that a figure had quietly arrived. Little boy, you should be a gentleman to beautiful women. You are really rude. The sudden sound made Zheng Feng stunned. Then he replied unhappily. Who are you? I'm talking to my own girlfriend, what does it have to do with you? Of course it's my business, because I have a crush on your girlfriend. Zheng Feng exploded instantly. One Su Yi is not enough. And then someone unknown popped up. Liao Tingting, you are so fickle, who is this person? Zheng Feng grabbed Liao Tingting's arm and roared. However, Liao Tingting looked pale and tried hard to escape, but could not break free from Zheng Feng's restraints. Zheng Feng, he. What do you mean by he? Tell me who this is. He has a knife in his hand. Zheng Feng, who was roaring, suddenly froze. Knife? In an instant, Jing Feng suddenly thought of the murderer who had been killing young girls everywhere in Fangyuan City these days. Could it be that? Bingo, you guessed it right. The figure gradually walked out of the darkness, revealing a sharp knife in his hand and a hideous and crazy smile on his face. Run! At this moment, Zheng Feng and Liao Tingting no longer cared about the quarrel and ran away. The murderer followed behind but was not in a hurry to kill them immediately. Instead, he chased them like a cat catching a mouse, leaving several wounds on Zheng Feng's body with his knife, and then let them run away. Fuck! Zheng Feng covered the wound on his arm, shocked and terrified. He is teasing us. He will definitely kill us. Where are the people from the inspection bureau? Why don't they come and catch him? Liao Tingting was also very scared, but after running for a while, she had calmed down a lot. Over there, that's the family quarters of the patrol bureau. We can be rescued if we run over there. Hearing this, Zheng Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The security level in the family quarters of the inspection bureau is quite high, not to mention that there are so many people in the family quarters, and there are also inspectors there. As long as they can run to the family area of the inspection bureau, they will definitely be rescued. The two changed direction and ran even faster. The murderer who had been falling behind the two of them suddenly tilted his head, as if listening to something, and then he grinned. It seems that our little darling doesn't want to continue this cat and mouse game, so let's end it early. Almost there, almost there. We'll be at the patrol bureau's family quarters soon. Zheng Feng and Liao Tingting's eyes were full of anticipation. You will be rescued soon. However, the killer approached quickly. Little darling, stay here. The two could even smell the bloody smell from the murderer. And just at this moment, Liao Tingting, who was running for her life, suddenly felt a huge force coming in front of her, which directly sent her flying backwards. Zheng Feng. Liao Tingting looked at Zheng Feng in disbelief as he threw a punch and ran forward even faster without even turning his head. Was she used as a shield by Zheng Feng? Why? Zheng Feng's voice came from a distance. Liao Tingting, he wants to kill you. Rather than both of them dying, it's better for only you to die. As he spoke, Zheng Feng ran away even faster. With Liao Tingting blocking the way, the murderer would definitely not catch up so quickly, and he had enough time to run to the family quarters of the inspection bureau for help. Bang! Liao Tingting was caught by the murderer. Feeling the other person's cold blade against his neck, Liao Tingting closed her eyes in despair. She's finished. And the last moment of life. Liao Tingting couldn't help but think of someone. Su Yi. If the person who encountered the murderer with him tonight was Su Yi, he would definitely not abandon him. Just when Liao Tingting had lost all hope and was ready to die. Bang! Swish! Liao Tingting suddenly felt a pair of strong arms holding her waist and carrying her backwards rapidly. Amid the sound of the wind, Liao Tingting slowly opened her eyes. She saw the face in her dream under the moonlight. Su Yi. Chapter 45, The Fallen, Fighting Alone. Su Yi, it's really you. It's you who saved me. After a moment of trance, Liao Tingting finally realized, she was not dreaming. It was really Su Yi who suddenly appeared and saved her. Su Yi responded, but did not slow down his movements at all. Su Yi originally went downstairs to familiarize himself with his evolved superpowers. Who would have thought, his strong physical fitness made his hearing extremely powerful. He heard the noise here directly and saved Liao Tingting at the critical moment. I have called the nearest patrol officer to come over. Please hold on a little longer. The person behind him should be the murderer that the inspection bureau has been chasing for some time. In just a brief fight, Su Yi was able to rescue Liao Tingting by taking advantage of the surprise attack. However, after fighting with that man, Su Yi confirmed. He was no match for the murderous maniac. The opponent's power far exceeds his. An extraordinary master from the first level. Su Yi took a deep breath. Run faster. Such a first-level master has killed people many times in Fangyuan City. Why has the inspection bureau not been able to catch him? Moreover, the murderer had already been chasing Liao Tingting before he arrived, but the people from the inspection bureau didn't notice it. Are the surveillance cameras on both sides of the road out of service? Suyi always felt something was wrong. But he didn't have time to think about it at this moment. When the murderer found out that his prey had been rescued, his rage instantly soared and a black mist suddenly surged from his body. Swoosh! A black light flashed. The murderer has already blocked Su Ye's way. Run, why don't you keep running? Su Ye. Su Ye turned right and ran directly onto a small path nearby. The murderer. Ah! I'm so mad. Let him run, and he will run. The murderer turned into a black shadow again, rushed into the side path, and was about to catch up with Su Ye again. But this time, just when the murderer was about to catch Su Ye made another sharp turn and took another fork in the road. Bang! The murderer slammed heavily into a wall, creating a deep hole. Really? Su Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. The killer was indeed faster with black mist surging around him, but only in a straight line. He lacked in agility. On the contrary, he could use his knowledge of the terrain and his agile body to dodge continuously. After. Su Ye is a master of driving. The murderer behind him was driving a car like a novice driver, and all he did was step on the accelerator. Although the speed is fast, it will hit the wall at every turn, and its overall speed is not as fast as Su Ye. Gradually, Su Ye was able to keep a little distance and even had time to look down at his watch. On the watch, the red dots closest to the red dot representing him were approaching rapidly. Just hold on for another 3 minutes and the people from the inspection bureau will be here. Su Ye was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. However. Ah, let go, let me go. Suddenly, a familiar scream came from behind. Then, the bloodthirsty voice of the murderer was heard. Boy, if you don't stop and come up, I will kill this guy immediately. You are an inspector, right? I remember the watch on your wrist is an equipment of the inspection bureau. Can an inspector watch people being slaughtered by a murderer like me? Boom. Su Ye stopped. Turn around. I saw Jing Feng being held in the hands of the murderer, crying. Didn't this guy escape? How come he was caught? Jing Feng was grabbed by the neck by the murderer and his body kept shaking. He doesn't understand either. He had obviously escaped. But Su Ye and the murderer were too fast and their destination was the same as his. He was caught up not long after running. Jing Feng, who heard the noise, had no time to escape and could only hide in a dark corner hoping to escape. Who wants? But he was caught by the murderer. Su Ye, save me. The murderer licked his lips. Oh. So your name is Su Ye. I've never seen such a young inspector before. Jing Feng nodded repeatedly. That's right, Su Ye is the inspector. He is also an awakened person with special abilities, which is why he was recruited by the inspection bureau in advance. He is currently a senior in number 2 middle school. Brother, you have been seen by Su Ye. Su Ye will definitely tell the inspection bureau about your information. The smile on the murderer's face grew even bigger. But Su Ye's expression became very gloomy. Damn it. Jing Feng is deliberately leaking his information. I even want the murderer to kill him. Even if people from the inspection bureau arrived and prevented the murderer from doing anything to him, if he was allowed to escape, he would definitely target him in the future. Even knowing his information, the murderer might even target his family. Thinking of my parents and sister. Jing Feng, you really deserve to die. Su Ye took a deep breath, let go of Liao Tingting, and lowered his voice. Go west, go straight, and you will meet people from the inspection bureau. Liao Tingting opened her eyes wide. Su Ye. Walk. Liao Tingting bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth. Knowing that she would only be a burden to Su Ye here. Su Ye, hold on, I'll call someone over right away. After saying that, Liao Tingting turned around and ran quickly to the west according to Su Ye's instructions. Oh, you are quite graceful. You know how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. The murderous maniac sneered. Although you are a man, because you are so good-looking, I will extract your soul and swallow it bit by bit, so that you can become a part of my body and gain eternal life with me. Are you happy? Su Ye narrowed his eyes. Did you suck out the souls of all those women you killed before? The murderer made no secret of it. That's right. You don't know that women, especially young women's souls, are the most delicious. Stinky men are not delicious at all. But you, my handsome boy, are an exception. Suyi felt a chill. At the same time, I also had an understanding of the person in front of me. The fallen. Warriors who sell their souls, believe in gods from another world, and gain power by sacrificing the blood and souls of their compatriots are the fallen. He is also a traitor among the human race on Blue Star. As for these corrupted people, the Inspection Bureau always eliminates them immediately upon discovery. And the person in front of me. You destroyed the surveillance equipment. Black mist surged around the murderer. Yes, the black mist on my body not only enhances my strength and speed, but also has a strong interference and shielding effect. You patrolman, it will be 100 years too early to find me. No wonder even though the new city district was full of surveillance cameras, the people from the Inspection Bureau still failed to catch this murderer immediately. But Suyi always felt that something was not quite right. But now he doesn't have much time to think about it. Crack. The murderer directly twisted Jing Feng's legs and hands. He threw Jing Feng aside. Ah! Jing Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream. Be good, wait till I take care of that handsome boy, then I'll come and clean up your blood. The murderer gently comforted Jing Feng, then licked his lips and looked at Suyi expectantly. Here I come, little handsome boy. Chapter 46, Extraordinary Killing, Death of Jing Feng. Swoosh. Black mist surged around the murderer, and he appeared in front of Suyi in the blink of an eye. Bang. There was a sharp pain in his abdomen. The murderer seemed to like the feeling of a cat catching a mouse. He did not kill Suyi directly with a sharp knife, but used his fists first. But it was also because of his carelessness. While punching the killer in the abdomen, Suyi grabbed the murderer's wrist with one hand, and a long knife suddenly appeared in his other hand. The reason why Suyi did not take out his weapon immediately during the previous confrontation. I've been waiting for such an unexpected opportunity. Really? The long knife slashed across the murderer's body, leaving a long wound on his abdomen. The sudden appearance of the long knife made the murderer subconsciously throw Suyi out. You actually have storage equipment. Even ordinary patrols might not be equipped with this kind of thing, but Suyi, a high school student, was equipped with it. It seems that you are indeed a genius. It's a pity that I couldn't kill you with one blow. Suyi coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. The knife just now clearly cut through the murderer's skin. But when Suyi wanted to continue stabbing deeper, he felt a strong resistance from the blade, preventing it from going any deeper. Is it because of the extraordinary body? Kill me? You actually want to kill me? Handsome boy, you probably don't know the difference between extraordinary people and ordinary people, right? Now, I'll let you see it for yourself. The murderer didn't care about the wound on his abdomen at all and rushed towards Suyi again. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and bodies hitting each other continued. In just a moment, Suyi was hit by countless punches. So strong. The warriors who have reached the level of transcendence have great strength and speed. Thump. Suyi fell to the ground like a rag doll, his breath weak. The murderer also breathed slightly. Little handsome boy, you are really amazing. In that situation just now, you were able to resist. But your resistance is in vain. Now, let me extract your soul, free you from your pain, and enjoy eternal life with me. The murderer slowly walked up to Suyi, raised the sharp knife in his hand, and was about to stab it into Suyi's body. And at this moment, Suyi, who was originally weak, suddenly burst out with a stronger aura. Burn 100 points of killing points, cultivation +1. Improvement of cultivation. The 9th floor of Kaiyuan. Suyi's cultivation level broke through without any warning, and at the same time, his condition returned to its peak. But that's not all. Vampire, Dark Night State. Extreme Explosion. The power of 27 times that of a warrior of the same level in the 9th level of Kaiyuan was instantly unleashed. The long knife that was originally unable to pierce the murderer's abdomen, this time successfully pierced directly into his chest. Stabbed into his heart. Laugh. Blood spurted out and the murderer looked down at the wound on his chest in disbelief. You, how could you? I want you to die. A strong murderous intent instantly burst out from the murderer's eyes. He was actually killed by an ordinary warrior. He, a superhuman warrior, was actually killed by someone who was not even superhuman. He is unwilling to accept it. The murderer held a sharp knife and wanted Su Yi to be buried with him. However, after stabbing the long knife into the murderer's heart, Su Yi immediately turned around and ran. The speed is 27 times faster than that of a warrior of the same level in the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Even if the murderous demon is very fast, he cannot catch up. Final. The murderer fell to the ground with a thud and was dead. But Su Yi did not come closer. Just wait quietly. 10 seconds later. The murderer raised his head, looked at Su Yi unwillingly, and then, he remained motionless again. Kill value plus 88. After hearing the system voice, Su Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally died. Even though he was stabbed in the heart, he still chased him for a long time with a knife in his hand, and even faked his death in order to give him the final blow. Fortunately, he was cautious. Fortunately, he has a system. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not over yet. Su Ye's t-shirt had been torn a long time ago, so he casually pulled off a piece of it and grabbed the murderer's sharp knife through the cloth. Then came in front of Xingfeng. Su Yi, are you here to save me? Su Yi, When Xingfeng saw Su Yi, he was very excited. Su Yi actually killed the murderer. He was finally saved. However, Xingfeng felt a pain in his chest in his excitement. A sharp knife had pierced his chest. Why? When you leak my information, you deserve to die. Laugh. The sharp knife was pulled out. Kill value plus 5. Xingfeng died with his eyes open. However, Su Yi had already returned to the murderer and put the sharp knife back into his hand. Speaking of which, we have to thank the murderer for destroying the surveillance equipment in this area, otherwise it would be difficult for Su Yi to take action. My ears moved slightly, and I could hear hurried footsteps in the distance. Su Yi walked aside. Lie on the ground. Close your eyes. Pretend to be dizzy. Then. I really fainted. Boom boom boom. The people from the inspection bureau finally arrived. Liao Tingting also came with them. Seeing the tragic scene in front of me, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Xingfeng died with his limbs twisted and his eyes open. There was a long knife stuck in his chest, a sharp knife in his hand, his eyes were bulging, and his expression was distorted. He looked like a murderer. And Su Yi, who was lying on the side, his life or death unknown. Su Yi. Liao Tingting rushed to Su Yi and checked Su Ye's breath. He's still alive, Su Yi is still alive, save him. In the dark night, a pair of angry eyes stared at Su Yi who had fainted on the ground, and slowly retreated into the deeper night. The faint murmurs disappeared into the darkness. Ah Lang, I will avenge you. Su Yi. When Su Yi woke up again, he found himself in the inspection bureau. The wounds on his body had been treated and he had been changed into clean clothes. Woke up. Zhang Baichuan walked over quickly. Thank God you're okay. If the genius he had just recruited for the inspection bureau died like this, Zhang Baichuan would cry his heart out. How does it feel? It feels, not bad. After entering the 9th level of Kaiyuan, Su Yi felt that he had stronger control over his body. And faintly, he seemed to see a door, a big door covered with thick iron chains. It made him want to smash it to pieces. What's that door? Door. Zhang Baichuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. You have entered the 9th level of Kaiyuan. You sensed the extraordinary barrier as soon as you broke through. You are worthy of it. That door is the barrier between ordinary humans and extraordinary warriors. If you break it, you can break through to the extraordinary. But there's no rush for this. What you need to do now is to practice martial arts and improve your physical fitness so that you can break free of more chains. After all, there is a huge difference between opening the door a crack to enter the extraordinary world and pushing the door open completely to walk in. Suyi felt the door inside his body again and nodded. Break free from all chains. He will do it. Zhang Baichuan gave Suyi some pointers on cultivation, and then got to the point. Tell me, what happened last night? Chapter 47, Kaiyuan Nineth Layer, The Gate of Transcendence. Yesterday. That's it. Suyi briefly recounted what happened last night. It is also thanks to the mithril inner armor that you applied for me, Director Zhang, that I was able to escape from the hands of that murderous devil. And the storage bracelet. It was with this thing that I was able to strike unexpectedly and injure that murderous devil. Later, by chance, I broke through to the 9th level of Kaiyuan and was able to kill that murderous demon. To be honest, I still can't believe it. Zhang Baichuan nodded. Well, it's pretty much what I expected. That murderous maniac was a supernatural being of the 1st level. He underestimated an ordinary warrior like you and didn't even use his body-protecting star power, which is why you stabbed him in the heart. It was quite thrilling. Protective star power. Is this the force that prevents the long sword from going any deeper? Suyi secretly memorized this word. And Zhang Baichuan had already laughed. Suyi, you killed the murderer who was constantly causing chaos in Fangyuan City. This is a great achievement. On behalf of all the citizens of Fangyuan City and the families of the victims, I would like to thank you. In addition, you can get 1 million cash for killing a first heaven fallen. Are there any rewards? Suyi raised his eyebrows. This wave is not a loss. However, when Zhang Baichuan saw Suyi raised his eyebrows, he thought Suyi was dissatisfied, so he quickly explained. 1 million is not much of a reward for killing a first heaven demon, but in addition to the 1 million cash, you can also get 15 points of merit. Suyi was puzzled. Merit value? That's right. Merit points are the most important reward in the military system. You will learn later that the more you practice, the less useful money becomes. Many resources cannot be bought with money. The more precious it is, the less likely it will circulate in the market. It can only be exchanged for merit points. Go and see for yourself. Once you have obtained the merit points, your merit exchange system will be open. You can check it yourself in the internal system of the Inspection Bureau later. Suyi couldn't wait to take out his phone to check. But don't worry about this. I advise you to go home first. Otherwise, when your family wakes up and finds that you are not at home, they will probably be worried. Zhang Baichuan reminded with a smile. Suyi looked at the sky outside. The sky was already turning pale, and it was indeed almost dawn. Thank you for the reminder, Director. I'll go back first. Standing up, Suyi found that the wounds on his body no longer hurt at all, and the places where he was cut by the sharp knife quickly scabbed over. It seemed that it would only take 2 or 3 days to heal completely. The redness and swelling on the face disappeared completely. Put on your coat. I guess his family didn't know that he had experienced a life-and-death battle last night. Give. Zhang Baichuan threw over a medicine bottle. This is the best medicine for injuries in the Inspection Bureau. Take it twice a day and it will be healed in 2 days. For inspectors like them, it is better not to let their families know that they are injured. Thank you. Suyi smiled, threw the medicine bottle into the storage bracelet, opened the door and prepared to leave. Only. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Zhang Baichuan spoke again, his voice a little low. Jing Feng was already dead when he was found. Dead? Suyi stopped, turned his head, and looked at Zhang Baichuan with some disbelief. Yesterday I only saw Jing Feng being thrown aside by that murderous maniac. He, actually died? Zhang Baichuan nodded. In fact, when we heard Liao Tingting say that Jing Feng was held hostage by a murderer, we knew that Jing Feng was dead. The murderer would not let go of anyone who had contact with him. Suyi, you have done a great job. You saved Liao Tingting, and stayed to fight the murderer alone for Jing Feng. As an inspector, you have done everything you can. Don't feel any burden. Even, if there is a next time, I hope you can protect yourself. You are much more important to Dong Huang than Jing Feng. Zhang Baichuan had selfish motives in saying this last sentence. Although as an inspector, Suyi should save the hostages. But Suyi has not grown up yet, he still has a bright future. Zhang Baichuan would rather Suyi could harden his heart and delay for a few more minutes to wait for the arrival of other members of the inspection bureau, rather than confronting Zheng Feng alone with the murderer. Suyi lowered his head, hiding the complicated expression on his face. I understand, Director Zhang, I'll go back first. Let Zhang Baichuan misunderstand this way. When Suyi returned home, Lu Ruxin was about to go out to buy groceries. There is a vegetable market next to the family quarters of the inspection bureau. The vegetables, fruits and meat there are fresh and cheap, and there are also many snack shops. After living here, Lu Ruxin's life happiness index has risen rapidly. Xiaoya, what are you doing? I got up this morning to work out and happened to bring breakfast back. Oh, okay. Tender and smooth tofu pudding, crispy sesame cakes, hot buns, and the little girl's favorite tomato and egg dumpling soup. Wow, it's delicious. Baby Sue held a bowl that was bigger than her head and ate with a smile on her face. Brother, I really like this breakfast. If you like it, eat more. I'll buy it for you tomorrow after I get up early and exercise. Yeah, thank you, brother. But brother. Baby Sue blinked his big eyes. Didn't you go out at midnight yesterday? Ah. How is this possible? Suyi had a strange look in his eyes. He was sure that everyone in his family was asleep when he went out last night. He heard everyone's breathing, which was definitely the long breathing when falling asleep. This little Lolita. Su Baobao blinked uncertainly. Isn't it? But I seemed to hear your voice in the training room, brother. It looked like you were in pain. How is that possible? The training rooms in this building are specially soundproofed. How could you possibly hear any sound? You must be hallucinating because you didn't sleep well. Suyi picked up a steamed bun for the little girl. Eat quickly and then go to school. Oh, okay. The little girl nodded, perhaps she really had heard it wrong. Suyi looked at the little Lolita strangely. This little guy, could it be possible that he could really hear something? He showed his talent even before he started practicing. Is it possible to awaken superpowers? The Su family had breakfast in harmony. And the Zheng family. Zheng Wuxiang looked at his son's body. The whole person seemed to have aged 10 times in an instant. Son, my son. Zheng Wuxiang only has this one son in his life. Who would have thought that it would be the old who would send off the young? Buzz. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Zheng Wuxiang took out his cell phone in a daze, but after seeing the message on the phone, a crazy murderous intent suddenly surged around him. There was only one line of words on the phone screen. The one who killed Jing Feng was Su Yi. Chapter 48, Su Xiangdong's Promotion, Pharmacy. Fengyuan City. Somewhere on a construction site. Su Xiangdong walked into the familiar construction site again, but his mood was completely different. Before, it was to survive. Now, it's about living. Lao Su, you're here. I haven't seen you for several days. A coworker saw Su Xiangdong and greeted him with a smile. Something happened at home a few days ago, so I took a few days off. Su Xiangdong also laughed, took out cigarettes and shared them with everyone. Hey, Yunxing. This is a good cigarette. This box must be over 80 yuan. You are really generous, old Su. Su Xiangdong smiled. I haven't been here for several days. I miss you all. Su Xiangdong did not tell anyone about what happened at home. Living a better life is happiness, but living much better than everyone else will attract envy. Just then. Hey, old Su is here. I thought you looked down on the work on the construction site. The man was in his early 30s, tall and thin, with dark circles under his eyes. It was their supervisor, Wang Song. But he knows nothing about architecture and yells at people every day. It's all thanks to the fact that he is the contractor's brother-in-law. Wang Tu. Su Xiangdong stuffed half a pack of soft cloud stars into Wang Song's hands. I'm back. I'm sorry to have troubled you during this period. You really caused me trouble. You asked for half a month's leave all of a sudden. I thought you didn't want to do it anymore, so I'll give your previous job to someone else. Old Su, when you come back, go get the steel bars. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Su Xiangdong used to work as a plumber and occasionally helped with carpentry. It requires relatively more skills and the work is also easier. But being a rebar worker is the hardest job on the construction site. Boss Wang, Lao Su is also an old employee of our construction site. How about giving him a new job? Someone pleaded for Su Xiangdong. Wang Tsong snorted coldly. He can't do it, so you go. The person who was begging for mercy suddenly stopped talking. Su Xiangdong took a deep breath. He knew that Wang Tsong was deliberately making things difficult for him. Su Xiangdong felt a surge of anger in his heart. The words, "I quit," are about to come out of my mouth. Just at this moment. Su Xiangdong is here. When everyone looked at him, Wang Tsong's eyes suddenly lit up. The man was dressed in a suit and his hair was neatly combed. He was Qian Tong, the project manager in charge of their project. Senior executives sent from headquarters. He can be said to be his immediate boss, and even his brother-in-law has to be respectful in front of Qian Tong. Manager Qian, what brings you here? How about I treat you at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant at noon today? Qian Tong glanced at Wang Tsong coldly, which immediately made Wang Tsong dare not get close to him anymore. Qian Tong's eyes turned and soon his gaze fell on Su Xiangdong. You must be engineer Su Xiangdong, right? You were very good at making wiring diagrams before. I only realized that after I saw the diagrams. It turns out that we have a talent like you on our construction site. It would be a waste of your talent to let you continue to work as a plumber. I wonder if engineer Su is willing to join our Shenyuan construction headquarters. How about starting as a construction worker? I really need someone like you who is serious, responsible and technically savvy to help me. Of course, we will not treat you unfairly in terms of salary. We will provide you with 30,000 federal coins per month, and the social security will be at the highest level. How do you think? Su Xiangdong. Su Xiangdong was completely confused. The treatment is so good. You have to know that he used to work very hard and could only earn 6 to 8,000 yuan a month. I do. That's great, let's go sign the contract now. Qian Tong pulled Su Xiangdong away with enthusiasm. Only the workers and Wang Tsong were left there, stunned and dazed. After a while. What kind of shit luck did Lao Su have? This is not just shit luck, but gold will always shine. Speaking of which, will old Su become our immediate boss from now on? With Lao Su's honest and simple character, he will definitely take care of these old friends. But Wang Tsong. Wang Tsong held the half-pack of cigarettes in his hand and felt that it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. School. Su Yi, who was practicing martial arts, received a call from Su Xiangdong. Son, Dad got a promotion and a raise. Su Xiangdong happily recounted what happened at the construction site today. Son, I'm now a construction worker at Shenyuan Construction, and I earn 30,000 yuan a month. You're in your third year of high school and studying hard, and you need to keep up with all kinds of nutritional supplements. If you need to buy anything, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. Su Xiangdong finally had the confidence to say this. Although Su Yi was surprised that Su Xiangdong went to the construction site again, now that Su Xiangdong has become a member of the management team, he no longer needs to do hard labor. And from Su Xiangdong's voice, you can tell how happy he is, so naturally he didn't spoil his mood by saying anything about not needing Su Xiangdong to go to work. After congratulating Su Xiangdong and listening to Su Xiangdong's proud voice, Su Yi slowly hung up the phone. Then he frowned slightly. Shenyuan Building? This name sounds familiar. Isn't this Zhang Xian's family's business? Could it be that? Just at this moment. Zhang Xian, who had not been seen all morning, walked into the elite class and called out Su Yi, Xiao Qiyue, and others separately. Everyone, I have a big announcement. I, Zhang Xian, will be participating in the independent enrollment of Magic City University. Independent enrollment? Xia Zhiqiu asked in confusion, don't all warriors have to take the college entrance examination? Why is there independent enrollment? Because I'm not only a warrior, I'm also a pharmacist. Zhang Xian was proud. He has been studying pharmacy since he came into contact with it 3 years ago, and now he has achieved some success. Otherwise, he would not have received an invitation for independent enrollment from a prestigious university like Shanghai University. The various resources I have enjoyed over the years are not in vain. I also know that even though I have joined the elite class, it is still unlikely for me to enter the Moda University, a leading university in Donghuang, with my strength. But if I can pass the independent enrollment, it will be different, so everyone please bless me. Hearing this, Xia Zhiqiu wailed. We agreed to be bad students together, but you secretly studied pharmacy. Zhang Xian, you abandoned me. Zhang Xian distanced himself in disgust. Get lost. Who is a poor student like you? I am obviously an average student. Suyi gave a thumbs up. Zhang Xian, great. Congratulations. Xiao Qiue and Mu Wanru also congratulated them. Hey, I'm going to run ahead. Everyone, I'll be waiting for you at Magic City University. Come on. Just wait, I will come. See you at Magic City University. Zhang Xian came back today specifically to ask for leave from school. After sharing this with Su Yi and others, he prepared to go see Principal Zhang. Zhang Xian. Su Yi took 2 steps forward, met Zhang Xian's puzzled gaze, and thanked him sincerely. Thank you for my father's matter. This matter. Zhang Xian waved his hand. These are all small matters. Besides, my uncle is really capable. This is a win-win situation for both of us. But if you really want to thank me, Su Yi, remember to let me curry your favor when you become stronger. Okay, when my thighs are thick enough, I'll let you hug me. Chapter 49, A Trap in the Sky. Funeral Hall. Empty. Zheng Wuxiang looked at the black and white photo of his son Zheng Feng on the wall. There was sadness in his eyes. He only has this one son. But this son died. I don't know when. There was one more person in the mourning hall. A young woman in a black dress. The black veil covered half of her face, making it impossible to see her features clearly. She silently placed a bouquet of white flowers in front of Zheng Feng's black and white photo. What a shame, he's still so young. The woman sighed softly. Zheng Wuxiang took a deep breath. You said that Su Yi killed my son. The woman smiled. Haven't you already investigated it? Good. Zheng Wuxiang nodded. After receiving the woman's message, Zheng Wuxiang did not believe it at first, but investigated it personally. Then, Zheng Wuxiang discovered that there was blood on his son's clothes on his chest, in addition to his own blood. And Su Ye's blood. You can follow the information given by the Inspection Bureau. The timeline for that night should be: the murderer held Zheng Feng hostage, Su Yi stayed to save him, the murderer killed Zheng Feng, Su Yi fought with the murderer and finally killed him. Logically speaking, his son Zheng Feng should have died before the murderer fought with Su Yi. But why could Su Ye's blood be detected on the clothes next to his son's wound? Then there is only one possibility. Zheng Feng died after Su Yi was injured. After finding out this news, Zheng Wuxiang had only one thought in his mind. Kill Su Yi. He must kill Su Yi. The woman smiled. This way, our goals are the same. Zheng Wuxiang glanced at the woman coldly. Are you the companion of that murderer? How dare you show up in front of me? Aren't you worried that I will tell the inspector? The woman smiled. You won't. If you tell the inspector, you will never be able to avenge your son, right? After all, even if you knew the cause of Zheng Feng's death, you would not dare to tell the Inspection Bureau, because you know very well that even if it is proved that Su Yi killed Zheng Feng, Su Yi can still say that it was manslaughter during the struggle. After all, there is no surveillance, and the right to explain is in his hands. Besides, Su Yi is an awakened person with special abilities. He sacrificed Zheng Feng to protect himself. Even the Inspection Bureau would support him. Zheng Wuxiang, your son died in vain. Zheng Wuxiang clenched his fists. What the woman said was absolutely right. Just because Su Yi was a genius who had awakened superpowers, and because there was no surveillance equipment, so even if he knew the cause of his son's death, he didn't dare to make it public. His son died in vain. No. He doesn't admit it. Su Yi killed my son. I can't ask the Inspection Bureau to deal with it impartially and let Su Yi pay for his life. Then I will do it myself, kill him and avenge my son. Zheng Wuxiang looked at Zheng Feng, who was smiling brightly in the black and white photo. Son, wait a minute. Dad will avenge you soon. On the side, the woman in the black dress smiled slightly, very satisfied with Zheng Wuxiang's choice. Alung, wait a minute. Suyi died soon after. I will never let go of the person who killed you. Zheng Wuxiang took a deep breath and turned to look at the woman in the black dress. You contacted me before and said that you would give me the opportunity to kill Suyi. How long will it take? Soon. The woman smiled. I have carefully investigated Suye's information. He practices a martial art called Dark Prison Dragon Kung Fu, which focuses on killing. And according to my investigation, Suyi has been working at the Jinhua seafood restaurant every night recently. He said he was working, but he was actually killing those rotten fish and shrimps. Number 2 Middle School held a trial before, where they went to the outskirts of the city to kill field mice. Suyi won first place. Now you can still see the video of Suyi killing in the number 2 Middle School forum. So, there is no doubt that Suyi is a killer. A man like this will be quickly hooked with just a little trick. I put a little something in the vineyard on the outskirts of the city. According to Suye's personality, he will leave the city soon. Leaving the city full of cameras and far away from the inspection bureau, killing Suyi couldn't be easier. Zheng Wuxiang looked deeply at the woman in the black dress. This woman is so amazing that she was able to find out Suye's movements in such a short time. As for Suye's martial arts, this kind of information is highly confidential. She was able to find it out, so she must have hacked into the number 2 Middle School's intranet. This woman is actually a hacker. But no matter who she is, as long as she can help him avenge his son. Very good, then I will wait until Suyi leaves the city. Zhang Xian's plan to participate in independent enrollment made Suyi feel a sense of crisis. Since everyone is working so hard, he naturally cannot fall behind. So during this period of time, in addition to practicing, Suyi spent more time working at Jinhua seafood restaurant. But the speed at which the killing value increased still did not satisfy Suyi. We should find a way to increase our kill value faster. That day, Suyi was browsing the internal system of the inspection bureau when he suddenly saw a task that caught his eye. A grape farm in the suburbs of Fangyuan City has recently been attacked by grape leafhoppers. These grape leafhoppers mutated under the influence of spiritual energy and turned into mutant beasts. Although his strength is not very strong, it is only equivalent to a human cultivator at the 3rd or 4th level of Kaiyuan. However, their reproduction speed and bite force have greatly increased, and they continue to gnaw on the vines, causing great losses to the vineyards. Therefore, the owner of the vineyard requested the inspection bureau to handle the matter. This is a task tailor-made for Suyi. Pie in the sky. Suyi took on the task without saying a word and asked for 2 days off from school. Prepare to go alone to complete the task. Just when Suyi called a car and was about to leave the city. Buzz. There was a vibration in my pocket. Suyi took out his cell phone. Zhang Baichuan. Suyi, I have important news to tell you. The identity of the murderer has been investigated. That person's name is Gao Lang. He was originally from L City. He disappeared from L City 3 years ago. It is estimated that he became a fallen person at that time. After he fell, he did have the ability to interfere with information, but this ability was limited to those around him. In fact, our Fangyuan City's surveillance system has been under continuous attack during this period. On the night you killed Gao Lang, in addition to your surveillance equipment, there were also problems with more than a dozen surveillance equipment in the city. This is why the inspection bureau did not discover the problem immediately. The personnel were greatly dispersed. Suyi nodded. I finally understand why there is a murderer wreaking havoc in Fangyuan City, but the inspection bureau has been slow to bring him to justice. Etc. A dozen places. Zhang Baichuan's voice came through the radio waves. You figured it out, right? More than a dozen surveillance devices have problems, which proves that Gao Lang is not alone, he has accomplices. And his accomplice may already know of your existence and may even want to harm you. Suyi, I have arranged patrols to protect your family. As you are the most vulnerable, you must not leave the city during this period of time, understand? Don't leave Fangyuan City. Su Yi thought about the task he had just received. Perhaps. This is not some pie-in-the-sky thing. It's a trap falling from the sky. Chapter 50 Director, Zheng Wuxiang wants to kill me. The suburbs of Fangyuan City. The owner of the manor showed great enthusiasm for the arrival of Su Yi, the trainee inspector. However, when he saw Su Ye's slightly immature face, especially when he saw the number 2 middle school uniform on him, the smile on the manor owner's face froze. Is this still a student? Can students also be inspectors? Just get to work. Su Yi flipped his wrist and a long sword appeared in his hand. This move gave the manor owner more confidence in Su Yi. Storage equipment. It is indeed something that only inspectors, especially senior inspectors, can be equipped. Then Inspector Su, please come this way. In the vineyard. Su Yi soon saw the so-called grape leafhopper. Much bigger than he had imagined. Common leafhoppers are very small and require careful inspection of the grape leaves to be discovered. However, the leafhoppers in this vineyard are more than 10 centimeters long. They lie on the grape leaves and suck the food from the branches and leaves in big gulps. In the blink of an eye, a leaf begins to turn white and wither. The leafhopper will then fly up and land on another grape leaf. Inspector Su, you see, if this continues my vineyard will be ruined. And I used pesticides, but it didn't work at all. Is it a mutation? Su Yi nodded. Of course this is a mutation. The body size has increased so much, if it's not mutation, then what is it? It would be strange if ordinary pesticides were effective against this mutated leafhopper. Well, leave it to me. Su Yi walked over with a knife. The farmer behind him couldn't help but remind him. Patrolman Su, be careful, the leaf cicada is so fast. The knife in Su Ye's hand flashed. Swoosh. A dead leafhopper falls to the ground. Kill value plus 3.1. Su Yi then turned around and looked at the farmer in confusion. What did you say? Farmer, no, nothing. He originally wanted to remind Su Yi that Yi Chan was extremely fast. He had asked warriors to deal with it before, but they could not keep up with Yi Chan's speed at all. Instead, Yi Chan called on his companions for crazy revenge. But now, it seems that these words need not be said. Okay, then I'll deal with the leaf cicada first, you go back first. Su Yi spoke seriously. Don't come here without my permission. The farmer swallowed subconsciously and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will never come here to disturb Inspector Su. For some reason, the farmer suddenly felt a chill on his back when he was stared at by Inspector Su. The farmer fled away. Su Yi began to kill the insects diligently. Although the killing value contributed by each leafhopper is not as good as that of a vole. But this time Su Yi has it all to himself. Kill value plus 3.2. Kill value plus 2.7. Kill value plus 2.8. Evening is coming. Su Yi glanced at the panel. I have been working at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant during this period, and I killed dozens of leafhoppers today. Kill value, 2034.2. Enough to add points 20 times. Enough to elevate a martial art to a level of proficiency above perfection, that is, to perfection. Su Yi took a deep breath. I found a spacious place, took out the food from the storage bracelet and started tasting it. Probably because of the killing of leafhoppers throughout the day. Su Ye's aura was a little erratic at this moment. At the same time. It's over. My phone is out of battery. I forgot to charge it this morning. The inspection bureau is really weird. For such a small task, they have to keep the camera on to record the whole process. Su Yi threw his phone aside, fell back, lay on the grass, and admired the sunset. System, add some points. Burn 100 points of killing value, basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 1. Su Yi was so comfortable that he seemed unaware of the impending danger. In the shadows. Zheng Wuxiang's eyes lit up when he rushed to the vineyard immediately after hearing that Su Yi had left Fangyuan City. I thought that for Zheng Wuxiang, a master at the peak of the second level, it would be easy for him to kill Su Yi, a little trash who hadn't even reached the extraordinary level, and avenge his son. But who would have thought? When Su Yi completed the task, he actually kept the camera on his mobile phone open and uploaded the entire process of completing the task. Zheng Wuxiang gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, he did not dare to take action against Su Yi under the surveillance of the Inspection Bureau, and could only grit his teeth and endure it. Just when Zheng Wuxiang thought that he might not find a chance to attack Su Yi this time, Su Ye's phone was out of battery. The battery is out. God is helping him. Zheng Wuxiang slowly walked out of the shadows. Su Yi. Killing him with one knife would be too easy for him. Zheng Wuxiang wanted to skin Su Yi alive bit by bit in order to avenge his son. The last bit of sunset falls. Night began to cover the earth. Su Yi felt more strength gradually surge in his body and opened his eyes. Master Zheng, why are you here? Zheng Wuxiang smiled coldly. Of course I'm here to kill you. Kill me? Why? Of course it's to avenge my son. Su Yi, you killed my son, so pay for my son Jingfeng's life today. Su Ye's expression became even more confused. Master Zheng, have you misunderstood something? When did I kill your son? At that time, in order to save Jingfeng, I stayed alone to face the killer of the first level of transcendence. Although I failed to save Jingfeng in the end, you can't take your anger out on me for that, right? Hypocritical. Zheng Wuxiang shouted angrily. I have found your blood on my son's clothes near his wound. This can only prove that the knife that stabbed my son's chest had your blood on it. You are the culprit who killed my son. It turned out to be exposed here. Su Yi sighed inwardly. He was also wondering why Zheng Wuxiang still suspected him when he had done everything perfectly. It turns out that I still have too little experience. Be sure to wipe the weapon clean next time. You must not leave your own blood, hair, etc. at the scene. I learned a lesson secretly. Su Yi still looked confused. But when I was being chased by the murderer, he had already stabbed me with a knife. So it was normal for my blood to be left on Jingfeng's clothes when he killed him, right? Isn't it too arbitrary for Master Zheng to conclude that I am the murderer? Zheng Wuxiang was stunned. This possibility does exist. Did he really misunderstand Su Yi? No. Even if Su Yi was not the murderer, it was his incompetence that killed his son. Zheng Wuxiang's eyes were filled with ferocity again. Su Yi, you can't escape today. I will kill you. Seeing this, Su Yi sighed. Hey! Chief, did you hear that? Zheng Wuxiang admitted with his own mouth that he wanted to kill me. Zheng Wuxiang was shocked. Cheat him. Su Yi must be cheating him. However, several figures walked out from behind the jungle. The person in charge was none other than Zhang Baichuan, the director of Fangyuan City Inspection Bureau. I heard you. You really can delay it for a while, right up until the evening. You've made me sleepy. Zhang Baichuan was helpless. God knows how long he squatted in the grass. There were several bites all over my body. And all this is because of Zheng Wuxiang. Chapter 51 Zheng Wuxiang must die. Escape. When he saw Zhang Baichuan, Zheng Wuxiang had only one thought in his mind. Su Yi actually set an ambush to trap him. Zhang Baichuan, a master of the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. Zheng Wulian didn't even have the courage to fight Zhang Baichuan. However. Hey, why don't you just let yourself be caught? Why do you have to make me do it? Before Su Yi could catch sight of Zhang Baichuan's movements, Zhang Baichuan had already appeared in front of Zheng Wuxiang. Reach out. Crack. The big hand formed by the star power grabbed Zheng Wuxiang. Stay. Looking at the huge hand of star power that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Zheng Wuxiang's heart skipped a beat. Can't get caught. Don't get caught. As long as he can escape, he still has a chance to survive. He wants to survive. At this moment, the star power in Zheng Wuxiang's body was flowing rapidly, and the blood in his body was rushing. It was as if a bottleneck had been broken through. Oh. Zhang Baichuan raised his eyebrows. I actually broke through to the 3rd level of transcendence, but this is not enough. The star power hand continued to grab downwards. Zheng Wuxiang swung his fist at the huge star power hand. This punch can be said to be Zheng Wuxiang's strongest attack in his life. However, The fist landed on the star power hand, but failed to stop it for a moment. Instead, the fist swung by Zheng Wuxiang was directly crushed by the star power hand. Fingers, forearms, upper arms, bones and tendons were broken, and blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Zheng Wuxiang cried out in pain. At the same time, Xingli's big hand had already pinched Zheng Wuxiang's legs. Crack! Zheng Wuxiang's legs suddenly appeared at a strange angle. It was actually crushed by the giant hand of star power. You still want to escape from me? You are just dreaming. Zhang Baichuan threw it casually. Zheng Wuxiang, who was caught by Xingli's big hand, was thrown out immediately and lay on the ground like a dead dog. After doing all this, Zhang Baichuan put away his star power hand and walked back with a smile. How is it, Suyi, do you feel safe with me here? Today Zhang Baichuan called to remind Suyi not to leave the city. Suyi immediately reported that he had just accepted a mission to go to a vineyard on the outskirts of the city to clean up grape leafhoppers. The two of them guessed almost at the same time, this so-called mission was most likely a trap set for Suyi. At that moment, Suyi proposed to take advantage of the situation. He still went out of the city to complete the mission, but Zhang Baichuan sent patrols to protect him secretly. If the murderer's accomplices came to harm Suyi, they would be captured immediately. Suyi made this suggestion because he was reluctant to give up the killing points he was about to get. And the other thing is, there is no such thing as a thief on guard against thieves. If the murderer really had accomplices, Suyi couldn't have been on guard against the sneak attacks all the time. Not to mention he has a family. If any member of the Su family was injured or even died because of him, Suyi would never forgive himself. It is better to use yourself as bait to lure the other party out. Suyi believed that the cultivation level of a companion of a first-level murderous demon would definitely not be too high. With the experts from the inspection bureau around, he will definitely be fine. Suyi originally thought that Zhang Baichuan would send 2 experts from the inspection bureau, but who would have thought? Zhang Baichuan would come in person. What I didn't expect was, the person who followed Suyi to the vineyard was not the murderous companion they were waiting for, but Zheng Wuxiang. Because of this, Zhang Baichuan gave Suyi instructions to delay time. See if the murderer's accomplices will show up. But I waited until evening but the second person didn't show up. However, news came from people who went to Zheng Wuxiang's home and martial arts school to investigate. The surveillance equipment near Zheng Wuxiang's home suddenly malfunctioned in the past 2 days. Zhang Baichuan quickly concluded that Zheng Wuxiang was being used as a gun by his fellow murderers. While he sent people to investigate Zheng's martial arts school and the Zheng family, he personally took action to capture Zheng Wuxiang alive. Take him back and interrogate him thoroughly. Zhang Baichuan waved his hand. Immediately, the 2 inspectors who arrived with Zhang Baichuan stepped forward and grabbed Zheng Wuxiang, one on the left and one on the right. Suyi. Zheng Wuxiang was covered in blood at this moment, like a demon. A pair of eyes stared at Suyi. You killed my son, and now you are harming me like this. I curse you. I curse you to die a miserable death. And your family. Suyi, even though I can't kill you, I will let you experience the pain of seeing your family die in front of you. Your parents, your sister. Everyone must die. No one will die a good death. Su Ye's heart sank. He was not sure whether Zheng Wuxiang had made any arrangements against his family before setting out to kill him. Don't worry, your family is fine. Zhang Baichuan walked over and patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Didn't I tell you that I have arranged for someone to protect your family? They are all fine now. He said with a sneer. Zheng Wuxiang is just a martial arts school owner, and his subordinates are just a bunch of rabble. Now that he is down, is there anyone who will still work for him? Su Yi nodded. That's right. As long as Zheng Wuxiang falls, naturally no one will work for him. No one would threaten his family. But the prerequisite is, Zheng Wuxiang must die. Su Yi clenched his fists. Although Zheng Wuxiang admitted that he wanted to kill him, he didn't have the time to do it. It is not safe to let Zheng Wuxiang go back to be investigated and tried. He must die immediately. Su Yi let out a breath slowly. The Zheng family father and son really liked to touch his reverse scale. He was forced to take action. Director Zhang, I believe you. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. That's right. Zhang Baichuan smiled with relief. Let's go. We'll go back to Fengyuan City now. You'll be relieved when you see your family. By the way, where did I park my car? Zhang Baichuan followed his memory and went to look for the car. And Su Yi slowly adjusted his position. This put him in the path where the two inspectors were dragging Zheng Wuxiang away. Under the night. Su Yi slowly opened his mouth at an angle that only Zheng Wuxiang could see. Spit out a few words silently. That's right, I was the one who killed Zheng Feng. Ah. Zheng Wuxiang is going crazy. At this moment, he was finally sure. His only son was killed by Su Yi. I'm going to kill you. The crazy Zheng Wuxiang had only one thought at this moment, he wanted to kill Su Yi. Even if he was going to die, he would take Su Yi with him. Son, Dad is here to avenge you. At this moment, Zheng Wuxiang, who had broken one arm and two legs and was seriously injured, completely stimulated all the potential in his body. At the cost of losing an arm again, he broke free from the two inspectors and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Su Yi. Zheng Wuxiang flew towards Su Yi like a cannonball. Although he had no limbs, Zheng Wuxiang opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to bite off Su Yi's neck with his mouth. Careful! The two inspectors exclaimed. Zhang Baichuan, who was looking for a car, ran over anxiously. Only. Zhang Baichuan ran out 2 steps and then slowly stopped. A touch of light. A flash of knife light as bright and cold as the full moon passed by. Crack. Zheng Wuxiang still had an expression of disbelief on his face. His head had been separated from his body and fell to the ground, rolling twice. At the same time, Su Yi slowly put away the knife. Extreme burst, 27 times the strength and speed. Basic sword skills, superb. Kill value plus 360. Chapter 52, The Murderer's Accomplice, Qi Bei'er. Su Yi. How are you? Zhang Baichuan came quickly. As for Zheng Wuxiang, whose head and body were separated, he didn't even give him a glance. I'm fine. Su Yi shook his head. In fact, that last blow almost used up all the star power in his body, but it was worth it. Zhang Baichuan looked strange. That sword move you just made, was it a basic sword technique? It was superb. Not long ago, Su Ye's swordsmanship was at the perfect level. Now, it has reached perfection. Zhang Baichuan even wanted to pry open Su Ye's brain to see what its structure was. He had never seen anyone improve his martial arts as easily as eating and drinking. It seems, it has indeed improved. In fact, Su Yi added it when he was watching the sunset just now, just in case. If Zheng Wuxiang had any other means, the sudden improvement of his basic swordsmanship to perfection would give him more confidence. Now it seems. Fortunately, I added some. A breakthrough on the battlefield. As expected of you, but you were able to kill Zheng Wuxiang of the third heaven with one strike. Zhang Baichuan still can't believe it. Su Yi smiled slightly. Zheng Wuxiang was severely injured by you, Director, and he consumed most of his energy in trying to break free from your control. I just gave him the final blow. Even so, it's still amazing. Zhang Baichuan sighed. Then he looked seriously at the two anxious inspectors. You can't even catch Zheng Wuxiang. Go back and run around the inspection bureau 100 times. The two inspectors almost cried. 100 laps. It can be fatal. But seeing that Zhang Baichuan was obviously angry, the two did not dare to refute and could only nod bitterly. At the same time, he hated Zheng Wuxiang in his heart. I've never seen anyone seeking death like this. Director, Zheng Wuxiang is dead. Doesn't that mean there is no clue about Gao Weilang's accomplices? Zhang Baichuan waved his hand. It's obvious that Zheng Wuxiang was used as a pawn. Even if he's still alive, he can't tell you anything useful. So let him die. Go back to the inspection bureau. Yes, Chief. Su Yi got into the car as well, and he agreed with Zhang Baichuan's words. This is why he did not hesitate to provoke Zheng Wuxiang and kill him. But it is indeed disturbing that Gao Weilang's companions are always hiding in the dark. It seems that we need to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. Suyi opened the car window and enjoyed the evening breeze. I just have a vague feeling in my heart, as if I've forgotten something. Vineyard. The owner of the manor stayed in the room, pacing back and forth anxiously. Is Inspector Su okay? Can I go out now? Chi Bayer. 28. Gaoilang's childhood sweetheart disappeared at the same time as Gaoilang. Suspected to have psychic powers, a hacker. Suyi looked at the information in front of him. The photo shows a woman with a cold expression and wearing a black dress. After the identity of the serial killer Gaoilang was confirmed, the inspection bureau quickly identified the person most likely to be Gaoilang's accomplice. In Su Ye's hands is the information of the people targeted by the inspection bureau. The information did not mention Chi Bayer's cultivation level, but according to Su Ye's judgment, Chi Bayer should not have broken through to the extraordinary level, otherwise she would not have needed to let Cheng Wuxiang do the killing, but would have come to kill Su Yi herself to avenge her boyfriend Gaoilang. Psychic ability. Su Yi frowned. Psychic powers are very special among all superpowers. Mental power is invisible and intangible, and is difficult to guard against. It can even control objects and kill people from a distance. The Federation attaches great importance to every psychic. Su Yi totally didn't understand how a psychic could be willing to be a fallen being. Perhaps, she activated her psychic abilities because she fell into depravity. Su Yi murmured. But the most important thing right now is to find Chi Bayer. Otherwise, having such a poisonous snake hiding around you is always a hidden danger. ASU, what are you looking at? Xia Zhiqiu's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, it's a woman. Ah Su, have you changed your taste? This can't compare to our school beauty. Fuck you, this is a suspect. Su Yi said this as he was about to turn off the phone screen. Wait, ASU, this is a hacker. Do you want to find her? Maybe I can help you. What? Old Xia, are you serious? Su Yi didn't even bother to lock his phone. The excited confirmation asked. Hey. Xia Zhiqiu scratched his head. Maybe, my uncle might, possibly, be able to find it. Really? What does your uncle do? How did he find her? Xia Zhiqiu looked around and made sure that no one was paying attention to them, then he lowered his voice. Well, my uncle used to do this, but he has retired now. Which one? Hacker. Su Yi stared. He also knew Xia Zhiqiu's uncle, and thought he was just an expert in games, but he didn't expect he actually had such an experience. But, even if your uncle is doing this, the network experts of the Inspection Bureau are also investigating this person, but they haven't found her information yet. Is your uncle better than those experts of the Inspection Bureau? Xia Zhiqiu shook his head, that's definitely not the case. But cats have their ways and mice have their ways. People from your Inspection Bureau use technical means to find people, but my uncle can use physical means. What's the meaning? Hackers also need tools, and my uncle, hee. Su Yi understood instantly. At the same time, he was more convinced of Xia Zhiqiu's statement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find my uncle now. Digital City. Su Yi looked at the young man who was wearing flip-flops, shorts, and had a messy hair. Yes, it's definitely Xia Zhiqiu's uncle. Xiao Qiu, you really know how to cause trouble for me. Xia Zhiqiu's uncle scratched his head. Uncle, please help me. This man is secretly watching Su Yi and his whole family. You don't want to see Su Yi get into trouble, do you? During the summer vacation after graduating from junior high school, Su Yi and I came to work for you for free for a month. Xia Zhiqiu pestered his uncle and begged. What? This guy has set his sights on Su Yi. Just wait. Uncle Xia Zhiqiu, who was originally unwilling to get involved in this troublesome matter, immediately opened a small room at the back of the store. Half an hour later, Uncle Xia Zhiqiu came out again and handed Su Yi a piece of paper. I can only find out that this person is roughly in this area, but I can't be sure of the exact location. Sorry, Xiao Sui. Thank you very much. Su Yi clasped his fists. I am filled with gratitude. As soon as he got the note, Su Yi sent the information to Zhang Baichuan. With the approximate range, it would definitely be easier for Zhang Baichuan to find Qi Beier. Only. Suyi has never been a person who relies entirely on others for his own safety. He wouldn't feel at ease unless he went to see it in person. At that moment, after saying goodbye to Xia Zhiqiu, Suyi disguised himself, covered his face with a hat and mask, and went to the place given by Xia Zhiqiu's uncle. Only. Suyi, who was concentrating on finding Qi Beier, didn't notice that. Xia Zhiqiu, who had already said goodbye to him, also quietly disguised himself and followed him. Catch the criminal or something. So exciting. Chapter 53, Soul-Stealing Bead, Meeting on a Narrow Road. Not far from the alley where Suyi killed Gao Lang. The woman in the black dress placed a white chrysanthemum on the street corner. Ah Lang, that jerk Jin Wuxiang has failed. But I won't give up on avenging you. Suyi killed you, whom I loved the most, so I will kill his most cherished family first, starting with his sister, okay? The woman took a deep look at the alley in the distance. Turn around and leave. Only. Just after walking a short distance, I entered an empty alley. A man wearing a demon mask suddenly appeared and stood in front of Qi Beier. Qi Beier became alert instantly. Someone from the inspection bureau. However, the man wearing the devil mask waved his hands. Don't be nervous. I'm not one of those dogs from the patrol bureau. On the contrary, I can help you fulfill your wish. Qi Beier did not let down her guard. Who are you? Let's talk about your wish first. Don't you want to kill Suyi? Qi Beier took a deep look at the evil ghost-masked man. You want me to be a knife and kill Suyi? The demon-masked man chuckled. Isn't this what you did to Jing Wuxiang before? Besides, don't you want to kill Suyi? You know, he killed your lover with his own hands. Qi Beier clenched her fists. This person even knew about her and Jing Wuxiang, which showed that he had been eyeing her for a long time. Since you know everything, you should also know that even Jing Wuxiang, a master at the peak of the second heaven, couldn't kill Suyi. How could I have the ability to do so? The masked man with a ghost face laughed again. Jing Wuxiang failed because Zhang Baichuan, a fourth-level expert, was also present at the time. It would be strange if he could succeed. But you are different. Zhang Baichuan can't always be with Suyi, but you have the ability to monitor Suyi in real time. As long as you find the right opportunity, it will be easy to kill Suyi with your strength. Qi Beier shook her head. Suyi is already at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, the same level as me, and he is a genius being trained by the inspection bureau. How could I possibly kill him? Two things appeared out of thin air in the hands of the man with the ghost face mask. A bead and a dagger. Didn't I tell you that I'll help you? As long as you take this thing, you will be able to break through to the transcendent realm immediately. If you're lucky, you can even break through to the second transcendent realm directly. By then, your strength will far exceed Su Ye's, and it will be easy to kill him. As for this dagger, it is a third-level extraordinary weapon. After you have achieved extraordinary success, it will be no problem for you to crush Suyi with an extraordinary weapon in hand. Qi Beier was cautious and did not take the two things. If you can even come up with something like this, it should be easier for you to kill Suyi. Why don't you do it yourself? The masked man shook his head. That's not a question you would ask if you were smart. I naturally have my reasons for not being able to do it myself. I provide you with resources and wish you to achieve your wish. Why do you need to know so much? Qi Beier took a deep breath. He directly grabbed the beads and dagger from the palm of the man with the ghost face mask. As soon as Qi Beier got the bead, her expression changed. He felt a violent mental fluctuation from the bead. It was as if thousands of evil spirits were roaring in my ears. Soul-stealing bead. Imprisoning the soul in the soul-catching machine is a more cruel method than him and Koichiro directly stripping off the soul and devouring it. The soul in the soul-absorbing bead will be filled with violent energy. Absorbing the beast soul bead will increase mental strength to a greater extent, but it will also affect the mind because of the violent energy. If Qi Beier completely absorbed this soul-sucking bead, she would most likely be completely controlled by the desire to kill. Qi Beier hesitated for a moment. However, when he looked up again, the man in the evil ghost mask had disappeared without a trace. Finally, Qi Beier took a deep breath. As long as I can avenge Ah Lang, I won't regret it even if I go to hell forever. Clutching the bead tightly, Chi Baer quickly returned to her destination. She needed a quiet environment to absorb the soul-capturing bead. Just as Chi Baer walked onto the street he was familiar with. Suddenly he stopped. I vaguely felt a sense of crisis. Did the inspectors find her location so quickly? Chi Baer turned and left without disturbing anyone. However, just as she turned around, I saw a young man wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Although the boy's face couldn't be seen clearly. But just by seeing the other person's figure and walking posture, Chi Baer recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Su Yi. He actually appeared here. Chi Baer tried hard to suppress the murderous intent in her heart. Reason told her that she couldn't touch Su Yi now. She has to break through first. Only the closer he gets to Su Yi, the murderous intent in Chi Baer's heart grew stronger, causing his eyes to turn red involuntarily. What Chi Baer didn't know was that it was the soul-capturing bead in her palm that was constantly influencing her mind. She lost her previous calmness. So at the moment when Chi Baer and Su Yi passed by each other, swoosh! The dagger flashed with cold light and suddenly stabbed towards Su Ye's lower abdomen. Chi Baer's eyes were red and her expression was crazy. There was only one thought in my mind. Kill Su Yi. Only. Bite. The dagger did not pierce Su Ye's lower abdomen. Instead, he was stabbed by a sharp long knife first. Facing the third-level extraordinary weapons. The long sword in Su Ye's hand broke instantly. The huge force continued to pierce Su Ye's lower abdomen due to inertia. But fortunately, the long sword just now blocked it. Su Yi retreated quickly. But the dagger still pierced through his clothes, revealing the mithril soft armor underneath. Infusion gasped. That was a close call. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and a huge sense of danger looming over his whole body. He subconsciously took out a long knife from the storage bracelet and started blocking. If the action just now was slightly slower by half a beat. At this moment he had been pierced by the dagger. Su Yi was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. But at the same time, my heart was filled with ecstasy. Because he had recognized the identity of the man who attacked him. Chi Baer. The hat on Chi Baer's head was blown away by the wind. The long hair fluttered, revealing the entire face. His appearance is 80% similar to the information Su Yi obtained. It was undoubtedly Gao Ilang's childhood sweetheart Chi Baer. It is true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Patrol case, everyone move away. Su Yi shouted loudly. He rushed towards Chi Baer holding the half-broken long sword. When the pedestrians in twos and threes on the road heard Su Ye's shout, they immediately ran away screaming, not daring to approach the two people fighting. The streets became empty. Su Yi took action without any hesitation. The superb basic swordsmanship instantly condensed into a curtain of light, which continued to fall on Chi Baer. Chi Baer could only block with the dagger in her hand. But how can her speed compare to Su Ye's? Soon, wounds of varying sizes appeared on his body. But at the same time, Su Yi also frowned secretly. The dagger in Chi Baer's hand is so sharp. The long sword in his hand would be cut off immediately if it collided with the dagger. You can only try to avoid collision with the dagger. But Chi Baer seemed to have noticed this and kept using the dagger to block her vital parts, making it difficult for Su Yi to succeed for a while. Chapter 54, Chi Baer's Death, Xia Jiqiu's Change. Su Yi and Chi Baer were in a stalemate. Su Yi was unable to kill Chi Baer for a while. Chi Baer's passive defense was already difficult, so there was no need to think about counterattacking. But the noise here must have attracted the attention of the inspection bureau. Keep her busy for a few more minutes. Su Yi was neither anxious nor impatient, and continued to use his sword skills to trap Chi Baer. Even if I can't kill Chi Baer with my own hands, I must not let her escape today. The wounds on Chi Baer's body continued to increase. The blood kept flowing. Make Chi Baer's body even weaker. But at the same time, the brain that had become crazy due to the influence of the soul-stealing bead gradually regained its sanity due to the pain in the body. If she continued to be harassed by Suyi, not only would she fail to kill Suyi, but she would also be surrounded by the patrol officers who followed closely. Must escape. Chi Bayer fought and retreated at the same time. Suyi naturally saw through Chi Bayer's thoughts, and continued to use his sword skills to entangle Chi Bayer and slow down her pace. According to the smart watch, the nearest patrol officer is only 600 meters away and will arrive soon. However, just when Suyi thought he had secured Chi Bayer, but suddenly he frowned. He seemed to hear a sound that shouldn't have appeared. Next to the intersection, a figure was hiding behind a trash can and took out a cell phone to point it at Suyi and the others. It seems that it is being broadcast live. Brothers, did you see that? The inspection bureau caught the criminal on the spot. The two sides fought back and forth. The fight was so intense. As long as my brothers give me 10 rockets, I will move forward 10 meters and show everyone what the female criminal looks like. Ouch, the black skirt is cut, wow, so hot. The live broadcast man was careful to lower his volume at the beginning. But when they saw the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to increase, and some people started to send rockets, the excited voices suddenly became amplified. Windfall. This is a windfall. For 2.5 years, I have been an unknown little anchor. Finally he grasped the code to wealth. Seeing the top guy in the live broadcast room blasting 3 rockets in a row, the live broadcast man actually went around the trash can and moved forward a few meters. Idiot. Suyi cursed softly and turned around, trying to block Chi Bayer. However, the movement over there had already attracted Chi Bayer's attention. She would rather let Su Ye's knife leave a long wound on her body than fly over and hold the live broadcast man hostage. As long as she had the hostages, she had hope of escaping. Oh no, it's too late. Su Yi was anxious. It's a pity that it's still daytime and he can't maximize his burst. It seemed that the live broadcast man was about to fall into Chi Bayer's hands. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side, holding the live broadcast man and rolling forward several times before stopping, but also helped the live broadcast man escape Chi Bayer's clutches. Old Xia. Suyi let out a low cry. The person who suddenly rushed out and rescued the live broadcast man from Chi Bayer was Xia Jiqiu. Xia Jiqiu covered his arm, which was deeply wounded by a dagger, while trying to save someone. He grimaced in pain, but still gave Suyi a thumbs up. Brother, I have solved your worries. Suyi took a deep breath. Extreme explosion. Superb and basic knife skills. Cut. Puff. Chi Bayer, who exposed her back to Suyi in order to take a hostage, trembled. A knife scar on the back, deep enough to reach the bone, slowly began to open up. I am unwilling. Chi Bayer tried hard to turn around, wanting to die with Suyi. However. Puff. The sharp knife light pierced into the back and came out from the chest. It completely pierced Chi Bayer's heart. It also made Chi Bayer's eyes completely lose their luster. Plop. Chi Bayer's body fell heavily to the ground. Kill value plus 9.3. Finally dead. Suyi let out a breath. That way no one could threaten him and his family. Old Xia, how are you? Xia Jiqiu stumbled to his feet, grimacing in pain again. It hurts so much, but wasn't I handsome just now? Xia Jiqiu walked to Suyi and looked at Chi Bayer's body with a knife stabbed in the back. Asu, you're too fierce. If I don't kill her, she will kill me and my family, so let her die. Suyi looked through his storage bracelet. After he got this thing, he put a lot of daily necessities in it and kept food and drinks. But there was no medicine for the wound. Still not prepared enough. Old Xia, wait here. I'll go buy some things to treat the wound. Okay, no problem. Go ahead and I'll protect the scene. Hey, what is this? A thumb-sized bead rolled to Xia Jiqiu's feet, and Xia Jiqiu picked it up curiously. Only. The hand that Xia Jiqiu used to pick up the beads had just covered his wound, and was now covered with his own blood. When touching the bead, suddenly, countless power souls were released, screaming and rushing into Xia Jiqiu's body. Ah! Xia Jiqiu suddenly let out a scream. It hurt so much, as if countless pairs of claws were trying to tear his soul apart. Old Xia. Suyi had just taken 2 steps when he heard Xia Zhiqiu's shrill scream behind him. He hurried back and saw Xia Zhiqiu, who was shrouded in black fog. As the black fog rolled, countless ghost faces seemed to appear in it. What's going on? What's going on? 2 voices sounded at the same time, one was Suyi's own anxious voice, and the other was a puzzled question from someone running from afar. And soon, the person next to him gave the answer himself. Soul-stealing bead. It's actually a soul-stealing bead. Suyi immediately asked anxiously. What is the soul-snatching orb? How can I save him? He is my friend and I am here to help. It was only then that Suyi saw clearly the person coming. He was a boy of 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, he had seen this person once outside the office of Zhang Baichuan of the Inspection Bureau, and the other party gave him a strong sense of oppression at that time. Is it the inspector who came to help? But now is not the time to ask these questions. The most important thing is to save Xia Zhiqiu. The Fallen One extracts the souls of warriors or monsters and imprisons them in a bead, allowing the souls to tear each other apart and generate hostility, thus forming a soul-sucking bead. The Fallen can rapidly increase their soul power and break through their realms by absorbing the soul-sucking orb. However, because the soul in the soul-sucking orb is too violent, the person who absorbs the soul-eating spider is likely to be affected by the violent soul in the soul-sucking orb and lose their mind or have a drastic change in temperament. Somehow your friend used his blood to activate the soul-snatching orb. Now the souls in the soul-snatching orb are attacking his mind. If this continues, your friend may not be able to hold on. Chapter 55, Skills are close to Taoism, Awakening Superpowers. What? Isn't there any other way to save him? Can't those fallen ones use this soul-snatching orb to advance? Why can't my friend hold on? The boy next to him shook his head. The fallen have already absorbed the blood of creatures from other worlds, and their physique and soul have been greatly enhanced. However, even with this absorption, there are still great risks in society. And your friend hasn't even reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan, so he can't resist the fierce souls in the soul-grabbing bead at all. Is there really no hope? Suyi didn't believe it. He couldn't bear to see his good friend Xia Zhiqiu die in front of him. He immediately contacted Zhang Baichuan, asked him if he had any solution and requested him to come over immediately. After not receiving a reply from Zhang Baichuan, Suyi directly pulled out his broken knife from Qi Beier. What are you up to? The young man next to him gave Suyi a strange look. These black things are the so-called souls, right? As long as we chop off all these souls, they will not be able to hurt my friends anymore. Since we can't solve the problem that Xia Zhiqiu can't absorb, we might as well solve the source of the problem. Are you crazy? You haven't even reached the level of transcendence, how can you possibly kill these souls? The young man next to him shook his head in disagreement. But Suyi ignored it and chopped the broken knife in his hand hard on the black mist. However, the knife flashed. The black fog separated for a moment and then closed again, and the ghost face in it did not change at all. See, I told you it was useless. The boy shook his head. It feels like Suyi has lost his mind. But soon, the boy opened his eyes wide again. Masterful basic swordsmanship. Where did this come from? Someone has improved his martial arts to perfection. Suyi put away his knife. Is it useless? Since the basic swordsmanship at the superb level is useless. Then, I glanced at the panel and saw that I had just killed Qi Beier, and the kill value changed again. Kill value, 1603.5. Just enough for him to add 16 points. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. After 16 burns, the panel finally changed again. Martial arts, basic swordsmanship, skills close to the Tao. The level of proficiency has changed again. This time, it became a skill that was close to the Tao. At the same time, Suyi felt that his swordsmanship seemed to have entered a whole new realm. Laugh. The broken knife in his hand slashed again. This time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ah. The broken knife parted the black mist again and landed on one of the ghost faces. The chops that had no effect on ghost face before, this time made him wail in pain. The devil's sound filled my ears, and ghosts cried and wolves howled. Suyi and the young boy's ears were quickly filled with the shrill ghost cries. However, a look of joy appeared on Suye's face. It works. He really hurt those ghost faces. The young man next to him opened his mouth in disbelief. How did you do that? How could you possibly hurt a soul? However, Suyi did not have time to answer him, but slashed with the knife again. This knife chopped on the face of a ghost again, and suddenly, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling rang in the ears of the two again. And this time, the boy next to him finally saw it clearly. Your swordsmanship proficiency has actually improved again. How is this possible? Your superb swordsmanship can actually be improved. The boy has begun to doubt his life. But Suyi frowned. Although the ghost face in the black fog was damaged, but the damage was too low. At this rate, it would take years to kill all the ghost faces in the black fog. But Xia Jiqiu couldn't wait. Oh right, that dagger. Suyi suddenly thought of it. The reason why Qi Bei'er was able to resist him for so long was because of the sharpness of the dagger. Qi Bei'er's dagger must be of high level. Using her dagger would definitely improve efficiency. Suyi quickly grabbed Qi Bei'er's dagger and slashed at the black fog again. Ouch! This time, the ghost's cry was even more shrill. At the same time, the ghost face that was chopped by Suyi actually shrank a lot. It really works. Suyi didn't hesitate any longer and chopped again fiercely. 1, 2, 3 times. Shoo! There was a puff of black smoke, and the ghost mask completely disappeared. The energy in it flowed into Xia Jiqiu's body, but it would no longer devour Xia Jiqiu's soul. At the same time. Kill value plus 23. Can this also increase the kill value? If the situation wasn't critical, Suyi would have laughed out loud. But at this moment his best brother was facing a life-and-death crisis, and Suyi couldn't care about anything else. The faster he moves, the less danger Xia Jiqiu will be in. The dagger continued to chop, and the ghost faces became fewer and fewer. Kill value plus 53. Kill value plus 74. Kill value plus 32. When Zhang Baichuan arrived, Suyi was just about to chop off the last ghost face. The black fog that enveloped Xia Jiqiu has become calm. Then it was gradually absorbed by Xia Jiqiu. I think, everything is fine, right? After continuous chopping, the star power in Suyi's body had long been exhausted. In the end, he was just holding on with one breath. After destroying the last ghost face, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the painful expression on Xia Jiqiu's face had disappeared. Then, I fainted instantly. Zhang Baichuan, who arrived, supported him in time. What on earth is going on here? At the side, the young man who had been stunned for a long time turned his head. Director, come and see the gods. Where am I? Suyi opened his eyes dazedly, still a little unresponsive. But soon, Suyi sat up suddenly. Xia Jiqiu. Don't worry, your friend is fine. A voice sounded nearby. It was Zhang Baichuan. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief at first. Chief, how is my friend doing now? Is there any impact? Although Zhang Baichuan said that Xia Jiqiu was fine, Suyi still couldn't be completely relieved because he didn't know the specific situation. He is still in a coma, so there is indeed some impact. Suyi became nervous again. What's wrong with him? Zhang Baichuan looked strange. He has absorbed the energy of an entire soul-sucking orb, far more than he can bear, so what's going on? Suyi was so anxious that he almost died. Zhang Baichuan then sighed. So, he has awakened his superpowers. Suyi. Wait, what did you say, Chief? Awakening superpowers. Zhang Baichuan smiled and nodded. That's right. Sometimes, under extreme conditions, it is possible to awaken superpowers. Your friend Xia Jiqiu obviously encountered such conditions. He absorbed a large amount of soul energy, especially pure soul energy without any violent aura. It stimulated your friend's brain and awakened his psychic superpowers. I have to say that your friend is very lucky. Not only did he not become a madman after absorbing the soul-stealing orb, but he also turned a disaster into a blessing and awakened his psychic abilities. More importantly, your friend is lucky to have a friend like you. If Suyi had not desperately killed all the souls and turned them into pure soul energy, Xia Zhiqiu would have had a hard time awakening his superpowers, let alone saving his life. Zhang Baichuan looked at Suyi seriously. Now, I need you to answer me seriously, Suyi. Have you practiced the basic swordsmanship to the point where your skills are close to the Tao? Chapter 56, Target, Break all 12 gene chains. Zhang Baichuan's expression was extremely serious. Still with a hint of expectation. This time, after seeing Suyi nod slightly, the anticipation suddenly turned into ecstasy. It really is true that the skill is close to the Tao. Zhang Baichuan jumped up and walked around the room several times before he gradually calmed down his excitement. Suyi blinked in confusion. What's wrong with skills being close to Tao? Is it worth Zhang Baichuan being so excited? Suyi vaguely felt that he seemed to be exposed to a secret. Zhang Baichuan finally calmed down and sat down. Good boy Suyi, I know you are a genius, but I didn't expect you to have such a talent and be able to practice martial arts to this level. That's right, only the basic swordsmanship that is close to the Tao can break through the rules and hurt those souls. Zhang Baichuan couldn't help but give Suyi a thumbs up. Director, what does it mean to break the rules? Why can't ordinary swordsmanship hurt those souls? Only basic swordsmanship that is close to the Tao can hurt those things. Well. Zhang Baichuan rubbed his hands. This question is too complicated, and it is not something you can understand right now. If you really want to explore it, it will be harmful to your future. You just need to know that being able to practice martial arts to the point where your skills are close to the Tao is a very remarkable thing. Suyi, you were originally categorized as a Class B genius in the Inspection Bureau system, but now that you have been able to cultivate your martial arts to the point where your skills are close to the Tao, I'm sure that your internal level will soon be raised again, to at least Class S. Level B. S level. It was the first time that Suyi knew that geniuses were divided into different levels. And he was only B level before. But think about it, the original owner's previous performance was not amazing, it could even be said to be average. That is, it was after he crossed over and awakened the system that he made rapid progress, but he was still a little behind those monsters who had shown their talents long before. If he could cultivate his martial arts to the point where his skills were close to the Tao and he could be rated as an S-level genius. Are there any more talented monsters above S level? What would that monster be like? Suyi, what I am going to say next is the most important thing to you right now. Zhang Baichuan interrupted Suyi's thoughts. You should already know that after entering the 9th level of Kaiyuan, the most important thing is to practice martial arts and improve your proficiency in martial arts, so as to break the genetic chain and open the door to transcendence. Suyi nodded. He did know that. Xiao Chuyue had told him about this before, and after they entered the elite class, Principal Zhang emphasized this to them again. But you may not know the specific relationship between martial arts proficiency and breaking the genetic chain. There are actually 12 gene chains outside the gate of transcendence. If you practice 2 martial arts to mastery, there is a certain chance that you can break a gene chain, push open the gate of transcendence, and enter transcendence. If you master the 3 martial arts, you will definitely be able to break a genetic chain and enter the extraordinary realm. And if you practice a martial art to perfection, you can also break a genetic chain. To practice a martial art to perfection is to achieve perfection. This martial art alone can break 2 genetic chains. And you have cultivated the basic sword technique to the point where you are close to the truth. However, you can break 4 genetic chains with just 1 basic sword technique. Suyi, do you understand what this means? Suyi was silent for a moment. Then he asked the question that concerned him most. Director, you just said that as long as 1 martial art is practiced to perfection, 1 gene chain can be broken. Doesn't that mean that as long as 12 martial arts are practiced to perfection, all 12 gene chains can be broken? If this is the case, then as long as time passes, all 12 genetic chains will surely be broken. Zhang Baichuan shook his head. That's impossible. A person can indeed learn multiple martial arts when he is in the Kaiyuan realm, but when he is trying to break through to the extraordinary realm, he only has 3 chances to do so. Wait, this is different from what he knew. Isn't it said that the main purpose of practicing martial arts is to increase physical strength and allow the body to accommodate more energy? How come it becomes 3 chances again? Practicing martial arts is indeed to improve physical strength and condense the blood and qi in the body. The 3 chances I mentioned are for you to use the blood and qi in your body to impact the door of transcendence. The blood and qi in a person's body is limited. The higher the level of the martial arts, the more condensed the blood and qi in the body, and the more gene chains can be broken during the impact. According to the records of the Federation's history over the years, when each person impacts the transcendence, the blood and qi in the body can only support 3 impacts, and the effect of using different martial arts to impact will be the best. Suyi nodded, accepting the explanation. That means that if you practice all 3 martial arts to perfection, you can only break 3 genetic chains. And if one practices all 3 martial arts to perfection, one can break the 6 genetic chains. If one practices all 3 martial arts to the point of being close to the Tao, one will be able to break the 12 genetic chains, which is equivalent to being able to break all the genetic chains and break through to the extraordinary in the most perfect state. Su Ye's heart suddenly began beating violently. It was not until this moment that he realized the importance of constantly improving his martial arts. Now he has practiced 3 martial arts. If he can improve these 3 martial arts to the point where his skills are close to the Tao, he will be able to break 12, that is, all of the genetic chains. At this moment, Su Yi finally knew what his goal was. See the expression on Su Ye's face. Zhang Baichuan smiled slightly. Su Yi, now you understand, the fact that you can practice martial arts to this level proves that you are gifted in martial arts, so don't waste this talent. Don't rush to break through to the extraordinary level, you must continue to hone your martial arts and improve your physical fitness. I don't ask you to break through the other martial arts to the level of skills approaching the Tao, but you must try your best to improve your proficiency to the limit of your ability, and then try to open the door to the extraordinary level. The more energy you absorb when you break through to the extraordinary level, the stronger your foundation will be. It will only benefit your future cultivation, not harm it. Wait until your genius level is marked as S level. You will enjoy the treatment of a top genius. As long as the resources are beneficial to your cultivation, you can apply to the Inspection Bureau for them. As long as they are confirmed to be useful to you, the Inspection Bureau will fully support you. And you don't need to take the college entrance examination. The top universities in Donghuang will be open to you. Zhang Baichuan looked at Su Yi expectantly. There is constant fighting on the battlefield outside the domain. Today, peace on the Blue Star can only be maintained with the bloody battles of countless foreign warriors. The future of Donghuang and even the entire human race lies in these geniuses. Chapter 57. Someone touched my genius level. Southeast Secret Territory. War God Su, there is an email from the Heavenly King Palace. Su Jingdao took out his cell phone and saw the email from the Heavenly King Palace with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Dao, what's wrong? Xianyuan Mingmo noticed that her husband looked strange and quickly came over to ask. Su Jingdao didn't say anything and handed his phone directly to his wife. So Xianyuan Mingmo saw the email. What? Su Yi is going to be rated as an S-level genius? How could that loser be? Xianyuan Mingmo exclaimed. You know, when they found Su Yi a month ago, Su Yi was just a waste in the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. Even though the Su family hired a famous teacher and invested resources in him, Su Ye's cultivation still did not improve at all. Brother Dao, could it be that the Heavenly King Palace knew that Su Yi was our son, so they rated him as S-level? Su Jingdao glanced at Xianyuan Mingmu disapprovingly. My human race never shows favoritism. Even if the king is the son of the King of Heaven, there has never been an example of him being designated as a high-level genius because of his birth. Mingmo, I will only listen to such words once, and don't let it happen again. Xianyuan Mingmo was just excited for a moment and blurted out the word subconsciously. But as soon as I said it I knew it was impossible. Seeing her husband at this moment with such a solemn expression, Xianyuan Mingmo also admitted her mistake obediently. Brother Dao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought like this. But I still can't understand how Su Yi could be an S-level genius. Could it be that they have the same name? No, this is Su Yi. Su Jingdao shook his head, his expression somewhat complicated. A little surprised, but also a little relieved. Su Ye's current cultivation has reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan. He has awakened his physical supernatural talent and has improved his basic swordsmanship to the level of being close to the Tao. This already meets the standard of an S-level genius. However, every S-level genius is very precious to us humans. In addition to testing their qualifications, we also have to consider their character, personality, family background and identity. When the Deep Blue system was investigating Su Yi, it discovered that we had investigated Su Yi before, and thus knew that Su Yi was our biological son. The Heavenly King Palace sent an email to inform us of this matter and to get our evaluation of Su Yi. The 9th floor of Kaiyuan. Superpowers awaken. Skills are close to the Tao. Xianyuan Mingmo slumped down in the chair and felt the strength gradually draining from his body. It has only been a month since Su Yi ran away from home. He actually advanced from the 3rd level of Kaiyuan to the 9th level of Kaiyuan. And also awakened superpowers. He even cultivated his martial arts to the point where his skills were close to the Tao. As the wife of the Donghuang god of war and the daughter of an aristocratic family, Xianyuan Mingmo naturally knew what this information meant. This means that Su Yi is truly a super genius worthy of the whole country's training. But such a genius. Xianyuan Mingmu clenched his hands tightly. Why didn't Su Yi show these talents when they found him? Why did he have to become famous only after betraying his family? This child was born to be her nemesis. It was lost at birth. When I found it back, it was like trash again. When he had given up on the child, he suddenly revealed his enchanting talent. Seriously, they are against her everywhere. How come Su Yi isn't as considerate and well-behaved as Su Yang? It's a pity that Su Yang is not his biological son and did not inherit her and Dao Ji's talents. Even though Su Yang practiced very hard, his rating in Donghuang was only A. He is not even as good as Su Yi, that rebellious son. Xianyuan Mingmu took a deep breath. No, he must not let that waste Su Yi, that rebellious son, become stronger than Su Yang. At that moment, a faint light flashed in Xuanyuan's bright eyes. He secretly took out his cell phone and sent an email to Tianwang Palace. A week later. Office of Zhang Baichuan of the Inspection Bureau. What? My final grade is only A. Su Yi received the results of Zhang Baichuan's genius level assessment from his superiors at Donghuang. However, unlike the expected S level, it was ultimately rated only A level. In fact, A-level geniuses are already top-level geniuses in Donghuang and can receive strong support from Donghuang, which also provides them generously with various training resources. But I thought it would be S level, but in the end I only got A level. It would be a lie to say that Su Yi didn't feel disappointed. Zhang Baichuan also looked confused. I'm also confused. It's not surprising that you were rated as an S-level genius based on your talent, but you turned out to be only A level. Could it be that those old men saw it wrong? No, the level assessment also involves deep blue intelligent brain. Could it be that there is a problem in other links and someone is interfering? As soon as he said this, Zhang Baichuan shook his head. The situation on the battlefield outside the domain is becoming increasingly severe, while the intrigues within the human race are becoming less frequent. Every genius on Blue Star is extremely important to the survival of the human race. How could anyone do something that harms others and does not benefit themselves? Maybe there are some other reasons, but you don't have to feel disappointed, Su Yi. The treatment of A-level geniuses is also quite good, and I believe that as you continue to show your talent, those old men will definitely continue to raise your genius level. How long has Su Yi been learning the basic swordsmanship? Half a month. He was already able to practice the basic swordsmanship to the point where his skills were close to the Tao. This is simply a super monster. Gold will always shine. When those old men find out how evil Su Yi is, they will definitely regret their actions today. I understand, Chief. I will continue to work hard. Su Yi appreciated Zhang Baichuan's comfort. Only. Zhang Baichuan felt that no one would do anything that would harm others and benefit themselves. Especially for a genius like Su Yi who comes from a remote city, no one who can influence the Heavenly King Palace will target him. But several figures gradually flashed through Su Ye's mind. If someone interferes and affects his grade assessment, who else could it be besides the Su family? The Su family. Su Yi let out a breath slowly. He made a note of this. Su Yi, now that your genius level has been raised again, I can apply for a higher level training resource package for you. Do you have any requirements in this regard? I see that you are good at practicing swordsmanship. You applied for the police fighting technique, but you probably haven't practiced it yet. How about exchanging it for a new swordsmanship skill? I can even invite a famous swordsmanship teacher to help you practice swordsmanship. Zhang Baichuan gave Su Yi some advice. But Su Yi shook his head. Director, please help me apply for resources. There is no need to change my martial arts skills. If I have any requests, I only have one. Just tell me what you want. I want to kill the monster. Chapter 58, Monster Suppression, New Neighbors. Kill the monster. With the revival of spiritual energy, mankind entered the era of warriors. At the same time, the animals on the blue planet also mutated due to the excellent training conditions. These mutated animals are collectively called monsters. Some monsters can become good companions of humans after being domesticated. But, most monsters will only kill based on their instincts. Every year there are news reports of monsters harming humans in the wild, and there are even cases of monsters rushing into cities and causing harm. Therefore, in human society, children are taught from an early age not to leave the city at will, as it may be dangerous. This is also the reason why the instructor named Song Si from Zheng's martial arts school killed several talented students but was not discovered. Because Song Si basically did it outside the city, there was no surveillance, and the victimized students left the city on their own, so if something went wrong, no one would investigate. Of course, humans will not allow monsters to continue to grow and become stronger. At least within the Donghuang territory, local inspection bureaus conduct large-scale monster suppression operations twice a year. The goal is to kill these monsters before they become extremely powerful, so as to prevent them from endangering human cities. Recently, the Inspection Bureau is about to carry out such a monster suppression operation. Su Yi has wanted to participate ever since he learned the news, but he is not yet an official inspector and is not eligible to participate. But now, you want to join the monster suppression? Are you not afraid of death? I've been ready since I became a warrior. Okay. Zhang Baichuan nodded. I promise you, go back and get ready. We'll be out of the city in 3 days. Yes. Night. Su Yi did not go to work at Jinhua Seafood Restaurant tonight. Instead, he went to pick up little lowly Su Baobao and took her home, and then had a warm dinner with his family. Listen to Su Xiangdong talking about interesting things at work with a smile. Listen to Su Baobao talk about the new friends she made at school. And Lu Ruxin said that people downstairs were busy moving today, and it seemed that there were new neighbors. Xiaoya, do you have anything to say to us? Lu Ruxin looked at Su Yi. In the past, my son always worked outside at night, but he suddenly came back today. Is something wrong? Well, I'm going to go out of town with the inspection bureau tomorrow. I'll be gone for about half a month. Su Yi did not hide it. The key is that this matter cannot be concealed. What? Xiaoya, you want to leave the city? There are monsters outside the city, it's too dangerous. Lu Ruxin stood up anxiously. I wanted to persuade Su Yi not to take risks, but seeing Su Ye's determined expression, I couldn't bring myself to persuade him. Honey, don't worry. Su Xiangdong helped his wife sit down again. Didn't Xiaoya say that? He went out with the people from the inspection bureau. How could he be in danger? Isn't that right, Xiaoya? As they spoke, Su Xiangdong and Su Yi blinked. Su Yi smiled and nodded. That's right, Mom. There are many experts in the inspection bureau this time. I brought them with me just to broaden their horizons. Is that so? After hearing what her son and husband said, Lu Ruxin finally felt relieved. However, thinking that her son would be away for such a long time, Lu Ruxin could no longer sit still. By the way, Xiaoya, do you have that storage bracelet? I'll prepare some extra food for you, as well as some clothes to change into. Oh, and a power bank, so you should keep in touch with your family when you're out. As Lu Ruxin was talking, she had already entered the kitchen. Only then did Su Xiangdong stop smiling. Is there really no danger? It turns out that my dad was just pretending. Su Yi smiled bitterly. It's really not dangerous. It's just the usual monster suppression every year. There have never been any accidents in the inspection bureau in the past. Don't worry, Dad. Huh, so that's how it is. It's okay then. Su Xiangdong scratched his head. Well, I'll go help your mother. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin both became busy. Little lowly Su baby blinked her big eyes. Brother, is it fun outside the city? Well, this is my first time going out too. How about I take some more photos and send them to you later? Su Yi was very willing to fulfill his sister's wish. Wow, that's great, brother, you are the best. The little girl clapped her hands happily. Those people in the class will definitely envy her. Just saying this. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It's so late, who is it? Su Yi walked to the door and saw the person coming through the visual display screen. He couldn't help but smile and opened the door directly. Xia Jiqiu, you finally woke up. Hey, Su, do you welcome me? The person who came was Xia Jiqiu. Xia Jiqiu's parents also came with him. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, hello, hello to you too. Xiaoya, we all heard what Xiaoqiu said. Thank you so much this time. Not only did Xia Jiqiu's parents come, but they were also carrying things in their hands. Milk, fruit and nutritional supplements. As soon as I entered the door, I couldn't help but thank him repeatedly. Uncle and aunt, how dare you? Su Yi waved his hands repeatedly. Xia Jiqiu was not at all shy. He took off his shoes and walked in, then hugged Su Yi. Thank you, ASU. When Xia Jiqiu activated the soul-capturing orb, even though he was wrapped in black fog, he was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. But he still remembered that when everyone gave up on him, it was Su Yi who had been trying to save him. It was also Su Yi who worked hard to break through his swordsmanship proficiency and killed the fierce souls in the black fog. He was not affected by the hostility in the souls, but was lucky enough to absorb all the remaining pure energy. Therefore, he did not die on the spot, but awakened his psychic abilities. Su, I won't say anything. You saved my life, and you will be my boss from now on. Even if you ask me to die, I, Xia Jiqiu, won't even blink an eye. Fuck you, why would I want your life? Speak to me properly. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh, and at the same time invited Xia Jiqiu's parents in. Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong, who heard the noise, also came out and were greeting Xia Jiqiu's parents. But how did you get in? Su Yi just reacted. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the inspection area. Xia Jiqiu's family. Hey hey. Xia Jiqiu blew his bangs proudly. Now, please call me Patrolman Xia. Inspection. Are you joining the inspection bureau too? Of course not. I have also awakened superpowers, and they are psychic superpowers. With this talent, the inspection bureau must recruit me. I only agreed to Director Zhang's request because you, Su, are in the inspection bureau. Xia Jiqiu is a bit cocky. So, the family that moved downstairs from my house today is. It's my home. Xia Jiqiu chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Su, from now on, we are neighbors. By the way, I will also go with you to the monster suppression tomorrow. Chapter 59, The Siege Begins, a genius from a middle school. The reinforced bulletproof vehicle drove out of the city at a leisurely pace. Su Yi checked his panel. In order to improve his basic swordsmanship to a level close to the Tao, he had burned up all his killing points, and now only single digits were left. Now there are 3 martial arts. Basic martial arts, perfect. Police fighting skills, getting started. Basic knife skills, skills close to the Tao. What surprised Su Yi was. It seems that the basic knife skills can be further improved. Could it be that skills are close to the Tao, and there is a level of proficiency? But there is no record of this even in the Federation. This made Su Yi curious. According to Zhang Baichuan, if one can practice a martial art to the point where the skill is close to the Tao, then one can break the 4 genetic chains. And if one could practice all 3 martial arts to the point where they were close to the Tao, then one would be able to break all 12 genetic chains. If the skill is close to the Tao, there is another realm. The 3 skills are close to the realm above Tao. When they break through to the extraordinary level, what will happen? Wouldn't he make history? Su Ye's heart beat a little faster for a moment. It felt as if he was about to touch upon some secret. However, these are just Su Ye's inferences, and he needs more killing points to make this inference a reality. Thinking about ASU. Xia Jiqiu on the side pushed Su Ye's arm. He called Su Yi back from his thoughts. ASU, we're here. Only then did Su Yi discover that the inspection bureau's convoy had stopped at the foot of a mountain. The people in the car next to them have started to get out. Su Yi and Xia Jiqiu also hurried down and then consciously stood at the end of the team. Those who come to encircle and suppress the monsters are basically the experts in the inspection bureau. He is at least an extraordinary warrior of the 1st level. There are also the 2nd heaven and the 3rd heaven. And Zhang Baichuan from the 4th heaven. As for those who have not reached the extraordinary level, there are only Su Yi and Xia Jiqiu, and 2 other teenagers. One of the young men was the first inspector who arrived when they encountered Qi Bear before. As for the other one, Su Yi didn't see him, but he could feel a hint of danger from him. These 2 are both from number 1 middle school, and like us, they are both seniors. Xia Jiqiu came close to Su Yi and whispered. The thinner one is the one who said I was hopeless before. He is the perennial 3rd best student in number 1 middle school, and his name is Chen Tan. And that 2-meter-tall iron lump is the 10,000-year-old top student in number 1 middle school, and his name is Chu Shi. These 2 people are both at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, and they both seem to have awakened their special abilities. Wow, the genius from number 1 middle school has also joined the inspection bureau. Su Yi looked at Xia Jiqiu strangely. Xia Jiqiu chuckled. Well, it was a slip of the tongue. No, I want to say. Old Xia, you are amazing. How did you know the information of these people in such a short time? He and Chen Tan had met twice, but he only knew each other's name from Xia Jiqiu. Hey, I wandered around the family quarters of the inspection bureau for quite a while last night. I asked around for information last night. Sharp. Su Yi gave a thumbs up. He had lived in the inspection bureau for such a long time, but apart from using it as a house, he had not developed any other uses for it. As a result, Xia Jiqiu had just moved in yesterday, but he had already opened up the Bagua path. Alright, each team should start to act according to the plan. If you encounter any danger during the process, send a signal immediately and other teams will carry out rescue operations according to the allocation of the intelligence system. Do not act arbitrarily. While Su Yi and Xia Jiqiu were gossiping about other people, Zhang Baichuan had already held a brief and quick mobilization meeting. Following an order, the inspectors divided into teams of 5 and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Only Zhang Baichuan, Su Yi, Xia Jiqiu, Chen Tan and Chu Shi were left at the scene. Chu Shi, who was over 2 meters tall and had slightly dark skin, frowned. Director Zhang, what about us? Zhang Baichuan smiled leisurely. You guys, please form teams and move around in the outer circle. These little guys are all coming to join in the encirclement and suppression of the monsters. But how could these little people who haven't even reached the level of extraordinary people participate in this kind of work? These are the treasures of their inspection bureau, and Zhang Baichuan would not want any of them to get hurt. So, he simply didn't add these little guys to the team, but kept them with him. I don't believe that with a great master like him, who is at the 4th level of the sky, around and operating on the periphery, these little guys can encounter any danger. However, Zhang Baichuan's words made several people frown. They all came here for training, but now that Zhang Baichuan has made such arrangements, how can this still be considered training? It's just a picnic. Especially Su Yi. He is in urgent need of kill points now. But if they were to operate on the periphery, all those mutated monsters would be killed by the teams that had been dispersed before, and he wouldn't even be able to get a sip of soup. Then what's the point of leaving the city? It would be better to work at Jinua's seafood restaurant. At least you can earn 20 to 30 killing points every day. Director Zhang, are you kidding us? Chen Tan smiled bitterly. Chu Shi directly took out a huge mace, put it on his shoulder and walked into the mountains. Chu Shi, what are you doing? Go kill the monster. Chu Shi spoke in a muffled voice, but he did not stop moving. Zhang Baichuan snorted. Your activity area is the periphery. If you go beyond the specified area, it will be a violation. Chu Shi, do you want to disobey the leader's order? Bang! The mace in Chu Shi's hand slammed heavily to the ground, and Xia Jiqiu beside him couldn't help but jump. So scary. It felt like the ground was shaking. And Suyi couldn't help but look at Chu Shi deeply. That blow just now was so powerful. He feels even more powerful than Meng Li, who awakened his talent for strength in number 2 middle school. Could it be that Chu Shi also awakened a power-type talent? Chu Shi and Zhang Baichuan looked at each other, and it seemed as if sparks were flying. But in the end, Chu Shi was defeated. I see. Having said that, it was obvious that Chu Shi was very dissatisfied with Zhang Baichuan's orders. It was only because of Zhang Baichuan's leadership that he did not continue to contradict him. Suyi took out his cell phone, enlarged the map, looked around the periphery, and soon his eyes lit up and locked onto a place. He then took out a long sword from his storage bracelet. If you want to kill the monster, follow me. Having said that, he walked away first. Zhang Baichuan's lazy voice sounded again. Suyi, do you also want to disobey the leader's orders? Suyi smiled slightly. Don't worry, Chief. I'm a polite and well-behaved kid. I certainly won't make things difficult for you. Then. The polite Suyi led everyone to a river. Come on, friends, it's time to show some real skills. Since they are not allowed to go deep into the depths to kill monsters, then it should be okay to just wait by the river and kill the fish. Chapter 60, Killing Monsters in the River, Introducing Myself. Fangyuan City is a coastal city. Now the river in front of them is a river flowing into the sea. The width is about 70 or 80 meters. Standing by the river, you can also vaguely see a 1-meter-long fish slowly swinging its tail. Xia Jiqiu exclaimed. Asu, you really have a good brain. There really is a monster in this river. At the side, Chu Shi had already picked up his mace and smashed it directly at the big fish in the river. Crash! Water splashed everywhere. Chu Shi stood there in embarrassment, while the big fish popped its head out of the water not far away, spitting out a string of bubbles, as if mocking Chu Shi. Ha ha ha, Chu Shi, are you dozing off during theory classes? Don't you know the principle of water refraction? If you want to hit a fish in the water, you can't just hit it directly, you have to hit it from deeper down. Xia Jiqiu was overjoyed. Chu Shi gave him a cold look and spoke in a muffled voice. If you can do it, go ahead. Xia Jiqiu stopped talking immediately. The fish made quite a noise just now and it seemed like he couldn't catch it. Chen Tan also walked to the river and took out his weapon. It was a bit beyond Su Ye's expectations that Chen Tan's weapon was actually a small knife only the size of a palm. To be precise, it should be a flying knife. Swoosh! Chen Tan waved his hand, and the flying knife turned into a silver line and flew out in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Su Yi raised his eyebrows. This speed! Su Yi simulated it and confirmed that he could not throw the flying knife at such a speed as easily as Chen Tan. There must be some special way of exerting force. Perhaps it has something to do with Chen Tan's special ability, which makes the flying knife so fast. Only. Every time he kills someone, he has to throw a flying knife. Isn't Chen Tan wasting too many weapons? Thinking about. Shoo. The flying knife had already pierced the body of the big fish, but the big fish seemed to be covered with mucus. Although the flying knife hit the big fish accurately, it did not pierce the defense of the big fish, but slid down instead. Just when Su Yi thought Chen Tan was about to lose a flying knife, Chen Tan pulled his hand. The flying knife immediately flew back into Chen Tan's hand. Is this possible? The sun shines down. There was something flickering faintly in Chen Tan's hand. Only then did Su Yi discover that Chen Tan's flying knife was tied with an almost transparent silk thread. I see. This way, the flying knife can be successfully recovered. At the same time, the almost invisible silk thread can also be used as a weapon if it is tough enough. It is really clever. It's a pity, the weapon is too sophisticated and will lose its power. This is the case with Chen Tan's flying knife. It was bounced back. Chen Tan frowned. Although that move just now looked easy, he actually used 80% of his strength. But he couldn't even break the big fish's defense. Chen Tan wanted to take action again. However, Su Yi moved. Basic knife skills. Su Yi jumped directly into the river with a long knife in his hand. The long knife in his hand stabbed heavily into the body of the big fish. Shoo! The long knife pierced through the body. The big fish twisted its body wildly, and a red glow gradually appeared in the river water. Gradually, the big fish's twisting force weakened. Kill value plus 9.8. Su Yi smiled slightly, jumped onto the shore, holding the dead fish in his hand. Today's lunch is settled. Wow, Su, you are so awesome. Xia Jiqiu was the first to come up, walked around Su Yi twice, and then raised his voice. As expected of our number 2 middle school's genius, so awesome. Bang! The mace in Chu Shi's hand slammed heavily to the ground, the gravel vibrated, and Xia Jiqiu remained silent. Basic swordsmanship that is close to the Tao. Chu Shi's eyes lit up. Su Yi, come and fight me. Why do geniuses like to fight? This was true for Shengguan Lin, and it is also true for Chu Shi now. Su Yi shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Now I just want to complete the mission. You can't kill Chu Shi if you fight him. Su Yi was not interested in not getting even half a kill point. You are worthy of being classmate Su. Chen Tan laughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Since we are all going to be doing missions together these few days, why don't we introduce each other? Let's start with me. My humble name is Chen Tan, I am at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, I have practiced 3 martial arts, 2 of which are perfect fighting techniques, and 1 is a superb flying knife technique. I can barely be considered a 4-link genius. Chu Shi, Kaiyuan 9th level, 3 strength martial arts, 1 perfect, 2 superb, 5 chains. Chu Shi finished speaking in a muffled voice and stared at Su Yi. Want to know what his level is? Su Yi smiled slightly. Su Yi, Kaiyuan 9th level, 2 fighting techniques, 1 sword technique, proficiency level, 1 entry level, 1 perfect, 1 skill close to the Tao, should it be 5 links? Hearing this, Chu Shi looked at Su Yi with an even stronger fighting spirit. Chen Tan secretly took a breath of cold air. Although Su Yi and Chu Shi are both 5-chain geniuses, the value of their talents is completely different. Su Yi has upgraded a martial art to a level close to the Tao, and 1 skill alone can break 4 fun chains. As for the other 2 martial arts, 1 is perfect, and the other is just the beginning. If Su Yi was given time to improve both martial arts to perfection, he would be able to break the 6 genetic chains. And if one could improve the other 2 martial arts to perfection, wouldn't it be possible to break the 7 genetic chains? You know, in Donghuang, even among the geniuses from major universities, those who can break the 6 genetic chains when breaking through to the extraordinary level are rare. But Su Yi can attack 7. This kind of monster is really frustrating. Chen Tan didn't even think that Su Yi could break through the other 2 martial arts to the point where his skills were close to the Tao. Being able to break through 1 door is already amazing. It was probably because Su Yi was in a desperate situation and got lucky that he realized it. Very good, now that everyone knows each other, let's discuss how to cooperate with each other. Although there are monsters in the river, it is more difficult for us to catch monsters in the river than on land. The effect of our attack method will be greatly reduced in the river, so we need to think of a good solution. Xia Jiqiu on the side couldn't help scratching his head. Etc. It seems he hasn't introduced himself yet. But, by the way, what do they mean by a few chain geniuses? Su Yi lowered his voice and explained to Xia Jiqiu. Xia Jiqiu immediately became obedient. Forget it, it's better not to introduce it. Otherwise he would be even more embarrassed. He had only practiced 2 martial arts, and had only achieved proficiency in both, not even perfection. According to that theory, doesn't that mean he can't even reach one chain? No wonder no one in school told them about the relationship between martial arts and genetic chains before. I guess they are just afraid that it will be too much of a blow to ordinary students. Xia Zhiqiu took a deep breath. As Su Ye's good brother, he can't be too bad. He must practice hard. At least practice one more martial art, and then break through all 3 martial arts to perfection. Otherwise, it would be too useless for him, a person with awakened psychic abilities, to not be able to even break through to the extraordinary level. Xia Zhiqiu secretly encouraged himself. And Su Yi took out a large iron cage from his storage bracelet. Perhaps, we can take a more primitive approach. Chapter 61, Attracting Monsters, First Level Monsters. Thump. A large iron cage was thrown into the river. There were several cut chicken legs in the iron cage, releasing an enticing aroma in the water. After a while, a crab seemed to smell the fragrance of the chicken legs, and slid its 8 legs slowly into the iron cage. It's in. Pull it quickly. Xia Zhiqiu was the first to discover it. He let out a low cry of surprise, first touched the switch to close the lid of the iron cage, and then immediately began to try hard to pull the cage up. But I tried to pull it but failed. Instead, the crabs in the iron cage kept struggling, trying to escape, causing the iron cage to shake violently and almost dragging Xia Zhiqiu into the water. Fortunately, Su Yi arrived soon, followed by Chen Tan and Chu Shi. The 4 of them only needed to exert a little effort to pull the iron cage up. Along with the iron cage came a huge crab that was more than half a meter long. It seemed that Chu Shi and Chen Tan were about to take action. Su Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Relying on the fact that an adult vampire's physical fitness was 3 times that of a warrior of the same level, he was the first to rush forward. Crack! The long knife pierced directly into the crab's body. Kill value plus 8.4. Kill value, got it. Chu Shi felt a little regretful about this. He came to the outskirts of the city to participate in the monster hunting just to experience the killing. But now, although killed, but it seems that he was not killed. He just helped to pull the iron cage up. Su Yi naturally didn't know about Chu Shi's dilemma. He took the crab out of the cage and was in a good mood. Everyone, you can have a snack at noon. The iron cage was thrown into the river again. This time, it took a full half hour before a big fish entered the cage, but it was still killed by Su Yi with 1 knife. Kill value plus 7.9. Chu Shi. Half an hour later. Crack. Kill value plus 8.8. Chu Shi. Wait until noon. Su Yi has already gained more than 30 kill points. But Chu Shi was filled with resentment. I quit. After being robbed of the monster by Su Yi again, Chu Shi picked up the mace and walked aside sullenly. This whole morning, I was busy pulling the cage and did nothing else. Xia Zhiqiu was a little confused. Why is he still angry? If it weren't for ASU, their trip would have been in vain. Isn't it great to be able to gain merit points easily? That's right, you can earn merit points by killing monsters. For each monster that has not reached the extraordinary level, 1 merit is awarded. As for those who have achieved extraordinary results, their achievements will vary according to their levels. They killed 6 fish and a crab in the morning, which was 7 contribution points. If divided equally among 4 people, each person can get almost 2 contribution points. How comfortable. Su Yi, however, somewhat understood Chu Shi. What Chu Shi wanted was probably to kill and fight to his heart's content and improve his martial arts in the process. As it is now, except for him who can gain kill points, no one else has grown much. In fact, in addition to the monsters in the river, we can also think of other ways to hunt monsters on land. What is the solution? Chu Shi immediately became interested. If there were monsters on land, he would surely be able to kill them to his heart's content, right? Su Yi took out an insulated box from his storage bracelet. Open. Inside are sealed pieces of meat. This is the musk deer meat I prepared. It is said that wild beasts in the mountains like the meat of ungulates the most, such as the robed sika deer, and the flavor of musk deer meat is the easiest to dissipate. If we expose the musk deer meat, it might attract some monsters. By the way, I also downloaded some musk deer calls from the internet, which can be played too. Suyi shook his cell phone. Chen Tan couldn't help but sigh. Suyi, your preparations are too thorough. Chu Shi's eyes lit up. This is good. This is good. Suyi smiled slightly. I was reminded of this by my previous experience, but I am not sure whether the exposure of musk deer meat will attract monsters. Moreover, if it really attracts monsters, I am not sure of its level. If it is a first level or even second level monster. It was because this method had too many uncontrollable risks that Suyi did not propose it at the first time, but instead used the more reliable, fishing, method to obtain kill points. Chu Shi laughed, as a warrior of my generation, why should I hesitate to fight? Suyi, that's not necessary. Xia Zhiqiu blinked. If we really encounter a high-level monster, we should go find Director Zhang and lead the monster to him. It's such a waste to have such a great master not being used. Suddenly, the other three looked at Xia Zhiqiu. Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What? Did I say something wrong? Chen Tan smiled and shook his head. No, you are absolutely right. Since it was proposed by classmate Xia, let's do it. Suyi also nodded, well, Lao Xia's suggestion is very good. Chu Shi, if Director Zhang asks, we will all say that it was you who came up with the idea. Xia Zhiqiu. He seems to have been cheated. Speaking of which. Chu Shi looks stupid, but he can actually cheat people. The plan was discussed and agreed upon. Suyi and his companions first had a big meal to restore their strength. Then Xia Zhiqiu continued to be responsible for fishing. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Suyi couldn't bear to give up this stable way to get killing points. As for Suyi and the other two, they opened a bag of musk deer meat and started playing the calls of musk deer on their mobile phones. Will this method really work? Chen Tan was a little uncertain. A full half-hour passed. Xia Zhiqiu even lifted the iron cage once, but they found nothing. Is this musk deer meat useless? However, Su Ye's ears moved slightly, and he immediately tightened the knife in his hand. Here it comes. 10 minutes after Su Yi reminded her. A lone wolf, 2 meters long, covered in black hair with a hint of white on its head, appeared in front of everyone. Snow-capped wolf. This is a first-level monster. Chen Tan let out a low cry. Good news, musk deer meat works. Bad news, it immediately attracted a first-level monster. Can the 3 of them, who are at the 9th level of Kaiyuan and haven't even reached the extraordinary level, really defeat this snow-capped wolf? There was a gleam of excitement in Chu Shi's eyes. Good. I'll go first. Chu Shi felt that his blood and flesh were boiling. The more dangerous the battle was, the more it aroused his fighting spirit. What he longs for is a battle against opponents of higher levels. Boom! Chu Shi raised the mace and collided fiercely with the snow-capped wolf. The battle has begun. Chapter 62, Killing the Monster, This Day is Unbearable. Boom! The mace in Chu Shi's hand smashed hard on the top of the snow-capped wolf's head. At the same time, Chu Shi was also slapped away by the snow-capped wolf's claw. Both sides retreated at the same time. The snow-capped wolf stood still and shook his head, seeming a little dizzy. Chu Shi covered his chest and gasped heavily. What a powerful force. If I didn't have the mithril inner armor, that blow would have seriously injured me. Su Yi and Chen Tan's expressions also became more solemn. Chen Tan was amazed at the powerful strength of the snow wolf. And Su Yi was marveling at Chu Shi's strong defense. Even with the mithril inner armor, Chu Shi was only slightly injured when hit by a claw of the first-level monster snow-capped wolf, which shows how strong Chu Shi's own defense is. Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but worry about them. What are you thinking? You have a head of steel, bones of iron, and a waist of tofu. What's the point of hitting the wolf's head? Hit its waist instead. That guy from number 1 middle school, must he have gone stupid from practicing martial arts? That's a first-level monster. Instead of attacking its weakness, you have to fight it head-on. You really think you have 9 lives? Suyi laughed. Old Xia is right, watch me. Before the voice fell, Suyi stomped his feet hard on the ground and arrived in front of the snow-capped wolf in the blink of an eye. Take my knife. The snow-capped wolf was unable to block Su Ye's basic swordsmanship, which was close to the Tao. Su Yi directly chopped him hard on the waist. Starlight suddenly surged on the snow-capped wolf's body, trying to block Su Ye's sword light. But the sword technique was close to Taoism, and the protective starlight could not block it at all. The blade pierced into the fur and continued downward. Laugh. The long knife cut through the snow-capped wolf's body like cutting tofu. The snow-capped wolf was cut into 2 pieces by this knife. The 2 halves of the body fell to the ground and soon there was no movement. Kill value plus 34.6. Yes, killing 1 snow-capped wolf is equivalent to killing 10 fish. Suyi put away the knife with satisfaction. Wow, ASU, you are so amazing. Xia Zhiqiu trotted over, his eyes wide open in disbelief. This is a first-level demon beast. It's equivalent to a human-level super warrior, and you killed it with just 1 sword? Good luck. Suyi wiped the blood off the blade with the corpse of the snow-capped wolf. Thanks to your previous reminder. Hee, I'm just saying it casually. In fact, you all know to attack the monster's weakness without me telling you. Xia Zhiqiu scratched his head embarrassedly, then looked at Chu Shi and Chen Tan proudly. He's still a genius, he's not even close to our Asu. Chu Shi took a deep look at the body of the snow-capped wolf. The 2 halves of the body had smooth cuts, which showed how fast and sharp Su Ye's knife was. The snow-capped wolf's protective starlight could not stop Su Ye's swordsmanship, which was almost like Taoism. Su Yi, you are very powerful, but I will never give up just like that. Chen Tan also took a step forward and put away the smile on his face. Student Su's swordsmanship is indeed amazing, but our students from number 1 middle school are not bad either, so why don't we have a competition? Su Yi became interested. How do you compare? The 3 of us will each occupy a direction and kill monsters. Whoever kills the most monsters in the end. Chen Tan thought about it, but for a moment he couldn't think of any good way to punish him. Su Yi smiled slightly. No one has to help with dinner. Let the other 2 cook. That's great, that's settled. Chen Tan clapped his hands, agreed to Su Ye's proposal, and then looked at Chu Shi. Chu Shi, what do you think? Chu Shi had already picked up the mace and chose a direction on his own. I won't lose. Well, it seems Chu Shi agreed. Chen Tan also randomly chose a direction and waited for the prey to come. The last remaining direction naturally belongs to Su Yi. Xia Zhiqiu stood where he was. These people excluded him again. Then he continued fishing. Fishing is also a form of practice. Su Yi was guarding one direction alone. Perhaps the scent of musk deer is really attractive to monsters. Next, Su Yi killed 2 more monsters in succession. They got kill values of 53.1 and 23.6 respectively. During this period, Xia Zhiqiu also caught several big fish. Su Yi helped Xia Zhiqiu to catch them and got 30 kill points. Take a look at the panel. Kill value, 186.7. You can add points to martial arts once. Su Yi thought about it. The basic swordsmanship has reached a level close to the Tao, so you can stop for now. However, basic fighting skills and police combat skills, one is perfect and the other is entry-level, both urgently need to be improved. As for which one to add first. In the end, Su Yi added 1 point to basic fighting skills. His proficiency in basic fighting skills is still perfect, but as points are added, countless information about basic fighting skills flooded into his mind, allowing Su Yi to have a deeper understanding of basic fighting skills and master them more proficiently. A bird in the hand is worth 1,000 in the bush. Instead of upgrading 2 martial arts at the same time, it is better to upgrade one of them to its limit first. This will more significantly improve his strength and make it easier to get killing points. After adding the points again, the bushes in the forest in front of Su Yi shook. A huge bear walked out. He looked greedily behind Su Yi. That's where the musk deer meat is placed. But soon, the giant bear's eyes fell on Su Yi. The greed in his eyes became even stronger. Apparently, to the giant bear, Su Yi is more attractive than musk deer meat. First level advanced. Feeling the tremendous pressure coming from the giant bear, Su Yi took a deep breath. This turned out to be a late-stage first-order monster. Su Yi had fought very hard against the mid-stage first-order monster before, and had several more wounds on his body. If you encounter this late stage, even Chin Tan, who was far away, couldn't help but want to come over to help when he saw what was happening on Su Ye's side. Although they were competing, it was impossible for Chin Tan to just watch Su Yi go to his death and do nothing. However, no need to come over, Su Yi shouted, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Come on, big stupid bear. Roar. The giant bear felt Su Ye's provocation, stood up, stretched out its two huge claws, and slapped Su Yi heavily. The bear's strength is already enormous, not to mention this huge palm that combines the whole body's strength to hit it. However, facing this palm strike, Su Yi did not block it with his sword skills as he did before. Instead, he stepped on the ground with both feet and swayed his body quickly, and he managed to bypass the giant bear perfectly. Chen Tan and Chu Shi, who were watching silently from a distance, both brightened up their eyes. Basic fighting skills. At this time, Su Yi actually chose basic fighting skills. And it seems that his basic fighting skills are stronger than before. What kind of monster is this? How can he become stronger just like eating and drinking water? Chen Tan couldn't help but sigh. Chen Tan thought he was already a genius. But who knew that there was a pervert named Chu Shi in number 1 middle school who had been suppressing him? Now. But he met a more perverted Su Yi. These days are simply unbearable. Chapter 63, Good Luck, Breakthrough. Su Yi used basic fighting techniques and agile footwork to dodge the giant bear's attacks. On the one hand, he used basic sword techniques that were close to Taoism, leaving wounds on the giant bear's body. Even though the giant bear was strong and Su Yi could not find a chance to kill it with one blow, he was still inflicting more wounds on it bit by bit. Final. Su Yi swung his knife again. This time, the giant bear had no strength to resist, and the knife stabbed directly into its soft abdomen, and then it fell to the ground powerlessly. This giant bear was actually ground to death by Su Yi. Kill value plus 88.8. Su Yi was delighted. I can add some more. Fuck, Su Yi, you're too strong. Chen Tan couldn't help but swear. It's really Su Ye's performance. It was very difficult for him to kill a first-stage early-stage monster. But Su Yi could actually kill those in the late first stage. There's no comparison at all. Do you want to be as strong as me? Then improve your martial arts skills to the point where they are close to the Tao. Su Yi spoke casually as he came to the giant bear and dissected the body, especially the 4 bear paws, which he packed up separately. It is said that bear paws are extremely delicious, so the bear paws that mutate into monsters must be even tastier. Bring it home and try it with your family. It's a pity that this giant bear is too powerful. Su Yi can only keep inflicting more wounds on it and slowly grind it to death. So the giant bear's fine fur was covered with marks from the blade and was completely unusable. Su Yi could only give up with regret, and then left a few pieces of meat from the giant bear. Only then did he throw the body into the large storage equipment issued by the Inspection Bureau. This large storage equipment was lent to them by the Inspection Bureau specifically for storing the corpses of killed monsters. However, their own storage equipment often does not have much space. If they are used to store the corpses of monsters, they will be full after just a few. Kill this giant bear. As the sky gradually darkened, the bet between the 3 people was decided. Chen Tan killed 2 first-stage early-stage monsters. Chu Shi killed 2 early-stage first-level monsters and 1 middle-stage first-level monster. Obviously, Su Yi won. Chu Shi and Chen Tan obediently set up the barbecue grill and cooked dinner for everyone. Su Yi ate the grilled fish handed to him by Chu Shi and nodded with satisfaction. Your skills are really good. How about we compete again tonight? Night is his home ground. Chen Tan was speechless. Why don't you take a rest in the middle of the night and continue to kill monsters? Chu Shi nodded. Okay, it's settled then. We'll continue tonight. Chu Shi, who had never had an opponent since childhood, finally experienced the feeling of being suppressed after meeting Su Yi. At this moment, he was eager to fight and just wanted to have another match. In this regard, Chen Tan could only sigh helplessly. Well, it's not safe outside the city at night anyway, and it's impossible to get a good night's sleep, so I'll risk my life to accompany you. I'll bet on tomorrow's breakfast. Chu Shi and Chen Tan's fighting spirit was rekindled. However, soon, they discovered. At night, Su Yi seems to be even more powerful than during the day. Under the moonlight, Su Ye's vision seemed not to be affected at all. On the contrary, his fighting skills were even stronger than during the day, and his energy was even more abundant than during the day. Most importantly, he kills monsters faster and more fiercely. At the beginning, the three of them each occupied a direction. But later, somehow, Su Yi was able to withstand half of the attacks of the monsters by himself and still handle it with ease. Instead, Chen Tan and Chu Shi had to help each other to resist the attacks of the remaining half of the monsters. Even Zhang Baichuan, who had been silently watching the movements of these students, trying to prevent these students who were leaving the city for the first time from losing their lives here, couldn't help but be secretly surprised when he saw this scene. Is this really a student who is at the 9th level of Kaiyuan and has not yet achieved transcendence? If Su Yi was a little awkward when he first started fighting. But when the night comes, Su Yi has simply transformed into a killer in the dark, and he shows no mercy when killing the first stage late-stage monsters. At dawn, Su Yi killed another lone wolf. Kill value plus 43.1. And this whole night, Su Yi killed a total of 10 first-level monsters. Kill value, 701.3. Just enough to add 7 more times. It is enough to raise the proficiency of basic fighting skills to another level, from perfect to superb. Su Yi was just about to add some more. Not far away. Break it for me. Chu Shi shouted loudly. The mace in his hand smashed hard on the head of a snow-capped wolf. Crack. This time, the snow-capped wolf's head shattered like a watermelon. Chu Shi laughed out loud. Breakthrough, finally a breakthrough. Roar. Chu Shi's third power-based martial art finally made a breakthrough. At this moment, Chu Shi finally improved all 3 martial arts to perfection. This means that when Chu Shi breaks through to the extraordinary level, he can break at least 6 genetic chains. Become a true 6-chain genius. Already at the top of his peers. After putting down the mace, Chu Shi's body and face were covered in blood. There is the blood of monsters, and also Chu Shi's own. But this time, Chu Shi looked at Su Yi with a challenging look. Su Ye's performance in killing monsters was indeed outstanding. But Su Yi is only a 5-chain genius. And he, Chu Shi, has improved all 3 martial arts to perfection. He is a true 6-chain genius. He is stronger than Su Yi. Chen Tan suppressed the bitterness in his heart and congratulated Chu Shi. Congratulations, Chu Shi, the 6-chain genius. You are already at the forefront of all of us. Even Su Yi. Chen Tan looked at Su Yi. Then I saw Su Yi standing there with his eyes closed. The star power around the body continues to surge. Bang! It was as if some barrier had been broken. Su Ye's temperament seemed to change for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal. A thought flashed through Chen Tan's mind, but he was a little hesitant to confirm it. Student Su Yi, did you just make a breakthrough? Su Yi looked at Chen Tan in surprise. How did you figure that out? The killing spree last night did help me a lot. It just happened to allow me to break through to the pinnacle of my basic fighting skills. As he spoke, Su Yi smiled shyly. Luck, it's all luck. Chu Shi, who was just practicing his last power-based martial art to perfection, said. Petrified. Su Yi actually also broke through. Xia Jiqiu came up with a smile. Wow, it turns out that you have also made a breakthrough, Su. Su Yi nodded, yeah, I was lucky and just happened to break through. It was really the right decision to come out and participate in the suppression of monsters this time. Xia Jiqiu looked at Chu Shi and Chen Tan who were standing there in a daze, smiling. So, Ah Su, now one of your martial arts is close to the Tao, and another martial arts is superb. In other words, Ah Su, you are also a six-link genius? Hey, Ah Su, I have to criticize you. How can you be biased? How can you have only just started learning the last police fighting technique? You have to practice well from now on and strive to break through to the pinnacle. Let's strive to become an 8-chain genius, okay? Suyi nodded obediently. Well, I'll try my best. Chapter 64, First Level Peak, Death. Chu Shi and Suyi broke through one after another. The pressure was immediately put on Chen Tan. Next, Chen Tan silently killed monsters and continued to hone his martial arts. He must work hard to catch up with Chu Shi. As for that monster Suyi. Chen Tan glanced at Suyi in the other direction. Just then, I saw Suyi slaughtering another mid-stage first-level monster. Never mind. Let's talk about it later. Suyi was in a very good mood at the moment. The kill value continues to accumulate. It was worth it that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy several large pieces of musk deer meat. Time unknowingly came to the last day of the monster suppression. Breakthrough. I finally broke through. Chen Tan shouted happily. 10 days. After 10 days of intense battles with monsters and several life and death crises, Chen Tan finally improved his basic fighting skills to a superb level. In this way, 2 superb martial arts and 1 perfect martial art, it means that he can break 5 genetic chains. Although he is still a little short of the 6-chain geniuses like Suyi and Chen Tan believes, as long as he is given a little more time, he will be able to improve his last martial art to perfection before the college entrance examination. Chen Tan's mood, which had been suppressed for several days, finally cleared up. Then. Oh my God, what is that? A dark figure slowly emerged from behind the bushes. It turned out to be a giant python that was half a meter thick. When it swam out from behind the bushes and revealed its full appearance, its body length was as long as 10 meters. Be careful, it's nearly 10 meters long, it's a peak first-order giant python. Suyi was the first to appear beside Chen Tan. Looks solemn. Chu Shi followed closely behind and frowned when he heard Suyi's words. It seems that it regards us as nutrients for its advancement. It takes a lot of energy for monsters to advance, especially monsters like pythons, which will swallow a large number of monsters in their bodies to provide a constant supply of energy for their advancement. And obviously, all of them were targeted by the python. This is at the peak of the first level. Can we fight it? Xia Zhiqiu's teeth were chattering a little, but he stood firmly beside Suyi. But the words he spoke were very honest. How about, let's run away. Go find Director Zhang. Or just send a flare. Chen Tan was a little moved. Chu Shi, however, had already rushed forward, brandishing a mace. The peak of the first level. He needs a more intense battle to break through his limits. Bang! Before Chu Shi's mace touched the giant python, it was swung away by the python and fell heavily into the river nearby, splashing a huge amount of water. The giant python was obviously completely enraged by Chu Shi's actions, and swam quickly towards Suyi and the others. Well. Suyi sighed. Old Xia, stay away. He rushed forward with a knife in hand. The peak of the first level. He was actually very interested. If you can kill it, you will get more kill points. Bang! Suyi's long sword chopped heavily on the giant python's body, and there was an immediate loud sound of metal clashing. What a strong defense! Suyi was secretly shocked. However, the sword technique, which was close to the Tao, still left a deep scar on the giant python. Hiss! The giant python twisted its body wildly, as if it didn't expect that the small insect in its eyes could actually hurt it. Suyi quickly stepped back and reminded Chen Tan loudly. This beast has extremely high defenses, attack its mouth and eyes. Chen Tan's flying knife attack was simply unable to break through the giant python's defense. Chen Tan silently took a few steps back and put some distance between himself and the giant python. He originally wanted to help Suyi, but now it seems, he can't even break the giant python's defense. Still not strong enough. Chen Tan silently clenched his fists and stared at the giant python. If you can't break the defense of the giant python scales, then attack the weak points such as the mouth and eyes. As long as it can hit the target, it will definitely cause serious damage to the giant python. Just as Su Yi was circling the giant python, ready to kill it with his sword skills once again, Chen Tan had the flying knife in his hand ready to fly, ready to find an opportunity to severely injure the giant python. Take my stick. Chu Shi came running from a distance, holding a mace high in his hand, and smashed it hard at the giant python with his running momentum. The giant python sensed the power of the stick and prepared to use its tail to whip Chu Shi away again. At the same time, dodge with your body. However, Su Yi suddenly appeared and slashed with a fierce knife, directly piercing the giant python's tail and pinning it to the ground. The giant python felt pain and tried to twist its body, but its tail was fixed to the ground by the long knife. Boom! Chu Shi's mace smashed down heavily, carrying great momentum, hitting the giant python. This blow was Chu Shi's strongest attack, and it immediately made the giant python roar in pain, with its head raised and its body twisting continuously, but it was fixed by the mace and the long sword. Good opportunity. Chen Tan's eyes lit up, and the flying knife that he had prepared for a long time shot directly into the giant python's mouth. Call out. The python's wildly twisting body trembled. His body fell down limply. Finally dead. Chu Shi sat down on the ground. Although he only used one stick just now, that stick condensed Chu Shi's energy and all the star power. At this moment, I couldn't even lift my hands. But it's all worth it. Chu Shi looked excited. The blow that just now condensed all his strength made him feel his martial arts more deeply. He felt that his martial arts had improved again. As expected, only the battle between life and death can enable him to improve rapidly. Just when Chu Shi was feeling happy. Careful. In the distance, Xia Zhiqiu's frightened voice suddenly came. At the same time, Chu Shimeng felt a fishy smell coming. The giant python that just fell down was just pretending to be dead, taking the opportunity to let the three people relax so that they could launch a sneak attack. Chu Shi could even smell the stench from the giant python's mouth, see its glowing teeth, and an almost invisible blue light wave. Finished. Is it really going to die? Chu Shi felt fear rising in his heart. However, at this moment, a figure passed him and rushed directly towards the giant python. It was Su Yi. Laugh. Su Yi stabbed the giant python's eyes with the dagger he got from Qi Bei'er. The huge inertia carried the python's head backwards, and then it was pierced through the ground. Kill value plus 99.9. Call. Su Yi stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. This time he is really dead. At the same time, Zhang Baichuan, who had been silently watching the few people on the tree, also breathed a sigh of relief. These little guys, who are not even at the extraordinary level, actually dared to face a first-order giant python monster that was equivalent to the peak of the first level of the extraordinary level, and they were actually defeated by them. Su Yi, thank you. After going through the gates of hell, Chu Shi's face turned a little pale and he thanked sincerely. We are partners, as we should be. Su Yi pulled out the dagger and looked at the huge body of the python. Although there were many knife marks on its body, due to its long body, there were still many intact parts. Even Chen Tan couldn't break the skin of this giant python. If he peeled it off, maybe he could make it into soft armor, right? If it were sold, it would probably be worth a lot of money. The dagger in Su Ye's hand flew, and he began to dissect seriously, to make money. Chapter 65, a 4th-level monster. The director has arrived. ASU, you are so amazing. Xia Zhiqiu ran over with sweat all over his forehead. You have killed a peak 1st-level monster. You are worthy of being me, Ah Su. Killing this giant python is the joint effort of all of us, especially you, Lao Xia. Was that blue light wave your psychic ability? If you hadn't affected the giant python at the critical moment and slowed its movements, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to stab it. When Su Yi took action, he found that the giant python's movements were paused for a moment. Although it was only a moment, in this life-and-death battle, this moment of stagnation was the key to victory. Xia Zhiqiu scratched his head embarrassedly. Su, did you find out? I've just started practicing using my mental power, so I'm not very proficient yet. But Xia Zhiqiu was also very happy that he could help. He was finally no longer the ignored person. Chu Shi, who had just gotten up, and Chen Tan, who was walking over, heard Su Ye's words, and only then did they realize that Xia Zhiqiu had also taken action at that critical moment. Thinking of their previous neglect and contempt for Xia Zhiqiu, they both felt a little guilty. "Thank you, Xia." Ah. Xia Zhiqiu never thought that one day he would hear the top-ranked genius in number 1 middle school actually say thank you to him. I was a little stunned for a moment. Scratching head. No, it's okay, we are a team, ha ha ha. Just at this moment. Laugh. The dagger pierced into the python's head, and after stirring it, the dagger hit something hard. A smile appeared on Su Ye's face. Found something good. Not minding the giant python stench, Su Yi simply reached in and dug around, and soon pulled out a emerald green star core. First level star core, I'm making a lot of money this time. What, a star core has appeared? As expected of a peak first order demon beast, it has already condensed a star core. So this is the star core. It looks pretty nice. The tiny star core was passed from hand to hand. Although they had seen star cores in other places and even touched them with their own hands, the star core they had in front of them was obtained by hunting monsters themselves, so its meaning was naturally different. While a few people were marveling at the star core, Su Yi had already dismembered the giant python. In addition to the python's skin, there were also snake teeth and venom, as well as several pieces of meat. He even took out a palm-sized, ink-colored object from the giant python's belly. What's this? Xia Zhiqiu came over and asked in confusion. Su Yi shook his head. I'm not sure. I took it out thinking it was snake gallbladder, but it doesn't look like it. And the location isn't quite the same. The snake gallbladder should be located near the 7-inch position, but this thing is closer to the tail. Xia Zhiqiu pinched it curiously. Sizzle. A stream of liquid spurted out from it. What a smell. Su Yi and Xia Zhiqiu fled instantly. Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but throw the thing away. I always feel like my hands are a bit dirty holding it. Su Yi threw the remaining body of the python into the storage bag distributed by the inspection bureau, jumped into the river next to him, washed the blood that splashed on his body, and then picked up the knife again. There is only half a day left before we encircle and suppress the monsters. We must kill as many monsters as possible. Glancing at the panel. Plus the giant python that was just killed. Kill value, 2284.6. It is enough to add points for more than 20 times, which can improve the already superb basic fighting skills to a level close to the Tao. It can also directly improve the police's fighting skills to perfection. Su Yi was quite satisfied with this harvest. Rustle. There was a noise from behind the bushes. Su Ye's eyes showed surprise. You can start killing again. Then. I'll go. When Su Yi saw the monster appearing from behind the bushes, he turned and ran. At the same time, don't forget to call other people. Run. Shaped like a leopard. It felt like there was flames burning all over the body. Star power leaves the body. That's a 4th level monster. How could a 4th level monster appear at the foot of the mountain? And there are 7 or 8 of them. Isn't this a joke? Noticing the commotion here, Xia Zhiqiu and the other 2 turned pale and immediately followed Su Yi and ran for their lives. Even Chu Shi, who was always warlike, started running away. Even the mace was thrown into the storage bracelet. Even with weapons in hand, you can't defeat a 4th level monster. Putting away the mace will actually allow you to run faster. As for Chen Tan standing aside, it seemed as if a green wind was surging around him, helping him to speed up. The 4 of them ran for their lives, heading in the direction of Zhang Baichuan. But after running a short distance, Xia Zhiqiu fell behind. Although his cultivation level had risen to the 9th level of Kaiyuan, that was because his superpowers had awakened and his physical condition had not been fully improved. In addition, he had just used up all his strength in using his mental superpowers and his physical strength was now exhausted, so he quickly fell behind. Why are these things staring at me? Xia Zhiqiu is going crazy. He could feel that these leopards seemed to be most interested in him. He could even feel the heat of flames all around a leopard that was chasing him. Careful! Seeing that Xia Zhiqiu was about to be caught by a leopard, Suyi suddenly grabbed Xia Zhiqiu. Extreme explosion. His speed increased suddenly, and he barely avoided the leopard's claw. However, they were just a few people at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, no match for a 4th level monster. Soon, the four were surrounded by leopards. It's over, I'm dead. Chen Tan sighed. He had just sent out the flare, but Zhang Baichuan hadn't arrived yet. Roar! The most powerful leopard in the lead roared excitedly and pounced towards Xia Zhiqiu. Suyi clenched the knife in his hand and stood in front of Xia Zhiqiu. Even if you can't win, you have to fight. Suyi would never accept his fate until the last moment. Just as Suyi raised his knife to block. Boom! The leopard did not pounce on Suyi. A light shield enveloped Suyi and the other three. Leopard crashed into the shield hard, and his face was stuck to the shield, almost becoming a flat face. Then he slowly slid down along the light shield, his eyes blurred. Director. Unlike Leopard, Suyi and the other three were delighted when they saw the light shield. Because, a figure appeared beside them. It's the director of the inspection bureau, Zhang Baichuan. You four little guys are pretty good. You didn't abandon your teammates at the critical moment, nor did you give up resistance. You acted like patrol officers. Next, leave this to me. There was a spear in Zhang Baichuan's hand. And the moment the spear appeared, Zhang Baichuan's temperament became extremely cold and stern. Ice spear. Follow me to kill the monster. The gun shot out like a dragon. The cold is biting. The air around seemed to be frozen at this moment. Only Zhang Baichuan's actions were not affected. Being at the same 4th level, Zhang Baichuan faced 7 or 8 leopards without any fear, and became more courageous as the battle went on. And Suyi in the light shield had flickering eyes. Chapter 66, Are You Stuck Here with a Bug? Roar! Ice thorns. 7 or 8 leopards with flames burning all over their bodies looked extremely ferocious. However, Zhang Baichuan was not afraid at all. Every time he thrust out with the icy spear in his hand, a leopard would be knocked away. Even though he was fighting one against many, he was still able to gain the upper hand. However, these leopards had thick skin and flesh, and there were many of them. Zhang Baichuan wanted to catch a leopard and beat it to death, but every time he made a move, several leopards would rush to rescue him, so he couldn't kill the leopard completely for a while. What should we do? Can the director handle it? Xia Zhiqiu asked worriedly. What's going on with these leopards? Why do they keep jumping on me? Is he that attractive to leopards? Chen Tan looked much calmer. Don't worry, the director's strength should not be underestimated. If he hadn't been injured in his early years, he would definitely be more than level 4 now. These leopards will at most waste a little of his time, and he will be dealt with in a short while. Speaking of which, the director even brought the starlight shield with him. His preparations are too complete. Now Suyi and the others can still stand safely aside and watch Zhang Baichuan killing everyone, mainly because there is a layer of yellow light shield covering them from outside. The leopard couldn't break through the defense of the light shield at all. Suyi quickly searched on his phone. This starlight shield is a defensive artifact developed by the Federation. It relies on star cores as energy and is basically impossible to break before the star core energy is consumed. In the starlight cover, humans can enter and exit freely, but monsters and star beasts cannot. Can humans come and go freely? Suyi walked behind the starlight cover and stretched out a hand. As expected, he stretched out his hand easily. ASU, what are you doing? Noticing Suyi's actions, Xia Zhiqiu exclaimed. Of course I'm helping Director Zhang. As he spoke, Suyi had already taken out the 3rd level extraordinary weapon dagger from his storage bracelet. Then he extended the dagger out of the light shield. Chief! This way! Zhang Baichuan, who was fighting with a leopard, frowned when he heard Suyi's voice. I thought something happened over there again. But when he saw the dagger sticking out of the light shield, he was immediately happy. This kid found the bug of the starlight shield so quickly. Thinking back, when he went to the secret realm with others, he encountered many such bugs. At this moment, Zhang Baichuan knocked another leopard away. After being stabbed by the ice spear, the leopard's body was suddenly covered by ice and its body was stiff for a moment. But the leopard didn't take it seriously, thinking that he would be able to recover as long as he landed and waited for a while. Can. Bang. Laugh. A sharp pain came from the back of my head. It was the leopard that hit the starlight cover, and was then stabbed directly into the back of the head by the dagger that shot out from the starlight cover. Ting ting ting. Suyi quickly took a few steps back. The blood in the body is surging. Although he did not face the leopard head-on, Suyi was slightly injured by the opponent's subconscious star power counterattack after he stabbed the leopard just now. But very worth it. Kill value plus 960. Just killing this leopard can give him 9 extra points. It feels so good. Azu, how are you? Are you okay? Suyi spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm very good. As he spoke, he walked to the light shield again and raised his voice. Commander, come again. Zhang Baichuan laughed out loud. Good boy. You have guts. Go on. As he spoke, he sent another leopard flying. The leopard was still frozen and unable to move. Bang. Laugh. Kill value plus 920. Suyi spat out blood again, but his smile became even brighter. Chief, I'm fine again. Xia Jiqiu, who was standing by, was stunned. Even though he was vomiting blood like this, why did Asu look so happy? Even Chen Tan and Chu Shi could see that Suyi was not in a good condition. Was he helping or seeking death? At that moment, Chu Shi took out his mace and was about to extend the light shield like Suyi did, but was stopped by Suyi. Your weapon is just an ordinary weapon. It can't break the defense of a 4th-level monster. Even Suyi needed to use a 3rd-tier extraordinary weapon, coupled with a sword technique that was almost as skilled as Taoism, to break through the leopard's defense and stab the back of its head, which was its most vulnerable part. Chu Shi sighed. Okay. When he breaks through to the extraordinary level in the future, he will definitely get a high-quality extraordinary weapon. After killing 2 leopards in succession, Zhang Baichuan's pressure was relieved a lot, and he quickly knocked down another leopard. Bang! Laugh. Kill value plus 890. And then another one. Another one. Kill value plus 910. Kill value plus 850. Kill value plus 820. Kill value plus 990. Soon, Suyi, as a collaborator, successfully killed 7 leopards. A total of 6,340 kill points were earned. Suyi finally felt what it felt like to become rich overnight. It's so cool. And now, outside the starlight cover, there is only the largest leopard left. So many companions died at the hands of Zhang Baichuan. There was anger in the leopard's eyes, but more of it was fear. At that moment, the leopard let out a roar, then turned around and ran away. Escape? Can you escape? Zhang Baichuan's spear shot out like a dragon, and his whole body seemed to be integrated with the spear. At that moment, Suyi and the others in the starlight cover felt. They seemed to feel a bone-chilling thought. Although they were far away from Zhang Baichuan, they seemed to be frozen as well, making them shiver uncontrollably. This was the case for Suyi and others who were so far away, not to mention the leopard who was targeted by Zhang Baichuan. The fleeing figures became frozen, and even their thoughts seemed to be frozen. Then. Boy, catch it. Zhang Baichuan did not kill the leopard directly, but continued to shoot it away. Didn't Suyi say that he needed to keep killing to practice the dark prison dragon technique? Then kill him. Suye's eyes lit up and he stretched out his dagger. Bang! Laugh. Kill value plus 1111. The kill value soared again. Suyi glanced at his panel. Kill value, 9,735.6. It's almost 10,000. Suyi smiled with satisfaction. Then. He spat out blood skillfully. His eyes rolled and he passed out. When Suyi woke up again, he found himself in the familiar medical room of the inspection bureau. Woke up. Zhang Baichuan was still standing by. You're really trying too hard, kid. Did you get anything out of it? Suyi practiced the dark prison demon dragon technique and found that most of the injuries in his body had healed. Even if I don't take any healing medicine, I'll be fully recovered in about a week. Fainting was indeed the right choice, as it allowed him to use the Inspection Bureau's medical resources for free. The gains are very great. If possible, I hope to cooperate with the director again. The killing value is about to break 10,000. Suyi, who originally only wanted to improve the 3 martial arts to the level of near Taoism, also has greater ambitions. Maybe it would be possible to push all 3 martial arts to a level where the skills were close to those of the Tao. Only then did he break through to the extraordinary level. God knows how strong he will be. Zhang Baichuan was dumbfounded. Are you still addicted? Do you know how much star core energy is consumed to open the Starlight Shield once? But isn't the college entrance examination coming up soon? If you can get the top score in the exam, I will risk my life to accompany you. How about that? Really? Really? Okay, it's a deal. Su Ye's eyes lit up. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. Get it. Chapter 67, 3 Martial Arts, Skills Close to Taoism. Night. Suyi bathed in the moonlight, sitting cross-legged in the practice room at home. After a week of recuperation, his condition returned to its peak. It's time to upgrade. Host, Suyi. Superpower, Vampire, Adult, 0/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Superb, Police Fighting Skills, Entry Level, Basic Swordsmanship, Skills Close to Taoism. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 9,735.6. Without further ado, Suyi first invested killing points into basic fighting skills. Burn 100 kill points, basic fighting proficiency +1. After 16 extra points. That wonderful feeling came over me again. Basic fighting skills. Skill is close to Tao. Countless fighting skills flow in my mind. It made Suyi feel like going out and fighting. Look how strong he is now. At the same time, Qi and blood surged throughout the body. Suyi felt that the meridians and bones in his body were becoming stronger and stronger. And this process will continue. This process is even a little painful. It should be that I rely on adding points to improve my martial arts level, but there is no gradual process, so my body has not yet adapted to this change. It takes time and nutrition to improve. Thinking of this, Suyi directly took out 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution from the storage bracelet. After drinking tons and tons of it, the soreness in my body was relieved a lot. But I glanced at the superpower column on the panel. Even after drinking the primary nutrient solution, the progress bar behind the superpower still reads 0/100, and has not improved. It seems that if I want to improve my supernatural powers again, I need to find resources that are higher than the primary nutrient solution. But there is no rush. The body gradually calmed down. Suyi glanced at the panel. Kill value, 8,135.6. You can add more than 80 times. In this case, let's first improve the police's fighting skills. Burn 100 kill points, police fighting proficiency +1. This time, there were 31 extra points. Martial arts, police fighting technique, beginner mastery. The wonderful feeling comes again. But this time, it is about police fighting skills. And as the police's fighting skills have improved to a level close to that of Taoism, Suyi felt a barrier. It seemed as if there was a voice inside his body telling him, this was his limit. Inside the body, the door to the extraordinary is calling. Suyi had a sudden realization. At this moment, as long as he exerted a little force, he could break all the genetic chains on the door to transcendence and break through to transcendence. But call. Suyi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He can't break through yet. A huge amount of energy is needed to break through to the extraordinary level. If he breaks the extraordinary chains uncontrollably now, he will be harming himself. I still have 5,000 kill points, which is enough for me to continue adding points. Maybe I can upgrade all 3 martial arts to the level of skills that are close to the Tao. Suyi drank a few more bottles of primary nutrient solution. Then start adding points. This time, his priority was still on basic swordsmanship. Burn 100 killing points, basic swordsmanship proficiency +1. Once, twice, 3 times. After his martial arts skills reached the level of being close to the Tao, every time Suyi added points, the burden on his body became greater. After 10 points were added, Suyi's body finally couldn't bear it anymore, and cracks began to appear on his skin. Suyi quickly stopped adding points. No, I have to make my body stronger before I can continue to add points. Next, you need to continue to practice martial arts to allow your body to better adapt to the current level of martial arts, and at the same time take nutritional supplements to nourish your body. This is the first time I have a kill value but cannot increase it. Suyi stood up regretfully and called up the panel again. Host, Suyi. Superpower, Vampire Adult, 0/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Close to the Tao, Police Fighting Skills, Close to the Tao, Basic Swordsmanship, Close to the Tao. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 4035.6. If people knew that I have pushed all 3 martial arts to the point where they are close to the Tao, they would probably be shocked, right? But my martial arts skills are improving too fast. If I do it too fast, I'd be crazy. For now, I'd better not let people know that my basic fighting skills and police fighting skills have improved to the point where they are close to the Tao. I'll slowly show them off and show them all during the college entrance examination. Others will only think I'm a genius, but they won't catch me and slice me up for research. Suyi stretched his body. At this moment, the sky was gradually turning pale. Suyi simply left a note, telling his family that he was going to school and they didn't need to leave him breakfast, and then left home. It's a good opportunity to practice by the river along the way, and then have breakfast by the roadside. Suyi jogged all the way to the river where he had fought with Xiao Qiue. Just as he was about to get ready, his ears suddenly moved and he looked behind a big tree by the river. At the same time, the 3rd-level extraordinary dagger appeared in his hand. At that moment, he felt a hint of murderous intent coming from behind the tree. Only. Suyi was cautious and alert for a while, but there was no movement behind the tree. Instead, an old man who also came to exercise in the morning walked by and looked at Suyi strangely. "Little classmate, what are you doing facing a tree?" Early in the morning, he was looking at a tree with murderous intent. Could it be that he treats trees as his homework? Suyi then went behind the tree to check. Nothing was found, not even a trace of human presence. Did I sense it wrongly? Suyi fell into self-doubt. However, they didn't know that in the darkness not far away, a masked man with a ghost face and a devil mask was quietly leaving. What a keen perception. The man with the ghost face mask was the one who gave Chi Bayer the soul-stealing bead and the 3rd-level extraordinary dagger. I thought that with the help of those 2 things, Chi Bayer would be able to kill Suyi successfully. Who would have thought that he would actually encounter Suyi and be killed by Suyi instead? Even those 2 things, the soul capture bead helped Suyi's friends to activate their psychic powers in the extreme realm, giving Dong Huang another psychic power genius. And the 3rd-level extraordinary dagger fell directly into Suyi's hands. What a waste. The man with the ghost face mask spat. It's a pity that I can't do it myself. It seems I have to find another tool to get rid of Suyi as soon as possible. Suyi has now been classified as an S-level genius. If you want to kill him, you either have to take advantage of him going out into the wild, or you have to find an honorable way to kill him. By the way, it seems that Suyi has a life-and-death battle with Zheng's martial arts school. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the lower half of the ghost mask on the ghost-faced masked man's face. Suyi, Suyi, you've dug a hole for yourself. Chapter 68, The Life and Death Arena Again. Enter the elite class. Xia Zhiqiu's excited figure immediately came forward. Su, you finally came to school. How are you? Have you recovered? Why are you so excited? Haven't you been coming to my house for meals every day these days? Although Suyi has taken a few days off to recuperate at home, as a neighbor, Xia Zhiqiu also reports to him every day. Oh, that seems to be the case. Xia Zhiqiu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. But there is one thing that is new information. Didn't you remind me to send the thing I took out of the python's body to the inspection bureau for identification? The results are out. That thing turned out to be a snake's genitals. No wonder those leopards were suddenly attracted to me that day and kept chasing me. Thinking of what happened that day, Xia Zhiqiu couldn't help but want to chop off his hands. Why are you so impatient? I have to pinch it. After the initial shock, Su Ye's eyes lit up. Where is that thing? No, Su, are you serious? You still want that thing? Xia Zhiqiu's eyes moved downward dangerously. Could it be that ASU is? Fuck you, what are you thinking? I think that thing is more effective in attracting monsters, much better than musk deer meat. The musk deer meat I used before cost me hundreds of thousands. If I have that thing, wouldn't it be more convenient to go out and kill monsters in the future? Xia Zhiqiu clapped his hands. That's right, Su, you are really smart. I wanted to throw it away, but now it seems to be a great treasure. Maybe I can ask Zhang Xian to make it into a monster-attracting potion in the future. Xia Zhiqiu gave 2 thumbs up. After all, it has to be you. ASU. Speaking of money. Su, I'll transfer this money to you. Xia Zhiqiu directly transferred 500,000 yuan to Su Yi. The Inspection Bureau also gives out rewards for killing monsters. This is your share. Of course, the monster corpses are definitely worth more than this, but we also have merit rewards, and as inspectors, we sell the monster corpses to the Inspection Bureau at a discount, so the money is a little less. It's good to have money. It just so happens that I'm short of money recently, and you came just in time. Su Yi collected the money promptly and efficiently. He also received 20 contribution points for the Inspection Bureau's monster suppression, which has been deposited into his account. Now with 500,000, it's like free money. Su, are you short of money? I still have some. Xia Zhiqiu wanted to transfer money to Su Yi immediately. No need for now. If it's not enough, I'll borrow from you later. While having breakfast in the morning, Su Yi browsed his phone for a while. The nutritional supplements used to replenish the body are not cheap. The first-level nutrient solution, which is more advanced than the primary nutrient solution, costs 100,000 per bottle. If I want to upgrade my superpowers again, wouldn't it cost 10 million? Su Yi began to understand why people say that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. It's really hard to have no money. Just when Su Yi was worried about money. Su Yi, your letter. A classmate walked in from outside and handed a letter to Su Yi. Strange, there are still people writing handwritten letters these days. Su Yi also felt strange. When he opened the envelope and saw the contents of the letter, his brows couldn't help but frown. ASU, what's wrong? Someone wants to fight me. Night. Su Yi did not go to Jinua's seafood restaurant to work tonight, but came to a busy street. The streets are crowded with people. However, the crowd involuntarily avoided one place. Zheng's martial arts school. No one knows what plague has befallen this martial arts school. First, a coach at the martial arts school is actually a pervert who specializes in killing talented students. Then, the son of the martial arts school owner was kidnapped and killed by a serial killer. In the end, even the owner of the martial arts school died. Unlucky. All the apprentices in the martial arts school had run away long ago. But today, the martial arts school is open again. Director, has the identity of that person been investigated? Besides Su Yi, Zhang Baichuan nodded. I have found out. Zheng Wufa is a third-level extraordinary expert and the cousin of Zheng Wuxiang. He took the initiative to invite you this time to complete the life-and-death fight that you and Zheng Wuxiang had agreed upon. To be more precise, he is here for revenge. Here are Zheng Wufa's detailed information, which I will send to you via email. The sender of the letter that Su Yi received at school 3 days ago was Zheng Wufa. He said that as Zheng Wuxiang's cousin, he wanted to fulfill the bet between Zheng Wuxiang and Su Yi, and invited Su Yi to come to Zheng's martial arts gym today to confirm the time and place in person. Faced with this request, Su Yi of course told Zhang Baichuan immediately. This is why Zhang Baichuan brought Su Yi to Zheng's martial arts gym tonight. Let's go, Suyi, let's go and see this Zheng Wufa. In Zheng's martial arts school. There were only two figures in the spacious training room. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a tall and strong middle-aged man turned around. The middle-aged man was probably in his 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a shallow scar on his left cheek. It is said that he is Zheng Wuxiang's cousin, Zheng Wufa. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Zheng couldn't open his arms, and walked quickly towards Zhang Baichuan with a smile. Zhang Baichuan rolled his eyes. Of course it's your evil spirit. Mr. Zheng, I heard that you were going to meet with the inspector from our inspection bureau. So, I'm stopping by. I hope I won't disturb you. As he spoke, Zhang Baichuan dodged and avoided Zheng Wufa's warm embrace. Zhang Baichuan was not embarrassed. He withdrew his arms and laughed. Of course not. I can't wait to welcome you. Director Zhang is here just in time. He can be a witness for me and Inspector Su. Inspector Su, you promised to enter the life and death arena within a month. Now that time has passed, should we put the arena on the agenda? I think tomorrow is a good day. What do you think, Inspector Su? Suyi raised his eyebrows. Zheng could not skip the confirmation process and directly arranged the life and death competition. You're welcome. Zhang Baichuan didn't fall for it and refused. Mr. Zheng, the life and death competition was an agreement between Suyi and Master Zheng, but Master Zheng has already left, so the competition was of course dropped. No, this can't be left unresolved. Zheng couldn't wave his hand. My foolish brother's last wish was to let his disciple and Inspector Su fight a life and death duel to restore the reputation of his martial arts school. Although my brother is gone now, I am still here as his elder brother, and I must fulfill his last wish. I don't think Inspector Su would be willing to go back on his word, right? If Inspector Su is willing to help me fulfill my brother's last wish, I am willing to increase the 3 million stakes we agreed on to 10 million. As long as Inspector Su wins, I'll give him 10 million with both hands. Zhang Baichuan looked at Zheng Wufa deeply. Mr. Zheng, are you sure you want to fulfill the last wish of Zheng Wuxiang, the man who attacked the patrol? Zheng Wufa nodded with a smile, sure. Mr. Zheng, are you sure you want our inspectors to go on the life and death arena? Zheng Wuning smiled and nodded again, sure. Zhang Baichuan stopped talking. But the chill in the air was growing thicker. At this time, Suyi spoke lightly. Okay, I'll go to the life and death arena, but Mr. Zheng has to agree to one condition of mine. Chapter 69, Lawless, the arena begins. Suyi, didn't we agree to come here to find out the truth today? Why did you agree to it? After walking out of Zheng's martial arts gym, Zhang Baichuan sighed. That's a life and death arena. Suyi, who is essentially an S-level genius, shouldn't take any risks. Director Zhang, if I don't agree, what do you think Zheng Wufa will do? Zhang Baichuan frowned. Could it be possible that he dares to attack you? Suyi smiled bitterly. Of course he doesn't dare to attack me in the city, but in the future I will definitely leave the city to gain experience, or even enter the secret realm. At that time, if Zheng Wufa, a third-level master, really wanted to target Suyi, could Suyi stop him? Besides, even if he can't do anything to me, he has many ways to cause trouble for my family, and what I hate most is someone doing something to my family. Anger flashed in Zhang Baichuan's eyes. No one can do anything to the family members of the patrol bureau. Suyi sighed. Of course he doesn't dare to attack openly, but I just read Zheng Wufa's information. He is really lawless. 3 people who opposed him died outside the city, and the family members of 6 people became disabled due to traffic accidents. It was because of reading Zheng Wufa's information that Suyi knew that Zheng Wufa was really, as his name suggests, lawless. Listening to Suyi talking about Zheng Wufa's resume, Zhang Baichuan's eyes flashed with anger, and a hint of powerlessness. If Zheng Wufa didn't have the Shen family behind him. Zhang Baichuan was halfway through his words when he finally let out a sigh. Zheng Wufa is just a small figure. But he is from the Shen family, a descendant of the king, and he saved the life of the young master of the Shen family. So even though everyone guessed that those were things Zheng couldn't do. But firstly, Zheng Wufa did it quickly and efficiently, without leaving any traces. The warrior died outside the city and there was no one to hold him accountable. The people who caused the traffic accident were also arrested, so Zheng Wufa was not involved. Secondly, with the protection of the Shen family, Zheng Wufa has been able to remain at large. Even if federal laws are strict, no matter how perfect a social system is, it will be influenced by the privileged class. Not to mention, the descendants of the king are involved here. Even though Zhang Baichuan was the director of the inspection bureau, he could only feel powerless. So you promised him to fight in the life and death arena, but you asked him to sign a martial arts oath, not allowing him to harm your family in any way. Zhang Baichuan finally understood why Suyi agreed. That's right. As long as Jing fails to sign the martial arts oath, he can't hurt my family. The martial arts oath is a magical thing in this world. It's different from swearing casually on Earth. Once a warrior on Blue Star signs a martial arts oath, if he violates it, his martial arts will be backfired and he may even become a cripple, or at least his martial arts realm will stagnate. Once this martial arts oath is signed, Zheng Wufa will not be able to do it. Instead of doing it himself, he asked someone to attack Su Ye's family. Whether he did it directly or hinted in various ways, it would be considered that he had violated the contract. As a martial artist, Zheng Fenwu certainly could not accept the result that his cultivation level stagnated or even regressed. This also ensures the safety of Su Ye's family to the greatest extent. Not to mention that Su Ye's martial arts oath only prevented Zheng Wufa from harming his family, but he himself agreed to step onto the life and death arena. But if this happens, Zheng Wufa will definitely send out a master in this life and death competition, which will put you in danger. Zhang Baichuan frowned. Then let him come. As long as he has not entered the extraordinary realm, I don't believe that there is a warrior in the Kaiyuan realm who is stronger than me. Even if it was the first level of the extraordinary realm, Suyi was not very afraid. And if Zheng Bufa's people come up with some shady tricks on the stage, don't we still have you, director? Can you do the work while I am bullied? Zhang Baichuan was so angry that he laughed at Su Ye's helpless look. You are really good at scheming. But you are right. If I could defeat you in a fair fight, it would be fine. But if someone dares to use a dirty trick, do they really think that my inspection bureau is a soft persimmon? Thinking of Su Ye's previous performance during the monster siege, Zhang Baichuan's worries dissipated. It is really impossible to defeat Su Yi, this little monster, in the Kaiyuan realm. Having said that, you still have to be careful. I see. Su Yi nodded, but secretly clenched his fists. He is still too weak. That's why some people dare to come and provoke us like this. Only by becoming stronger can we prevent such things from happening again. Instructor, the life and death competition is scheduled for the evening of 3 days later. I will go back to train first. Su Yi waved his hand and went home. The process of adding points must be further accelerated. 3 days later. A life and death arena. Zheng Fo stood beside the ring, glanced at Zhang Baichuan's empty side, and couldn't help but sneered. Director Zhang, why are you here alone? Where's Su Yi? Zhang Baichuan was also puzzled. He did bring Su Yi with him. Who would have thought that as soon as the car stopped outside the life and death arena, Su Yi suddenly said that he had some insights and asked him to get out first. Zhang Baichuan didn't know how he could have such an epiphany after just sitting in the car for a while. But since Su Yi said so, Zhang Baichuan naturally cooperated. Don't worry, we in the inspection bureau keep our word. Isn't the time coming yet? He will come naturally in a while. What about your favorite disciple, Mr. Zheng? The person who stepped onto the life and death arena with Su Yi today was naturally not Zheng Wufa, the extraordinary third-level powerful man. But he is Zheng Wufa's disciple. Him. He's already here. Zhang Baichuan was stunned. After careful sensing, he finally detected the presence of a person in the dark shadow nearby. What a strong hiding ability. Zhang Baichuan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even when he hadn't noticed it before, he didn't notice the existence of this person. In Zhang Baichuan's perception, the person hiding in the darkness was indeed a cultivator at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. But a 9th level Kaiyuan cultivator could unexpectedly have such a strong concealment ability. Could he also be a genius who has awakened special powers? I'm afraid it will be difficult for Su Yi to fight this battle. A hint of worry emerged in Zhang Baichuan's heart. Just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The clock strikes. The man in the darkness took a step forward and arrived at the life and death arena. Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Patrol Officer Su hasn't shown up yet. Could he be afraid to come out? If you really don't dare, then you can do it as agreed, but you have to kowtow and admit your fault in front of my brother's grave. Zhang Baichuan clenched his fist. Zheng Wuxiang was a criminal who attacked a patrol officer and was killed on the spot. Now Zheng Wufa asked Su Yi, an inspector, to kowtow and admit his mistake to the criminal Zheng Wuxiang. This is really too much. Just then, an indifferent voice came from the door. It's not certain who will admit defeat. Schwa. A figure stepped on the ringing of the last bell and stood on the arena of life and death. It was Su Yi. Chapter 70, Fragments of Magical Power, a show. At the sound of the last bell, Su Yi stepped onto the ring. I thought you were scared. Zheng couldn't help but sneer. Now that you're here, let's get started and see how long you can last. Su Yi didn't care about Zheng Wufa's words, but just observed the person opposite him silently. Even if the other person stands under the spotlight, his presence is still terribly low. It seems like it can blend into the shadows at any time. Su Yi had clearly paid close attention to the other person's appearance, but in the blink of an eye, the other person's face began to become blurred. He is born to be a killer. Su Yi secretly became more vigilant. The referee dressed in black walked onto the ring. Make final confirmation with Su Yi and his opponent. Since the life and death arena has been officially recognized by Dong Huang, there will naturally be official people to witness the entire process and act as referees. It was also at this moment that Su Yi finally knew the name of his opponent. Chen Imo. The life and death competition begins. Swoosh. Following the referee's order, Chen Mo's figure disappeared in an instant. What a fast speed! Su Yi was shocked. However, he did not panic, but calmly sensed his surroundings. After a moment, Su Ye's ears moved. This way. A figure that had originally merged into the darkness suddenly appeared and threw a punch fiercely at Su Ye's back. However, at this moment, Su Yi suddenly turned around. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely. Boom! Su Yi took half a step back. And Chen Imo hid in the darkness again. What a strong force! Su Yi was secretly shocked, even though he only used 50% of his strength in that punch just now. But you have to know that his basic fighting skills and police combat skills are at a level close to Taoism. The improvement in skill proficiency has brought about a significant improvement in physical fitness. His 5 points of strength are enough to crush most of the 9th level of Kaiyuan. But Chen Imo still took the punch. Very good, let me see how many punches you can take from me. Su Yi became interested. His martial arts skills improved to the point where they were close to the Tao, and he could only practice against himself. It's just right to use Chen Imo to hone his martial arts. Su Yi was eager to fight. Chen Imo hid in the darkness, constantly looking for angles and opportunities, hoping to kill the enemy with one blow. But every time, Su Yi would be able to spot Chen Mo's appearance in the first place and raise his fist to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding continued. Gradually, Su Yi felt that Chen Mo's appearance frequency was getting slower and slower, and the strength of his fists was getting weaker and weaker. Is that all? Su Yi was a little disappointed. I thought the people Zheng couldn't find could put more pressure on him, but the result was just like this. If that's all, then let's end it here. Su Yi took a deep breath. Chen Imo emerged from the shadows. But this time. However, Chen Imo did not return to darkness after the sneak attack as he did before. Instead, he was directly knocked away by Su Ye's punch. Bang! Chen Imo hit the defensive shield of the arena heavily and slowly slid down. Puff! Chen Imo spat out a mouthful of blood and looked pale. Admit defeat, or the next punch will be death. Su Yi spoke coldly. Chen Imo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You want me to admit defeat? You're still far from it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Imo flipped his hand, and a huge sickle appeared in his hand. The sickle was completely black, except for the blade which was blood red, as if it was the weapon used by the god of death to reap lives. And when the sickle appeared in Chenmo's hand. Cry. The shrill sound of ghosts crying suddenly flooded into Su Ye's mind. Although I couldn't hear any sound, my mind was filled with this shrill voice. Su Yi only felt an extremely swollen and painful sensation in his brain, as if it was about to split apart. What's this? It feels a bit like the soul-capturing bead that was crushed by Xia Jiqiu before. But the sound of Devil May Cry seems to be even more terrifying than the soul-captivating orb. Su Yi, it's your fault that you are too talented. The human race shouldn't have geniuses. Chenmo held a sickle in his hand and walked towards Su Yi step by step indifferently. Playing tricks. Su Yi snorted coldly and took out a long sword from his storage bracelet. No matter what kind of monster you are, I will chop you off with one sword. A piece of debris trembled slightly in Su Ye's body. Martial arts, basic sword skills, magical fragments. That's right. Fragments of magical powers. Because just now in the car, Su Yi completed the final points for the basic swordsmanship. After the basic swordsmanship reaches a level close to the Tao, this is the 32nd time to add points. And after adding points this time, a piece of debris suddenly appeared in Su Ye's body. Also, the content on the panel has changed. The state after the basic swordsmanship turned into fragments of magical powers. It turns out that when martial arts are improved to the extreme, they become magical powers. Now, I'll use you to test the knife. The star power surges. Laugh. White star power flashed on Su Ye's long sword. It was obviously just an ordinary weapon, but at this moment it put great pressure on Chenmo. What is this? This was the first time Chenmo showed a surprised expression since he stepped onto the ring. Feel the amazing pressure coming from Su Ye's long sword. Chenmo retreated quickly. However, at this moment, he seemed to be locked by the long sword. Cut. Just when Su Ye's sword was about to chop down, a faint mosquito-like sound suddenly rang in his ears. Wait. Su Yi, we are in the same group. Su Yi was stunned. The long knife in his hand tilted slightly and fell across Chenmo's body. Call. Chenmo breathed a long sigh of relief. The faint sound of mosquitoes and flies rang in my ears again. Su Yi, Zheng Wufa is just a cover. The one who is really targeting you is the blood envoy of the blood demon cult. If you really want to get rid of the threat, cooperate with me. Under the ring. Zhang Baichuan has been staring at the fight on the ring nervously. When he saw Chenmo take out the huge black sickle, his expression suddenly became very ugly. What is that? Even through the defensive light shield, Zhang Baichuan could still feel the strong sense of danger coming from the sickle. But unfortunately, due to the defensive light shield, Zhang Baichuan was unable to carefully investigate what that thing was, and could not hear the conversation between Su Yi and Chenmo on the stage. Zheng Wufa, who is Chenmo on the stage? Zheng couldn't play dumb. That's my disciple Mo, who is at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Didn't you check his cultivation before the life and death arena? But no one said he still had such a weapon in his hands. Zheng Wuxiang spread his hands. You didn't ask. Zhang Baichuan was extremely angry. I want to say something more. However, the arena was fraught with danger. Ever since Chenmo took out the black sickle, Su Yi, who originally had the upper hand, was retreating again and was in danger. It seemed that he was about to die under Chenmo's sickle. Zhang Baichuan finally couldn't bear it anymore. This is a violation. The life and death competition ends immediately. As he spoke, Zhang Baichuan flew towards the life and death arena like a big bird. In order to save Su Yi, he actually wanted to shatter the light shield outside the life and death arena with his own hands. However, a figure appeared outside the defensive shield faster than Zhang Baichuan. Just by stretching out a palm, he easily blocked Zhang Baichuan's full-strength punch. Zheng Wufa. Chapter 71 Blood Demon Cult Blood Envoy, Death. Zheng Wufa, how could it be you? Zhang Baichuan couldn't believe it. You are obviously only a 3rd-level person, how could you take my punch? And so easily. Zheng couldn't help but smile sarcastically. You can ask the King of Hell about this kind of question in the underworld. Boom. A cloud of blood mist suddenly emerged from Zheng Wufa's body, and in the blood mist, Zheng Wufa's aura became stronger and stronger. The third heaven, the fourth heaven, the peak of the fourth heaven. Zhang Baichuan, do you think today is just Su Ye's life and death competition? Today is also the anniversary of your death. Zhang Baichuan stared at the blood mist surrounding Zheng Wufa. Zheng Wufa, have you become a fallen person? Do you dare to attack the inspection bureau? Why not? You killed my brother and my nephew. What's wrong with me avenging them? In the blood mist, Zheng Wufa looked insane. You forced me to fall. Now, you will go to the underground and be buried with my brother. Zhang Baichuan retreated frantically while counterattacking quickly. Zheng Wufa, are you crazy? In order to kill me, you even spared your own apprentice. Zheng couldn't help laughing. Disciple? That's not my disciple, but the young master of the Shen family. Master Blood Envoy said that all human geniuses should die. I will offer 2 geniuses to Master Blood Envoy at a time, and Master Blood Envoy will definitely give me the blood of the true devil. Then I will be able to become a demon and have a longer lifespan. Thinking of the blood of the true devil, the red light in Zheng Wufa's eyes became even brighter. As long as he can transform into a demon, he will not only have a longer lifespan, but also have more powerful strength. Even the bottleneck of the third realm could no longer restrict him. Then he can pursue higher realms in martial arts. As for triggering demonic energy in the city, it will be quickly targeted, just kill everyone as quickly as possible and then leave quickly. By then, Lord Blood will help him conceal his aura, and even high-level human warriors will not be able to catch him. The smile on Zheng Wufa's face became even more cruel. Killing Zhang Baichuan, the director of the inspection bureau, and then killing the 2 human geniuses in the life and death arena was his biggest token of joining the demon clan. However, Zhang Baichuan, who was originally resisting his attack in shock and anger, suddenly stopped and his voice returned to calm. It's been more than 10 seconds, hasn't it been locked yet? What's the meaning? Zheng couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately afterwards, outside the life and death arena, a darkness was seen surging, and then a black-haired woman walked out. Locked. I saw you were acting so seriously that I couldn't bear to disturb you, didn't I? The moment the black-haired woman appeared, Zheng Wufa's expression was stunned. Chen Dai. The proud daughter of this generation of the Shen family. Most importantly, Chen Dai is a super master of the 6th level. How did she get here? And it looks like it has arrived a long time ago. Trap. The cruel smile on Zheng Wufa's face quickly faded, leaving only horror. Run. Run now. Only. Ice thorns. The ice spear in Zhang Baichuan's hand had long been thirsty for blood, and he stabbed Zheng Wufa in the lower abdomen. Suddenly, a chill quickly spread through the wound to his entire body, freezing Zheng Wufa in place, unable to even run away. It was also at this time that Zheng Wufa noticed a thin black line extending from under his feet into the distance. And the object of extension is exactly the black-clad referee next to the life and death arena. Found it. Shen Dai clapped her hands. I've heard that in order to borrow the power of a blood user, the blood user must be within 300 meters of you. Now it seems that the rumor is true. I guess you are that blood user. The black-clad referee said nothing. Blood mist surged around him, and he turned around and tried to run away. Damn it. Today's life and death competition was actually a trap specially prepared for him. He was fooled. Want to run? Dream on. Chen Dai turned into a black shadow and appeared around the black-clad referee in a few flashes. The black referee roared and tried to fight back. However, bang! Chen Dai slapped the black-clad referee so hard that he became dizzy. He was soon captured easily by Shen Dai. Walking back with the black-clad referee in her hand, Shen Dai threw it on the ground with a bit of disgust. A 4th-level blood envoy, the blood demon cult underestimated my Shen family by sending out such a thing. Tell me, who is your online friend and where is he? The black-clad referee, also known as the blood envoy of the blood demon cult, had his cultivation sealed and his limbs removed. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, but his expression was still unruly, even with a hint of madness. Don't even think about getting any news from me. Lord Blood Demon God lives forever. I am willing to sacrifice my life for Lord Blood Demon God. Not good, retreat quickly. Chen Dai grabbed Zhang Baichuan with one hand and Zheng Wufa with the other, and retreated quickly. At the same time. Bang! The black-clad referee's body exploded into a bloody mist, then gradually dissipated in the air. When the blood mist dissipated, the figures of Chen Dai and the other two reappeared. What bad luck! These people from the blood demon cult are simply crazy. They explode when they disagree with someone. Forget it. There's still Zheng Wufa. Let's see if we can learn something from him. Zheng Wufa, who was held in Chen Dai's hand, was clearly covered in ice, but at this moment he still felt cold from the bottom of his heart. The blood made the adults dead. He is finished. Chen Dai waved her hand casually, and the energy shield surrounding the life and death arena dissipated. Su Yi and Chen Mo, who had stopped long ago, no, they should be called silent. The two walked down the life and death arena. Su Yi looked at the frozen Zheng Wufa, and then looked at the place where only a small pool of blood was left after the blood explosion. Shake your head. I thought he was the protagonist today. Who would have thought he was just a fishing tool? Just now on the ring, Chen Mo had told Su Yi the whole story. Zheng could not use the Shen family's reputation to harm others, and the Shen family had already noticed it. Originally they were planning to deal with Zheng Wufa directly according to the law, but who would have thought that during the investigation they would discover Zheng Wufa seemed to be secretly contacting the fallen. Among those whom Zheng could not target, there were several Donghuang geniuses. The Shen family did not deal with Zheng Wufa immediately, but instead prepared to follow the clues to find the hidden blood messenger. However, Zheng had been very agile and swift before, so he couldn't be tracked by this. But this time, because of the death of his own brother, Zheng was unable to rush to Fangyuan City in person to avenge his brother and nephew, forcing Su Yi to step onto the life and death arena. It gave the Shen family hope. As a master of the 4th level, Zhang Baichuan's cultivation is far superior to Zheng Wufa. If Zheng Wufa wants to do it himself, he must rely on the power of the blood demon. Then they can capture the blood envoy of the blood demon cult on the spot. Now it seems that the effect is quite good. As for Su Yi, although he became a tool, it was obvious that Zheng Wufa could no longer pose a threat to him, so it was not a loss. Your name is Su Yi, right? I have to thank you for successfully killing the blood envoy of the blood demon cult this time. Don't worry, the 10 million yuan that Zheng could not promise you will be paid by my Shen family, and I will definitely not let you lose out. Chen Dai waved her hand and transferred the money directly. In an instant, Su Ye's original sense of loss as a tool disappeared completely. Thank you Shen. Etc. Su Ye's body suddenly felt a sharp warning. There is danger. Behind Su Yi, the pool of blood left after the explosion suddenly surged up and turned into an evil ghost mask, which pounced towards Su Yi and Shen Mo. Human geniuses should all die. Laugh. Su Yi subconsciously pulled back and swung his knife. Basic swordsmanship and magical power fragments. The knife flashed across the evil ghost's mask, splitting it in half. How is this possible? The blood mist dissipated. Kill value plus 1000. Chapter 72, Chen Dai's Favor, the Provincial Capital Genius. The red mist dissipated. The last trace of the blood demon cult's blood envoy was also completely eliminated. You. Chen Dai looked at Su Yi in surprise. A sword technique that's close to the Tao. No wonder the blood demon cult's blood envoy is determined to kill you, you're truly a genius. Su Yi swung the long sword in his hand. No, it is the basic swordsmanship at the level of magical power fragments. Su Yi smiled slightly, modest and polite. Lucky, my swordsmanship has improved a bit. Chen Dai apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I didn't handle the tail properly and almost hurt you. Fortunately, classmate Su, you have excellent swordsmanship. I, Chen Dai, owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to the Shen family in Jiangqing to find me. I, Chen Dai, keep my word and will respond to any request. If Su Ye's swordsmanship had not reached a level that was close to the Tao. Just now, he was almost killed by the blood envoy's dying counterattack. Chen Dai, a 6th-level master, was fooled by a 4th-level blood user and caused a federal genius to be killed in front of her. Even if the military did not punish her afterwards, Chen Dai herself would always feel guilty about it. Fortunately, Suyi is fine. Not only did he earn 1,000 kill points, but he also earned a favor from Chen Dai, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, who is a descendant of the king. This wave is not a loss. Chen Dai came here specifically for the blood envoy of the blood demon cult. Now the blood envoy is dead, but the human traitor Zheng Wufa was captured, which means this trip is a success. He is about to leave with Momo. Only. Silently walked in front of Suyi. Suyi, the outcome of today's battle is still undecided. I look forward to competing with you again in the college entrance examination. College entrance examination. Suyi reacted suddenly after being reminded by Moment. He had been concentrating on obtaining kill points and improving his physical strength to increase the basic points during this period of time. Before he knew it, there was less than a month left before the college entrance examination. Okay, I will beat you again in the college entrance examination. Silence smiled. Suyi, I want to remind you that there are geniuses in the provincial capital who are so talented that even I am ashamed of myself in this year's college entrance examination. Don't be discouraged when the time comes. Stronger than silence. Suyi had seen all the silence just now. To be honest, not to mention Meng Li, the #1 martial artist in #2 middle school, even the #1 middle school. Neither Chu Shi nor Chen Tan can match Shen Mo's fighting power. But this kind of silence proves that there is a genius in the provincial capital that convinces him. Suyi smiled slightly. It's still unclear who will attack whom at that time. In front of Zheng's martial arts school, Zhang Baichuan and Suyi watched Chen Dai and Shen Mo leave. I thought the Shen family was deliberately protecting Zheng Wuxiang, but I didn't expect they actually wanted to use Zheng Wuxiang to fish. They are indeed descendants of the king, and they have a vision. Zhang Baichuan's face was full of admiration. Suyi. Director, you are no longer the cynical director who thought the king's descendants' family was corrupt. But a lot of people have sacrificed their lives for fishing. Many people's families were destroyed because of Zheng Wufa's harm. Zhang Baichuan waved his hand. I have asked Shen Dai about this question before. Several people who were said to have been killed in the wild were actually secretly rescued and protected by the Shen family. As for those who were involved in the car accident, the Shen family also secretly protected them and was responsible for their subsequent medical treatment. Even this time, knowing that Zheng Wufa was going to come to Fangyuan City to cause trouble for us, the young master of the Shen family took the initiative to ask to come with us and personally kill the genius who posed a threat to him. Otherwise, if someone else had taken out the blood god scythe given by the blood demon cult's blood envoy on the life and death arena just now, you would have been in real danger. Suyi nodded. So, the Shen family is quite reliable, but... Director, did you know that today's life and death competition was for fishing? Zhang Baichuan. Oh, it's already this late, it's time to go home, otherwise your mother will be worried at home, come on, I'll drive you home. Suyi. Director, you really knew that today was a show. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Fortunately, he thought this was a real life and death competition, and he was even trying hard to add some points before going on stage. Result. Just a tool. Who told you to go to the life and death arena? This is to teach you a lesson. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a genius. Before you grow up, even a mediocre person in the 3rd level can kill you easily. I am doing this to teach you a lesson. Suyi. Director, you are right. It is already so late. I should go back as soon as possible. Thank you for sending me off. Night. The Su family's training room. I originally thought that by improving my basic sword skills, I would be able to beat all geniuses, but now it seems, it's not safe enough. I have to continue to improve. Click on the panel. Host, Suyi. Superpower, Vampire, Adult, 0/100. Cultivation, Dark Prison Demon Dragon Art, Kaiyuan 9th level. Martial Arts, Basic Fighting Skills, Skills Close to the Tao, Police Fighting Skills, Skills Close to the Tao, Basic Swordsmanship, Magical Fragments. Talent, Extreme Burst. Kill Value, 2996.6. There are still about 3000 kill points. According to previous experience, if a martial art with a skill close to the Tao is added 32 times, it will be completely filled up and turned into a magical power fragment. There is still 1 month left before the college entrance examination, which is enough time for me to earn more than 200 points and max out another martial art. This time, let's just say basic fighting skills. Suyi thought about it for a moment and then chose the martial arts skill that he wanted to add points to. Basic fighting skills are a martial art that almost all Kaiyuan realm students will practice. Although the name looks ordinary, but it has become so popular in the Federation, it must have its unique features. When facing the college entrance examination, it is definitely more appropriate to learn some basic fighting skills than to learn some police fighting skills. Also, it's time for my superpowers to continue evolving. Suyi took out a small bottle. The bottle is not big, and inside is a liquid that is almost transparent but seems to be sparkling with starlight. First stage nutrient solution. This bottle cost 100,000 federal coins. I hope this level of nutrient solution can change my ability value. Suyi took a deep breath and drank the first level nutrient solution in one gulp. Boom! A current of heat exploded in my body. Although the first level nutrient solution has mild energy, it is ultimately something that only first level warriors can take. Suyi was only at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, and he took the first level nutrient solution, which was a huge amount of energy that almost burst him. Fortunately, it was quick. There seemed to be something inside Suye's body, quickly sucking away the energy in his body. The bursting feeling gradually dissipated. Instead, it became warm and comfortable. At the same time, a feeling of fullness came from the body. Superpower, Vampire Adult, 01/100. The ability value has changed. Sure enough, the first level nutrient solution works. Suye's eyes showed surprise. But one bottle of first level nutrient solution can only increase the ability evolution value by 1 point. If you want to get 100 points, doesn't that mean you need 10 million? The 10 million I just got is gone. And more importantly, a bottle of first level nutrient solution made Suyi feel bloated. Given his current physical condition, he could only take 2 bottles a day at most. This means that it would take at least 50 days to allow the superpowers to evolve again. It seems that it is unlikely that I can evolve my superpowers again before the college entrance examination. So I should focus on increasing my points and max out my basic fighting skills first. Chapter 73 College Entrance Examination begins. With Suye's careful preparation, the college entrance examination has finally arrived. Early in the morning. As soon as Suyi walked out of the room, he saw the whole family had woken up. Even the little lowly Su baby tried hard to open her eyes wide and smile at Suyi. Brother, good morning. Morning. Xiaoya, have you finished washing up? Come and eat. Today's breakfast is all your favorite. Lu Ruxin smiled and pushed Suyi to sit at the dining table. I bought big steamed buns, tofu pudding, seaweed egg drop soup. I even bought pancakes. Lu Ruxin even pushed a plate in front of Suyi. A fried dough stick and 2 peeled boiled eggs. 100 points. Noticing Suye's stunned expression, Su Xiangdong couldn't help but mutter to himself. I've already told you not to do this. Xiaoya, this is the college entrance examination. 100 points is not enough. Lu Ruxin also felt that she had made a mistake. These days, she went online every day to see other parents preparing college entrance examination meals for their children. With the idea that it is better to believe it than not, she also prepared one. Now it seems that we got it wrong. Xiaoya, if you don't like it, then eat something else. No, I like it very much. Thank you, Mom and Dad, and the baby. Suyi picked up the fried dough stick and took a bite. Tasty. In his previous life, Suyi was an orphan. During exams, he heard his classmates complain to each other about the perfect breakfast their mothers prepared for them. At that time, those classmates complained in their tone, but Suyi felt very envious when he heard it. Nowadays, some people even prepare a perfect breakfast for him during the exam. Suyi had a big appetite. He not only ate fried dough sticks and eggs, but also drank a big bowl of soy milk and a basket of buns. As his cultivation level improved, Su Ye's appetite also grew. He ate more alone than Lu Ruxin and the other two combined. Put down your bowl and chopsticks. Mom, I had a good breakfast and I'm going to school now. Ah, are we going now? Yes, it's time to go. Xiaoya, have you brought your admission ticket? And other things. Mom, this is the era of intelligence. You only need facial recognition to enter the examination room, and the examination will be conducted in a virtual system. You don't even need paper and pen. Oh, yes, that's right, I thought it was me at that time. Lu Ruxin didn't know what she was saying. Just smiled awkwardly. She was really nervous because her son was going to take the college entrance examination. Mom, don't worry. The teacher said that with my grades, it won't be a problem to get into Magic City University. And with the college entrance examination reform, the test results will be displayed to the public at the same time. Everyone can see the scores and rankings. You can see my results at home. Then you can wait and see me crush everyone. By the way, the news of the college entrance examination reform only came out half a month ago. At that time, all the college entrance examination candidates and their parents were slightly shocked. In the past, college entrance examination results were announced after the exam, and each candidate would look up their own results. Who would have thought that this time the whole province would do it simultaneously? Although not all college entrance examination candidates across the country competed together, the simultaneous display of the scores of so many people across the province still made this college entrance examination suddenly more intense. The topic of college entrance examination reform has been hot on the internet for several days. However, Lu Ruxin's nervousness was indeed relieved a lot after being comforted by Su Yi. Just at this moment. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. ASU, let's go to school together. Xia Zhiqiu's voice sounded outside the door. Su Yi waved to his parents and sister, then walked out empty-handed. And after Su Yi left, Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong didn't even have the mood to eat breakfast. Even though Su Yi said that his grades were good enough for admission to Shanghai University, as a parent, we are still worried. At this time. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door. It turned out to be Xia Zhiqiu's parents who came downstairs. Lao Su, hurry up, let's go to school. Huh? Why are you going to school? Of course we should go to the school gate to check the results. Although we can see the college entrance examination results online this time, it is not as exciting to check the results at home as it is to go to the school gate to check the results. Especially your Xiaoya. My son has said that this time, the number one scorer in Fangyuan City is most likely to be Xiaoya. As parents, why don't you take this opportunity to show off at the school gate and let others envy you? This. Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong looked at each other. Then. Both of them were moved. Then, let's go then. Fangyuan number 2 middle school. Su Yi and Xia Zhiqiu came to school. There were already quite a few people at the door sending their children to the park, and watching the fun. However, these people were very conscious. They made way for the students to enter the school smoothly. At the same time, they lowered their voices and spoke in a low voice for fear of disturbing the students. I scanned my face and walked into the school. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. There were almost no people in the school, and even if there were a few figures, they quickly walked into the teaching building to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. Su, we are not in the same examination room, let's separate here. Walking down to the teaching building, Xia Zhiqiu and Su Yi waved goodbye. Okay, good luck on your exam, see you later. Good luck on the exam, Su will get the top score. Su Yi smiled and waved. Soon I arrived at my examination room. After confirming his identity by scanning his face again, Su Yi came to a nutrition warehouse. Open the nutrition chamber and lie down. The nutrition bin is closed. Su Ye's consciousness quickly came to a virtual world. This is the latest scientific and technological achievement of the Federation. Deep Blue Virtual World. The entire world is under the control of the Federation's highest intelligent computer, the Deep Blue system, which can also simulate various scenarios and dynamics. Waited quietly for a while. A countdown appeared in the virtual world in front of me. 10 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. College entrance examination. Start. Information appeared on the light screen. Test location, Fanyuan No. 2 Middle School, classroom A77. Examination time, 10 o'clock. Examination subject, theoretical examination. Cultural theory, 100 points. Basic theory of martial arts, 200 points. Total score, 300 points. Candidate, Suyi. Take a deep breath. Suyi clicked the button below to confirm the start. Soon, the picture in front of him changed, and questions appeared one after another. Suyi could write out the answers manually or answer them by voice. The original owner's academic performance was already very good, and after Suyi traveled through time, he did not give up on academic performance. Not to mention, in order to prepare for the college entrance examination, Suyi deliberately tried to see if burning the killing value could help him memorize quickly. The result is, very good. After only burning 300 points of killing value, Suyi memorized the thick basic martial arts theory question bank by heart. So, now look at these questions in front of you. Suyi simply felt it was so relaxing. College entrance examination. That's it. Chapter 74 Theoretical Exam, Full Marks. In front of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. Countless parents are looking forward to it. They kept checking their phones, or occasionally looked up at the LED screen at the school gate. Suddenly, the information on the LED screen changed. Here it comes, someone has produced results. 10 points for cultural theory, 20 points for basic martial arts theory, total score 30 points. Who is this Fong Xianrong? Did he click the wrong button and hand in the paper early? Yeah, even if you close your eyes and choose all CS, it won't be that low, right? What are you thinking? Multiple choice questions only account for 40% of the total score. Wait, this person didn't really choose C and only answered the multiple choice questions, right? Someone else's results are out. The exclamations of the parents nearby immediately made these people look at the LED screen above their heads again. Zhang Yuan, Provincial Capital 3rd Middle School, Class A 32, Cultural Theory 80 points, Basic Martial Arts Theory 146 points, total 226 points. Song Mingtian, Taichung No. 2 Middle School, Class 19, Cultural Theory score 83, Basic Martial Arts Theory score 112, total score 195. As students began to hand in their papers, the information on the LED screen began to change. The information of all students in Jiangnan province will be put together and ranked. The further back in time one goes, the faster the ranking will be refreshed. Eventually, the LED screen will only show the scores of the top 100 students in the province. If someone comes from behind and surpasses the previous student, his or her information will be replaced. As for the information of a specific person, you can only log into the official website and enter your personal information to search. Lu Ruxin and Su Xiangdong were staring at the big screen above their heads, while the other kept refreshing his phone. Su Ye's results haven't come out yet. It was Xia Zhiqiu's parents standing beside them. It's coming out. Xia Zhiqiu, Fanyuan City No. 2 Middle School, Elite Class, Cultural Theory 88 points, Basic Martial Arts Theory 178 points, total 266 points. Xia Zhiqiu's mother suddenly laughed out loud. This brat performed really well. This result is higher than Xia Zhiqiu's score in the previous baseline test. When the parents around heard about Xia Zhiqiu's achievements, they all looked at him with envy. Although this result is not among the top 100 in the province, it is already very good. Lu Ruxin also congratulated him repeatedly. Xiao Qiu is a very stable child. She performs better in big occasions. Xia Zhiqiu's mother's mouth was about to split to her ears. Oh, our Xiaoqiu is usually so carefree that I was worried about her. I didn't expect that she would perform well in the college entrance examination, haha, ha ha ha. By the way, have your Xiaoye's grades come out? I'm sure Xiaoye won't be bad either. The cultural theory exam is approaching. Lu Ruxin was also worried. Then I heard Su Xiangdong and Xia Zhiqiu's father speak almost at the same time. It's coming out. It's coming out. Oh my god, Xiaoya actually got full marks. Su Ye's results appeared almost simultaneously on Su Xiangdong's mobile phone and the LED screen above his head. Su Yi, Fangyuan City No. 2 Middle School, Elite Class, 100 points in Cultural Theory, 200 points in Basic Martial Arts Theory, total score 300 points. Xiaoya, full marks. Lu Ruxin covered her mouth excitedly, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. Is this what it means to cry tears of joy? Oh my god, who is that Su Yi? He got full marks. He is a student of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. This is really an honor. As expected of a genius from the elite class, she is amazing. Even the parents who were watching the results nearby were shocked. A student from Fangyuan City No. 2 Middle School scored full marks, so even if the child is not theirs, they are still proud of him. Especially in this case where the college entrance examination is conducted simultaneously across the province, everyone can see that the students of Fangyuan City No. 2 Middle School got full marks in the first theoretical exam. So glorious. Su Xiangdong couldn't help but burst out laughing. My son. Then Su Yi is my son. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Su Xiangdong was happier than when he became a construction worker and earned a monthly salary of 30,000. And glory. When the parents around heard Su Xiangdong's words, they all looked over with envy. Is this Su Ye's parent? How did you raise your child? He's too good. Hello, Mr. Su Yi, I am the parent of Liao Tingting from our No. 2 Middle School. Dad Su Yi, how is your Su Ye's martial arts practice? Is there anything else to say about him being in the elite class? Of course he's amazing. Dad Su Yi, you really know how to teach your child. He's good at both literature and martial arts. Maybe Su Yi will be the top student in our city. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin were surrounded by a group of parents, and they couldn't stop smiling. However, the two did not dare to respond to words like, the city's top scholar. Our Xiaoya is just lucky. He knows exactly what questions we ask him. We just hope that he can get good grades and be admitted to a martial arts university of his choice. We can't even dream of becoming the city's top student. Despite this, there was still an endless stream of congratulations from all around. Many parents came over, wanting to share in the good fortune and bring some good luck to their children. Only. The closest distance to Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin was occupied by Xia Zhiqiu's parents. Their Xiaoqiu has good vision and has been good friends with Su Yi since childhood. Look. Because of Su Yi, their Xiaoqiu not only saved his life, but also successfully awakened a very rare psychic power. Now even my academic performance has improved a lot. Su Yi is Xiaoqiu's benefactor. They must protect Su Ye's parents. The entrance of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School is bustling with activity. Throughout Jiangnan Province, many people have also noticed the name Su Yi. A perfect score of 300 on the theory test. Not bad. However, theory only accounts for a portion of the college entrance examination score. The majority of the score is still in physical fitness and combat ability. How can a genius from a small city like Fangyuan be compared with geniuses from the entire province? It's not bad to be able to stand out in a theoretical exam. This is the first time that the college entrance examination is held simultaneously across the province, so he can be said to have stood out a lot because of this. Yes, you can see there is already news online. The genius boy from Fangyuan City who scored full marks in the theory test. These editors are really fast. Many people were just slightly surprised at Su Ye's full score in the theoretical exam. But I don't think Su Yi can really make a name for himself with this. At a time when almost everyone in Jiangnan Province was paying attention to the college entrance examination. Far away in Yujing, there was also a person who was watching the situation of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province on his mobile phone. Seeing Su Ye's score of 300. Crack. Su Yang crushed the teacup in his hand. Su Yi. You again. Why do you always run up to me and jump around? Chapter 75 Physical Fitness, 10th in the province. Su Yi naturally didn't know that his perfect score attracted so much attention. After answering the questions, he checked them twice to confirm that there were no problems. Then Su Yi submitted his scores, opened the nutrition chamber and walked out. After the morning exams, students can have lunch at school and continue in the afternoon. ASU, this way. As soon as he walked out of the teaching building, Suyi saw Xia Jiqiu waving at him excitedly. Also beside Suyi were Xiao Qiue and Mu Wanru, who were familiar to him. Asu, you are amazing. You got a perfect score. Suyi, congratulations. Suyi, you're awesome. You've brought honor to our number 2 middle school. Suyi thanked him with a smile. Did you all see the results? How are you guys doing? Xia Jiqiu knew them all like the back of his hand. I'm 266, Mu Wanru is 286, and Xiao Xiao is amazing, 298. Student Xiao is amazing. Suyi gave a thumbs up. Xiao Qiue. Although your tone is very sincere, Su, I don't know whether I should be happy or ashamed when you praise me with such an admiring tone even though I got a perfect score of 300. Suyi rubbed his nose. He really thinks Xiao Qiue is amazing. After all, he knew very well that he got a perfect score of 300 by memorizing all the questions in the question bank by burning his killing points. However, Xiao Qiue passed the exam based on her real ability. Xia Jiqiu came over and put his arm around Su Ye's shoulders. Alright, stop complimenting each other here, let's go eat, we have 3 exams to take this afternoon. Blue Star's college entrance examination only lasts 1 day. After students enter the examination room in the morning, the examination room will be completely closed, and the school will provide lunch at noon. Have a hearty meal. Suyi browsed his phone for a while. Nowadays, as long as he opens his mobile phone, he can immediately see information about the college entrance examination, and the latest one pushed to him is the college entrance examination ranking of Jiangnan province. Suyi naturally ranked first with a full score of 300 points. However, Suyi was not the only one who got full marks in the theoretical exam this year. There is also Li Guanqi from the number 1 middle school in the provincial capital. The other is Jiang Luiyue from Jian City. In addition, there are also many scores like 299 and 298. It seems that the theoretical exams cannot make a big difference. The 3 exams in the afternoon will really determine the provincial ranking. Return to the examination room. Enter the nutrition cabin again. The afternoon exam will begin soon. Test location, Fanyuan number 2 middle school, classroom A77. Examination time, 1300 hours. Examination subject, physical fitness. Basic score, 200 points. Additional points, 100 points. Total score, 300 points. Candidate, Suyi. Click start again. Soon, Suyi, who was lying in the nutrition cabin, could feel a slight electric current flowing around his body. This is the nutrition cabin automatically testing Su Ye's physical fitness. It is also the most accurate detection method in the Federation. Soon. The data on the light curtain has changed. The physical examination is over. The candidate's physical fitness exceeds the physical limits of the 9th heaven. Basic score, 200 points. Do you want to enable additional testing? Of course it's the beginning, without a doubt. In the physical fitness level, the so-called additional points are actually for superpowers. Suyi used the dark prison dragon technique to activate his vampire powers. The electric current was running faster around Su Ye's body, and the additional points were constantly increasing. 1, 12, 37, 54, 61. However, the rate of growth is clearly slowing down. It seems that my vampire ability, which has only evolved once, is not at the top of the list of abilities. Suyi sighed slightly in his heart. But to be honest, he had anticipated this situation. Physical abilities are certainly not as good as the more scarce mental abilities. Even Silence's special ability to blend into the darkness may not be comparable to it. But Suyi didn't feel discouraged. After all, his abilities can continue to evolve. And now the vampire's supernatural powers have only just evolved once. So I believe that as long as he continues to evolve his supernatural powers, one day he will become someone that people will look up to. But now, seeing that the parameters were about to stop, Suyi had an idea. Extreme Burst is activated. The magical power fragments vibrated. In an instant, the score that was about to stop began to soar again. 66, 78, 85, 90. In the end, Su Ye's score stopped at 90. At the same time, the results are uploaded. Su Ye's score appeared on the LED screen outside number 2 middle school and on the internet. Su Yi, Fangyuan City number 2 middle school, elite class, basic score 200 points, additional score 90 points, total score 290 points. It's out, it's out. Xiaoye's score is out again. 290 points, what level is this score? Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin were nervous, excited, and a little at a loss. Xia Zhiqiu's father on the side had already started congratulating him. Oh, this is a super high score. Most students can't even get 200 points. There is no additional score at all. Xiaoye was able to score 290 points. There are not many people in Fangyuan City who can compare with him. Look, the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination rankings have been updated. The data on the LED screen changes. The entire LED screen is divided into two sides. On one side are the scores of the physical fitness test that had just been conducted. One side is the total score ranking of all college entrance examination candidates in Jiangnan Province. Number 1, Li Guanqi, number 1 middle school in the provincial capital, total score 599. Number 2, Xiao Qiyue, Fanyuan number 2 middle school, total score 598. Number 3, Jiang Luyue, Jian number 1 middle school, total score 596. Number 10, Suyi, Fanyuan number 2 middle school, total score 590. Look, Xiaoye ranks 10th in the province. This is amazing, old Su, you have raised a good son. Su Xiangdong couldn't close his mouth because of laughing. But we didn't forget to promote each other's business. Your Xiaoqiu is also very capable. Number 32, Xia Zhiqiu, Fanyuan number 2 middle school, total score 550. After the second physical fitness test. In fact, the scores of the candidates have already been greatly separated. An ordinary martial arts student who has not awakened any special powers, even if his cultivation has reached the 9th level and he has scored full marks in his academic subjects. The maximum score you can get is 500. The only one who wants to exceed this score is someone with awakened superpowers. This means that as long as those who have awakened their special abilities do not give up too much, they can easily be admitted to a top martial arts university. The only difference is the specific ranking. Who is this Xiao Qiyue? She is ranked 2nd in the province. She is really amazing. I remember that this kid scored 298 points in the last theoretical foundation test. Doesn't this mean that she got a perfect score of 300 on the second physical fitness test? Now that you mention it, it's true. Li Guanqi, who is now ranked 1st in the province, has a total score of 599. That means Li Guanqi's physical fitness score in the second round is 299 points, 1 point lower than Xiao Qiyue. Doesn't that mean that the 1st in the province in the second subject of physical fitness is Xiao Qiyue from Fangyuan number 2 middle school? Our Fangyuan number 2 middle school is really proud of this. We got full marks in both the first and second exams. It would be great if someone could get first place in the province in the end. Chapter 76 Fighting Skills, Easy to Master. Ordinary people watch the fun. An expert knows the ins and outs. Parents who are watching the scores and people who are interested in the college entrance examination can only see how many points each person got and what their ranking is. But for insiders, the score of physical fitness in the second stage is of great significance. Jiangnan Military Region. The top leaders are also paying attention to this college entrance examination. Xiao Qiyue, your physical fitness is 300 points, worthy of being that person's daughter. It has been many years since the entire federation has seen a perfect score in physical fitness. The last person who got a perfect score in physical fitness is now a 9th level master and is about to become a king. The chief's 40-something staff officer with a calm expression nodded. Xiao Qiyue's performance is indeed outstanding. In fact, Li Guanqi's physical fitness can reach 299 points, which is already a very impressive score. However, this year, there is a monster like Xiao Qiyue. Not only these two, Jiang Luyue from Anji City also performed very well. The chief seemed to be in a very good mood. This time, the top 10 have achieved a physical fitness of 290 points, which means their ability level is above 90 points. This is more than double the number in the past. These people are geniuses from our Jiangnan province, Donghuang, and the entire human race. I don't know if it's an illusion, but there seem to be more and more geniuses in recent years. In our class, there were less than 10 people in the country who could reach 90 points in supernatural power. But now there are 10 people in Jiangnan province alone. The foundation of our human race will definitely become deeper and deeper. Another leader who had been silent all this time uttered a few words lightly. I heard that whenever a race faces a life or death situation, its luck will rise and many geniuses will emerge. Well. The originally exciting conversation turned into a sigh in the end. The emergence of these geniuses is certainly a good thing, but it also makes them deeply aware of how critical the current situation is. A secret realm is revealed and star beasts are rioting. There are demon attacks from outside and the war continues. I really don't know whether mankind can still achieve victory and regain peace. No matter what, the appearance of these little guys is a good thing, and we must increase our efforts in training them. Based on the performance of these children, their genius rating should have reached at least S level, right? The staff officer's tone was hesitant. Well, the top 9 geniuses are indeed rated S level, but the 10th one, Suyi. What happened to Suyi? Well, Suyi has already been recruited by the Inspection Bureau. Not long ago, the director of the Inspection Bureau, Zhang Baichuan, applied for S-level genius treatment for him. Logically, Suyi's performance should be enough to pass this application, but the Heavenly King Palace rejected it and only gave him the treatment of an A-level genius. What was rejected by the Heavenly King Palace? What was the reason? The staff officer shook his head. I don't know the details, but since Suyi is treated as an A-level genius, it proves that there should be nothing wrong with Suyi. Maybe the Heavenly King Palace has its own considerations. Alas, it seems that this little guy is unlucky. I hope it won't affect his training. The chief sighed. Although it might feel a bit unfair to Suyi. The leader was still convinced by the decision of the Heavenly King Hall. There are many talented people in Jiangnan province this year. As the head of the province, he is most concerned about those with the best performance. In the end, Suyi was only ranked 10th. Let's take another look. The discussions of the crowd could not affect the students who were taking the exam. Because after the physical fitness test, no one left the nutrition cabin. The fighting skills test follows. Test location, Fanyuan No. 2 Middle School, Classroom A77. Examination time, 1400 hours. Examination subject, Fighting Skills. Total score, 360 points. Candidate, Suyi. Please select a specific subject of fighting skills. Suyi directly selected, Basic Fighting Technique. There is no distinction between basic points and additional points in the fighting skills exam. The total score is 360 points. How much you can get depends entirely on your ability. The light curtain content changes. Please select a specific subject of fighting skills. Suyi directly selected, Basic Fighting Technique. And as Suyi clicked Confirm to begin, a virtual figure soon appeared in front of him. The figure was wearing a white training suit. His height and build were the same as Suyi's, and his cultivation level was exactly the same as his. The moves used were the basic fighting techniques that Suyi was familiar with. Suyi took a step back, observed briefly, and quickly determined that the basic fighting skills of the virtual figure in front of him were only at the entry level. Raise a hand casually. Suyi easily defeated the virtual figure. Score plus 20. As this virtual figure disappeared, another one appeared immediately, still using basic fighting skills to attack Suyi. However, it is obvious that the basic fighting skills mastered by this virtual figure are stronger than the previous one. But it made no difference to Suyi. Still a one-punch blast. Score plus 20. Another virtual figure appeared. It is still an entry-level basic fighting technique. He was still beaten to pieces by Suyi's punch. Score plus 20. Suyi has gradually figured out the pattern. It seems that this fighting skills test is to let them use fighting skills to fight these virtual characters. The fighting skills mastered by the virtual character will become more and more proficient as the previous person is beaten. The fighting continues in this way to test the candidate's proficiency in fighting skills. In that case, just keep standing there. The virtual figure who had just stepped into the basic fighting technique and reached proficiency was blown up. Score +20. The virtual figure who has improved his proficiency in basic fighting techniques is beaten to pieces. Score +20. The virtual figure whose basic combat number has reached the limit of the proficiency level will be defeated. Score +20. Then the basic combat skills are mastered and perfected. At each proficiency level, 3 virtual figures with different levels of mastery will appear, but Suyi passed all of them easily. That's right, Suyi has already regarded this exam as a game to pass. As he defeated the virtual figures one by one, there is a sense of excitement of constantly breaking through levels. What Suyi didn't know was, when they were taking the fighting skills test. Outside world. In the channel about the college entrance examination. The exciting moments of these students' battles have already begun to be broadcast simultaneously to the outside world. Damn, this year's college entrance examination team really knows how to have fun. This kind of virtual battle looks pretty cool. If there was a virtual battle online game like this, I would have mastered my fighting skills to perfection long ago. Look, the guy in the video just now who punched the virtual figure is my brother. Isn't my brother handsome? Huh, look again, your brother has just been beaten to death by the virtual figure. With the simultaneous broadcast of the college entrance examination group. This time it's not just parents who are concerned about the college entrance exam. Even many people who like to have fun and warriors have flocked to the official website to see what the students this year are like. Especially those warriors. These college entrance examination candidates may very likely become one of them in the future and go on missions to secret realms with them. It's always a good idea to understand it first. And as the fighting skills examination continues to advance, many people have been beaten to pieces by the virtual figures, ending the test of fighting skills. The number of people remaining is constantly decreasing. Final. The screen of the simultaneous broadcast was suddenly divided into 20. This means that there are only 20 people who have not finished the exam. Among them was Suyi. Chapter 77, 3 exams, first in the province. Xiaoye. It's Xiaoye. At the gate of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. Su Xiangdong pointed at a corner on the LED screen and shouted excitedly. The person on the small screen was Su Yi, who was fighting. Xiaoye is so amazing. It is said that the fighting proficiency displayed by the virtual figure has reached a superb level, but it seems that Xiaoye is doing it with ease. Xia Zhiqiu's father was amazed. Old Su really has a good son. So promising. Not like their Xiaoqiu. It has been eliminated long ago. Out of 300 points for fighting skills, he only got 222 points in the end. Although it's already good compared to other students. But compared with Suyi, it was really disgusting. Now it depends on how far Suyi can go. Bang! Suyi punched out again. The virtual figure whose basic fighting skills had reached the highest level was blasted apart by him again. Score +20. The number of virtual figures that he has defeated has reached 14, which means he has obtained 280 points. Suyi waited quietly for the next person to appear. What he didn't know was, now there are only 7 people left on the screen for the simultaneous broadcast. This means that there are only 7 people in the entire Jiangnan province who have reached the superb level of fighting skills. Gone, another one is gone. It's Xiao Qiue. Xiao Qiue from our Fangyuan city also lost, what a pity. Now there are only 6 people left. Doesn't that mean that Su Yi is the only one left in Fangyuan city? It appears. A new virtual person appears again. Can Su Yi still defeat him? Su Yi rushed forward. Did he throw a punch as well? Oh my god, he destroyed the virtual figure with just one punch. Su Yi is too fierce. As expected of a kid from Fangyuan City, he's really fierce. Su Yi must be the first person to defeat the virtual figures in this round. It looks so easy, so he must have won this time. Is it possible that our Fangyuan City is going to take first place in the province again? The atmosphere at the gate of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School was very high. Even though Su Yi is not their child, they are proud to see that a child from their city performs so well. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin were so excited that they almost fainted. Our Xiaoye is too strong. You really are worthy of being my son, Su Xiangdong. Fuck you, Xiaoye is so powerful, it's all thanks to me. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin tacitly did not mention the Yujing Su family. Another one has gone down, also a genius from the provincial middle school. Now there are only 5 left. Another provincial genius is gone too, doesn't that mean there are only 4 left? Li Guanqi, Jiang Luiyue, Momo, and Su Yi from our Fangyuan city, there are only these 4 people left. Come on, Su Yi. Virtual space. A figure appeared again. This time, the level of the virtual figure has reached a level close to that of Tao. Although I have only just reached the level of skill that is close to the Tao. But it did put some pressure on Su Yi. At least Su Yi failed to blow up the virtual figure with just 1 punch. Instead, he used 2 full punches. I beat Su Yi again. I unexpectedly won again, and it was so easy. So cool. Come and see how the other 4 are doing. That silence is dead. So soon. Li Guanqi and Jiang Luiyue also seem to be fighting very hard. From this point of view, Su Ye's basic fighting skills are far better than Li Guanqi and Jiang Luiyue. Jiang Luiyue is done too. The exam is over. Where's Li Guanqi? Li Guanqi has held on for 10 minutes. Can he continue to hold on? Oh, what a pity. Li Guanqi was also beaten to death by the virtual figure. Doesn't this mean that Su Yi is the only one left? Ah, Su Yi has already secured first place in the province in fighting skills. Awesome. Su Yi, who had been quietly waiting for the next virtual figure to appear, suddenly opened his eyes. Appeared. A virtual silhouette whose basic fighting skills have reached an almost intermediate level. This time, Su Yi threw 3 punches before he finally blew up the virtual figure. Then, the third virtual figure soon appeared. Su Yi raised his eyebrows. Why did he appear so quickly this time? But he soon understood. This meant that everyone except him had lost, ending the exam. So he doesn't need to wait for others to finish fighting. Instead, you can directly start your own battle. Come on, let me see your strength. Su Yi hooked his finger at the virtual figure, then rushed forward on his own initiative. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet collided. Those who were watching the simultaneous broadcast could hardly catch the scene of Su Yi fighting with the virtual figure with their eyes. All I could see were 2 blurry figures flashing continuously. Fast, too fast. What level of battle is this? If someone could master the art of fighting to this level, I'm afraid they will be beaten to pieces as soon as they meet. Is this really the level of combat that humans are capable of? While everyone was amazed. Boom. Su Yi threw a punch directly. The fragments of magical power in the body were vibrating because of this punch. Bump. The virtual figure took a few steps back, then exploded. This virtual world returned to peace again. Su Yi waited expectantly for the next virtual figure to appear. It was not until the last virtual figure that he felt a little passion for fighting. The previous ones were so weak that they completely lost his interest. However. Buzz. The virtual world vibrated slightly. Su Ye's consciousness was actually bounced out directly. Is this the end? Su Yi woke up from the nutrition cabin and was still a little unresponsive. However, after a quick calculation, he found that the 3 virtual figures with skills close to the Tao were all beaten to pieces by him. And obviously for the Federation, being almost as skilled as the Tao is already the highest level of proficiency. It seems that even the Federation did not expect that there would be such a thing as magical power fragments above the level of skills. Alas, it ended too quickly. It's a bit unsatisfying. Su Yi shook his head and walked out of the nutrition cabin. I took out my cell phone to check the current situation of the college entrance examination. Number 1, Su Yi, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, total score 950. Number 2, Li Guanqi, No. 1 Middle School in the provincial capital, total score 914. Number 3, Jiang Luyue, Jian Number 1 Middle School, total score 908. Number 4, Silence, Number 1 Middle School in the provincial capital, total score 888. Number 5, Xiaoqiyue, Fanyuan Number 2 Middle School, total score 878. Looking at the freshly released provincial rankings, Suyi smiled slightly. I am the first. Chapter 78, Fighting with Full Marks, Heated Discussions Among All Parties. Damn, perfect fighting skills. Suyi is so awesome. Mr. Su, you really raised a good son. I'm so envious. We are Fanyuan Number 2 Middle School, the strongest. There was an endless stream of cheers at the entrance of Fanyuan Number 2 Middle School. They only knew that the students from Fanyuan Number 2 Middle School scored full marks in fighting skills and were currently ranked first in the province. More than 30 points higher than the second place. If this trend continues, it doesn't seem like a luxury for Suyi to eventually take first place in the province. Some people have already started opening champagne to celebrate. However, for those who knew the inside story, the full score that Suyi got was like a thunderclap. Jiangnan Military Region. How is this possible? The usually serious chief's expression was about to collapse at this moment. Full marks. It's actually full marks. This is incredible. The staff officer standing by was a little confused. Captain, isn't it a good thing to have a perfect score in fighting skills? This is indeed a good thing. Getting full marks in fighting skills means that you have practiced this martial art to perfection, but the problem is, in their Donghuang, or even in the entire Federation, no one has ever been able to practice fighting skills to the maximum level. The last figure currently in the college entrance examination. In fact, they are all calculated by Donghuang intelligent brain through data. Can't even find the prototype. Even the first king in the history of the Federation who was hailed as a savior. Even with the enchanting talent he displayed last year, I didn't see him being able to practice a martial art to this level. Could it be that Suyi is even more evil than the first heavenly king? The chief couldn't believe it. Could it be that there is a bug in the college entrance examination system this time, and the level of the last virtual figure has actually been lowered? The chief muttered to himself. No. Another white-haired leader, who had remained silent, picked up his cell phone. Although the college entrance examination is ranked according to provinces, in fact, the combat targets in the fighting skills stage are the same. I checked the fighting skills in the college entrance examinations in other provinces. Apart from Suyi, only the kid from Yujing Shenyuan family walked to the last virtual figure, but he was beaten to pieces by the virtual figure with just one move. This proves that there is nothing wrong with the last virtual figure. It can even be said to be ridiculously strong. But even so, Suyi still easily solved the problem. This can only prove it. This shows that the skill calculated by the Donghuang intelligent brain is close to the limit, but it is not the real limit. Suyi was able to score a full 360 points in fighting skills because our test was only worth 360 points, not because it was the upper limit of his ability. It's even scarier when you think about it this way, okay? The white-haired leader took a deep look at the scene on his phone where Suyi easily resolved the battle with the tree. I suggest that Jiangnan New District resubmit the assessment of Su Ye's genius level. It is a waste of talent to only treat such a genius as an A-level genius. At least an S-level or even SS-level genius is worthy of Su Ye's performance. The leader, with a serious expression, suddenly came to his senses after being reminded like this. That's right. This Su Yi is definitely worthy of great training. Such talents must be valued. Xiao Zhang, please help me draft an email immediately and I will send it to the Heavenly King Palace. Yes, Chief. The leaders of the Jiangnan military region were amazed and extremely happy about Su Ye's performance. Yujing. Su family. Su Yang had completely destroyed his study. Su Yi, bastard, bastard, bastard. Why? Why does he suddenly seem like a different person? Isn't he a complete loser? Shouldn't he be mediocre and completely trampled under my feet? How did he suddenly become a genius? If the Su family saw Su Ye's college entrance examination results, would they accept Su Yi back into the Su family? What should I do then? Everyone will know that I am just the adopted son of the Su family. No, we must not let Su Yi return to the Su family. That damn blood demon cult clearly promised me that they would get rid of Suyi, but now Suyi is still alive and well. If it was the blood demon cult, even that blood envoy would have died in Fangyuan City. Damn it, damn it. The more Su Yang thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was about to stomp on the things that fell to the ground and crush them. But his eyes fell on the photo frame on the ground, looking at the majestic Su Jingdao and Xianyuan Mingmu with a kind smile on his face in the photo. Su Yang suddenly had an idea. I can't keep the secret of Su Ye's college entrance examination results. Rather than waiting for the Su family to find out that Su Yi is a genius and regret kicking him out of the Su family, I might as well take the initiative. Having said that, Su Yang directly dialed Xianyuan Mingmu's number. Beep. The phone rang once and was quickly connected. Xiaoyang, why did you think of calling Mom? Is your cultivation going well recently? Do you need any resources? Mom just got a bottle of 7th level dragon blood essence and has asked someone to send it back to you. Xianyuan Mingmu's voice was full of concern and love. Su Ye's eyes were cold, but his voice was full of gratitude. Thank you, Mom. You always think of me first when you have something good. In fact, you should give these resources to my second and third sisters. My little sister also needs it. Xianyuan Mingmu felt warm in his heart. He always heard about brothers and sisters in other families fighting for resources. Only in their family, this kind of thing has never happened before. Su Yang is always so warm and sisterly. How could he not want to love Su Yang more? It doesn't matter. Your second and third sisters don't need these resources at all. As for your little sister, she stays in the Xianyuan family all day long and is almost a child of the Xianyuan family. Why does she need me to prepare resources for her? As a mother, I just hope that our Xiaoyang can practice smoothly. Su Yang's eyes became even colder. Yes, Su Mingyue and Su Xingchen are both geniuses who have awakened special powers. They do not need to use resource piles for cultivation. They have been evaluated as SS-level geniuses very early on, and the Federation can provide them with any resources they need. As for the younger sister Xianyuan 17, she has shown unparalleled talent in cultivation since she was a child. She is loved and taught by Grandpa Xianyuan. Old Master Xianyuan loved his sisters very much, but he only showed superficial concern for him. Isn't it because he is not the Su family's biological son? That biased old man. Su Yang took a deep breath. Mom, it's not just my second sister, third sister and little sister. In fact, Su Yi also needs resources. Xianyuan Mingmu's voice on the phone suddenly became much colder. Xiaoyang, why did you mention that guy? Mom, have you forgotten? Today is the college entrance examination. Su Yi also took part in this exam, and he is now ranked first in Jiangnan province. What do you mean Su Yi is number 1 in the province? How is that possible? Xianyuan Mingmu couldn't believe it. Then why would I lie to you? Su Yi currently ranks first in the province in 3 exams. In my opinion, when the college entrance examination is over, Su Yi will surely take first place. To be honest, I am really happy for Su Yi. It's a pity. If Su Yi had shown his current talent when you and Dad brought him back to the Su family, and had not left the Su family, Su Yi would have been able to get the first place in the college entrance examination in Yujing. How proud you and Dad would have been. Chapter 79 Xianyuan Mingmu's Concealment, Practical Ability Test begins. Pa. Xianyuan Mingmu hung up the phone. His expression flickered. Su Yi actually managed to get first place in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. Could it be that the boy is really a genius? You should know that the youngest son of the Shen family is in this year's college entrance examination. There is also the daughter of the legendary man. It is said that there are 2 more super monsters in Jiangnan province this year. Previously, the Expeditionary Army and the Secret Realm Army had fought directly for those 2 super monsters. This matter spread throughout Yujing and the aristocratic circles. It can be said that the number of geniuses in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province this year is much higher than that in other places. But even so, those people were all trampled under Su Ye's feet. How could this not surprise Xianyuan Mingmu? While I was surprised, I was also secretly happy. As expected, he is the son of Su Jingdao and Xianyuan Mingmu, a child with the blood of both the Su and Xianyuan families. how could he be a waste? Now it seems that even if they grew up outside and did not get the resources of the Su family and the Xianyuan family, they can still easily crush those geniuses and monsters. Can follow soon. Just a burst of anger. Su Yi was obviously a genius, but when they brought him back to the Su family, he didn't show it at all. He insisted on pretending to be a loser to make them disappointed in him, and later he even betrayed his family. He did it on purpose. Su Yi resented that they had abandoned him for 18 years. So he deliberately acted like a mediocre person because he didn't want to go back to the Su family. Now, Su Yi has betrayed his family. Then any achievements he made have nothing to do with their Su family. On the contrary, if people knew about the relationship between Su Yi and their Su family, the Su family would probably become the laughingstock of everyone. Their own son is a genius, but instead of getting close to them, he wants to betray the family. The better Su Yi performed, the more he humiliated them. Xianyuan Mingmu became angrier the more he thought about it. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Su Yi deliberately wanted to humiliate them in this way. Hateful. What's so abominable? Su Jingdao, full of murderous intent, just came back at this moment, and there was blood left by the killer star beast on his armor. After hearing Xianyuan Mingmu's words, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Nothing, you heard it wrong. But you, I heard that the star beasts in the secret realm launched another attack, you are not injured. Half a month ago, the star beasts in the southeast secret realm rioted again. Su Jingdao led the way and suppressed the star beasts. Now I'm finally back. Nothing, it's all over. Su Jingdao tried to make his voice gentler to comfort his wife. But my heart is very heavy. In recent years, the number of star beast riots in the secret realm has increased and become more frequent. In the future, the demons who will be the descendants of the star beasts will drive them away more severely. The final battle between humans and demons is probably not far away. Su Jingdao did not pass the heavy pressure in his heart to his wife. He asked while taking off his armor. Speaking of which, I seem to remember that there was something I needed to pay attention to recently, but I can't remember it all of a sudden. Honey, can you help me think about it? Have I forgotten something? Xianyuan Mingmu walked over and helped Su Jingdao take off his armor gently. Nothing is more important than your health. You've been fighting for half a month straight. Look, you have dark circles under your eyes. Go take a shower, relax, and have a good sleep. I'll make you something you like. Su Jingdao was indeed very tired, and nodded when he heard this. Well, luckily I have you, my wife, who has always supported me over the years. It just hurts that you have to stay with me in this secret place all the time. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Xianyuan Mingmu smiled and punched Su Jingdao on the chest. You are already an old married couple, and you are still talking about this. Go take a shower. Looking at Su Jingdao's receding figure, Xianyuan Mingmu restrained his smile. Su Ye's college entrance examination was not a big deal. There is no need to tell the truth. Su Yi naturally didn't know that because of his grades, he had caused a lot of trouble. Now, after a short rest, the last subject of the college entrance examination also began. Test location, Fanyuan No. 2 Middle School, classroom A77. Examination time, 1700 hours. Examination subject, practical ability. Total score, 500 points. Candidate, Su Yi. Practical ability, 500 points. From this score, it can be seen that practical combat ability is what Donghuang values most. Su Yi first chose a long sword as his weapon in this practical ability test. He adjusted the long sword to the style of long sword he had used before and familiarized himself with the feel of it. Su Yi then clicked start. A virtual figure soon appeared in front of him. From the aura emanating from the other person, it could be judged that the other person had the same cultivation level as him, also the 9th level of Kaiyuan. As soon as the virtual figure appeared, it rushed towards Su Yi quickly. Swish! Su Yi swung his long sword, and the sharp blade directly cut the virtual figure in half. The figure disappeared. Score plus 10. Well, pretty much the same as the previous level. You still have to keep defeating the virtual figures that appear and get points. The final score is calculated based on the number of enemies killed. The rules are simple. However, the virtual figures in this level no longer only use basic fighting techniques. But there are all kinds of moves and routines. Some people even use various weapons. This is more difficult for candidates. Because you never know which moves and tactics the opponent may use may just be the right ones to defeat you. Only when the overall strength is strong enough can we cope with various situations. And facing one virtual figure after another with different moves and routines. Not only did Suyi not feel any pressure, but he was full of excitement instead. That's interesting. The long sword is dancing. One virtual figure after another was killed cleanly and efficiently by Suyi. As a result, Suyi also witnessed various different moves and fighting styles. Score plus 10. Score plus 10. Score plus 10. The scores kept increasing, but Suyi didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he became more and more excited the more he fought. It seemed that the warlike genes in the body became active at this moment. Sometimes, when Suyi encountered some fierce or strange moves and fighting methods, he would deliberately not kill the virtual figure directly, but instead tease the opponent to attack continuously, so as to see the opponent's methods. At this moment, Suyi had long forgotten that he was taking the college entrance examination. Instead, treat it as a form of training. Swish. After teasing the virtual figure until he had no new moves, Suyi finally killed the opponent with a single blow. Score plus 10. Total score, 400. The score reaches 400 points. Suyi quietly waited for the next virtual figure to appear, looking forward to what new moves the other party would bring. But what he didn't know was, as his score reached 400 points, Suyi's battle footage also appeared on the external LED screen. It's out, Suyi's battle is also on the screen. Before, I was worried about why Suyi's battle scene hadn't appeared on the screen yet. I thought he was eliminated, but I didn't expect that he was just slow in fighting. It doesn't matter if he plays slowly. As long as he can get on the screen, it means his total score has reached 400 points. I hope Suyi can win a few more rounds. Yes, I hope Suyi will take first place in the province. Chapter 80, Suyi is no longer good. The last subject of the college entrance examination is practical ability. As the exam progresses, fewer and fewer students are still in the exam state. So at the beginning, the LED screen showed the exciting moments of the students fighting. But now, the entire large screen was divided into small screens, showing the battle scenes of students who had defeated 40 opponents and were undergoing the final challenge. Although Suyi performed very well, it seems that in terms of actual combat ability, he is still not as good as Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi has already fought to the 44th person, while Suyi just defeated the 40th person. Yes, if we really talk about comprehensive educational ability, the provincial capital is definitely better. In my opinion, it is very impressive that the children from Fangyuan City can compete to this level. Suyi is already the student with the best college entrance examination results in Fangyuan City over the years. That's right, that's good. At the gate of Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, the onlookers kept saying, "It's not bad," but their tone was full of regret. I thought Suyi would be able to make great progress and directly take the first place in the province. But now it seems, in terms of real comprehensive abilities, they are still not as good as those students from provincial capitals. You have to accept it. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin clasped their hands tightly and looked at Suyi on the screen nervously. "Xiaoya, is it very hard? I see that every time he fights with an opponent, it takes him quite a while. This is a virtual battle. Even if you get hurt, it won't affect Xiaoya's real body. Don't worry, don't worry." Su Xiangdong said not to worry, but he was so worried that he wanted to rush in and help Suyi fight. Although injuries or even deaths in battles in the virtual world will not affect the real world. But in that almost completely real virtual world, if you are really killed, you will face great terror. This is also why the Federation does not promote virtual combat. Because when this kind of virtual system was invented before, some people actually died in it and had a mental breakdown. Some people have become accustomed to this desperate way of fighting because they keep dying in the virtual world. When they arrived in the real world, nothing could be done to change it, and many people actually lost their lives because of it. There is also a saying that fighting in the virtual world cannot truly feel the great terror of life and death. Instead, the constant deaths will dull the mind, making it impossible to attack high-level warriors. So this was originally a virtual system used for martial arts training, but later it was abandoned and only used occasionally for low-frequency purposes such as exams. Old Su, don't worry. Although Xiaoye is a little slow in his fight, he is also steady and solid. I have calculated that even if Xiaoye can only get 400 points in this subject, his score will definitely be in the top 10 in the province. He will definitely be admitted to Magic City University. On the side, Xia Zhiqiu's father whispered to comfort Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin. When Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin heard what Xia Zhiqiu's father said, their attention was indeed drawn. Is it really the top 10 in the province? Really? Look at those people on the screen now. Even if all of them can get full marks in this subject, there are only 10 people who can get higher scores than Xiaoye. But how can all of them really get full marks? Our Xiaoye is definitely in the top 10 in the province this time. Maybe he can even make it to the top 5, or even the top 3. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin did some calculations and found that it was exactly as Xia Zhiqiu's father said. Fortunately, our Xiaoye was ahead in the previous exams. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin looked at each other. They didn't ask Su Yi to really get the top spot. As long as Su Yi can get good grades and be admitted to his ideal university, that will be enough. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin relaxed a lot instantly. And at the same time, another win. Li Guanqi won again, and his score is already 450. Li Guanqi is so handsome. His sword shines coldly, and he deserves to be called the gentleman's sword by the people in the provincial capital. What? Gentleman's sword? This nickname is quite appropriate. Who came up with it? I heard that Li Guanqi is a well-known genius in the provincial capital. Not only is he gifted, but he is also a very good person. He is also good at using swords, so he was named Gentleman's Sword. Li Guanqi fits the image of a swordsman in my mind so well. I've decided that from today on, he will be my idol. Jiang Luiyue is not bad either. She looks so delicate and weak, but she actually uses a whip. What a queen. I still like Xiao Qiyue from our Fangyuan city the most. His bow and arrow are so cool. One arrow can shoot a little karami. That's right. Xiao Qiyue's fighting speed is second only to Li Guanqi. Those virtual figures didn't even touch the corner of Xiao Qiyue's clothes before. They were killed by Xiao Qiyue with one arrow from a distance. But weapons like bows and arrows also have disadvantages. If the opponent's defense is not strong and the speed is not fast enough, it is easy to be crushed. But if you encounter an opponent who is proficient in defense or has high evasion, and the opponent gets close to you, you will fall into a disadvantage. You've been holding it in for a while now. It's over, you really got it right, Xiao Qiyue is dead. The people around were speechless for a moment. They all rolled their eyes at the guy who just got it wrong. Only you understand. That's all you can say. It's over, Xiao Qiyue really encountered someone with super fast speed. After being approached by the opponent, although Xiao Qiyue used a bow and arrow to resist, he was still killed in the end. The exam is over. 430 points, not bad. That is to say, Su Yi is the only one left in Fangyuan No. 2 middle school. Why hasn't Su Yi won yet? This game has already lasted for 10 minutes. Victory, victory, victory at last. In the picture, Su Yi finally defeated his 41st opponent. And at this moment, on the LED screen, there were only 4 people still fighting. Li Guanqi, Jiang Luiyue, Momo, and Su Yi. Except for Su Yi, the progress of the others is much faster than Su Yi. Li Guanqi has already started fighting with the 46th person. And Su Yi was still fighting with 42 virtual figures. Just then, on the LED screen, a small screen went out again. It's silence, nothing else. Silence defeated 44 people in total, which is pretty good. That's right. His body movements are just too fast, and he can even blend into the shadows. In fact, the virtual environment is not very suitable for Shen-Mo to perform. If it were a real battlefield, the environment would be more complicated, which would be more beneficial to Shen-Mo. Look, Jiang Luiyue has also started fighting with the 46th person. Li Guanqi actually won again, 46-1. Li Guanqi has started challenging 47 people. Oh my god, he was defeated in just one strike. No, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the small screen where Li Guanqi was originally, and found that it had indeed been extinguished. You know, when fighting with the 46th virtual figure just now, although Li Guanqi fought for a longer time, he had already won without any injury. But now, facing the 47th virtual figure, he couldn't even take a single move from the opponent. The changes were so fast that the onlookers could hardly react. Is there something wrong with the system? However, soon, Jiang Luiyue also defeated 46 virtual figures and welcomed the 47th virtual figure. Then, boom! The moon over the river tower, defeated. Now everyone knows that it's not the system that's at fault. But those 47 virtual figures are really ridiculously strong. Chapter 81, First in the Province, the exam continues. Now, in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination, the results of almost 99.99999% of the people have come out. And the remaining 0.00001%. It's Su Yi. On the LED screen, only Su Ye's battle scene remained. In the picture, Su Yi was still moving the virtual figure slowly and leisurely. Different virtual figures have completely different fighting styles. Moreover, the later the virtual figure appears, the stronger its combat power. Su Yi even doubted, could so many completely different fighting styles really be simulated by an intelligent system? Why do I always feel that these virtual figures are like real humans? But whether it is virtual or real, Su Yi cherishes this opportunity very much. The Federation rarely opens its virtual world to the outside world, so it is not easy to find so many masters with different styles to fight with outside. Thinking of this, Su Yi didn't want to pass the level easily anymore. Su Yi waited until the virtual figure in front of him had used up all his moves before he reluctantly dealt with it. Then, 43, 44. Yawn. Someone couldn't help but yawn. How to say it? Although Su Yi is a genius in their Fang Yuan No. 2 middle school, it must be said, his fighting style is too hypnotic. This fight wasn't exciting at all. He was dodging at first, and then he waited for a long time before he made his move to end the fight. So boring. Especially after watching the battles of Li Guanqi, Jiang Luiyue, Momo, and even Xiao Qiyue, and then looking at Su Ye's fighting style. Go. Too shameless. Is this still the energetic prospective college student? She is more nagging than their mothers in their 70s or 80s. Su Xiangdong had already excitedly held Lu Ruxin's hand. The 44th one. It's the 44th one. Then Li Guanqi lost after hitting only 47, which means he only got 460 points, with a total score of 1374. And our Xiaoye has already defeated 43 virtual figures, and is now fighting the 44th virtual figure. Xiaoye already got 950 points, plus 430 points, that's 1380. Even if Xiaoye loses now, her total score will exceed Li Guanqi's. Our Xiaoye is number 1 in the province. Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin didn't think Su Ye's fighting was boring, nor did they think Su Yi was playing cowardly. They were just happy for Su Yi. Their Su Yi is number 1 in the province. First in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Looking at Su Yi, who was still dodging on the LED screen, Lu Ruxin couldn't stop crying, but the corners of her mouth were curled up wildly. Our Xiaoye is so amazing. He tried so hard to dodge just to get a few more points. Xiaoye, he must be having a hard time and in a lot of pain. It's really hard for the child. In Lu Ruxin's opinion, Su Yi seemed like a different person after returning from Yujing. He must have suffered a great shock in Yujing, which is why he is unwilling to recognize his father, the god of war, and wants to return to them. Lu Ruxin didn't ask what had happened. She only knew that she had to be nicer to Su Yi and better, so that he would know that he also had a family. Xiaoye has been practicing hard in the past few months, probably because he wants to prove himself. Now, he finally succeeded. Lu Ruxin felt happy and distressed for Su Yi. That kid still doesn't know that he has already won first place in the province and is still working very hard. At this moment, other people around finally reacted. Yes, Su Ye's total score has surpassed Li Guanqi. Su Yi is number 1 in the province. Oh my god, the kids from Fangyuan number 2 middle school are so amazing. Number 1 in the province, number 1 in the province. Even if Li Guanqi's actual combat ability is strong, it doesn't matter. He was still defeated by Su Yi from Fangyuan number 2 middle school. Suddenly, the entrance of Fangyuan number 2 middle school turned into a sea of joy. Countless people came over and wanted to shake hands with Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin. Especially when I heard that Su Yi was just an ordinary student in class 17 before, and he suddenly woke up a few months before the college entrance examination. Immediately, more parents came forward, wanting to share in the joy. Especially those whose children will take the college entrance examination next year or the year after, they all wish they could share a bit of Su Ye's blessing so that their children can also make great progress before the college entrance examination. However, Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin didn't care about anything else. They were still paying attention to Su Ye's performance. After all, Su Ye's exam is still going on. The 44th virtual figure, after fighting for 15 minutes, Su Yi won. The 45th virtual figure, after fighting for 15 minutes, Su Yi won. The 46th virtual figure, after fighting for 15 minutes, Su Yi won. The 47th virtual figure. The people around who were originally reveling gradually quieted down. What's going on? I originally thought that Su Ye's combat ability was not as good as Li Guanqi's. Every game was very difficult. You can only rely on constant dodging to avoid attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. But how? Su Yi actually defeated 46 virtual figures. And it continues. The 47th one, Su Yi will definitely not be able to hold on. That's right. Even Li Guanqi and Jiang Luyue couldn't take a single blow from the 47th figure. Su Yi certainly can't do that either. It's not easy for Su Yi to get to this point. It's all based on his will. I admire him very much. That's right, Su Yi is already the pride of our Fangyuan number 2 middle school, and even the entire Fangyuan city. Su Yi, even if you lost you were great. At the gate of Fangyuan number 2 middle school, the atmosphere was harmonious. Only. Can you guys see clearly before you talk? What do you mean it's gone in one move? Su Yi is still here, okay. Xia Zhiqiu's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of people are these? Why are they hoping Su Yi loses? Didn't you see that Su Yi was still fighting alive? That's right. Facing the 47th figure. Facing the 47 figures who killed Li Guanqi and Jiang Luyue at the first sight. Su Yi remained calm and kept a distance from the other party. Run away. Chapter 82. The battle continues, the human genius must kill list. Virtual world. Su Yi was in high spirits. So strong. This 47th virtual figure is really strong. It is actually 10 times stronger than the 46th virtual figure. If it weren't for the fact that his speed and agility were 3 times that of an ordinary person, he would probably have been killed by the opponent in the first encounter. These 47 virtual figures are tall and their weapons are also long swords. Each cut was made at an extremely fast speed. As fast as lightning. The opponent's body movement speed is also extremely fast. Even though Su Ye's physical fitness is 3 times that of an ordinary person, it is still difficult for him to avoid the other party. But still bearable. However, the opponent's swordsmanship gave Su Yi a lot of inspiration and vaguely pointed out a path for his future swordsmanship. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be faster. This is the 47th virtual figure. It takes speed to the extreme. 10 minutes later. I've seen all your moves, thank you. Su Yi no longer dodged. Turn around. Draw the knife. Swoosh. 2 figures passed each other. Su Yi wins. The 47th virtual figure disappeared. How is this possible? Everyone who was watching Su Ye's battle was stunned. Provincial capital. After finishing the exam, Li Guanqi did not leave the school immediately, but watched Su Ye's fight silently. Su Yi, a name I had never heard of before. Now, it is firmly above him. Knowing that Su Yi had already secured the first place in the province, Li Guanqi was only slightly surprised. But at this moment, he saw Suyi smash the 47th virtual figure with one sword. Li Guanqi's originally calm face collapsed for the first time. He had personally experienced the power of the 47th virtual figure. He didn't even have a chance to react before he lost. And Suyi but won. And it looks like it was a pretty easy win. How is it? You finally found a genius who is even more evil than you, right? Do you feel good about being beaten by someone? Momo walked up to Li Guanqi without him noticing. After all, he is a descendant of a king, but he has been suppressed and attacked by the pervert Li Guanqi since he was a child. Now it is finally Li Guanqi's turn. Silence feels inexplicably refreshing. Li Guanqi put away his shocked expression, and now there was a hint of human desire in his indifferent eyes. This feels good. Along the way, he has always been far ahead and suppressed everyone. Being a genius for too long becomes lonely. There was no one to go with him. And now, he finally found his target. The appearance of Suyi made Li Guanqi, who was already a little bored, full of motivation to practice again. Suyi. Li Guanqi, will definitely catch up with him and surpass him. Silence on the side. Damn, he is really a pervert. Jian City. Jiang Luiyue looked at Suyi on the LED screen, who looked relaxed and ready to welcome the next virtual figure. Suyi. Very good. Li Guanqi is not enough for me to catch up. Now that you are here, it will only make me more motivated. Suyi, I'll be waiting for you at Magic City University. Waiting to surpass you. Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. Xia Jiqiu, I'll go. Ah Su is so awesome. Long live Ah Su. Lu Shanjin, you are worthy of being a member of our Fangyuan Secondary School, and you are worthy of being the man that I, Lu Shanjin, have long admired. Mu Wanru, Suyi is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's even more handsome when he kills people. Can I date him after the college entrance examination? What do you think, July? Xiao Chiyue was sending the battle video of Suyi defeating the 47th virtual figure to someone. Hearing this, he put down his phone and smiled. Don't even think about it. Jiangnan Military Region. The two leaders could no longer sit still. Chief Yan, is it my eyes that are blurring my eyes? He actually won. The white-haired leader said, you are not dazzled, because I saw it too. That was that person. Although it was just a mark of that person when he was young, but he was actually killed by someone, and it was killed so easily. The vision of the two leaders is obviously beyond the reach of ordinary people. They had long realized that every battle Suyi had to fight for a long time, not because Suyi's level was not good enough. Quite the contrary, it's because he's just too good. Suyi was not fighting at all, but stealing skills. He's blatantly sneaking away and flying a kite. To be able to do this, one needs super speed and agility, as well as great strength. Suyi was able to escape from the 47 virtual figures left behind by that person, whom others couldn't even withstand a face-to-face encounter with. You can even counterkill easily. Could it be that our Jiangnan province really has a super monster this year? The serious leader had a look of disbelief, yet also a hint of pride. The white-haired leader is obviously more stable. This kind of talent is only an A-level genius. I, Old Bai, am the first one to disagree. We must reapply for his genius level. If the Heavenly King Palace still doesn't agree, I, Old Bai, will hang myself at the entrance of the Heavenly King Palace. Their Jiangnan province finally produced a genius. Then you have to be a good baby. The serious leader looked agreeable. Mr. Bai, you are right. I will hang myself with you. But before that, we must strengthen the level of protection for Suyi. Yujing. Unlike other places where there is amazement and admiration, Su Yang didn't throw anything this time. He just sat in a dark corner, staring at Suyi in the video with eyes like a poisonous snake. If possible, Su Yang wanted to get into the phone, follow the signal, and kill Suyi directly. But he couldn't. On the contrary, Su Yang took out his spare phone and made a call directly. All the original actions are cancelled. Do not target Suyi recently. As a member of the Su family, Su Yang knew the inside story, and he also knew what the last few virtual figures meant in the final practical ability test of the college entrance examination. Su Yi will definitely be the center of attention now. If he took action now, not only would he be unable to defeat his opponent, he would also expose himself. But Su Yi, the more dazzling you act now, the closer your death will be. A human genius is just a genius until he grows up. Over the years, several geniuses have died every year. Donghuang. A sunny park somewhere. A message was conveyed among the dancing crowd. Jiangnan Province, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School, a genius who may have the potential to become the strongest king appears, Su Yi. After a moment. In the dark world, a message appeared. Human genius must kill list update, new on the list, number 11 on the list, Su Yi. Chapter 83, Fight to the Peak, Clear the Level. Su Yi had no idea how big a reaction his victory over the 47th virtual figure would cause. At this moment, he has faced his 48th opponent. The other person was a big and strong man, and his face could not be seen clearly. A long knife in his hand. It was clearly an illusion, but Su Yi seemed to be able to see arcs of lightning flashing from the opponent's knife. Also using a knife? Su Yi became interested. After breaking through to the extraordinary level, Su Yi can choose the truly extraordinary martial arts. There is no doubt that Su Yi will definitely choose the swordsmanship. During this period of time, however, the types of swordsmanship were different. Su Yi searched for a lot of information about swordsmanship. But watching the video always feels like scratching the surface. It would be more exciting to fight with a master of swordsmanship. Just let me see your knife. I'll go. Before Su Yi was ready, the opponent's knife had already swung down. Good, so fast. In fact, to be honest, this strong man is not as fast as the 47th man. The opponent's speed is as fast as light, and Su Yi needs to concentrate fully to capture the opponent's whereabouts. But this strong man is not that exaggerated. Can. The strong man's knife moved like thunder. It carries with it the speed of thunder, and with it the unstoppable, destructive momentum of thunder. As the knife chopped down, Su Yi actually felt a vague sense of fear that he must dodge and not resist it. Although in fact the opponent's swordsmanship is only at the 9th level of Kaiyuan, this momentum is truly terrifying. If the 47 virtual figures have pushed speed to the extreme, then this 48th virtual figure brought the momentum to the extreme. To be honest, Su Yi prefers this kind of bold and unstoppable sword technique. Therefore, Su Yi walked around for a full 20 minutes before he finally decided to kill the 48th virtual figure. The opponent's swordsmanship was powerful, but it was still a step behind the basic swordsmanship that had already condensed the fragments of magical powers. And this line is the difference between victory and defeat. If this virtual figure is a real human, based on his understanding of swordsmanship, he must be a master of swordsmanship by now. If there is a chance, I really want to meet him. If the opponent has already reached the extraordinary level, how powerful would this thunder sword technique be? Su Yi still felt a little unsatisfied. The battle with the 48th virtual figure brought Su Yi greater gains. It made him vaguely determine the swordsmanship he wanted to choose in the future. Come on, let me see what level the next one is. The 49th virtual figure appeared. And the other party turned out to be a woman. Su Yi was a little surprised. I'm not surprised that the other person is a woman. But it was because the weapon in the opponent's hand was actually a branch. Is there such a weapon? If that fragile branch touched his long sword, wouldn't it break in a minute? But the fact that she can appear at 49th place definitely proves that she is stronger than the previous ones. There's something strange. Su Yi distanced himself immediately. To underestimate your opponent is to risk your own life. However, although Su Yi is fast, that man is even faster. Swish. A flash of white light passed by. Su Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. Fighting for so long. Although it is in a virtual world, it does not actually consume physical strength, and every battle will return his stats to their peak state. But Su Yi was actually very tired mentally. Especially his kite-flying style of play made the examination time greatly extended, which means that there is no time limit for the college entrance examination on Blue Star. Otherwise Suyi would have been out long ago. But at this moment, as the white light enters the body, Suyi suddenly felt as if he was in a hot spring and felt comfortable all over. Even the tired spirit seemed to be nourished. There is such a good thing. This is an exam. But soon, Suyi came to his senses. Wait, what was that white light just now? Was it sent by the 49th virtual figure? Isn't it true that only the 4th level of transcendence can allow star power to leave the body? But that virtual figure is only at the 9th level of Kaiyuan. This is a superpower. A healing power. Suyi finally understood the ability of the 49th virtual figure. The opponent is not a combat profession at all, but a healer. And now. Puff, puff, puff. Rays of white light continued to merge into Suye's body. Suyi only felt that his condition was getting better, better, better. Understood. This is to milk him to death. Suyi rushed forward with a knife in hand. For the first time, I abandoned the strategy of escaping. If this continues, he will be killed by milk first. However, although the 49th virtual figure was not good at fighting, it was very fast. Suye's speed was 3 times faster than that of an ordinary person, but he still couldn't catch up with her. Instead, he was beaten by her twice in a row. Suyi felt that the blood in his body was about to burst out, and his body was swollen, as if it would explode at any time. The soul is in an extremely excited state. If he had not awakened a vampire physique with a dark buff, he would have probably been in a completely excited state by now. We can't wait any longer. Extreme explosion. Suye's speed suddenly exploded. Laugh. The long knife swept across. The 49th virtual figure died. Call. Suyi breathed a long sigh of relief. For the first time, I felt the horror of the healing profession. It was almost, just a little bit, and he was really going to be milked to death. Fortunately, this is a virtual space, and my extreme burst is not restricted by the outside world, so I can use it continuously. Otherwise, given the situation just now, it would be hard to say who died. Next time you encounter an enemy, be sure to heal first. It's not because of healing that the enemies are hard to kill. But the treatment is so damn disgusting. Suyi was afraid that he would encounter another healer who could kill the enemy. Certainly. If I had such a healing companion, that would be a different story. Just thinking about it. The virtual world was in turmoil. The 50th figure appeared. The 50th virtual figure was also a burly man with a spear in his hand. It gives people a very restrained feeling, without the speed of 47, the dominance of 48, and the healing of 49. But Suyi became even more vigilant. He was even prepared to launch an extreme burst and escape at any time. Then. Shwa. The burly figure raised the spear in his hand, pointing the tip of the spear at Suyi. A cold murderous intent instantly enveloped Suyi. At the same time. Buzz. The 2 fragments of magical power in Suyi's body suddenly trembled. This is. Suyi opened his eyes wide. A marksmanship that is almost as good as Taoism. The shooting skills are infinitely close to the fragments of magical power. Immediately afterwards, Suye's eyes burst into unparalleled fighting spirit. I really want to have a good fight. Bring it on. Bang, bang, bang. The long sword and the long spear collided quickly. The whole Jiangnan province. Even the entire Donghuang's top leaders were paying attention to the battle between Suyi and the 50th virtual figure. It's been so many years since that person left this mark in the system. Is this the first time someone can actually walk up to him? If that person could see that the next generation of humankind could reach this point, he would probably be pleased that there is someone to carry on the human race. This little fellow named Suyi is very good. He has made it this far. Even though he has failed, it is still an honor. No one believed that Suyi would win. After all, this virtual figure is the mark left by the peak human existence. At this moment, the battle had reached the most critical moment. Bang! The long knife and the long sword intersected. Suyi covered his chest. Just when everyone thought that Suyi had lost. Crash! The 50th virtual figure suddenly turned into a sky full of golden light and gradually disappeared into the virtual world. The 50th virtual figure was defeated. Suyi wins. Chapter 84. The college entrance examination is over, breaking the record and ranking first in the province. Phew, that was close. Suyi slowly opened his eyes in the nutrition cabin. The 50th virtual figure not only had his marksmanship close to the limit of Tao, his body movements and fighting skills were also absolutely close to the limit of Tao. If it wasn't for the last moment when Suyi felt the night coming, his physical fitness increased 3 times again and entered the extreme explosive state, he would probably have been defeated. If I were to encounter such a strong man in a normal state, I'm afraid I would have to improve my police fighting skills to the level of magical power fragments to ensure victory. Suyi sighed. I thought that condensing 2 pieces of magical power fragments was already quite good. However, there are always some geniuses in this world who exceed his expectations. Suyi, who was originally a little bit dizzy due to the condensation of magical power fragments, realized that there are always people better than you. Walk out of the nutrition cabin. Suyi took out his cell phone and prepared to check the final results. I got the first place in the college entrance examination, so there's no doubt about it, right? I just don't know how my friends are doing. When I opened my phone, the news about the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province appeared at the top. Number 1, Suyi, Fangyuan. Number 2, Middle School, total score 1450. Number 2, Li Guanqi, Number 1, Middle School in the provincial capital, total score 1374. Number 3, Jiang Luyue, Jian. Number 1, Middle School, total score 1368. Number 4, Silence, Number 1, Middle School in the provincial capital, total score 1328. Number 5, Xiaoqiyue, Fangyuan. Number 2, Middle School, total score 1308. Suyi topped the list with a score of 1450. What made Suyi happy was that Xiaoqiyue also achieved a good result of 5th place in the province. I don't know how Xia Zhiqiu's grades are. Suyi slid his finger, ready to look down. But ASU. A figure jumped in from outside the door, and as soon as he rushed in, he gave Suyi a big hug. Asu, you are so amazing. Number 1 in the province, Number 1 in the province. Xia Zhiqiu was super excited at this moment. His best brother got first place in the province, that's awesome. Xiao Qiyue, Mu Wanru and other students from the elite class also came in and congratulated Suyi. Suyi, congratulations. Master Su, I found that your online name is indeed correct. From now on, I will call you Yi Shen. Suyi, you really bring honor to our Fangyuan Number 2 middle school. No, I have to take a photo with you. When I go to college, I will tell others that the top scorer in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination is my classmate. Faced with all the congratulations, Suyi smiled on the surface, but he was a little confused in his heart. You. Hey, we didn't leave after the exam. We were watching your exam video on our phones outside. We didn't dare come in to congratulate you until you came out of the nutrition cabin. Ah Su, you are really amazing. Xia Zhiqiu explained everything in just a few words. Just now, Suyi was not fighting alone. All the students in the elite class of Fangyuan Number 2 middle school were outside cheering Suyi on. By the way, how are your grades? I just didn't have time to see everyone coming in. Xia Zhiqiu scratched his head. Hehe, you're ranked 48th in the province. You can't compare with ASU, but getting into Magic City University shouldn't be a problem. This was all thanks to the fact that before the college entrance examination, he accidentally awakened his psychic powers with the help of Suyi. Otherwise, if he wanted to be admitted to the Magic City University, forget it. By the way, Mu Wanru's grades are also very good, 32nd in the province. Suyi felt relieved when he heard that his friends had done well in their studies. And just at this moment. Suyi, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Principal Zhang also came over with a group of teachers. I don't know if it's Su Ye's illusion, but I always feel that the sky above Principal Zhang's head is brighter today than ever before. Suyi, my proudest student, you definitely don't know what kind of record you have created. Suyi was very cooperative. What record? Principal Zhang suddenly raised his voice dramatically. Oh, my proudest student, you set a record for the total score of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. You even ranked first in the total score ranking of the college entrance examination in the entire Donghuang. As Principal Zhang said this, he shook his head with some regret. What a pity, the theoretical knowledge question banks for the college entrance examinations in each province are different, otherwise you would truly be the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. It's such a shame. It's such a shame. The record setter for this extremely high score is a student from Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School. He is Zhang Juding's student. It must be because he founded the elite classes that stimulated these students. That's why we were able to achieve first place in the province. Even Xiao Chuyue ranked among the top 5 in the province. Among the top 5 in the province, Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School has 2. Principal Zhang's face turned red with excitement, and his head was shining brightly. By the way, this important moment must be recorded well. With a swish, a banner appeared behind him. Congratulations to our student Su Yi for winning first place in Jiangnan province with a college entrance examination record of 1450. Principal Zhang pulled Su Yi to stand under the banner. Click, click. Took several photos from various angles. Su Yi was embarrassed but maintained a polite smile. I glanced at my classmates and teachers beside me. Teacher Lan, please come take a photo with us. Thank you for your patient teaching over the years. Concubine Lan Jing felt warm in her heart. Su Yi still remembered her at this time. He then stood on the other side of Su Yi and took a few photos. By the way, there are other teachers and classmates, why don't we take a group photo together? Click, click. After taking several more photos, everyone finally let Su Yi go. It's been a tiring day of exams, go back and rest early. There are a lot of people guarding outside the school, why don't I arrange for someone to send Su Yi off, and you guys go out the back door. This is Principal Zhang's thoughtful arrangement. By the way, Su Yi, your parents are also at the school gate. I'll ask someone to remind them so that they don't have to wait any longer and can go back early. Su Yi was stunned. My parents are at the school gate? Yes, I saw the news online. Many people were lying down. Your parents were waiting at the school gate for the results to be released. Don't mention Su Yi, your parents are both handsome men and beautiful women, no wonder you are so handsome. Principal Zhang is in high spirits when he is happy about the event and he praises everyone he meets. But Su Yi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Principal Zhang. I'd better go through the main entrance. Call Xia Jiqiu. As soon as Su Yi and his companion walked out of the school, they were immediately surrounded by the celebrating crowd. Amidst the congratulations, Su Xiangdong and Lu Ruxin were finally found. Xiaoye. Mom and Dad, I've finished my exams. Thank you for your training over the years. I'm very happy to be your son. Suddenly, Lu Ruxin could no longer control her tears. There were bursts of praise all around. Wow, these are Su Ye's parents. They are amazing to raise such a good son. If my son could say something like this to me after the college entrance examination, my life would be worth it. How many good deeds did this couple do in their previous life to have such a son in this life? It's really enviable. Chapter 85 Su Jingdao, don't force me to drop meteorites on you. Southeast Secret Territory. Guarding the station. Crack. Xianyuan Mingmo crushed the cup in his hand. In front of her, the TV was simultaneously broadcasting the live broadcast of the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination. In the picture, Su Yi is standing with a middle-aged couple. Everyone has a happy smile on their face. Especially the middle-aged couple. Xianyuan Mingmu only felt that the smiles on their faces were unusually dazzling. That piece of shit actually called others mom and dad and thanked them for raising him. And, you said you were happy to be their son. So Su Yi is very unhappy to have him as her biological mother? Xuanyuan's eyes narrowed, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was originally broadcast live on TV, envied by everyone, and praised by everyone. It should be his biological mother. Why should it be the turn of the untouchables who came out of the slums? The reason why Su Yi can achieve what he has today is not because of the bloodline of their Xianyuan family and Su family. As a result, he recognized a couple from the slums as his parents. But he rebelled against the Su family. Damn it, that's so damned. Xianyuan Mingmu felt as if he had been greatly insulted. I never want to see those annoying faces on TV again. He turned off the TV with a click. But Xianyuan Mingmu's mood did not calm down. That brat Suyi actually got such a high score in the college entrance examination. He even passed the final practical ability test directly. People like Principal Zhang were just surprised that Suyi could get such a high score. But Xianyuan Mingmu knew. The last test of the college entrance examination is practical ability. The virtual figures that appear in it are actually masters in human history. The last three. They are also the three most powerful kings in human history. Although it is just a mark left by the three heavenly kings, it only has the strength of the 9th level of Kaiyuan. But he is also the king. No one has ever been able to defeat these three virtual figures. Except Suyi. Xianyuan Mingmu knew very well what this meant. Suyi will definitely be valued and cultivated by Donghuang and even the entire Federation. For this kind of genius, his identity and background, everything will be investigated clearly. By then, it won't just be the Heavenly King Palace, I'm afraid more people will know Su Ye's true identity. Then more people will laugh at me and mock me for abandoning my excellent son. Xuanyuan's eyes were fixed tightly and he clenched his fists. For her, who has been a favored girl since birth. Unforgivable. No, I can't let this happen. For Xianyuan Mingmu, Su Yi is not a son worthy of pride. It was her shame. Xianyuan Mingmu's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way to avoid becoming a laughing stock in everyone's eyes. Southeast Secret Territory. Stationed Military Camp. Su Jingdao was inspecting the military camp with a group of Secret Realm generals. We had just experienced a battle and many soldiers were injured. Are there enough healing medicines? The supply of wounded soldiers must be ensured. As for the severance pay for retired soldiers, I need to reconfirm it. I will personally take out a portion to increase everyone's severance pay by another 5%. Also, although this battle is over, we cannot relax our defenses to prevent the star beasts from launching wars again. Su Jingdao gave instructions one by one. Just at this moment. Buzz. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Su Jingdao glanced at the caller ID and immediately walked aside to answer the call. Dad. Dad. I don't have a son-in-law as foolish as you. There was an angry voice coming from the receiver. Dad, have I done something to upset you again? Tell me, and I will change. Su Jingdao smiled bitterly in his heart. The person who called was his father-in-law, Mr. Xianyuan. Just by listening to the tone, you can tell that the old man is very angry. I don't know how he offended the old man. It is obvious that he has been staying in adversity all this time. Old Master Xianyuan smiled coldly. What have you done to displease me? You displease me in everything. Su Jingdao, do you remember what day it is today? Su Jingdao scratched his head in confusion. Today, what day is today? Old Master Xianyuan howled in anger. Okay, you really don't care at all. Do you know that today is the day of the National College Entrance Examination? Do you remember that you have a son who is going to take the college entrance examination today? Su Jingdao was stunned. Finally he remembered what he had forgotten. It's the college entrance examination. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. And Su Yi is supposed to take the college entrance examination today. I'm sorry, father-in-law. I've been so busy lately that I forgot. I'll go check on Su Ye's situation right now. Although Su Yi has poor talent, he also loves to lie and bully his brothers, and even betrays his family. But after all, he is Su Jingdao's biological son. How could Su Jingdao not care about him at all? Su Yi even thought. If Su Ye's grades were not good, he would help Su Yi get into a good university even if it meant sacrificing his reputation. At least Su Yi has also awakened his superpowers. It's just because I awakened late that I missed some time in my cultivation. But as long as he is given time, Su Jingdao believes that Su Yi will not lag too far behind in cultivation. However, when he later heard that Su Yi had been rated as an S-level genius, Su Jingdao felt relieved. Su Yi is worthy of inheriting his bloodline. However. Hee hee. From the other end of the line, there came the mocking laughter of Mr. Xianyuan. By the time you understand, the daylily will be cold. Let me tell you, my grandson is the top scorer in Jiangnan province this year. And, he passed the last exam, practical ability. What? How is this possible? Su Jingdao exclaimed subconsciously. The roar of Mr. Xianyuan was heard immediately. How is that impossible? My grandson is a genius. Why are you still not convinced? Su Jingdao quickly regained his senses. No, Dad, it's not that I don't believe you, but, it's just that this is too surprising. Pass the practical ability test. Doesn't this mean that, Sui can even defeat the marks left by the three heavenly kings? This. Even if he has Su Jingdao's bloodline, he shouldn't be this powerful, right? Old Master Xianyuan laughed. Huh, that's of course because Su Yi is the grandson of my Xianyuan family. He has the blood of our Xianyuan family flowing in his body. Of course he's excellent. Hey, what's the point of me telling you so much? Su Jingdao, I'm calling you not to tell you good news, but to let you know that Su Yi is a true genius and you can't suppress him. You better put away your little thoughts. If I find out that you secretly attacked Su Yi and disregarded the relationship between father and son, then don't blame me for turning my back on you and disregarding the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law. Su Jingdao was confused. Dad, what are you talking about? When did I suppress Su Yi? After all, Su Yi is his biological son. Su Jingdao was so happy when Su Yi showed his talent that he couldn't wait to suppress him. However, old man Xianyuan didn't believe Su Jingdao's words at all. Humph, you are still playing dumb with me. The inspection bureau gave Su Yi an S-level genius rating. Wasn't it because of you that the Heavenly King Palace changed the rating and only gave the child the treatment of an A-level genius? Damn it. If I hadn't intervened, I wouldn't even be at A-level and would have been kicked out of the genius training system. You bastard. I get angry every time I think about this. Su Jingdao, you kid, don't acknowledge Su Yi as your biological son, but I acknowledge this biological grandson. If you dare to attack Su Yi again, I won't mind dropping meteorites at the entrance of your southeast secret realm. I will trap you to death in the secret realm. Chapter 86, The Su family covers their chests in the same way, regret is brewing. Bang! Mr. Xianyuan hung up the phone directly. Hearing the busy tone in the receiver, Su Jingdao frowned and thought. Su Jingdao knew that the inspection bureau had submitted an application for Su Yi to be an S-level genius, and he was actually secretly happy about it and had a drink together. When did he take action to influence the Heavenly King Palace's talent rating of Su Yi? It is even more impossible for him to do such a thing. After thinking about it, Su Jingdao took out his cell phone. I searched through my past email records. Sure enough, it was discovered that he actually sent an email to the Heavenly King Palace, accusing Su Yi of being disobedient and unfilial and unable to bear the heavy responsibility. This. Su Jingdao's eyes suddenly widened. How come he has no recollection of sending such an email? Wrong. After a moment, Su Jingdao reacted. This was not sent by him, and the only person who had access to his phone and had the authority to operate it was. Something happened at home. I have to go back first. Xiao Zhou, you continue to keep an eye on the severance pay and report back to me. As for the other supplies and the wounded, please prepare a table for me and I will go back and take a closer look. After Su Jingdao had explained everything, he immediately hurried back to the garrison. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Jingdao, why are you back so early? Xianyuan Mingmo held a vase of freshly arranged flowers in her hand and showed it to Su Jingdao. Look, these freshly picked forget-me-not flowers are fragrant. Putting them by the bed can help you sleep better. Su Jingdao has been guarding the secret realm for many years, and his mind is always in a tense state, not knowing when the star beasts will suddenly riot. So even though Su Jingdao is already a high-level war god, he has not gotten enough rest for many years, which has caused great damage to his body. In recent years, Xianyuan Mingmo would often pick some forget-me-not flowers and let Su Jingdao fall asleep while smelling the fragrance of the flowers. Looking at the forget-me-not flower in his wife's hand and a smile on her face, Su Jingdao felt a little soft-hearted. But, Mingmo, did you touch my phone? The smile on Xianyuan Mingmo's face paused. Then slowly converge. Did you find out? Yes, I sent the email using your phone. It's really you. Even if Suyi did something wrong, he is still our biological son after all, and he is still young. How could you bear it? Xianyuan Mingmu snorted coldly. Biological son. I would rather Xiaoyang is my biological son. Suyi doesn't even consider me as his mother, and would rather recognize a woman from the slums as his mother. Why should I think about him everywhere? And am I wrong? Isn't it that he deliberately made things difficult for Xiaoyang and refused to admit it? Isn't it that he betrayed his family on his own initiative? This disloyal, unfilial, heartless and ungrateful person is an ungrateful wolf who can never be tamed. Looking at his wife who was getting more and more agitated the more she spoke. Su Jingdao couldn't believe it. You actually think so? Even if Suyi is wrong, blood is thicker than water. Mingmu, how could you be so cruel? Do you know that if Suyi is really kicked out of the genius training system by the Heavenly King Palace, it would be equivalent to cutting off half of his martial arts path? Are you going to destroy him? Xianyuan Mingmu didn't care at all. It would be better for everyone if that ungrateful person loses his future in martial arts. Otherwise, every time Suyi achieved something, there would definitely be people laughing at her. Xianyuan Mingmu. Su Jingdao couldn't understand his wife's thoughts and wanted to say something to her to help her resolve her worries, but the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Su Jingdao took a look. There was an accident at the military district and he had to deal with it immediately. Putting down his phone, Su Jingdao took a deep breath and calmed his breathing. Mingmu, Suyi has now become the first in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, and his record is far higher than that of previous years. He has already shone brightly, and his path to martial arts cannot be blocked just because you want to. I'll take the blame for what happened last time, but from now on, you are not allowed to lay a hand on Suyi. If I find out, I won't let you suffer, but I will ask my father-in-law to come and have a good talk with you. Xianyuan Mingmu couldn't believe it. You, Su Jingdao, you're threatening me with my father. Su Jingdao took another deep breath. The fact that you consider this a threat proves that you know what you are doing is wrong. Xianyuan Mingmu, you shouldn't be so confused about right and wrong. After saying that, Su Jingdao turned and left. When I opened the door, I couldn't help but say one more sentence. Mingmu, don't forget, Suyi is our biological son. The reason why he didn't recognize us, the reason why he grew up in the slums, and the reason why he was so resistant to us, in the final analysis, it's because we lost him 18 years ago. After saying, Su Jingdao strode out of the house. Only. Facing the bright moonlight in the secret realm. A strange emotion suddenly surged in Su Jingdao's heart. After finding Suyi, should he have spent more time getting to know his biological son? Why does he never show it when he obviously has talent? Why was he so resistant to the Su family and even betrayed his family? What Suyi said the night he betrayed his family, what if it wasn't a lie? Su Jingdao suddenly covered his chest. Did he really wrongly accuse Suyi? He covered his heart in the same way as Su Jingdao. And there is Su Xingqian. Yujing. Su Xingqian had just come out of quarantine, and the first thing he did was to check the situation of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Then. Suyi, total score 1450, ranked first in the province. Before Su Xingqian had time to be happy for Suyi, he saw Su Ye's latest interview. Student Suyi, congratulations on getting the first place in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. We understand that your grades were just average a few months ago. Can you share how you improved your grades so quickly? Suyi on TV smiled slightly. Maybe it was because of being struck by lightning. With a loud thunder, the soul travels through time. Maybe you can also get first place in the college entrance examination. Suyi joked casually. But when Su Xingqian heard Su Ye's words, he felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by a big hand. It's her. That day, Suyi betrayed his family, and it was she who used her lightning power to injure Suyi. Although she just wanted to teach Suyi a lesson at first and didn't really want to hurt him. But for Suyi, who had just been recognized. Did it hurt him too much? So. Why would Suyi betray his family? Will that stimulate him to awaken his supernatural powers? He even practiced very hard and got first place in the college entrance examination. Su Xingchen couldn't be sure whether all this had anything to do with her. But I couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt rising in my heart. If she had been willing to be more patient with Su Yi at the beginning, would everything be different today? Take a deep breath. Su Xingchen took out something from the storage bracelet. At this point, she can only give Su Yi some material compensation, right? Hey, Brother Zhang, I have something I want to give to Su Yi, but please don't tell Su Yi that this is a gift from me to him. Chapter 87. The leader returns from hanging himself. Su Yi receives a gift. Call. Su Yi let out a long breath. Oh, my proudest student, you did a great job today. Principal Zhang walked over with a smile and handed Su Yi a bottle of water. Su Yi declined the mineral water and picked up a bottle of his own Coke, taking a big gulp. If Coke is not iced, the happiness is halved. The principal has already said that this is the last interview. If there are any more interviews, I will not cooperate. After the college entrance examination, he not only cooperated with the school to record a promotional video, but also agreed to do several interviews with Principal Zhang. And in every interview, he expressed his gratitude to his alma mater, Fanyuan No. 2 Middle School. After a few days, Su Yi felt like his face was almost stiff from smiling. This interview is much more tiring than practicing. The smile on Principal Zhang's face was a little bit unsustainable. But he nodded anyway. Oh, my proudest student, I will certainly do what I promised you. This is the last interview. I don't know if it's Su Ye's illusion, but I always feel that Principal Zhang's speech recently has a bit of the translation accent from an old movie. Maybe Principal Zhang has been too excited recently. By the way, Su Yi, Director Zhang from the Inspection Bureau seems to have something to ask you, so he wants you to go to the Inspection Bureau tomorrow. Zhang Baichuan is looking for him. Why not just contact him directly? Why ask Principal Zhang to help pass on the message? So I was stunned at first, but then I reacted quickly. Because of his title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, his phone has been receiving calls from all sides these days. So he simply didn't turn on his phone for a few days. Okay, then I'll go to the Inspection Bureau tomorrow. Bye, Principal. I'm leaving. Su Yi ran away without saying a word. I was afraid that Principal Zhang would drag me to participate in some promotional activities again. Looking at Su Ye's figure that was more agile than a rabbit, Principal Zhao sighed regretfully. I originally wanted to take Su Yi to his office to take a few more photos. Principal Zhang has already made up his mind and plans to write an autobiography. The name of the book is Me and My Proudest College Entrance Examination Champion. The next day, Su Yi came to the inspection bureau early in the morning and met Zhang Baichuan in his office. Congratulations, good boy. You're first in the province. That really makes our inspection director proud. Zhang Baichuan smiled and pulled Su Yi to sit on the sofa beside him. Su Yi was able to crush the two monsters Li Guanqi and Jiang Luyue and take first place in the province. And it was a high-score crush. Zhang Baichuan has been looking very heroic and confident whenever he walks outside these days. Very proud. Even the senior leaders above called and praised Zhang Baichuan highly. Now seeing Su Yi, who made him proud, Zhang Baichuan couldn't stop smiling. Director, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Su Yi smiled bitterly. It is certainly a good thing to be the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. But after a series of interviews in the past few days, Su Yi is almost afraid of this topic. If he had known this would happen, he would have given up some points. You really don't want to talk anymore. You should know that the military will reward you well for your excellent performance. If you don't want to talk. Talk. We must talk. Let's talk now. Su Ye's eyes lit up instantly. If you don't take the good stuff, you're a bastard. The military will definitely not be stingy when it takes action. I really don't know what good things will come out of it. I knew you would be tempted. Come on, follow me to greet the two military district leaders. Ah, the leader is coming to their Fangyuan city? Su Yi was a little flattered. Why bother the leader to make this trip? It's so embarrassing. Just give him the stuff. Zhang Baichuan waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. The two leaders just came back from hanging themselves. They passed by our Fangyuan city and came to see you. After seeing you, they will go back to the provincial capital. Su Yi. What the hell? Hang yourself? Meeting with the leader was such a serious matter, but after Zhang Baichuan's words, why did everything seem a little unserious? Soon, under the leadership of Zhang Baichuan, Su Yi met the two military district leaders who were said to have just returned from hanging themselves on the rooftop of the Inspection Bureau building. Two people fell from the sky. Only after landing on the roof of the Inspection Bureau building did it retract its thick elemental light wings. Able to fly long distances with the help of elemental light wings. These two military district leaders are actually masters above level 7. However, since they need elemental light wings, I think both of them are not even at level 9 yet. Su Yi quickly determined the approximate cultivation levels of the two people. The expression on his face became more respectful. One of the leaders, who looked serious and in his 40s, curled his lips slightly when he saw Su Yi. This must be Su Yi, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our Jiangnan province this year. You are quite good. Thank you for the compliment, I will continue to work hard. Su Yi smiled politely. His eyes inadvertently swept across the necks of the two leaders. I actually saw 2 red marks. Did he really hang himself? The serious leader is obviously not good at communication, especially communicating with strangers. Although he admired Su Yi very much in his heart. However, he went straight to the point in his words. My last name is Yan Shu, and the person next to me is Bai Fan, the old man. You won first place in Jiangnan province with a record-breaking performance this time. The military will reward you. First, raise your genius level to SS level. Su Yi was delighted. Jumped from a level to SS level in one go. It's equivalent to going up 2 levels. We will definitely get more resources, which is definitely a good thing. Thank you, Chief. I will definitely make good use of this resource. Yan Shu nodded. Well, it was worth it for him and Lao Bai to go to the door of Tianwang's store and hang themselves. It's a pity that they originally wanted to help Su Yi apply for SSS level genius, but the Heavenly King Palace is also very cautious in evaluating geniuses of this level, and it is necessary to observe Su Yi and his family for at least 3 years, so they can only settle for the next best thing. Your genius assessment was approved by the Heavenly King Palace. These things are our Jiangnan military region's reward to you. Yan Shu took out a storage bracelet and put it in Su Ye's hand. There is an Earth-type inner armor here, which can withstand attacks below level 5. Just like the inner armor you are wearing, if the attack is too strong, it will be damaged. So although these inner armors are used to improve your defense and survivability, don't think that you can take risks at will with the inner armors. Yan Shu warned with a serious look. The main reason is that the military region once had geniuses who relied on their defensive inner armor to roam around everywhere. As a result, he died directly in the mouth of the Star Beast. Therefore, when these military district leaders give inner armor to geniuses, they will habitually give a few more instructions. Yes, sir, I will definitely develop steadily and will not waste time. Su Yi happily took out the yellow inner armor. I was so excited that I almost put it on right away. With this thing, his ability to save his life can be greatly enhanced. You know, when he encountered the murderer and Qi Beier before, he was able to hold on thanks to the inner armor that Zhang Baichuan gave him. And when taking out the inner armor, Su Yi discovered that there were several things in the storage bracelet. Chapter 88 Life Crystal, Knife Embryo. In the storage bracelet. 20 fist-sized meteorites, these meteorites alone are worth 5 million. There are also piles of various special metals. Not to mention the various nutritional potions. The most important thing is that these nutritional potions are all used for first-level cultivation. Obviously, these leaders also knew that Su Yi would soon break through to the extraordinary level, and giving him Kaiyuan realm potions would be of no use to him. Instead, these first-level nutritional potions would be more useful to Su Yi and could help Su Yi quickly stabilize and consolidate his realm after the breakthrough. But for Su Yi, in fact, the most precious thing is the storage bracelet itself. 5 by 5 by 5. A full 125 cubic meters of storage space. You know, the storage bracelet issued by the Inspection Bureau before was only about 5 cubic meters. If you put a knife and some necessary items in it, it would be full. But the 125 cubic meters of storage space is enough to put all of Su Ye's things in it. If he goes out to hunt monsters or star beasts, he can also put the most precious materials into the storage bracelet. Don't be too convenient. This bracelet, all of it is given to me. Including the bracelet itself. Yen Shu forced a smile. Yes, this is the military district support for you. I hope that Suyi can continue to work hard and achieve better results. I hope that Suyi can make good use of the life crystals and knife embryos. Yen Shu and Bai Fan looked at Suyi deeply one last time, then they both spread their elemental light wings and flew away. Looking at the two figures gradually disappearing in the sky, Suyi was still a little overwhelmed. I'm leaving now. It's like coming and going in a hurry. The leaders are very busy. They are showing their respect to you by coming to see you in person. Zhang Baichuan laughed and took Suyi back to his office. Speaking of which, the two leaders are really nice. In order to help you win the treatment of a genius, they flew directly to the gate of the Heavenly King Palace on Blue Star and hanged themselves, forcing the Heavenly King Palace to speed up the re-evaluation of your genius level. Certainly. Hanging is just a means, an attitude. The real reason why Suyi was able to receive SS-level genius treatment was because Suyi himself was outstanding. But if the two leaders had not been firm in their attitude, the genius rating would definitely not have come down so quickly. I just found out that when you submitted your genius rating last time, someone actually sent an email to the Heavenly King Palace saying that you have a problem with your attitude and are disloyal and unfilial. If it weren't for a senior god of war speaking up for you, I'm afraid you wouldn't even get the treatment of an A-level genius. I don't know who it is. Isn't this nonsense? Fortunately, the two leaders were firm in their attitude this time. The Heavenly King Palace quickly reclassified you, and no one dared to refute you. Zhang Baichuan couldn't understand it. What time is it? Outside the Blue Star, the ultimate war between humans and demons is about to break out. At this time, there is actually someone behind Blue Star doing something tricky in persecuting the genius. If he knew who it was. Zhang Baichuan clenched his fist. Even if he really knew who it was, there would be no way he could do anything. Anyone who could directly influence the decision of the Heavenly King Palace must be no small figure. How could he, a warrior at the 4th level, do anything to such a big figure? However, Zhang Baichuan spoke unintentionally, but Suyi listened intentionally. Some people say he is unfaithful and unfilial. Who else could it be? It must be the Su family from Yujing. It is most likely Su Jingdao himself. It turns out that even after he betrayed his family, these people still didn't let him go. Suyi clenched his fists. Su family. So cruel. You wait. Take a deep breath and calm down the anger in your heart. Suyi finally remembered the most important thing at the moment. Director Zhang, you promised me that if I could get the top score in the college entrance examination, you would accompany me to the suburbs to hunt monsters again. When are we going? Zhang Baichuan. How come this kid remembers it so clearly? However, facing Su Ye's eager eyes, he couldn't say anything to cheat. Of course, old Zhang, stick to my words. If I say I will risk my life to accompany you, I will definitely go. I will call you when I have time. Just now the two leaders said that they also gave you life crystals and knife blanks. Those are good things, especially the knife blanks. They even gave away such things. It's really generous. Quick, take them out and show them to you. I have to tell you how to use these two things, so that you don't use them carelessly and waste them. Seeing Zhang Baichuan's excited face, Suyi always felt that Zhang Baichuan wanted to change the subject and watch the fun. However, he still rummaged through the storage bracelet for a while and found the two things. Although Suyi had never seen them before, these two things were the most valuable in the storage bracelet, carefully placed in a box. Yes, this is the life crystal and the knife embryo. The life crystal is a fist-sized translucent crystal that reflects various colors. Suyi asked curiously, Director, what is this life crystal? This is good stuff. Zhang Baichuan held the life crystal in his hand and admired it for a while before carefully placing it back in front of Suyi. The life crystal contains a large amount of gentle energy, and the greatest benefit of this thing is that it can be used to break through the realm. It can increase the success rate of breaking through the realm by 30% and keep people in the best condition during the process of breaking through the realm. This is a second-level life crystal, which means that if you encounter a bottleneck when you are in the second level of transcendence, you can use this life crystal. Suyi nodded, I see. But I felt a little disappointed. Is life crystal valuable? Of course it is valuable. It can help people break through bottlenecks and improve their cultivation. But this is of no use to Suyi. Others may encounter bottlenecks in their practice, but Suyi just needs to add a little bit. So, this life crystal suddenly became useless to Suyi. What about this knife blank? Zhang Baichuan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is something even better. Even a king or even a king of heaven may not be able to own a blade blank. This thing. I don't even know how the military got it. Zhang Baichuan caressed the knife blank with care. A knife embryo, as the name implies, is the original embryo for refining a knife. It is said that this is something that only exists in the god realm. After being refined with heart blood, and then added with other materials, it can be slowly hammered into a long knife of any shape with blood and qi. Moreover, the long knife hammered with blood and qi can be intimate with the owner and can move at will. And most importantly, as you incorporate more precious materials, the quality of your sword will continue to improve. It can be said that owning a sword embryo is equivalent to owning a constantly growing divine weapon. This is so cool. Giving growth equipment at the beginning. Suyi was delighted. I wish I could shed blood and confess my identity immediately. But Zhang Baichuan scratched his head. The only drawback of a knife blank is probably, it costs money. If a knife blank wants to grow, it needs to constantly add precious materials. It is very likely that the materials needed to upgrade the knife blank are more than those required to make an ordinary long sword. Moreover, the quality and effect of the long sword forged from the blade blank will vary depending on the materials used. However, these are all legends. I have never really come into contact with a blade blank. I suggest that you wait until you arrive at Magic City University and consult your instructor before you start forging the blade blank. Chapter 89, Someone Bullies My Teacher. Walk out of the inspection bureau. Suyi patted the brand new storage bracelet on his wrist with satisfaction. As for the original bracelet, it was naturally returned to Zhang Baichuan. When leaving, Zhang Baichuan mentioned to him that while he was receiving the treatment of an SS-level genius, in order to better protect his safety, the military will take action to erase as much information as possible about his winning the top spot in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Although it will not erase all traces, it can at least reduce the online discussion about Suyi. This is also a kind of protection for Suyi and his family. At the same time, Zhang Baichuan also reminded Suyi. The war between humans and demons is becoming increasingly intense. There are also demons lurking in the human race's base camp, Blue Star. For example, the fallen ones before, and the messengers of the blood demon cult. What these people like most is hunting down human geniuses. Once the genius of the human race is truly hunted down, those fallen ones can obtain the true devil blood from the demons, thereby becoming high-level warriors effortlessly and being more easily accepted by the demons. There have been many geniuses in human history who were killed by these degenerates before they had a chance to grow up. Su Ye's performance in the college entrance examination was too outstanding. According to the information sent back by the military's undercover informant among the fallen. Currently, Su Yi has already climbed onto the Earth ranking of the human race's genius must-kill ranking 22nd. And he has directly ascended from 11th on the human ranking to 22nd on the Earth ranking. I'm already so powerful, but I can only rank 22nd on the Earth list among the people of heaven and Earth. Who is the person in front of me? Su Yi couldn't help but mutter inwardly. But I reacted quickly. Among ordinary college entrance examination candidates, he naturally stands out. But there are also many special recruits like Zhang Xian in the college entrance examination. There must be quite a few excellent ones in there. Not to mention, there are people like Su Yang, who have achieved a breakthrough before they are even 18 years old. Thinking about it this way, it is easy to understand why Su Yi only ranked on the Earth list. We still have to keep working hard. Now that the military has taken action to reduce his popularity, there is no need to worry about Principal Zhang asking him to complete any interviews. First go home and spend a few days with your parents, then continue to drink nutritional potions to improve your supernatural power level. In a while, I will go to the outskirts of the city with Zhang Baichuan to hunt monsters. Then I will go to Shanghai to study at university. I won't be able to see my family every day anymore. Just thinking about it. Buzz. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Suyi couldn't help but laugh. It's a family group, and someone is sending him a message at Lu Ruxin, Xiaoya, should our family also hold a teacher appreciation banquet? I just discussed with Xia Zhiqiu's mother and decided that our two families can hold it together. What do you think, Xiaoya? What my wife said is right, Xiaoya, you can achieve such good results thanks to the teacher's guidance. We must hold this farewell party for the teachers. Ask your teacher what time is convenient. Baby is a little baby, can I eat at the teacher appreciation banquet? I want to eat sweet and sour pork. The family's conditions have improved, and even little lowly Su Baobao has her own mobile phone. Yi Shen, I'll listen to my parents about the teacher's farewell banquet. I'll ask the teacher now. Exit the family group of Happy Family. Su Yi was about to go to the teacher to ask about the time. I found that the class group was also very lively. It is the class group of class 17. Although Su Yi later joined the elite class, he has always been in the group of class 17. Later, after Su Yi won the top spot in the college entrance examination, the class group of class 17 celebrated for several days. The atmosphere was so lively that Su Yi couldn't help but give out several big red envelopes. The main reason is that those guys flattered the audience too much. He couldn't control his hands. Why is it so lively now? Su Yi opened the class group of class 17 and quickly frowned. To sum up, someone is bullying their class teacher Lan Jingfei. And this matter is somewhat related to Su Yi. In fact, Lan Jingfei was a little genius in cultivation. However, she was injured by a star beast while hunting it in college, leaving her with a hidden injury. She was unable to break through to the third level, so she was unable to join the military and eventually returned to Fangyuan No. 2 Middle School to become a class teacher. However, concubine Lan Jing's cultivation could not continue to improve. But his vision and theoretical ability are not bad at all. Step by step, I became a class teacher capable of leading a class. In fact, Lan Jingfei was originally supposed to be the head teacher of Su Ye's class, but unfortunately the current head teacher of Class 1, Chen Zhe's father, is the vice president. On the grounds that Lan Jingfei had not achieved any results yet, he snatched Lan Jingfei's position as the head teacher of Class 1 and made her the head teacher of Class 17. At that time, the two had a private agreement that whoever led a class with better results would be the head teacher of the next class. Anyone who saw this bet would know that concubine Lan Jing was not at an advantage. After all, when the classes were divided at the beginning of the school year, the students with greater potential were assigned to smaller classes. There is a huge difference in the source of students between Class 1 and Class 17. It can be said that concubine Lan Jing is bound to lose. But who would have known that Class 17 would produce such a genius like Su Yi, who would take the top spot in the province in one fell swoop? There was even a genius like Xia Zhiqiu who awakened his special powers and achieved good results. Together with the students in Class 17, under the guidance of Lan Jingfei, it can be said that most of them performed exceptionally well in this college entrance examination. So all in all, the results of Class 17 are actually slightly better than those of Class 1. This gamble, which was almost certain to be lost, was won by concubine Lan Jing. However, Misty Rain and Falling Rain, that Chen Zhe actually said that Su Yi and Xia Zhiqiu have already joined the elite class and are no longer students of our Class 17, so their grades cannot be counted into Class 17's grades. Yenyu Feifei, isn't this bullying? Yenyu Feifei, now the new batch of students have entered school in advance. According to the class division table, Teacher Lan has been assigned as the head teacher of Class 17. Yenyu Feifei was originally the monitor of Class 7. At this moment, I angrily described what happened in the group. This immediately caused a group of classmates to be outraged. Lan Jingfei has devoted herself to their class over the past 3 years. Many students were able to perform exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, all thanks to concubine Lan Jing's help. But now he is being bullied by Chen Zhe like this. It would be strange if I could endure it. Uncle Xia is super fierce, damn it, I can't stand it. Uncle Xia is super awesome, anyway, I have graduated, so I will go put a sack on Chenzai tonight. Concubine Lan Jing is his goddess. Can someone like Chenzai, a rubbish, bully him? Xia Zhiqiu's words immediately attracted the boys in the group to agree with him. A row of +1s has filled the screen. Suyi thought of concubine Lan Jing's patient advice to the original owner. He also thought that after he came here, concubine Lan Jing had been helping him in every way. He even paid him 100,000 yuan out of his own pocket for free when he had just awakened his superpowers so that he could buy nutritional potions to improve quickly. This favor should indeed be repaid. After thinking for a while, Sui started typing. Yi Shen, there is no rush to put the sack on you. The most important thing is to get back what Mr. Lan deserves. Yi Shen, I have an idea. Let's hear it and see if you are willing to join.